Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, share your thoughts in the comments and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. If you'd like to help support the channel and contribute to the costs of maintaining and producing new content, you can donate via PayPal. Even a small contribution goes a long way and is deeply appreciated. My friends and I are going to die here, but I'll die more times than them. This trip was supposed to be a chance for me to turn over a new leaf. My first real road trip after 3 years in college. The car ride here seemed normal enough at first. I was in the back with the luggage on one of those tiny extra seats that large SUVs sometimes have. There was no legroom. I never got invited to things like this. I was happy to tag along. They could have strapped me to the roof for all I cared. Antoine sat quietly in the driver's seat, his eyes hyper-focused on the road, always ready to provide his opinion on any given topic. But as we neared our destination, I hadn't known him for very long, but I could still tell he was uncharacteristically nervous. In the front passenger seat, his girlfriend Kimberly reached a hand over to him and gently grasped the crook of his elbow. "Everything will be okay. You know that, right?" Most guys in our graduating class had a crush on Kimberly. She had long blonde hair and natural poise. Antoine shrugged his broad shoulders and nodded his head. He said with practiced confidence. Kimberly ran her hand up his bicep and onto his shoulder affectionately. Antoine looked worried to me, but none of us really knew what Antoine was feeling. 8 years earlier, his older brother Christian had decided to start over. He left behind his family and an all-but guaranteed career in professional football after graduation. No one knew why he had done it, and what sparse communication he had made with his family afterward had left more questions than it had answers. My first thought was that Chris had joined a cult, but even I knew not to suggest that to Antoine. Chris had gotten back in touch with Antoine a few months earlier. Antoine said it was like answering a phone call from a ghost. 8 years with no contact. And then suddenly he was FaceTiming with his brother every night. That phone call was what led to the road trip. We were on our way out to Chris's lake house in some exclusive resort town in the Ozark Mountains when I was invited on the trip. I took the chance to look up Christian Stone. He was being talked about on SportsCenter and in blogs on college football. From the sound of it, the guy would have been a millionaire if he had kept at it. He had huge prospects. I couldn't imagine why he had left it all behind. If he had a lake house, he couldn't have been doing too poorly. The radio went out about 20 minutes before we got to our destination. Antoine flicked the scan button on the steering wheel to try to find a station. The radio searched and searched for a broadcast but only found one. One Carousel public radio. We've had a beautiful day here in Carousel. The city council has begun setting up for the centennial celebration, so stay away from town square unless you like traffic. Is at Lake Dyer with the fishing report. And we have Coach Boom in the studio to talk about Friday night's game. All after this commerc. Antoine clicked the radio off. I'm going to pass them on the next straightaway. He had been growing frustrated at the small car in front of us. They were creeping along the road at a measly 30 miles an hour. We had been behind them for 20 minutes. There was no safe place to get around them. Anna said from the back seat. "We can't be too far off." A green VW van approached us from behind. It had to slow down considerably upon reaching us. Its horn began honking almost immediately. "Now, we have a car behind us." As if to change the subject. "Does anyone have a signal?" She raised her phone up toward the sunroof to no avail. I checked my phone. I had no signal either. I had one new message. Had just sent a picture of a sign advertising a bed and breakfast that had the phrase "closed for renovations." He had taken the picture some miles back when we stopped for gas. I chuckled at the typo. We must have lost signal right after that. It had been a long time since I had been a part of a group chat with Camden. Not since sophomore year in high school. Camden and I had been best friends in middle school, but not as much afterward. He had somehow managed to thread the needle of being smart and popular. I barely managed to accomplish the first part. At some point in time, the geeks and the nerds go their separate ways. There was no animosity between us. It was just hard talking about the good old days when the good old days were from before you finished puberty. We had grown up so much since then. I spent my time watching scary movies and puttering about online between classes. He spent his time with competitive internships and scholastic competitions. When I got the invite to the lake house, I hadn't heard from him in over a year. As we crept around another corner, the VW van gunned its engine and quickly passed by Antoine's SUV and the little car in front of us. That must have emboldened Antoine because he followed suit and left the slow car in the dust. 10 minutes later, the small backwoods road gave way to a large parking lot. It was so big I thought we must have been near an airport or a sports arena. There was no airport though. Nothing to justify the huge empty lot. There were maybe a few dozen vehicles scattered about, but they were few and far between. There were no people anywhere, except for us and the VW van, which had been parked in the shade. A dark-haired woman in her mid-30s, overstuffed backpack along with a sports duffel. She wore a brown leather jacket and distressed blue jeans. Antoine parked next to her van in the shade. I read aloud off of a large sign at the front of the parking lot. "Yeah," Antoine said as he opened the back of his SUV. There was only one road leading from the parking lot to Carousel, and it had been blocked off. It had those removable metal poles that you might see on a college campus designed to keep cars from driving down the wrong street. They were locked into place with padlocks. We would have to go the rest of the way on foot. When we were invited, Antoine's brother Chris had warned us of this. It was because of the centennial celebration Carousel was having. It made enough sense to me. It didn't matter. We were there to bask in the sun at his brother's lake house. We would stay out of town for the most part. I had the least luggage of anyone in the group. As they were retrieving their things from the car, I went ahead toward the road leading to Carousel. The path was decorated on both sides with advertisements for the centennial celebration apparently. This was a big deal for the town. The woman in the brown leather jacket had slowed her pace and was taking in her surroundings. We weren't in town yet. There were no street signs here. Just off the road was a single wooden building that had little signage except for a door that read employees only. It also had a covered porch on the front and what looked to be a town map hanging against the side of the building. Love what you're reading. Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. I debated whether I should try to speak to the woman. She didn't look like she wanted to talk to me or anyone else. She was all business. The way that she scanned the building led me to believe that she hadn't been here before either. I turned and waited for my friends to catch up. Antoine and Kimberly quickly joined me, but Anna and Camden were lagging behind staring at the cars in the parking lot. I walked down to them to see what they were so interested in. "These cars have been here a long time." He was right. Every vehicle in the parking lot but ours had flat tires. Their windshields were covered in dust. Their paint jobs were faded. I didn't know what to think of it. "Yep," Camden said. "Maybe this is long-term parking." And the other cars were moved for the centennial. "Look," Anna said. "We're here to support Antoine. We'll just get the hell out of Dodge. He has enough to worry about." Just as we turned to walk up the road, the little compact car that we had passed on the way here finally pulled into the huge parking lot. We watched as it slowly drove its way to the front of the lot and parked beside Antoine's SUV. Two people exited the vehicle along with luggage. Well, the woman was arguing. The man was just kind of taking it. "I just don't understand why they would hold an event all the way out here in the middle of nowhere. Don't they know it's more sensible to hold it in a bigger city?" The woman spoke with a waver and a voice like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. I wouldn't say they became part of our group, but they definitely started moving with us as if they thought we were all supposed to be grouped together. "You all here for the convention?" He held out his hand. I extended mine for a handshake. "They don't need to know your name," the woman said to Bobby Gill. "This place gives me the creeps," Bobby Gill said. He looked over at us expectantly. "So how about this convention?" "Hell, I can hardly think I'm so excited." "We're not here for that. We're just going to the lake. Carousel is holding a horror convention you may know. They have for nearly 3 decades. He could barely contain his excitement. "I've been asked to be a guest speaker. I moderate one of the top horror boards on the internet. If you've heard of that." I had heard of it. I didn't say so because his wife Shauna looked annoyed at my presence. I got an easy out when we heard a loud bang up ahead. We moved closer to investigate. "Were you trying to break it off its hinges?" The door that read employees only was now open. I just knocked on it. I heard someone in there. The woman who drove the van was peeking her head in as Antoine and Kimberly watched. The inside of the building was dark. Little light managed to seep in, and even the open door didn't illuminate the shadows within. I couldn't imagine anyone was in there. My heart started to beat quickly though. Then music started to play. It was old-fashioned carnival music that came out too slow, like it was coming from an old wind-up music player in need of a tune-up. Next were the lights. Yellow-white light bulbs illuminated the inside of the room. The lights weren't hanging from the ceiling. No, they were all affixed to a machine that was about the size of an ATM. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw what the machine was. One of those old animatronic fortune tellers. The kind that might be seen at carnivals or on boardwalks. Every circus has at least one, and they could even be found in an arcade. The animatronics would give you a rolled-up fortune in exchange for a quarter. It might even be programmed to tell your future out loud. They were dressed like psychics or traveling palm readers. The base was a red square box. A glass box contained the upper torso of a smiling figure. He was dressed like an old-fashioned usher that you might see at a movie theater. He wore a red jacket with brass buttons and a round usher's cap with a chin strap. And in his hand, he held a flashlight that flicked on and off along with all the other light bulbs attached to the machine. Across the top of the machine was a sign that read Carousel's own Silas the Mechanical Showman. In the middle of the machine, right below the glass case, was a red button with a receptacle underneath. No one in the group said anything as the fortune-telling machine began whirring to life. I think Antoine might have cursed under his breath. The woman was pulling on her husband's arm. After the carnival tune ended, the dummy in the glass case began to speak. His little wooden mouth moved up and down with a slight clack of yellow teeth. "Welcome to Carousel, the town where movies come to life. The show's about to start, and you're in the front row," he said in a slightly warped mechanical voice. "Come on up and get your tickets." Are we supposed to get a ticket? He was the one who invited us. Chris didn't say anything about this. As if to answer the question, Silas the Mechanical Showman said, "No admittance without a ticket. You don't want to miss the show." Antoine shrugged his shoulders and approached the machine. He pushed the red button, and the gears inside the mechanism turned, releasing 3 large tickets into the receptacle underneath. Antoine retrieved them and began to read through them. He didn't say anything as he read, but a puzzled look appeared on his face. Before I could ask what the ticket said, Kimberly had also pushed the red button and retrieved her tickets. Then the woman in the brown jacket, followed by Anna and Camden. The couple who had arrived in the small car each pressed the button after each other, though the woman absolutely did not want to, from the look on her face. And 3 tickets slid out. As I picked them up, I noted how heavy they were. They were printed on high-quality stock, and each was cool to the touch. Each of the tickets had a title and a text description. They really go all out with this convention. I don't know what I had expected to be on the tickets, but I certainly didn't expect what I ended up seeing. One of my tickets was blue, and the one that interested me the most at first. Still, no one said anything as we each reviewed our tickets. The film buff. You are the film buff, the master of the unwritten rules of horror movies and creature feature. Now we will see if you can survive them in real life. With your help, your allies may stand a chance against the nightmarish beings that lurk in the shadows of the silver screen. That is, if you can get them to listen to you before it's too late. Base stats. Metal Eye for feats of strength and offensive ability. Moxie, to make your performance convincing. Hustle, to be quick, and to always hit your mark. Grit for willpower. Plot armor. Conquering all 5 aspects of plot armor will make you a master of horror. 11 total of all stats. Was this some strange role-playing event? Were my friends and I even supposed to get tickets? I read further. Stat used. The film buff has seen every horror movie and can guess every twist and turn. When the film buff makes a clever prediction about an important and impactful plot event, all allies who hear it will obtain a boost in grit and savvy if that prediction is proven true. Beware. The more predictions the player makes, the less powerful they will become. Predictions must be made on screen. Multiple buffs in a single storyline are difficult to perform at the lower levels. You may not want someone calling out a plot twist in your theater, but you would kill to have someone do it in Carousel. What could that mean? Aspect. The signature ability of the film buff is their ability to understand how monsters and slashers operate within a story. With this ticket, The film buff will have insight into which tropes enemies have equipped. This trope works best with high savvy and close proximity to the enemy. Enemy tropes have generic descriptions. The clever player will figure out how their tropes will be expressed in each specific storyline. With great power comes great balancing. During storylines where this trope is equipped, the film buff's plot armor will be reduced by half. That's all that will be cut in half. The show was starting. The game at Carousel had begun. Are you all looking for Carousel? I looked down toward the road. 3 people stood there expectantly. I had to blink a few times. The lights from the animatronics display had left bright impressions on my eyes. The person talking was a slender woman with black hair. She might have been in her late 20s. One was a tall twig of a guy who wore a jester's grin around the same age. The other guy was older, 45 or so, and he did not look nearly as entertained to be there. He wore a gruff beard and tamed his slightly overgrown hair with a ball cap. He said nothing, but slowly smoked away at the cigar in his mouth. He cleared his throat. We're here to visit my brother. Carousel is just down this road, the tall skinny man said. These are Todd and Arthur. She gestured toward the tall man and then the gruff man respectively. We're here to guide newcomers to town and help you get all set up. Things are a little diff. She was cut off by the taller man. Todd, is your brother Christian Stone? He asked with a bemused smile. His 2 companions seemed taken aback by his question. They looked intently at Antoine. Do you know him? And Todd looked at each other, not missing a beat. Have known him for years now. That would make you Antoine. We're supposed to be heading to Lake Dyer. He has a lake house over there. Is that down this way? He invited you out to the lake house. Sounds like you have a fun time ahead of you. We'll take you to him. Are all of you here to visit Chris? There's a centennial event. We're expecting guests to start coming in soon. The 2 of us are going to the horror convention in town. Putting his arm around his wife. Is that this way too? You must be Bobby Gill. She turned to my friends and me. We have to give the guests a little tour as we go before we can take you to Chris. Do you mind just following along? Antoine took a moment to consider what he was being asked and said, were we supposed to take these? He held up the 3 tickets he had gotten from Silas the mechanical showman. Those are for participating in the events. If you decide you want to do that, we have some really cool stuff this year. I'm sure Chris told you all about it. There's a trivia contest at a bar. There is. But you're not going to win if there's anything I can do about it. As a matter of fact, the movie trivia contest is why I was invited. Valerie said, if we can get the guests of the convention to come to the front. Bobby Gill and his wife Shauna shuffled forward hauling their luggage. The woman in the brown jacket stayed behind with the rest of us, never saying a word. Kind of a strange time to be visiting the place. Camden whispered to me as we grabbed our luggage and began following the 3 guides. I nodded. What kind of place is Carousel? Anna asked Antoine as we took to the road. Dude, I have no idea. He must have been as confused as we were. His brother didn't tell him about the welcome committee. Anna moved closer to me and Camden and asked me, what are you doing after graduation? I said as we marched down the road. I'll move from place to place, staying 1 step ahead of my student loan provider. She said, I think they'd find me. I don't know what I would study, but at least it would put off the real world for a few years. They should put that on their brochures. I asked, you still go in the medical school route? The allure of acquiring knowledge has faded. I just want to graduate and make enough money to take care of my family. Then I'm retiring early. It had been a joke when we were kids. Camden said he wanted to open a medical practice near a beach. He said, Camden and I managed to pick up where we left off. Lame jokes were like a secret handshake for us when we were kids. I was happy to see we were still in lockstep. What did you decide on? Antoine says he's going to make me the Secretary of the Interior when he wins the presidency, so I have that job lined up. I think I'll do some volunteer work until then. He made a good choice. My curiosity turned back to those strange tickets we had been supplied so generously by the creepy animatronic figure. I took mine from my pocket and examined them. My friends may not have been too interested in whatever role-playing game the town at Carousel was putting on, but it looked interesting to me. Was Carousel a fancy LARPer colony or something? I asked Camden. He had a silver ticket. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon? Major archetype. You were always the smartest. Let's put it all to the test. When danger lurks at your door, will you be able to outthink evil? Study up. This will be the hardest test you have ever taken. Medal I for feats of strength and offensive ability. Moxie, to make your performance convincing. Hustle to be quick. And to always hit your mark. Grit I for willpower. Plot armor, conquering all 5 aspects of plot armor will make you a master of horror. 11 total of all stats. His stats were almost the same as mine. He had also received a green ticket. Right tool for the job. Every monster has its weakness. The scholar must work to find it. When formulating a plan that incorporates the enemy's mortal weakness. Receive a bonus to savvy. When fighting an enemy and attacking it with its mortal weakness. Receive a bonus to metal. His third and final ticket was blue. Stat used. A character is often able to find the one line of text in a book that will help them solve the mystery or defeat the monster. It never takes more than a few moments of looking. When this ticket is equipped, the player will be given guidance on the red wallpaper to assist in searching through volumes of text for needed information. You will be drawn to it quickly. This trope may help you find the information you need, but it's up to you to figure out how to use it. What the heck are these things? I asked under my breath as I handed the tickets back to him. What had the ticket meant when it said the player would receive guidance on the red wallpaper? That would probably be explained to people who were actually playing the game. I found myself letting the issue go. Pointing to my film buff ticket, I wanted to take a look at everyone else's tickets. But before I could even begin to ask, the 3 guides had stopped in the road and turned to look at us. We have to wait here for a few minutes. There is something that newcomers need to see, Valerie said in a slow, calm manner, the way a zookeeper speaks to a lion. There was something strange going on. I couldn't put my finger on it. I felt myself overcome with a warmth. I wasn't worried a bit. On the left side of the road at the place we had stopped was a wrought iron fence. The gate further down the road had a sign on it. The top part of the sign was broken off. All that remained was the slogan. The gate was padlocked, and the entire fence was covered in those decorative spikes that can often be seen on fences surrounding expensive homes. It was a step up from barbed wire, Bobby said. I knew this was supposed to be a fancy convention, but I have a feeling this is going to be great. He looked at his wife and squeezed her tight. I have a good feeling about this. It was like he was trying to will her into enjoying herself. His wife didn't look so enthused. The guides continued looking at their watches, but the time was way off. It said it was 5 in the afternoon, but the encroaching darkness told me it was much later in the evening. Whatever time they were waiting for must have come because they suddenly stopped looking at their watches. You need to listen to us with what is about to happen. It is vitally important to do what we say. There was that calm. Her eyes were scanning through the wrought iron fence. I couldn't see much on the other side. What with the overgrown grass and thickets. Wasn't looking at the fence. Arthur. His eyes were on the tip of his cigar as if nothing about this situation interested him in the least. I heard something coming in the distance. A woman burst through a thicket right next to us and ran directly into the fence at full speed. She was young. Flowing hair and a look of absolute terror in her eyes. The woman hit the fence with such force that a wound opened up on her forehead. Blood began gushing down her face. Help! She screamed as she saw us. But it held solid. Valerie spoke loudly and calmly to us. Don't even speak to her. Antoine was cursing repeatedly. Kimberly was pulling at his arm. Yet, no one did anything. But we were also. It was like we were watching a movie and not real life. We weren't reacting like normal. The woman screamed again. She looked directly in my eyes. I started to point toward the gate down the road. But Valerie must have seen the thought forming in my mind and reached forward and grabbed my arm. Do not speak to her. Do you see something strange? Of course I see something strange. There is a terrified woman bleeding all over the place. I still did what Valerie commanded. I caught a glimpse of something I had never seen before. It was the first time I saw the red wallpaper. I couldn't make out what was on it, but it was the first makings of a movie poster. I saw the word NPC too, but I didn't believe it. I felt sick to my stomach. Yelling could be heard behind the woman. Men were chasing her down. I heard the baying of a hound. They have another guy in the basement. No one said or did anything. Everyone had a terrified look on their faces. Everyone except the 3 guides, whose expressions were something closer to shame or Then the woman began attempting to squeeze through the bars. The bars were too tight and their barbs too sharp. They stuck into her like fishhooks. But still she pushed desperately for freedom. Speaking for the first time, you don't want to see the next part. Everyone followed him at a quick pace as we left the woman. Her name was Samantha. I wasn't sure how I knew that. We passed by the gate and were soon beyond the property altogether. The last thing we heard of her was a scream that echoed from far behind us. I refused to even think about it. What kind of place is this? She was in between tears and fury. It's just part of the show. God, I hoped he was right. But the three guides ignored the question. After they had gotten us away from the bleeding woman, we came to a section of the road dominated by farmland. There was corn as far as the eye could see. Valerie coughed to get everyone's attention. We're sorry you had to see that, but we hope that by showing you that, it might make the next part easier. She looked back at Arthur. Carousel is not what you think. There is no horror convention. Your brother Chris did not invite you. It was all a trick. What the hell are you talking about? You said you knew him. Valerie looked genuinely sad when he asked that. How long has it been since you've physically seen your brother? Years. He looked back at Todd. Antoine didn't answer for a moment. I don't know what that is, but I can tell you it was not your brother you were talking to. Arthur said. What are you talking about? Your brother disappeared one day. Probably left a note or a phone message. So the police weren't called. You haven't seen him since then. Not until he called you out of the blue years later. Arthur's guess was on the money. He asked you about your life and your friends. He always seemed more interested in your friends. Wanted to know a lot of specific details. Got to know their names. And when he finally invited you to come out to his lake house, he told you which of your friends he wanted you to bring along. Not your buddies on the basketball team. He wanted you to bring your smartest friend. He gestured toward Camden. And your prettiest lady friend. He pointed at Kimberly. He even must have asked if you knew anyone who was obsessed with scary movies. Didn't he? He said bring these specific friends and come out to my place. Antoine didn't answer. It wasn't like that though. You weren't speaking to Chris. Chris has been trapped here with us the whole time. He came here with Val and Todd. You weren't talking to Chris. You were talking to Carousel. And now that it's got you here, it'll never let you leave. As I was trying to deal with the revelation that Arthur had laid on us, I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see Jana rushing back toward the parking lot. Her husband in tow. He was trying to get her to stay, but she wasn't having it. Normally it takes a bit longer to convince people we're telling the truth. I see this as a win. I thought you were keeping them calm. Arthur said sharply to Valerie. She must have gotten a high roll. Like in a role-playing game. If that meant what I thought it meant, then Valerie was somehow keeping us from panicking and running away like Jana had. A thought entered my mind. Valerie said. There she went with that zookeeper's voice. The spark of panic that had risen in me was extinguished. I felt like everything would be all right. We just needed to get to the bottom of things. Arthur said to Todd. Todd nodded and followed behind them. His jester's grin never fading. Arthur and Valerie spoke to each other in hushed tones. I thought I heard them call Jana hysteric. Heck, I had half a mind to follow behind and hitch her right out of here. I didn't expect to see them come back. Jana looked determined to be rid of this whole mess. After I heard some tires screeching in the distance, I figured they had hightailed it. But 10 minutes later they reappeared on the road. Todd was laughing up a storm. Bobby said in a low tone. The road we came on was just gone. He was still clinging to the theory that all of this was part of some elaborate interactive horror convention. In a small way, as the couple slowly made their way back to the group, Arthur continued to explain the malevolent entity known as Carousel. You have to be careful around town. There are 1,000 different ways to get killed here. And some of them are really hard to see coming. Carousel is a terrifying place, but it operates under predictable rules. One of those rules is that when you get here, you have to complete a storyline. She pointed back toward the wrought iron fence where we had seen the terrified woman. That woman is named Samantha. She is a non-player character for a storyline called Permanent Vacancy. So we didn't want you to interact with her, or else you might get stuck in the story. You do have to complete a storyline soon. Carousel is going to keep trying to push you into one. So, we picked one out for you, one that we think we can help you complete without much trouble. The three guides waved us farther down the road. As we walked, we passed by a patchwork of crops. "This is the wrong time of year for this stuff," Candon whispered to me and Anna as we walked. Antoine and Kimberly walked farther behind us. "Pumpkins? Those are not something you would see at the beginning of summer. Those were fall crops." The crops weren't the only thing that was wrong. The weather was too cool. Even the sun and the sky didn't look right for summer. I was working full-time trying to rationalize everything I was seeing. Could this be real? I thought about what we had been told about storylines. I pulled out my tickets. My plot armor was 11, but it would be reduced by half when I entered a storyline. Plot armor is a term that is used to explain away improbable plot points. The masked killer takes out the ex-marine like he's made of cardboard, but the high school cheerleader manages to fight him off. That's plot armor. One character dies from getting tapped in the head, another survives 3 explosions and 4 stabbings. Plot armor. The bad guy is unkillable by a minor character, but the protagonist manages to get the better of them with ease. Plot armor. I don't know how it functioned in Carousel, but if it meant what it sounded like and all of this was actually real, it could only mean one thing: that I was screwed. We walked for so long that we started to see buildings. We came upon a large gate that read Patcher's Family Farm. I was almost shocked to see that. And like the rest of Carousel that we had seen so far, this place had people. In fact, it had kids running around screaming and having fun. Patcher's Family Farm was an agritourism destination. You know, one of those places with hayrides, pumpkin chunking, and farm-themed carnival games. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. None of the people on the farm paid us any mind. I got a very strange feeling from them. This is where my visions of the red wallpaper really started to flare up. I saw words that I couldn't quite read, but I knew something was unusual about them. I suspected that, like the bloody woman Samantha, these people were NPCs. They also wore an aggressive amount of denim. I don't know which of those things made me more uncomfortable. We were led to the back of the farm where there were no NPCs. A huge display of pumpkins was set up on hay bales. Next to them was a booth that read "Corn Maze $5. A sign on the booth said "Open." As I was reading the words, the final straw flashed into my mind. "Where's the attendant?" Johnny asked. She had woken up from her fearful hibernation. She was right. It was clear that there was supposed to be an attendant here. There was a chair behind the booth that had been knocked over, and the cash box was sitting open and untouched where anyone could just take from it. I looked around, but we were alone. "You have a good eye. Hysterics are very good at this part," Valerie said. "It is quite strange that the attendant is missing and the chair is knocked over, and yet the cash box is right here. Open. Try to look at this booth and really focus on it. What do you see?" I did as she instructed. Truth be told, I didn't see anything but red wallpaper. Something was screaming out to me from within my mind. There was something there to see, but I couldn't quite make it out. What was my mind trying to tell me? Suddenly, I got a flash. An image that appeared to be one of those old-fashioned elevator indicators you might see in a fancy hotel, with a needle that would point to what floor the elevator was on while you were waiting. But the indicator in my mind didn't have floor numbers. Instead, it had words. And while I couldn't read all of those words, I could read one omen. "It takes a while to be able to see things clearly," Valerie said. "But this is an omen. It's an ominous sign that something is about to happen. This is a storyline called The Final Straw too. And you know it's a storyline because it has an omen right here, a sign of bad things to come. Sometimes omens are subtle, like an attendant being missing mysteriously. Other times they're obvious, like a bleeding woman running up to you asking for help. But whenever you see an omen, the next thing you have to look out for is the choice." Todd took over. "In this case, the choice is pretty simple. You either enter the maze or leave. You also have the option of investigating the farmhouse over there, pointing around the side of the corn maze. But we want you to ignore that for now." Now Arthur spoke up. "The corn maze is simple. Get to the end. That's it. That's the entire storyline as far as you're concerned. The 3 of us will take care of the actual plot. All you have to do is walk from the entrance of the corn maze to the exit. That's it. It's virtually impossible to get killed permanently in a storyline like this." I thought it was strange that he said, "Does that suggest that you could be killed temporarily?" Anna thought it was strange too. "What do you mean killed permanently?" she asked. Arthur took a deep breath. "As long as one person survives to the end of the story, you'll all come out without a scratch on you. Simple. I want you to look at this sign," he said, pointing to the sign above the booth. "There is a simple rule on it, painted in red paint," the booth said. "Enter one at a time. Do not cut through the corn. Carousel operates by rules. You see a rule, you follow it. So stick to the paths." We always tell people that, and we always get ignored. Don't be the person that ignores us this time. They started to wave us through one at a time. I positioned myself so that I could go in last. After everyone else had walked or run into the corn maze, I walked in. The word choice appeared in my head. I ignored it. After entering the maze and taking a few turns, I was well and truly lost. So much so that even when I turned around and tried to find the entrance I had just come through, I couldn't find it. I tried thinking back to the picture of the maze that I had seen at the booth, trying to remember its turns and twists. It didn't look this complicated, but it was useless. I won't lie, I was thoroughly spooked. Whatever calming effect Valerie was able to cast over us disappeared the instant I entered the maze. I stuck to the middle of the pathways as best I could and didn't take a turn unless I was certain that it was an actual path and not just a place where the corn had been planted thinly. If the rule says don't cut through the corn, then I'm not going to cut through the corn. As I walked forward, I heard footsteps all around me, but try as I might, I couldn't see anyone else. I caught a glimpse of something orange and decided to go check it out. Whatever it might be, it was better than being lost in a sea of corn. It took me 5 minutes to wind my way around until eventually I stumbled back on the orange thing I had seen. It was a pumpkin display, a smaller version of what had been on the outside of the corn maze. Nothing more than 6 hay bales and a dozen or so pumpkins of various sizes. Some of them had even been carved into faces like a jack-o'-lantern. The red wallpaper overtook my vision. This was the first clear image it had given me. I saw a movie poster of this exact scene, but it was different. In the painting, the pumpkins were all smashed. The poster's title was simply territorial. As much as I desired to look away, I had to keep reading further. Beneath the poster was a brass plate, like those that might be beneath a painting at a museum. It read, "Territorial. This killer will punish those who harm its domain." As strange as it is, I knew exactly what it was talking about. Sometimes in horror movies, characters that destroy a monster's domain are killed off instantly. This usually happens in the first few scenes. Cut down a sacred tree, build on an Indian burial ground, or even smash a pumpkin, and you're dead. I grabbed the tickets in my pocket. I flipped to the one that said Trope Master. This was my ability. I could see the rules the monsters played by. That's what this was. If some punk kid were to come along to this display and mess with it, the monster of this storyline would appear and punish them. I considered screaming out to my friends that they shouldn't destroy the pumpkin displays. That was my job as the film buff, right? As I was considering this, I heard a twig snap behind me. I nearly jumped out of my skin as I turned and saw the woman in the brown leather jacket. I saw a movie poster in my head. A woman walks through an alley where an axe murderer waits behind a dumpster. "Dina Kano is the outsider." "Dina?" I asked. This vision was really throwing evidence onto the pile that I wasn't the target of the most elaborate prank ever. She nodded slowly with a shade of distrust. "You run into any trouble?" she asked. That was the first time I had heard her speak. "No," I said. "I am freaked out though. Are you seeing stuff in your head?" "A red wall," she said. She was taking it better than I was. "I'm seeing words," I said. "They're telling me that this display is linked to whatever monster is here. If someone harms it, they get punished." "Film buff," she said. She must have been able to see the movie posters in her head too. "Do you think they drugged us?" I asked. "To make us think that we were seeing things, to scare us?" I really wanted her to say that she knew it was fake. Maybe she could explain what was going on. "I prefer my horror stories on the silver screen." She paused for a moment and then grew a diabolical grin on her face. She walked closer to me, near the pumpkin display, looked me in the eye, and said, "There's only one way to find out." She reached out and grabbed one of the pumpkins. After a moment's contemplation, she lifted it over her head and slammed it back down to the ground, shattering it. "Hello, reader. Books 1 through 3 of the game at Carousel have been moved to Audible, in a town where horror movie tropes come to life. One's only chance to survive is to play their role in the first book of a spine-tingling Gamlet series. When horror-obsessed Riley Lawrence and his group of college friends arrive in the small town of Carousel for their centennial celebration, the few decrepit cars parked in the street don't scare them. But when they enter a locked building, an animatronic usher hands them each a ticket, and the lights dim, Riley realizes they've entered the inescapable patchwork of a horror movie set, and they've each been assigned an archetype: scholar, athlete, eye candy, final girl to play out as the curtains rise. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Assign the film buff archetype. Riley's doomed to repeat a pattern, knowing exactly who the killer is but never surviving the attacks himself. After all, film buffs may know what's coming, but they're always the first to be hunted down. Until that is, Riley learns he can avoid a death or two by exploiting the oblivious bystander trope. It seems monsters and killers won't harm him as long as he can convincingly pretend he hasn't noticed them. To make it through this deadly game, Riley and his friends will need to leverage their tropes effectively to determine what's trapping them there in the first place. But as the rounds continue and escape seems farther and farther out of reach, they'll be forced to ask themselves, would they survive in a horror movie? It was time, Brent's time to shine. For 30 seconds, he was going to step in and be the hero. It wouldn't look like it. His new trope set him up to save the day in the most gruesome way. It was a self-sacrifice trope, one of the most powerful kinds of tropes in the game. Curiosity killed the neighbor, a wallflower trope designed to attract all attention from the enemy and the camera, and give his allies the perfect chance to escape, regroup, or go on the offensive. All he had to do was walk out of his comfortable hideout, ask, "What the hell is all this ruckus?" And then those little goblin creatures would leave Adeline alone and come attack him. They would kill him instantly, usually in a painful way. He wouldn't even be a named character in this storyline. His allies would get a boost in hustle. They would be set up for an easy win. He would be in ribbons. Adeline stood in the street at the end of the cul-de-sac attempting to kick the little demons off her. Now was the time. Just one quick act of bravery and she would be safe. Brent would be dead. But why should he? Adeline hadn't died once, not a single time. She was a final girl in every way. Wasn't it her turn? Why should he have to die again? He didn't want to. He stood behind a bush near the street. He could help her so easily. His death would be quick. They'd yank his head off or cut him in half. Something sudden and terrifying for the audience. He knew the drill. He just couldn't do it. They didn't need her alive to win anyway. He watched through the bush as she was attacked. He was sorry, kind of. He backed away. He wasn't going to die this time. He refused. "Hey, Silas, Miles," the team's comedian said as he pressed down the button to obtain his rewards. "I'd like a tall brunette who will laugh at my jokes and hold me in her arms all night long." Silas the mechanical showman waved his flashlight, and out of his dispenser shot a series of tickets, as well as a few coins. "Sorry, I don't take requests," Silas said in his showman voice. "You're thinking of my cousin, the jukebox." Miles threw back his head and gave a throaty laugh. Then, he turned toward his teammates and said, "Hey guys, did you hear what Silas just said?" Silas just said his cousin's A. He stopped short as he realized that his team was preoccupied by a rather loud discussion between William and Brent. William was a blue-blooded college man with well-defined musculature who held himself like a young senator. "I knew you've been holding out on us," William said firmly. "Now, I can prove it. You could have saved Adeline. Everything was set up just like Arthur and I planned. But you didn't go through with it." "Bullshit," Brent said. He stood defiantly against the larger men and refused to give an inch. "I can't be everywhere every minute of the day. I didn't know she was in danger." "You said something similar last time," William said, trying and failing to keep an even temper. "But last time, I didn't have my war games trope. This time, I saw you right next to Adeline. You could have saved her from those things. Not like we needed the trope to know that you have been avoiding your job. You think we haven't noticed how you're lagging behind in levels? It's because you're not doing anything in storylines, and Carousel knows it." Arthur held his arm out. "William, this is pointless. He knows what he's doing. We're not going to get him to stop by yelling at him. Let's just go back to base and tell Curtis. In the background, Adeline silently wept. Brent stammered something indecipherable and then said, "This is so fucking stupid. Why does she automatically get to live? I've died plenty. Why should I have to sacrifice myself? You ask me." It was good for her. Finally getting the raw side of the deal, William's eyes grew wide. "It's your job. We were relying on you." Arthur makes the plans because he's the scholar. Adeline plays her role as final girl. Miles dicks her own because he's the comedian. Jenny is our eye candy. And I make sure everything runs smoothly because I'm the soldier. "Soldier?" Brent said. "You were in their OTC. You ran around campus playing dress up. You are not a soldier." "When I found her," William said, trying to hold back his rage, "she was eaten to hell." "I'm sorry, Adeline. I have to tell him. They took her face, her teeth, her fingers, eyes. They did everything but kill her because they couldn't kill her." "Do you know why?" Brent didn't answer. He grew enraged with every word William said. "Because she is the last one alive," William continued. "She can't die until the rest of us do. If you had used your sacrifice trope, your death would have been almost instant. You were an extra. Ours took hours. You son of a bitch. That's my sister you did this to. I'm never doing a run with you again." William walked by Brent toward Silas the showman. "So, it's true?" Arthur asked Brent. "You've just been, what, goofing off this whole time? Did you get yourself written off last year at the parade? Is that why you were nowhere to be found when we needed you?" "I knew it." Brent didn't answer. Arthur took that as a yes and followed behind William. Jenny gently guided Adeline over toward Silas. "I shouldn't have to die. It's not fair," Brent said so quietly that no one could hear him. Once they had all gotten their tickets and were heading back to base, Brent ran up to Silas, slapped his button, and waited for Silas to dispense his rewards. It was true. Brent had been leveling much slower than the rest of his team. It wasn't that he didn't care or didn't want to help. He just couldn't bring himself to die on purpose. He had died enough since arriving. Now that he had collected some wallflower tropes that could keep him alive, he intended to stay that way. "Those guys are assholes," he said to Silas. "Fuck him." Silas took a little longer than usual to give up Brent's winnings. Brent didn't get much. He never did. Almost no money. No stat tickets. It had been a month or more since he got one of those. He did get one thing, though. Something he had never dreamed of acquiring. Writ of habitation. He read aloud as he looked down at the folded piece of paper Silas had given him. "Nobody's gotten one of these in ages. The city of Carousel writ of habitation. By the decrees of the city of Carousel and under the authority of the office of the mayor. This document certifies that bearer, Karen Henderson, henceforth has the right and authority to claim as a base of operations the dwelling, structure, or property described as follows. The property known as the guest house located at 616 Nowlinger RD is a detached single-story residential dwelling constructed primarily of reinforced concrete and steel bars, encompassing an approximate total square footage of 1,200 square ft, situated approximately 100 feet to the northeast of the main residence. This structure boasts 3 main rooms, which include features such as a bedroom devoid of windows, a bathroom with a securely locked utility closet, a kitchen equipped with a solid steel door, and a living area fortified with shatterproof windows. Under the provisions of this writ, the following conditions apply: protection from omens. The property and its immediate vicinity are free from the activation of any omen, ensuring the bearer's safety from unforeseen threats emanating from said omens. Duration of habitation. This writ grants the bearer habitation rights for a period of 5 years. Guarantee of livable lodgings. The property is insured to provide basic amenities including a bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, a functional locking door, and weatherproofing sufficient for standard habitation, though not necessarily of premium quality. Provision of sustenance. Drinkable water and sustenance will be provided, though quantity may vary and is not guaranteed to be of the highest standard. Guarantee of safe acquisition. Upon signing this writ, the bearer is assured protection and will remain unharmed in their good faith efforts to take actual possession of the designated property. Transferability. This writ is non-transferable. Any attempt to sell, trade, share, or give away the rights to the claimed property will result in immediate nullification of this document and all protections herein. Maintenance of sanctuary. The bearer is not responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of the property. Such repairs and upkeep will be administered by the city. Covenant of quiet enjoyment. The bearer will not be required to perform in any storyline while inhabiting the property. Respect of boundaries. The protections offered by this writ are bound to the described property only. Straying outside its confines forfeits the guarantees granted herein. Limitations. This writ of habitation is valid for one tenant only. If additional tenants are found on the property, this writ is null and void. Act of God's clause. The office of the mayor and the city of Carousel shall not be held liable for any damages or threats arising due to unforeseeable acts of nature or apocalyptic occurrences beyond the city's apparent control. Renewal and extension. Upon expiry, the bearer has the first right to renew this writ. Renewal terms and conditions will be dictated by the city of Carousel's then current rules. Sealed with the emblem of the office of the mayor. The tale has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Date of issue: January 12th. That place is a fortress, he thought as he read the description. And I won't have to do any storylines while I'm there. He didn't get a chance to read the whole writ because he had to catch up with his team. His former team, perhaps. If William wasn't willing to do runs with him, he was likely on his own. The Geist estate was once the grandest property in all of Carousel proper. Bartholomew Geist had built the mansion that rested within its gates. His son Carlisle had built upon it and expanded it to its current size. His granddaughter Cherise had built the sanatorium on the far side of the property to care for the mentally infirm as a charitable effort. It had once been beautiful. By the time Brent had come to live there, it had all gone downhill. The sanatorium had closed down after some bad press, or so the lore told. The mansion itself had half burned to the ground. The west wing was ash. The main house was rotted, and the labyrinthine dungeons had been flooded by rain. The east wing, though, that was dry and habitable. They squeezed nearly 100 people into it at times. The smallest wing. The population fluctuated as some players would go find their own bases from time to time. They all came back eventually, or they died. Brent bunked in a room with 22 other men. It had a working fireplace and bathroom. That was a plus. Brent lay in his bunk listening as rumors of his cowardice spread around the state. People didn't go easy on cowards. Even the hysterics would give him the cold shoulder. And being cowards was their whole thing. This place was unbearable. He had nearly drifted to sleep when someone approached his bunk. It was Curtis, the bossman. Brent threw on his best semblance of remorse and turned to face the man. "I don't need to tell you that what you did was wrong, do I?" Curtis asked out. Brent shook his head. "A quick death is easy to get over, all things considered," Curtis continued. "A long, drawn-out one can leave scars that take years to fade. Adeline's in pretty bad shape. Even with my psychiatrist tropes." "I'm sorry," Brent lied. "I was just scared." Curtis didn't seem to buy it. "You're being assigned a new team. We don't know who yet, but whoever it is will want some concessions." "Concessions?" Brent asked. "To make sure that you can't just wander off instead of helping," he said. "We put a lot of trust in wallflowers and outsiders to not just run away. They've got the tropes for it. Never thought I'd actually find someone who would be willing to do it, though. It takes trust to succeed here in Carousel." Brent was silent for a moment. He lay in his bed and contemplated his next words. "Is that what this is?" he asked, moving his arm around the crowded room. "Success. If this is succeeding, I can't imagine failing." As if to emphasize his point, a ghastly howl sounded from somewhere down in the flooded dungeons. "Ghouls are riled up from the storm. We've got it handled," Curtis said. "You may not like our lodgings here, but you have no idea how much worse it can get." "Maybe," Brent said. "All right," Curtis said. "I'll talk to you tomorrow. Maybe we can get something worked out." Brent lay on his back staring up at the ceiling. He grabbed the writ he had just won from his pocket. The writ was valid for one tenant only. It sounded like it would be a good break from all of this. Dead things wading through flood waters below. Ash-covered wraiths floating from place to place. Victims of the fire long ago. Haunted paintings. Escaped mental patients of yesteryear. This place was a nightmare. Sure, the players were careful, and there hadn't been casualties yet, but it was only a matter of time. He couldn't stay here any longer. He tucked the writ back in his pocket. He had made up his mind. He was moving. Maybe once he was gone, They might care how they had treated him. The writ guaranteed his safety as he traveled to claim the property. Even then, the journey from the Geist estate to his new base was terrifying. He had gotten Amelia to help him map out the safest route. She really liked planning things out. It was in her meticulous nature. By the time she was done, he had a detailed and thorough plan of passage, so even if the writ's protection failed, he would have options of where to lay low and how to get back. As he packed his bags, he waited for one of his former teammates to come and ask where he was going. They could see him packing, prepping, and getting ready to head out. None of them stopped him or asked questions. Adeline watched him but didn't say anything as he left. It turned out that all of Amelia's planning was for naught, as the writ's protection got the job done just fine. The guest house was in the newer, nicer part of town. The house in question was on a small acreage abutting the golf course. Quite the upgrade. Brent smirked as he approached the home at 616 Nowlinger. He was nervous about knocking on the door. In Carousel, that was a non-starter. You just didn't do it. You risked awakening a serial killer or something. Luckily, as Brent approached, his new landlord and landlady were out front toiling in the garden. They noticed him as he walked up. "Are you our new tenant?" the woman, Martha Montreser, called to him as he arrived. She was a kind-looking, bubbly woman with a short stature and rosy red cheeks. She reminded him of Mrs. Close. Her husband, Rev. Ned Montreser, was not quite Santa Claus. He was lean, stern, and fit for his age as if he were a veteran. They were low-level NPCs. Their home was nice, and the weather was perfect. "I sure am," Brent said. "Wonderful," Martha said cheerfully. "My husband will show you round. I have to go check on lunch." Brent smiled. He had heard stories of when Curtis and the others had arrived at the Geist estate after receiving the writ of habitation for the mansion. They inherited it from a distant relative. That was the story, at least. The story here was different. Brent was a tenant. Simple. Straightforward. No omens. No drowned dead things howling in the basement. No teammates to pressure him. Rev. Montreser showed him around the property. He was told not to go into the main house. He was warned that sometimes golf balls get hit in the yard. He would learn that firsthand. Mr. Montreser showed him around the guest house with little enthusiasm. The place had everything: a bed, television, fully stocked kitchen, and bathroom. Everything he needed to just relax. "You guys have a dog?" he asked, pointing to the doggy flap on the front door. Reverend Montreser looked at where he was pointing. "Nope," he said. The tour continued. As he was being shown through the living room, a loud thud sounded behind him. He jumped. "Motherfucker!" he screamed in shock. He turned to see the window on the opposite wall. It was unaffected. He could see a golf ball rolling away in the yard. The writ had said the windows were shatterproof. Now he knew why. "Now, we don't tolerate language like that here, son," Rev. Montreser said sternly. "Oh, sorry. I'll try to remember," Brent said. The Reverend didn't respond. He just gave Brent a stern look and left. Brent double and triple checked that there were no omens to be found around the guest house. Sure enough, there were none. He didn't have any proper scouting tropes. So, he had to walk around, looking at every object and waiting to see if the needle on the plot cycle moved up to omen. It never did. He was safe. He was free. Mrs. Montreser dropped off some cookies an hour or so later. They were delicious. He jumped back onto his new bed and, before he knew it, he was asleep. It had been a long time since he had slept that well. He was awoken in the morning by a knock on his door. He looked at the alarm clock. It was 5:30 a.m. He didn't want to get up. The knocking continued. Eventually, he gave in. He dragged himself to the front door. As he went to open it, he realized, to his horror, that he couldn't. He struggled to try to turn the handle. It wouldn't budge. "Hello?" he asked in shock. "Down here, dear," Mrs. Montreser said gently. The doggy door opened a bit. Brent was hesitant to take anything from them. "Take it, son," the Reverend said on the other side. "Why is the door locked?" Brent demanded. "This will explain everything," the Reverend said. He looked down as someone on the other side slipped a large book through the doggy door. It was red in color and ornately designed. He caught a glimpse of the hand that was holding it. Something flashed on the red wallpaper. A sudden realization dawned on him. He moved to the window beside the door and opened the curtain. 12 people were standing outside, including the Montresers. They were all labeled adherent. On the red wallpaper, enemies. They had 10 levels on him. They must have had a trope to hide their true nature until now. This isn't possible, he screamed. There weren't supposed to be any omens. He was certain he hadn't seen any omens, let alone triggered them. Here he was, though, trapped. He ran around the house. There were no exits. The windows, as advertised, were shatterproof. He had imagined it a perfect fortress. And fortunately, the qualities that make a perfect fortress also make a perfect prison. Someone had come in the night and cleared out his food. The television was gone. How had he slept so hard he couldn't hear it? The cookies. He ran back to the door. I'd really like to go now, he screamed. We have to cleanse you, dear, Mrs. Monteresor said sweetly. You'll thank us later. Shit, he said aloud after pacing back and forth for some time. Fuck. That kind of language is not appropriate, the Reverend said with a terrifying ferocity. The stalemate lasted all day. If you want food, Mrs. Montresor said, you just have to show us your earnest desire for repentance. Read from the book. The Great Spirit will guide you. Brent bent down and picked up the red book. It was like a Bible from a nightmare world. The passages were insane, unlike anything he had ever read before. Just let me go, he begged. But they did in single quotes not that night not any night after. Days passed, then weeks, months. Brent sat by the door. When he heard someone show up outside, he would recite from the book for his daily bread. Yea, in the shadow of night's deepest despair, when brimstone doth rain like molten tears and fires of judgment burn hotter than the very pits of hell. He paused out. He wanted to protest, to yell angrily. But that would just make them punish him. Let thy heart be rent asunder in repentance, that thy soul may find refuge in the righteous embrace of the Great Spirit. For in the unyielding grasp of yearning and sacrifice, redemption shall bloom like a lone rose in the midst of an eternal, desolate grave. The figure on the other side of the door didn't speak for a moment. Then, they asked, why did you pause? They didn't wait for an answer. They walked away, taking his food with them. Brent wept. What is that? Miles asked. William held the object up so that the others could examine it. It's Brent's driver's license. He must have left it on accident. Oh, Jenny said. That takes me back. What's it been? 2 years, nearly 3, William answered. Do you think he's still out there? Adeline asked. I mean, he never got posted. Do you think he found a way out? The others didn't seem very optimistic about that. Amelia and Curtis say that sometimes people just disappear, Arthur said. What happens to them? Adeline asked. How should I know? Arthur asked. Wherever he is, I'm sure he's at peace. Did you guys hear about the new base? Not yet, William said. I hear it's pretty nice. I grabbed the writ from Curtis, Arthur said, pulling the paper out of his pocket. Check it out. The City of Carousel. Writ of habitation. By the decrees of the City of Carousel and under the authority of the Office of the Mayor. This document certifies that bearer, Amelia Trenton, is granted the right and authority to claim the expansive estate known as Dyer's Lodge, located within the premises of Camp Dyer, eastern shoreline of Dyer's Lake. Under the provisions of this writ, the following conditions apply. Extensive boundaries. The bearer is granted dominion over Dyer's Lodge and the surrounding lands within Camp Dyer, extending to the entirety of the eastern shoreline of Dyer's Lake. Protection from omens. Dyer's Lodge, Camp Dyer, and its immediate vicinity are safeguarded from the activation of any omen by accident, ensuring the bearer's safety and those within their domain from unforeseen malevolence. Guarantee against encumbrances and hostility. The described property shall remain free from lairs, nests, or havens of any adversarial entities. All hostile presences nearby will immediately vacate the vicinity and abstain from combative behavior. Amenity assurance. Dyer's Lodge is equipped with essential amenities, suitable for habitation and guest reception. This includes drinkable water and basic sustenance. Though the luxury level of these provisions may vary. Duration of habitation. This writ grants the bearer and their heirs habitation rights for an indefinite period, ensuring long-term security and ownership. Transferability. Ownership of Dyer's Lodge is automatically extendable to the chosen heirs of the bearer. This writ remains active and non-expiring until an event of the original bearer's choosing. Maintenance and enhancement. While Dyer's Lodge is provided in a state ready for habitation, The bearer has the full right to further enhance, renovate, or expand the structure and surrounding areas as they see fit. Act of God Clause. The office of the mayor and the city of Carousel shall not be held liable for any damages or threats arising due to unforeseeable acts of nature or occurrences beyond the city's apparent control, renewal and extension. While the duration is indefinite, any future terms and conditions, if they rise, will be dictated by the city of Carousel's then current rules, with the bearer given priority consideration. Violations. Breach of any conditions mentioned herein may result in discussions and negotiations rather than immediate revocation. Sealed with the emblem of the office of the mayor. Date of issue, December 15th. You see that, Arthur said. Guarantee against encumbrances and hostility. You know what that means. He didn't wait for an answer. No howling ghouls, he said. No haunted paintings. No fiery ghosts waking us up in the night every winter. How? William said. Didn't even know you could get these things where they guaranteed there would be no enemy lairs on the property. Always thought you had to scout the place out yourself. Make sure you won't get attacked. Might do that anyway, Arthur said. Can you imagine trying to live in a place without checking for enemies first? Zara Fitzgerald waited as the phone rang. This phone number was one of the weird ones. You had to wait a good 14 or so rings before you got the answering machine. Most of the time you could get to that machine in less than 7. She knew how many rings it took because she had counted them every time she attempted to call Tina Trammell for the past 2 weeks. She usually didn't have this hard of a time getting a hold of a woman with a missing child, even when that missing child was of legal drinking age. As she waited, she spun slowly in her chair and surveyed the busy room behind her. Reporters clamored to get their stories to print. It was a busy week. There was a lot of pressure from the higher-ups. Zara was above a lot of that. Her story was going to be big. It was the kind of story that could get published in long form and lend credibility to the paper. Ms. Trammell, this is Zara Fitzgerald at the Chicago Beacon. I was hoping that I could get in contact with you to discuss your son's case. Sadly, I can't say that there are any developments, but I do have some questions that I didn't think to ask last time. Click. Hello. A small voice answered. Finally, Zara thought, hello, Ms. Trammell. This is Zara Fitzgerald. Do you have a moment to talk? Sarah, is that you? Tina Trammell asked. The reporter. Tina had not once gotten Zara's name right. It was far too late to correct her though. I was just calling to see if you were willing to answer some more questions about your son. I've been talking to a few of the other parents and gathering up some background details. It would be really helpful if you were willing to do the same. There was a pause at the other end. Oh, I don't need to do that, Ms. Trammell said. Excuse me. Gordy isn't missing, she said. I finally got a hold of him last month. He has the most remarkable stories. You're saying that Gordy contacted you and you've spoken to him directly? Sarah clarified. Yes, Tina answered. We spoke for hours. He got a job at a travel company. He works on cruise ships and other things like that. He told me all about it. Isn't that wonderful? Wow, Zara said. Frankly, there wasn't much more she could say. When a group of young people goes missing, you don't just expect one of them to show up with a job. Can you tell me what company he works for? Well, dear, I don't remember exactly. Tina said. He says that he's gotten to travel the world. You have to understand, when he was growing up that he didn't get to do that. His father and I didn't have the means to take him on vacations. I always regretted that. He told me that all he ever wanted was to go to exotic places and meet new people. And that's what he's been doing all this time. Tina's voice cracked as she cried. Tears of joy. Tears of relief. That's wonderful to hear, Zara said. Is he still with his girlfriend? They were last seen together back in May. Why, yes, I think so, Tina said. They're together in the pictures. Zara thought for a moment. Pictures? He sent you pictures in the mail or? No, dear. He sent them on the computer. Zara was numb. She had investigated hundreds of disappearances. The vast majority had shown up within a day or two. Often it was just the result of a glorified custody dispute. This was something else. 5 people went missing. And they weren't the first. Zara had found at least 3 other groups who had gone missing and around the same part of the country in just the same odd way. In her experience, people rarely just showed back up. When people went missing of their own volition, their loved ones were well aware of the reason. This is a little forward to ask, I know. But is it possible for you to show me these pictures? Tina didn't answer. She seemed hesitant. Zara worried that she had gone too far. It's just, having this job I so rarely get to see happy endings. It would really mean a lot if I could see Gordy and Megan. Zara said softly. Let me see if I can make this work, Tina said. I never have been very good with the computer. It was Gordy's. Can you tell me your? She lost the word. My email address. Yeah, that's it. Your email. So I can send it over the World Wide Web. Email protected. Zara said slowly, sounding it out. Oh dear, I'm going to have to write that down, Tina said. Zara had thought she would do that the first time. Okay, hon, I'm going to have to hang up with you, Tina said. For some reason, I can't get on the web while I'm on the phone. I understand. Zara said. Dial-up can be a real hassle that way. Okay, bye dear, Tina said. Goodbye. And thanks again. I'm glad to hear about your son. Zara hung up the phone and sat back in her rolling chair. She thought about the implications. Up until that moment, she believed that Gordy and his four best friends had disappeared together. If he was actually off gallivanting around on cruise ships, was it just a coincidence that the other four disappeared at the same time? No, Zara did not believe in coincidences. It took 3 hours before she finally got the email. She had almost given up hope and was about to redial Tina Trammell when it came in. It immediately became clear that Tina had not just sent the photographs. She had forwarded the entire email chain. Zara was not going to complain. The email that Gordy had been using was email protected. Out of a journalistic habit, she immediately typed in cruisemail.com in her browser. There was no website attached to that address, and fortunately, she didn't know what that meant or if it meant anything. All she knew was that she wasn't going to be able to learn about this supposed company from their website. With a few clicks, she began downloading the photos. It was going to take a while. The building's internet was a bit outdated. As she waited for the first of the pictures to load, her attention was taken away when her boss, Archie Henderson, dragged a rolling chair over next to her and straddled it backward. He took a deep breath as he did so. He tried to look casual. Just one of the guys at the office, but Zara knew better. It's not done yet, Archie, she said before he had the chance to open his mouth. She turned in her chair to look at him. He expected as much. Archie had worked for the Chicago Beacon for almost 20 years. He had learned when a reporter wasn't going to write a story. Journalistic integrity was best selectively employed, Archie thought. Zara Fitzgerald disagreed. We need it to print, he said. No, we don't. Yes, we do actually. No, we do not actually need it. And you know it too. It is not essential news. A rich pop star going on an extended booze cruise hardly counts as a disappearance, and you know that. Zara, Archie started to say. But then he got a glimpse of her screen. Is this your missing kid? The college kid from last year? Zara looked back over her shoulder toward her screen. The picture had loaded now. Sure enough, there was young Gordy Trammell. It looked like he was at some sort of carnival, a circus. His girlfriend, Megan Davis, was standing right next to him. She looked scared as she surveyed the insane crowd. He looked like he was trying not to be scared. For a moment Zara and Archie both just stared at the picture. That looks strange to you? Zara asked slowly. Strange ratio for a photograph. Almost looks more like a frame from a movie. Where did you get this? The mother, Zara said. She seemed satisfied. I haven't gotten a chance to go through all of them yet. There was an awkward amount of silence as they stared at the young couple walking through a circus. There was straw on the ground and a large tent in the background. People were laughing and having fun. Everyone but the two central subjects who at best looked uncomfortable. Gordy had a strained smile. Not everybody loves the circus as much as you and I, Archie said. He returned to the previous subject. That rich pop star helps sell papers, and this is a legitimate disappearance by every measure that we could use. If it turns out she is on a booze cruise or doing drugs in Thailand, we'll report on that too, but for now, she's missing. Again. Zara held her tongue. Look, our owner has slashed our budget. He thinks this internet thing is going to permanently eat away at our profitability. Until we prove otherwise, we have to bring out the hits. Misbehaving celebrities are a godsend at a time like this, Archie said. More than anything, Zara just wanted to get back to the pictures. Something felt off about this entire thing. Yes, Henderson, Zara said, with a dash of disdain. So, it's back to Henderson. I guess so, Zara said, taking one last glimpse at the computer monitor. Archie Henderson breathed heavily and mumbled to himself as he trudged back across the busy floor to his office. There were 4 photographs, but she was still caught up on the first one. There was something so odd, so composed about the photo, even though the main subjects did not appear to be doing anything remarkable. It even looked like someone set up lighting for the photograph. Her eyes wandered around the frame until she saw in the background something that was common at circuses. A clown performing a juggling act for some children. There was something strange about the clown's face. Its makeup almost looked like a larger face drawn onto the face, forehead, and scalp of the clown. That was not remarkable. Circus performers had all kinds of fancy makeup, and often clowns had their signature look. What was odd was that it almost looked like the painted-on eyes were staring at Gordy and Megan. It must have been a trick of the light. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Zara continued to look through the picture until she saw a tuft of orange hair coming from a young woman in the background walking in the crowd. Is that Nia Mitchell? Zara thought. It couldn't be. It looked like her though. Zara had memorized her face. Another thing that made this case special and that assured Zara that there was something larger going on was that Gordy's classmate Nia Mitchell had gone missing 1 year before him. She was not the subject of much investigation because her parents didn't press it, and fortunately, if a missing person's loved ones did not pressure the news media and the police, fervor would die down depressingly quickly. No one seemed that interested in finding out what happened to Nia Mitchell, except for Zara. She walked over to the nearest filing cabinet and opened it up. She pulled out the file on Nia. She sat down to make a phone call, and like Tina Trammell, Meredith Baker picked up immediately. Baker Residence, she said cheerily. Hello, Mrs. Baker. Zara said, you probably don't remember me. My name is Zara Fitzgerald. I spoke to you about 18 months ago about your daughter Nia. Well, I was wondering if maybe there had been some updates. Have you heard from Nia? There was a pause. We have. We talked to the police. She's no longer officially a missing person. I'm sorry we didn't contact you. So she's back home? Another pause. She's somewhere. Right now things aren't so good, Mrs. Baker said. Her disposition changed immediately. She sounded sad. Do you have a phone number I could contact her at? I understand that things may be complicated, Zara said. We don't, not anymore. Nia, you might not understand. As far as I know, she's fine. She's struggling on her path with the Lord right now. I believe that one day the Spirit will show her the way home. Zara got a sinking feeling. I'm sorry. I know that this is intrusive, but understanding missing people is my job and my calling. It would help a lot if you could explain something. Did you have this falling out in person? Have you actually seen Nia? A third pause. It was a phone call. She told us that she wasn't a believer anymore and that she'd run off with a man. An atheist, if you could believe that. Mrs. Baker started to cry. Her father put his foot down and said that she's not allowed back home until she repents. I haven't heard from her since. That's horrible to hear, Zara said. She contemplated asking for the phone number that Nia had called from, but she realized that it was unlikely Mrs. Baker could acquire it easily or that she would want to get it at all. After a few more words of comfort, Zara ended the phone call. What did all this mean? She decided to look through the rest of the photographs. The rest were shot just like the others. High detail, well lit, well composed. Like a still from a movie. The second photograph appeared to have been taken in front of an old decrepit mansion. Zara wasn't certain where the architecture originated from. There they were, the 5 missing kids. Nia was not in this photograph. It was just those 5. Then came a picture near a parade. It was similar to the circus. Very lively. Not much to see, though. The next picture took place on an airplane. Nia was there, at least in that one. Gordy was smiling and more at ease. There was no picture of a cruise ship. An odd omission, seeing as Gordy supposedly worked for a cruise line of some kind. Zara had recently spoken to the parents of all of the other missing kids. None of them had reported contact with their children, including Gordy Trammell's girlfriend Megan Davis' parents. Not yet, anyway. The email chain didn't turn up much pay dirt. A few I love you comments. A few stories of Gordy's days working for the tour company. Somehow, he managed to say nothing using a lot of words. No place names were specified. No people with titles at the company were mentioned. The email conversation itself was looking to be a dead end. Of course, she could just email Gordy herself. She switched to her email and typed in the address which Gordy had sent the pictures from. She composed a message asking him where he was and if he was free to talk. To her surprise, the reply was almost instant. The weird thing was that the reply wasn't from Gordy's email address. It was from email protected. That itself was strange. Even stranger is that the email did not appear to be a form letter or auto-response. Email chain between Zara Fitzgerald and Damon at Cruise Mail subject. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 1st. From Zara Fitzgerald, email protected to email protected. Hello, Gordy Trammell. Are you available to talk? Zara Fitzgerald subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 1st. From Damon, email protected. To Zara Fitzgerald, email protected. This is Damon with Cruise Mail. And fortunately, your email is not on the WHITLIST.chi beacon. That wouldn't be the Chicago beacon, would it? Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 1st. From Zara Fitzgerald, email protected to Damon, email protected. Yes, it would. We're currently trying to track down a missing person. Damon. I was trying to reach Gordy Trammell. Is there a way you can put me in contact with him? Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 2nd. From Damon, email protected. To Zara Fitzgerald, email protected. I can certainly look up his file and confirm his employment, but I can't give away more information than that. It's an employee privacy issue. Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 2nd. From Zara Fitzgerald, email protected to Damon, email protected. Anything you can tell me would be useful. Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 3rd. From Damon, email protected. To Zara Fitzgerald, email protected. We do have a Gordy Trammell on file, and fortunately, there is no Z. Fitzgerald in his emergency contacts. So I can't give you much more than that. Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 3rd. From Zara Fitzgerald, email protected to Damon, email protected. I'm contacting you on behalf of his mother, Tina Trammell. Is she an emergency contact? Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 4th. From Damon, email protected. To Zara Fitzgerald, email protected. I'm afraid not. Good afternoon, Miss Fitzgerald. Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 4th. From Zara Fitzgerald, email protected to Damon, email protected. Who is his emergency contact? Where can I look to find more information about your company? Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 5th. From Damon, email protected. To Zara Fitzgerald, email protected. His current emergency contact. And I should not be telling you this, is a Megan Davis. You can find out more information about us in any trade magazine or travel agency which we have partnered with. Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 5th. From Zara Fitzgerald, email protected to Damon, email protected. Look, Damon. I need to confirm that this kid is alive and accounted for. Is there any way you can help me with that? Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 6th. From Damon, email protected. To Zara Fitzgerald, email protected. That is above my pay grade. I can put you in contact with our legal department. You can take it up with them. Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 6th. From Zara Fitzgerald, email protected to Damon, email protected. Yes, please. Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 9th. From Zara Fitzgerald, email protected to Damon, email protected. Just checking in. It's been 3 days, and you have not given me the information you promised. Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 10th. From Zara Fitzgerald, email protected to Damon, email protected. Can you tell me what state your business is registered in? I can't seem to find any information about you at all. Subject. Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell, date April 11th. From Damon Email Protected. To Zara Fitzgerald Email Protected. I'm sorry. I've run it up the chain and I will not be able to give you their information at this time. We do business as Cruise Mail. That is not our legal name. You have to understand, we tend to attract employees whose lives before coming to us can be complicated. We owe them a certain amount of precaution. After talking it over with legal counsel and Mr. Trammell, I can, however, invite you out for an in-person meet and greet at one of our partner locations. You can establish for yourself that Mr. Trammell is alive and well. Subject: Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell. Date: April 11th. From Zara Fitzgerald Email Protected to Damon Email Protected. That's a little unorthodox. Where exactly would this meeting take place? Subject: Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell. Date: April 12th. From Damon Email Protected to Zara Fitzgerald Email Protected. Our closest office to your location. Near Branson, Missouri. A popular destination for our clientele, as you can imagine. I am sorry to say we cannot offer accommodation in Branson itself, but we can recommend the Old Hill Bed for breakfast nearby. We are available on the 28th at 8 a.m. Would that be acceptable? Subject: Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell. Date: April 12th. From Zara Fitzgerald Email Protected to Damon Email Protected. I don't have much choice. Subject: Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell. Date: April 13th. From Damon Email Protected to Zara Fitzgerald Email Protected. Will you be coming alone? We would like to know what to tell the hotel. Subject: Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell. Date: April 13th. From Zara Fitzgerald Email Protected to Damon Email Protected. No. Expect for. Subject: Ray. Seeking information on Gordy Trammell. Date: April 14th. From Damon Email Protected to Zara Fitzgerald Email Protected. Very well. I will call you with directions to our location. It can be a bit tricky. The meeting is set for the 28th. What did I just agree to? She was walking into the weirdest corporate meeting of her life. She didn't think that would be the case. What she expected was that this was some sort of cult. It was inevitable. One cannot spend their entire life trying to find missing people without coming across a cult or two. Needy displaced people are their perfect target. This was something she had done before. If things didn't look safe, she would never show up. She had told them that she was bringing 3 other people. Truthfully, she didn't have 3 people that she could invite. She had 1 though, and he was worth 3 all by himself. Leopold Abernathy had faced down the Viet Cong, the mob, and the pushback to the civil rights movement. Those were the times that Leo called the good old days. He had not gone one day without a gun strapped to his hip since he was a grunt in the army. Then he wore one as a police officer. Now, he brought his gun with him as a private investigator. He was the perfect person to bring along. The fuck I will, Leo said. I told you. After I get a picture of Senator Couch bunking up with his secretary, I am out of here for good. Just 1 more week, and my worries will be over. 'Cause you're moving to Barbados? Zara asked. She had invited him out for coffee. Keep guessing, baby girl. Maybe someday you'll guess right. If I guessed right, you'd just retire somewhere else, Zara said. Leo's long-awaited retirement was his favorite subject to talk about when he was stressed or knee-deep in his work, which was almost always. You know it, Leo said. Now why do you want to get me kidnapped by a cult in the middle of Missouri? It's actually southern Missouri. See, that doesn't make any sense either, Leo said. Why would a cruise company have offices in a landlocked state? Zara took a deep breath. They sent me this, she said, sliding a brochure across the table. It says they started with cruises but then expanded. Now they do packages in lots of tourist destinations, including Branson, Missouri. And I suppose you have no one else to cover your ass, just you. Leo, Zara said. How many missing kids? Leo asked. 6, all 21 and under. Leo scrunched his face. Damn. Okay, but the first time I hear a banjo, I'm out of there. They don't think you're coming down there alone, do they? No, told them I was bringing 3 people. Good. We'll tell them it's me. And the 2 snipers hiding in the trees, he laughed. He took a deep breath. Am I getting paid this time? You got paid last time. After weeks of hounding. Your boss approved this? Leo asked. He will. If he doesn't, I'll pay you out of my pocket. Leo couldn't tell her no. Glad to see you're putting that inheritance to good use. Zara was going to need all the help she could get. She didn't know what she was onto, but she knew it was something. Finding the truth was what mattered. Finding those kids. When the time came, she and Leo packed up in her car the night before their meeting. They needed to scope out the place. Make sure everything was 5 by 5. 2 weeks later. Subject: Ray, seeking information on Gordy Trammell. Date: April 27th. From Damon, email protected. To Zara Fitzgerald, email protected. I'm trying to make it work. Give me a second. Wait, can you hear me, Zara Fitzgerald? Looks like it's got you. If you can hear this message somehow, don't come to Carousel. You're not responding. I'm not sure if you can even hear me. I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner. Subject: Ray, Zara Fitzgerald, resignation date, May 1st. From Zara Fitzgerald, email protected. To Archie Henderson, email protected. Archie, frankly, I'm astonished it's taken me this long to write this. After our confrontation on the phone last night, you shouldn't be shocked to see this email. But let's not kid ourselves, you've probably been too busy appeasing your corporate overlords to notice. Here's the crux. The Chicago Beacon's descent into mediocrity and its blatant disdain for journalistic ethics are so profound that my stomach churns at the thought of being associated with it any longer. I'm not just resigning, I'm disassociating. I'll hire a concierge service to pick up my computer and files because, frankly, setting foot in that building again would be an assault on my professional dignity. While we're on the subject, ensure my final paycheck reflects every last cent owed to me considering the current administrative incompetence. I'm attaching detailed instructions, so there's no misunderstanding. This resignation isn't about you, Archie, or the few souls still clinging to integrity amidst the newsroom's devolution. But let's not embellish our exchanges with misplaced sentimentality. I appreciated working with you back when you were a journalist, not whatever sellout title you wear now. To say I'm disappointed is an understatement. This isn't just goodbye, it's good riddance to a once proud institution now withering under a mix of cowardice, greed, and ineptitude. No regards, Zara Fitzgerald. You will not believe what I just learned, Miss Hart said as she rushed to the side of her best friend Mrs. Ford. The bride did invite her family. They refused to show up. I just confirmed it. Mrs. Ford fanned herself with a copy of the wedding program. The rehearsal hasn't even started. And you've already gotten the scoop, have you? That's not the scoop. The scoop is the reason they aren't coming, Miss Hart said with a grin. After waiting a moment for Miss Hart to continue, Mrs. Ford said, "All right, come out with it." Miss Hart got close and, with a grin, started to say, "It's because," but as she did, a third person arrived in their company. "Oh, you incorrigible gossips are at it already, aren't you?" Mr. Green said as he arrived next to them, carrying a plate of finger sandwiches. "You're one to talk," Miss Hart said. "I didn't say I wanted you to stop," Mr. Green said. "I came over here because I sensed there was an interesting conversation happening. Well, as it happens, I have just learned that poor Percy's bride was almost married a time before. The wedding didn't go through. Her family sided with her former fiancé." "Is that why they aren't here?" Mr. Green asked. "Hush, let her speak," Mrs. Ford said. "As a matter of fact, it is why they aren't here. The reason for the failed engagement is all the more interesting," Miss Hart said. Mr. Green and Mrs. Ford were hooked. They waited eagerly for the reveal. Daphne, the bride, she had a former lover that hasn't quite let her go. He began stalking her. That's why her wedding fell through. The families on both sides blame her for her choice of men. And now Percy has been drawn into her grasp and the cycle is repeating all over again. "A stalker?" Mr. Green asked. "Are we in danger?" "Of course not," Miss Hart said. "But then they did hold the wedding all the way out here in Snowblind for a reason. They did hire private security, but I am sure if there was a real threat they would never have gone forward with things." Mrs. Ford and Murdoch Green were aghast. "I thought the security was normal for a wedding of this ticket price. That it was part of the Franklins showing off their wealth." "I had no idea there were other reasons," Mrs. Ford said. "I might have sat this one out if I had known." Miss Hart looked at her incredulously. "I have never known you to turn down a social occasion, let alone a wedding." "I still might have stayed home," Mrs. Ford said. If I had known we would be put up in hotels at the bottom of the mountain instead of in the fancy resort because some psycho is on the loose, I wouldn't have," Mr. Green said. He glanced across the room as the bridal party started preparing for the rehearsal. He made eye contact with the groom. "I live for wedding drama." Percy loved a good party. Before the action started, it was like a vacation. This time, it really was a vacation. A fancy venue, rooms with a maid, wedding preparations everywhere. He had to enjoy it while it lasted. The thing he liked the most, more than the pampering and the treats and the peace, were the memories. They floated in the air, here, reminding him of time spent together, of whispered secrets in the dark, of I love yous and gentle touches and longing glances. They weren't his memories, but he could feel them in the pit of his stomach, on the back of his neck, in the quiver of his breath. Whoever this man had been, fictional or otherwise, he was in love. He had been a young man on the cusp of a great adventure with the love of his life. Percy embraced these memories. That was the only way he had to live anymore, to focus on the person he could pretend to be for a time. Others ignored the electric prong of their characters' memories. Most never even reported feeling them. Not Percy though. For a few short moments, he got to be someone else, somewhere else. In this role, he got to be in love. He was going to get married. He wholeheartedly embraced the opportunity to escape Carousel. If only in his imagination, he was an imposter. But everyone was an imposter in this place. It didn't matter. It was real to him for the moment. But where was his bride? "Percy," Angela said, "they're looking for you in the office." "They're looking for me?" he asked. Angela chuckled. "You are the groom." Double quotes right. "The groom. I'm important. You're the second most important person here, little bro," she said. He looked at her confused. "Oh right. Show me the way, sis," he said, chuckling. In this story, she was his sister. He had almost forgotten. She turned and waved him forward. As he walked past, she grabbed onto his arm and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Stay sharp. You know we're going to make sure everything works out, right?" "Yeah," he said. "Not so sure." Angela laughed again as she showed him the way to the office. "Come on in, son." Mr. Franklin said as Percy and Angela arrived. "Sweetheart," he said, holding his arm out for Angela. "You should be in here too." Mr. Franklin wrapped Angela up in one arm and held her there as Percy walked forward into the room. In the office was a large table with papers laid upon it. Across from them, two men sat with serious looks on their faces. They looked at Percy and nodded as he walked up to the table. Seated near him was a beautiful woman, who smiled when she saw him. She jumped up from her seat and wrapped her arms around him. "It's really happening," she said. "We're getting married." This was her. This was the woman he was in love with. He could feel it. When a person goes too long without feeling deep infatuation, they forget what it feels like. The moment he saw her, every cell in his body rejoiced. The last time he had felt this, it had been in a dream that ended too soon. He didn't want this one to end at all. "Daphne," he said softly. "There you are." The phrase, "there you are," was the most romantic 3 words Percy knew. His real father had told him that is what true love felt like. It was a sudden revelation. You found the person you loved standing right in front of you. He had waited his whole life for it, and when he saw her, in the throe of his character's feelings, it just slipped out unintentionally. "Here I am," Daphne said. "I'm really sorry that we have to think about this on our wedding weekend. You must regret me already." "Not at all," Percy said without the faintest idea of what she was talking about. They looked into each other's eyes for a time. One of the men across the table cleared his throat. "I don't mean to put a damper on the weekend. The sooner we debrief you, the sooner the festivities can continue." The man was tall, with dark hair and a dark, stylish suit. Franklin leaned forward. "Take a seat, kids," he said. "Detective Blackwood, go ahead." Percy and Daphne took seats next to each other. They held hands as the men spoke. "You can call me Marcus if you are worried about your guests finding out why I'm here. Though I'm certain they will find out soon enough," Detective Blackwood said. He grabbed a file folder and opened it on the table. The first page was a mugshot. "Adrian Vale. We've been searching for him for months at your bequest, Mr. Franklin. Best we can tell, he dropped off the radar and skipped town before the hearing for the temporary restraining order that Miss Sinclair sought the year before last. No sign of him since." Mr. Franklin didn't look pleased. So we just wait for this lunatic to show up and ruin my son and future daughter-in-law's wedding. Do you know how much this has cost? Detective Blackwood eyed him intensely. I assure you, Mr. Franklin, if he shows his face anywhere near Snowblind, he will be arrested or hospitalized long before you or any of your party guests ever know about it. He slowly pushed the file across the table. Everything we know is in this file. He hasn't used checks or opened a bank account in his own name in well over a year. The unfortunate truth is that a person can go without detection for years if they use even the slightest precaution. Purchase items with cash. Take jobs that will pay you under the table. Pay rent off the books. Well, he must be somewhere, Mr. Franklin said. He resurfaced last year when Daphne was set to wed the Stedman boy. He looked down at Daphne. I'm sorry to bring that up. He took out a cigar and lit it. Something he often did when stressed. Yes, Detective Blackwood said. The threatening letters, stalking, and phone calls. Those were all problems fixed by choosing this remote location. The good news is he's not exactly wealthy enough to chase Ms. Sinclair across the country. Even if he found out where the wedding was taking place, it's unlikely that he could get here. He has no current driver's license, and he hasn't registered a vehicle with any state. That doesn't mean he doesn't have a vehicle. He could have paid cash, Mr. Franklin said. Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. Percy looked back at his character's father. The man wanted his money's worth. He wasn't satisfied with the risks that this stalker represented. He felt he knew this man as well as his real dad. This behavior was typical. He was a sweet man to everyone except the people who took his money, be it waiters, employees, or private detectives. From them, he expected results. I just don't think the information you have gathered is equal to your reputation, Mr. Franklin said. I was told you were the best. Percy tried to ignore them. He pulled the folder over to himself and began looking through the information that had been compiled. He stared at the man's face. Daphne's stalker, Adrian Vale. A big man. Percy couldn't take him in a fight. Hopefully, he wouldn't need to. He had his best man, Gus, for that. He slid the mugshot of Vale over to Daphne. She glanced down at it, and then looked back up at him with a look of apprehension. As it happens, Detective Blackwood said, I am developing a lead as we speak. One of my contacts is chasing down some information. I will report back to you once I know more. In the meantime, perhaps we should go over the security details for the wedding. I assure you that we have covered every possible detail. Fine, Franklin said. Let's start with the plans for the rehearsal tomorrow. And then I say adieu, right? Percy asked. Ideally. Yes, the minister said with a smile as he walked the bride and groom through the ceremony. Otherwise, some people are going to be awfully disappointed that they made the trip. Then I turn to the guests and introduce you as man and wife. The wedding party started to clap, as did all of the guests who had shown up for the rehearsal. Percy and Daphne were still holding hands. He felt the urge to kiss her, so he did. She kissed him back. This is just the soft opening. One of the groomsmen said, tomorrow's the premiere. If our performance is half as good, we're still going to bring the house down. Although, Percy, I do have some notes on the kiss. Percy chuckled. This is my wedding, Daphne said, not a play. And I could see you making eyes at Angela the whole time. Benji, talk about a Britazilla. Benji said, she's lying, Angela. I would never make eyes at you without your express written permission. Ah, Angela said before changing her gaze to the muscular man in a tuxedo shirt standing between Percy and Benji. I think the best man is supposed to keep the groomsmen in line. The man in the tuxedo shirt, Gus, said, don't look at Angela, Benji. She doesn't want to date you. I would never, Benji said. You could think about finding love at a wedding. Oh my God, Benji. Angela said. Turning to Daphne, she said, we have to go meet with the caterer. The meeting we have with the caterer. We should go do that. They turned and left with the other bridesmaids, giggling as they went. What was that about? Percy asked as he watched them leave. Bachelorette party, Gus said. Better watch out. Percy didn't respond. He was still too caught up with the sight of Daphne. I think she's the one. Guys, Percy said with a laugh. Until she sleeps with a stripper, Benji said. Where are they going to find a stripper in the mountains? Gus said. Benji shrugged. Same place they found all these snow bunnies, he said, pointing out the large glass window toward the ski slopes below. People were out on the slopes wearing neon jackets and snow pants of various hues. Some of them, women and men, wore fashionable outfits that drew attention from all over. I'm glad your fiancé has a psycho ex, Benji said. I wish my dad could rent out an entire ski resort for my wedding. Instead, he just gave me a pack of condoms and told me never to get married. Percy didn't say much. He was smiling. Content. Hopeful. You have that look again, Gus said. You need to control that shit. What? Gus was having trouble putting his thoughts into words. You get those rose-colored glasses, and you lose all common sense, all urgency. I'm fine, Percy said. Everything will be okay. Gus didn't look so sure. I hope you know what you're doing. This isn't exactly a situation you can just bail on if things don't go as planned. Oh, I know it, Percy said. Normally he could. Running away was his strong suit. Being the center of attention was not. I was trying to find some alone time and the photographer. The wedding photographer followed me everywhere I went. Can't get a moment alone. Now you know what it feels like to be us, Benji said. The photographers here have been pretty persistent. Though, haven't they? It's your big day, Percy. Gus said, you're the star. They all had a good chuckle. From across the room, Mr. Franklin called out, Percy? Here we go again already. I told you I don't get a break. Percy whispered to his friends. More loudly, he said, yes, Dad. Have you seen that damn detective? Mr. Franklin asked. I have some things I want to talk over with him. Percy shrugged. Not since this morning. Try the restaurant at the top of the mountain, he suggested. He might have gone there. Mr. Franklin looked up toward the peak of the mountain. Thanks, son. I'll check it out. Once his character's father had left, he turned to his friends and said, that should take care of him for an hour or so. I don't know what to do with you, Percy, Gus said. How was the bachelorette party? Percy asked. Daphne smiled coyly. She was arranging chocolates on a small plate. I don't know what you're talking about. Percy got closer. You know, alcohol. Chiseled men in tearaway pants, phallic popsicles, or something. She stopped arranging the candies and looked up at him curiously. Her onyx black hair framing her face. Aren't all popsicles phallic? Percy laughed. I don't know. It's just something Benji was saying. You should never listen to anything that man says, she said. Right. You have to get out of here before midnight. You know that. We aren't supposed to see each other on the day of the wedding until the ceremony. Percy looked over at the clock on the wall. I have 40 minutes. You can wait one more day, she said. Percy didn't want to. He knew the party would be over soon and so would his vacation. He didn't want to go to bed. He was like a kid trying to stretch his weekend by staying up late on Sunday. Soon, Monday would come. Let me stay a little longer, at least, he asked, practically begging. She smiled and his heart fluttered. Just a little bit longer, she said with a laugh. You're really getting into this, aren't you, Percy? Daphne said. Wake up. You have to get out of here before anyone sees. Crap, I didn't mean to fall asleep, Percy said. I'm sorry. He ran around the room pulling his clothes on. I didn't mean for this to happen. Just go get ready. The ceremony is still 6 hours away. We're fine. It's going to be okay. Percy nodded as he gathered all of his things and headed out the door. As he did, he looked down on the ground and saw a small comment card for the resort that had the words I'll love you till the day you die written on it. Daphne, he said, bending down to pick up the card. Daphne. Someone slipped this under the door, curious at first, then terrified. She grabbed the note and flipped it over, looking for more writing but finding none. We go to the detective, right? She asked. Double quotes right. They practically ran there. Wasn't he supposed to be in the office? Percy said, grabbing at the doorframe as he nearly lost his balance. He felt dizzy and ragged. Just breathe, Daphne said. Percy was having a hard time. His survival instincts instructed him to run. But that wasn't an option here. They were in the mountains, and he didn't have a vehicle. Even if he did, he knew the story would follow him wherever he went. The office was empty. Let's check the chapel, Percy suggested. Do you know what rooms everyone is in? I can check the registry, Daphne said. They practically ran across the resort to the chapel. They didn't see a single soul on their way. The resort was completely rented out for the wedding and the staff seemed strangely absent. As they ran into the room, Percy's attention was drawn immediately to the large window that overlooked the ski slopes. "Oh my God," he said as he stared out at the ski lift. The lines had been cut. No cars were moving up or down. "How do they get up the mountain without the lifts?" he asked. Daphne looked out at the damage. One row of lifts had fallen to the ground. The other remained airborne but was sagging. "I don't think they do," she said in a panic. "They said there was too much snow this year. The roads are impassable." Percy realized that the employees of the hotel, most of them at least, would not be able to get up the mountain. "Percy, look," Daphne said, pointing up at the wall behind the pulpit. Percy turned to see the words, "I'll love you till the day you die," written out again in red paint. "Oh my God," Percy said. "We have to go get the others." First, they went about finding Gus' room. When they arrived, the door was open and Gus lay in his bed. Blood-drenched feathers rested around his body. "He was killed in his sleep," Percy said, analyzing the scene. "Never even got the chance to get up." That wasn't completely true. Gus had tried to block the stabbing with a pillow, the only thing in reach at that moment. It had not been effective. "I don't understand," Percy said in a panic. "It's too early. It's not even first." He stared off into his mind's eye. "We need to find Angela," he said. Daphne nodded. "I'm so sorry. I brought this all on you. Adrian was never going to let me escape." "This isn't time for that," Percy said, grabbing her hand. "Let's go." They quickly made their way across the hall and found Angela's room with the door open. Angela was nowhere to be seen until they walked into the room and saw the balcony. Angela lay outside on the small chair that was left out on the balcony. She was only wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Her skin was blue. There was snow in her hair. "That doesn't make sense," Percy said. "She can't be dead. It's not possible." He pulled open the balcony door and examined her body. She was practically frozen to the touch. "She can't die before," Percy said. "Why would she not defend herself?" "Maybe she got drunk and fell asleep out there," Daphne said. "I don't understand what is happening. This is too soon," he said. "We're in the party still." Daphne's eyes widened as he said it. Percy knelt on the ground and wrapped his arms around his stomach. "Are you okay?" Daphne asked through tears. "I'm dizzy," Percy answered. "Where is Benji?" "Maybe," he started to say. "Percy, we need to lock the doors," Daphne said. "Adrian's going to be here soon." Percy could hardly hear her. "I'm not supposed to be a main character," he said in a panic. "No," Daphne said. "None of that talk. We just have to find somewhere to hide, right?" She ran over to the door and shut it, locking it behind her. "Percy, I love you," she said. "It's too late," Percy said. He started to scrunch his face and hold his stomach. "Gus and Angela, they're dead." "Come here," Daphne said, guiding Percy from the floor to the bed. Through tears, she said, "All that matters is that we love each other. Even if we only get to be together for a few seconds in the scheme of things. At least I got to be with you. I was so lucky when you came along." Percy convulsed, falling off the bed in the process. "Don't interrupt me," Daphne said. "This is my favorite part." She bent down and hoisted him back onto the bed. "All that matters is that we love each other. Even if we only get to be together for a few seconds in the scheme of things. At least I got to be with you. I was so lucky when you came along, Percy. We were meant to be together forever." He looked at her through labored breaths, as if seeing her for the first time. The veil had been lifted. The rose-colored glasses were gone. Who was this person? He was in love with her. Was she even part of his team? Why did he feel so sick all of a sudden? "Chocolates," he said with great difficulty. "You love chocolate. I told you to leave before midnight. It's bad luck for the bride and groom to see each other before the ceremony on the day of their wedding. You didn't want to leave." "What was I supposed to do?" "How?" he asked. She had killed them all so soon. Except he realized she hadn't killed them soon at all. The plot cycle, which he swore had said party moments before, now was much further along. The finale. He asked, tears streaming from his eyes as he realized what had happened. She had tropes of her own, and he had fallen for them wholesale. He had thought this story had a very long party phase. It didn't. They were all fooled. The detective. His father had been looking for the detective the day before. Had that been first blood? Detective Blackwood's disappearance. Had they all slept as the story had passed them by, one phase at a time? They weren't prepared for this. I just want you to know, she said, that I really do love you. The story was all but over and he had failed. This was why he wasn't supposed to be the main character. He wasn't any good at it. He had fallen for her in every way possible. Love had betrayed him. He felt a pang in his heart. He didn't know if it was the betrayal or the poison. Not like this. They had taken such a risk to come here. They could lose because of him. I don't want to play anymore, he said before he even knew what he was saying. Daphne's eyes once again got wide. She rushed to put a finger over his mouth and said, "This isn't a game. My dear, I love you so much." Percy was beyond thinking straight as he felt another convulsion coming on. The poison Daphne had somehow gotten into his system, by confection or affection, had done their work. He would die. His team wouldn't be rescued. Not all the way out here. I quit. I don't want to play, he said. As he did, the plot cycle stopped. No, Daphne screamed. What did you just do? Daphne looked at him with fear and with pity. He swore there was pity in her eyes. Why? What had he done? Was quitting the game actually possible? She turned and looked out the window, past Angela's body. The fear in her eyes was palpable. She started breathing heavily. With a look back at Percy, she turned to walk to the door. As she opened it, she paused. She drew a knife from somewhere hidden in the folds of her dress, a bejeweled silver knife. She walked across the room at once, trembling, but trying to fight through the fear. I told you, Percy, she said tearfully as she readied her blade. I'll love you till the day you die. With another fearful gaze at something outside the window, she swiped the blade downward toward Percy's neck and sent him to an early grave. And with another flash of her knife, she joined him, introducing Daphne Sinclair as the How My Bride and How My Bridal Part 3, Widow's Peak. What were they thinking, throwing another anniversary celebration after what happened last time? 30 years isn't enough for the whole town to forget. All they're going to do is bring back bad memories. The mayor has lost his mind. I don't care if it's the centennial, it's in bad taste. Bonnie Hayworth, a concerned citizen. My family doesn't have any skeletons in our closets. And if we were truly cursed, how could I be killing it on the stage and screen right now? You don't reach this level of stardom without some cosmic vibes on your side. Ramona Mercer, February 21, 1965, August 5th. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. If you reckon there's a ticket in this town that offers more thrill and excitement than what we have right here, I challenge you to seek it out. Why wait? Off you go, the Barker. I talk to the soothsayer, and she lays out the story of my family's sins end to end, and what do you know? The damn thing makes a circle. Jedediah Jedgeistigus 2, welcome to Carousel, the town where movies come to life. Will you rise to the occasion or fall to the knife? The film's about to start, and you're in the front row. The audience is watching you, so give them a show. You had better be willing to do what it takes, because even as I'm speaking, Carousel wakes. We were speechless. So many things had been done to ensure that we or a group of people like us ended up in that forest, out of balance. I had asked for answers, and I had gotten them. I just got him back, Antoine said, pacing back and forth. I just got Christian back, and now what? He's dead. Is he dead? Is there any chance he can make it? He was asking me. I was pretty sure he already knew the answer, but he had to ask. I didn't want to have to say it out loud. I had seen the moment Chris died with my scouting trope. I was certain he had not survived. I shook my head. He continued pacing back and forth. Can we go? Kimberly asked. How long do we have to stay here? Wait your turn, Silas said in his usual jokey cadence. There's plenty of disappointment to go around. That wasn't a direct answer, but Silas rarely gave direct answers. It was enough for us to understand. We had to wait here in the infinite forest until everyone had failed their storylines back in Carousel. That could take hours. It could even take days. If we left early, Project Rewind wouldn't work. And Project Rewind had to work, whether it was the right decision or the wrong decision. So many people had sacrificed themselves for that plan, or been sacrificed by others. It was our only hope. It had to work. Dina sat with her back against Silas. She was the only one of us that looked relieved to learn about the latest developments. Bobby hadn't moved an inch. He still stood there in shock. Can someone explain what's going on? How did you know to come here? No one answered him. He didn't repeat himself. Antoine, Kimberly said gently. Do you want to try your trope? It might help. He stopped pacing. No, he said. I don't need that right now. She was talking about his "you were having a nightmare" trope, which was good for helping with his stressors. Stressors like being in the woods and not being able to leave. He had been trapped in the Straggler Woods for years by Silas and our friends in high places to help unlock secret lore. Whether those years were real or in his head, I couldn't say. Didn't much matter. The trope made his trauma feel like it had not happened, that it was only a nightmare, but even that had its limits because of his low stats. Every minute we spent in this unending forest surrounded by wiggling corpses hanging from trees was further agitating him. I couldn't blame him. I just thought it might help, Kimberly said. I know my limits, he said. He was breathing hard. Do you want to just come over here with me and wait? She asked. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. I am fine, Antoine said a bit too firmly. He recognized that he may have overstepped. I can't forget right now. I can't. That trope makes everything foggy. It makes me forget. Makes all the bad things feel fake. Maybe in a few days, I can do it. Kimberly walked to him, grabbed his hands, and asked, Doesn't it help? It helps, he reassured her. But I don't want it right now. I don't want to forget this. I need to keep of this, he said, moving his hand toward his chest. I need it until we get Chris back. I can't forget this feeling until we do it. You won't forget, Kimberly said softly. It'll still be there. He's your brother. We're going to save him. We're going to save him, right everyone? Dina and I nodded. But Bobby was still lost in thought. Just do it for me. I don't want to see you hurting. I say if he doesn't want to forget, Dina said solemnly. He wants to save his brother. It's fuel. It'll help him keep going. Of course. That would be what Dina thought. Kimberly shot her a fierce glance. I didn't know how long we would be waiting there, so I said, look, if he wants, he can use my sleeping trope, just to help him wait things out. Kimberly and Antoine looked at each other, silently coming to an agreement. Yeah, Antoine said. Just that, though. He walked over near Silas and found a soft grassy spot. As I handed him my sleeping trope, he handed me his nightmare trope. He must have been afraid Kimberly would try to activate it the moment he nodded off. Unequipping it wasn't enough for him to be sure. Out like a light did the trick, and he was soon asleep. I'll never forgive you for what you did to him, Kimberly said. She was looking at Silas. I don't care why you did it. I'll never forgive you. Silas didn't respond. But for a moment, I thought I saw his lights dimmed. Time passed out hours. I sat near the group, listening to make sure that none of the far-off undead noises got any closer. Can someone explain to me how you knew to come here? Bobby said eventually. This was hard to explain, but he deserved to know, especially if he was going to be on our team. We took turns. Dina explained her letters. I showed him my tickets with the encoded messages. We had even brought our cell phones in the hope that we might find a cell signal over here, so we showed him the picture Camden had sent of the sign for the bed and breakfast. Bobby was quiet for a while. I expected him to get angry, but mostly, he just looked sad. After a while, he said, You know, I remember making that. Making what? Kimberly asked. The closed for renovation sign, he explained. I have the NPC's memory, or at least some of it. I remember that. I had just moved us out to the middle of nowhere. My daughter, well, the NPC's daughter, Samantha, and I moved out here to start over after her mother died. We were going to start the Little Beaver Bee and raise a whole pack of dogs. Train them to do tricks to impress the guests. When I wrote close for renovations as a dad joke, Samantha rolled her eyes, but she smiled too. It was a happy memory. He didn't speak for a few moments. Jeanette and I decided not to have kids. She had some genetic things she didn't want to pass on. I always wondered what it might be like though to have a child. Now, suddenly, I have another hole in my heart for this kid that wasn't even really mine. What are you supposed to do when there is nothing left of your heart but holes? He was asking me, or maybe he wasn't. I've never been the best at these conversations. I haven't figured that one out yet, I said honestly. They're reminders of the people you love, Dina said, shedding a rare tear. If you can't live without them, you either stop living or you do what it takes to get them back. You rescue them, Antoine said. He had woken back up. He was calmer. That was all we could do. Anna and Camden were out there waiting for rescue. I was going to do it no matter how long it took. We waited even longer. The only lights we could see by were the yellow flashing ones on Silas' box. I saw my son, Dina said nonchalantly. That took me by surprise. Where? I asked. I was hiding out in the woods, trying to stay away from those assholes. Suddenly, the dogs started howling. A thick fog came over the field. I could hear his voice, telling me not to be afraid. I said, guess that's around the time Samantha's trope activated, made things supernatural. So your trope got stronger. Dina had a trope called encouragement from beyond that allowed her dead loved ones to comfort her in some form during a storyline. In a story without magic, the effect was like getting a sudden memory of her loved one. In stories with explicit magic, that trope became much more literal. She nodded. He told me not to attack the dead people, that they wouldn't hurt me. I tried to find where the voice was coming from, and I did. He was sitting on a log waiting for me, a shining light. That must have been quite the experience, I said. I knew what people said to you when your loved ones died. I had heard plenty of it myself. I had no idea what to say to someone who just saw their loved one's ghost. Heck, the very mention of my grandmother had freaked me out. Dina didn't seem freaked out at all. He wanted to talk about you, she said. About me? I asked. He said that you used to watch scary movies with your grandfather, she said. I didn't want to hear that. I don't think you should be listening to that stuff, I said. It's just Carousel. That wasn't your son. I believe it was. I know that Carousel would jump at the chance to mess with us. I'm not stupid. I just don't think it would settle for a fake. I think it brought Sean's soul here to torment me. I think it's really him. Besides, wasn't Carousel supposed to be asleep? Dina, he said you and your grandfather would watch scary movies and that he would fast forward through parts you weren't supposed to see. That was true, but it didn't mean her son's ghost was real. It was just the effect of the trope. Stop, I said, please. Don't you want to know what else he said? She asked. She was almost ready to cry. He said go downstairs first. When you get 3 choices up, down, or through a door with an eyeball on it. Go downstairs first. Do you know what that means? Go downstairs first, I repeated. I have no idea. That didn't even make sense. In a horror movie, going into a basement is almost always the wrong decision. You have to remember that, she said. Okay, I said, fine. I tried to think of something else to say, but I couldn't. More than anything, I just wanted to get out of there. Downstairs first. A strange warning for sure. We stayed there waiting for a few more hours. Eventually, Silas started playing music and then disappeared. We all looked at each other. I guess that means we're alone, Kimberly said. We were. The training wheels were off. It only took us 15 minutes to walk back to the bed and breakfast. It took hours to walk in, but minutes to walk out. As soon as we were out of the out-of-bounds zone, something appeared on the red wallpaper. It was something that Amelia and the Insider had taken offline so long ago. Now playing through Story's centennial celebration, the final straw to abridge the Astralist. Short film Delta Epsilon Delta, theatricality grotesque, monster hunter rewrite. Even more stories from the campfire, fatal folktales, extended subject of inquiry, theatrical. The strings attached, detective rewrite, permanent vacancy, alternate ending. I held my new keepsake ticket in my hand as I searched one of the rooms back at the bed and breakfast. There were clothes that definitely belonged to Bradley Spears. There were knickknacks spread around, cigarette butts, empty beer cans. I could see on the red wallpaper that all of these things belonged to the deceased psychotic killer. None of them were what I was looking for. When we arrived back at the bed and breakfast, Samantha was nowhere to be found. I wasn't surprised. We didn't know how long we had before the storyline started back up or if it would. But we were going to take the chance to rest before we headed back to Carousel proper. I could see crumpled up pieces of paper on the ground. I unfolded a few just to read them. Some were letters to a woman named Wanda. Bradley was begging for forgiveness for some unmentionable thing. Other letters were also to Wanda, but in those, He lashed out, calling her every curse word that he knew, but mostly sticking to his few favorite slurs. Some of the pages were old and yellowed and covered in dust. Others looked fresh. The killers in Carousel were stuck on their own loops. That must have been part of Bradley's writing letters he could never send. For all the junk in the room, I couldn't find one item that was meaningful enough to be used as a keepsake. And I had to find something. A keepsake was like a trophy or similar that you've got after defeating an enemy. It was a new type of ticket. Antoine and I had both gotten one, and they both had the same reward. They could give us a single-use version of the signature trope from that storyline, Desperation. In Antoine's hands, it was a good trope. In my hands, it would be a game changer. The trope allowed you to transfer savvy and moxie into metal and hustle the more desperate your situation became. For me, it would be a break glass in case of emergency type of deal. As a player with little to no combat ability, it could be really handy to keep around. I had to find an item that I could use to activate it. The ticket wasn't enough. I needed some kind of memento from Bradley Spears to imbue with the power. After I threw Spears off the roof, guaranteeing his death, he was dragged away by a horde of zombies. Having no corpse to plunder meant that it was difficult to find an item that I could use as a keepsake. I had to keep looking, holding the ticket. I noticed that I was able to see whether an item in my view belonged to Bradley Spears. There were lots of things that he owned, but it was mostly trash. I needed something that was important to him in some way. From what I could tell, Antoine had gotten lucky in that department. The enemy he killed was Merritt Spears. Antoine found a class ring right next to Merritt's bed after 10 seconds of looking. I decided to look through Bradley's nightstand, and sure enough, as soon as I cracked open the drawer, I saw an object in the shadows that indicated on the red wallpaper was an applicable keepsake. Success! It was a magazine with the word Sports Illustrated printed on the cover with a photo of a woman in a bikini on the front. He must have been a real sports fan. I decided to keep looking. I wanted something small, and I really didn't want to carry around the swimsuit edition of a sports magazine. I needed to review my options. I decided to take a break and look for the next thing on my to-do list. Scouring the entire bed and breakfast, I was only able to come up with 2 decent bags that could be used with luggage tags. There was a large duffel and a neon green belt pouch. The pouch was probably very useful, but it would not really blend well in any storyline not set in the 80s. The duffel would be perfect for Antoine. I wasn't sure, but it looked like it might be just big enough for his baseball bat to fit inside of. I could give the belt pouch to Bobby. There were other options that I could use. There was a cloth shopping bag and all manner of sacks strewn around the bed and breakfast, but nothing that was terribly convenient. I was struck by an idea. Luggage tags were not just for actual pieces of luggage. I grabbed my sunglasses and Walkman out of my hoodie pockets. I took the luggage tag from my stack of tickets and placed it in the pocket of my hoodie. As soon as I did, it disappeared. A box appeared on the red wallpaper titled Inventory. Inventory token of affection, Mrs. Cloudburst's love letter, the strings attached. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. Enchanted object, masquerade mask, the strings attached. I was shocked to see that there were already things in my inventory. I had thought that those items had been lost permanently whenever the storyline at Camp Dyer had been activated. It turned out that wasn't the case. It was nice to see that I still had those things, though I really wished that my clothes, toiletries, or even my cell phone charger had also been saved. Testing to see how it worked, I reached into my pocket, grabbed my gray amber mask, and pulled it out as if it had been there the entire time. Despite being removed from my pocket, it stayed on the list of my inventory on the red wallpaper. I placed it back inside. I then placed my sunglasses and Walkman back inside my pockets. I laughed at the result. Normally carrying around my sunglasses required me to be very careful, and the Walkman was slightly too thick and heavy to carry comfortably inside of my pocket. With the luggage tag, those things fit inside with ease. I took a few minutes just experimenting. My sunglasses wouldn't get broken anymore from what I could tell. They weren't in my pocket unless I was looking for them. That setup had limitations, of course. I could only carry items that would fit inside of my pockets. And I could never take out all the items in my pockets on screen because that would look ludicrous. But it was the best I had, and I wasn't going to complain about it. I figure if you cut a hole right here, you can make a space in the lining for your bed, I said, showing the duffel to Antoine. Should be able to store it there. He took the black bag from me and said, thanks. Where did you find it? Bradley's room, I said. You get a keepsake like you were talking about, he asked. Still looking, I said. We were outside on the wraparound porch. Kimberly was skimming the atlas while Antoine ate a slice of the pre-made sub sandwich we had found in the refrigerator. Look, I said. I pulled out my mask and love letter. Kimberly glanced up, saw the mask, and then reached down to the cloth bag Anna had wrapped the atlas in and pulled out her mask as well. She must have already activated her luggage tag using that bag. You're going with that? I asked, looking at the bag. I'm replacing it as soon as I can, she said. She stuffed her mask back in the bag and then retrieved a few small objects from the bottom of the bag. She held out her hand. They were seeds. Benny's seeds? I asked with a laugh. Kimberly had obtained those seeds on our first night in Carousel. Benny the haunted scarecrow had awarded them to her for unknown reasons when he found her inside the corn maze. A token of affection, she said, smiling. Women love gifts from the heart, I said. I'm trying not to get jealous about it, Antoine joked with a sly smile. He was trying his best to be in high spirits. I could see that he was tired. Maybe physically, maybe more than that. I should have told him I was in a relationship. Kimberly joked. All I'm saying is that when I get some levels on that scarecrow, I'm going to give him a talking to, Antoine said. What if I love him too? Kimberly asked, pretending to be emotional about it. Antoine turned away from her. So that's how it is. One skinny dude gives you a handful of seeds and you drop me. At least he has a job, Antoine, she said, scaring away crows, guarding pumpkins. Of course. You throw that in my face, he said, smiling. Don't forget, he kills people. Turns them into pumpkin-headed monsters. He's management level. He's got dreams. I sat there as they joked back and forth and seemed to forget about me. It wasn't so long ago that Kimberly would have never been able to joke about what happened in the corn maze or any other storyline. Even she was getting used to things. Her mood had lifted ever since finding the Carousel Rewards program punch card that would earn her the red mist trope and guarantee her painless deaths. I cleared my throat. I just want to know what they're for, I said. The tokens of affection. Suddenly remembering I was there, Kimberly picked up the atlas from where she had set it down and flipped it round so that I could see what she had been reading. The page was labeled Tokens of Affection. The section wasn't long. It only took up half the page. I read through the paragraph quickly. It appeared that they were used for a variety of things. It didn't give much detail because the author of the section didn't want to spoil any plots. But it appeared that there was a subgenre of romance horror and a collection of tropes that used tokens of affection as a resource. There was a list of tropes that used them. They were largely eye candy related. Interesting, I said. Can I use this? Kimberly shrugged. I'm done with it. What are you going to look for, I said. Tutorial stuff. Rescue tropes. That kind of thing. She nodded solemnly. I took the atlas with me as I walked around the porch. I sat down on a reclining chair and propped the book open. To my right was a small table with a clay ashtray that had been absolutely filled with cigarette butts. On a hunch, I grabbed my keepsake ticket and saw that, as I had suspected, the cigarettes had been Bradley's. They were not usable as a keepsake, of course. Somewhere on the other side of the porch, Kimberly laughed at something Antoine said. The ashtray was usable as a keepsake. The second object I had found that had been important to that psychopath. What kind of life did he have to live that the only objects I could find that were important to him were a bikini magazine and an ashtray? Even for a psychopath, that seemed depressing. Who was I to judge Bradley Spears on that? When I came to Carousel, I had packed up all of my belongings in boxes and put them in storage so I could end my lease. Nothing but clothes and movies were left of me back in the real world. If I were a monster killed by a player in Carousel, which of my belongings would be important enough to become a keepsake? My sunglasses. The Walkman, probably. Whatever the case. I finally had my keepsake. I grabbed the ashtray and dumped it out. There was something on the inside. Some sort of blue paint had been added to the ashtray before it was baked. It was a handprint. It must have been from a baby or a toddler. To Daddy was the inscription. That was surprising. He had a kid. I almost felt bad about throwing him off the roof. The atlas was written like a riddle. That's what I concluded. That's not to say that it rhymed or played tricks. But it was clear that the writers who had contributed to it knew there were penalties for making things too simple or obvious. The book was larger than any I had ever read, with hundreds upon hundreds of full pages in its bindings with pictures and hand-drawn charts. But it might have only contained 100 straightforward and direct sentences. My rescue trope, for instance, forced enemies to come to my team's base and try to kill us instead of us going to them. It set the win condition as survive the night. As I looked up the definition of survive the night, this was what I found: survive the night. The basic idea is to keep those baddies at bay until something called sunrise. Now, don't go thinking sunrise is always the morning light peeking over the hills. It could be all sorts of important time-based happenings in the game, clouds covering the full moon, anyone, but that you'll have to figure out as you go. Most times, it's exactly like it sounds, which makes all the other times all the more dangerous. As for night, well, it usually means the time when the moon's up, but sometimes it could be more like a tough spot or a rough patch in the story. Fighting off the bad guys doesn't mean you gotta steer clear of them entirely, as Carousel is apt to dislike. How you handle that is kind of up to you as long as the story satisfies. Most times, it looks like keeping the main characters out of trouble is what gets you the win. But there are other times when that might not be the whole story. From the sound of it, the authors of the atlas never wanted readers to rely on its contents so much that they got blindsided when Carousel mixed things up. I could appreciate that, but it sure would have been nice to get a more predictable rule set. I flipped to the section on the storyline post-traumatic. As I did, I heard Antoine and Kimberly still chatting. Antoine was trying his best to portray an optimistic and steel-nerved hero for Kimberly. She tried her best not to notice when it got difficult for him. In the distant yard, Bobby was playing with the remaining dogs that had been in the storyline. His character was their owner, and they treated him like he was their master. He almost looked like he enjoyed himself as he played tug-of-war with a large hound. The dogs all knew commands and were very well trained. Title: Post-Traumatic. Omen, or roller rink that flickers in and out of time, leaving a pit when it disappears. Location: Pit Boulevard entrance. Ideal scouting archetypes: antiquarian, researcher, scholar, occultist, psychic, and that was it. No free scouting information. No idea of the level range. Nothing else. It was going to be a difficult road ahead to get them back. I wasn't going to stop until I had it all figured out. I knew other things. My coming to a theater near you trope had given me lots of information. I knew the story involved time travel and mutilation. I knew an amulet was involved. I also knew about a book, The Town of Carousel. Horrific events through the ages, I said aloud. I hadn't let myself forget. I knew the book was a useful tool. I had a hunch that if I could find a copy, it might give us an advantage in the storyline. That meant a trip to the library or any number of shops around Carousel. Whatever it took, I would do it. Anything useful? Kimberly asked. I had been lost in thought and hadn't heard her arrive. Not as much as I would like, I said. You'll figure it out, she said. Antoine is wondering if he could use your sleeping trope, just for a quick nap. Oh, I said. I thought he still had it. Well, he says it disappeared. I reached into my pocket, and there it was. I pulled the ticket titled out like a light and handed it over. He's just tired, she said sheepishly. I nodded and smiled back. She disappeared around the side of the porch. I closed the atlas and took a break. I looked over the now playing section of the red wallpaper. I hadn't yet looked up what all of those descriptions meant next to the storylines we had played, but most sounded like common sense. I would have to do that later. Antoine wasn't the only one who needed sleep. I awoke to the sound of knuckles rapping on one of the white support columns on the porch. My first reaction was fear. A million possibilities moved through my head in a second, and none of them were good. I looked over to the source of the sound. It wasn't the Spears brothers. It wasn't an NPC, a paragon, or otherwise. Standing on the porch with their bags packed were a man and a woman. The man had sandy hair that went everywhere. He wore a tie-dye shirt and cargo shorts. The woman wore a red jacket and black jeans. She had long black hair that she had up in a messy bun. They were in their early 20s or so. My eyes widened as I looked at them on the red wallpaper. They were players. Never mind, the man said. He's alive. The man's poster featured him dressed as a clown leaning against a train. The ex-murderer was hidden underneath the train waiting to strike. Isaac Hughes is the comedian. It read. Her poster showed her with her eyes closed in deep concentration sitting in a chair on a circular table. A window was behind her. The ex-murderer reflected in the glass. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Cassandra Hughes is the psychic. They were both at Plot Armor 11. They were brand new. I just stared. New players already. That felt early. Hello. The woman asked cautiously. Sup, I answered slowly. Oh, she said. Sorry to bother you. We're looking for our brother Andrew. Andrew Hughes. She pulled a piece of paper out of her pocket. He wrote us a letter. Told us to meet him here. She pointed up at the bed and breakfast. Do we have the right place? I wasn't prepared for this. Just a second, I said. I raised my voice. Guys. I yelled as loudly as I could without freaking out the new players. Guys. Antoine, Kimberly, Dina. It didn't take long for them to arrive. Antoine had woken up and was carrying his bat. When they rounded the corner and saw me, they were confused. When they saw the new players, they were even more confused. Antoine immediately tried to take control of the situation. Hey you all, he said smoothly, throwing his bat back out of sight. You new to town, yeah, the woman said. We're here for the centennial. Our older brother got us jobs. He works at. She glanced at the letter in her hands. Hallowed Heart Hospital. They're doing a booth or something. He needed some help. We were supposed to meet him or someone else here that will tack. Is this a haunted house? Her brother interrupted. He pointed at the boarded up windows. It looks like a haunted house. A haunted house? Antoine asked. For the centennial. It's a horror thing, right? Isaac asked. Oh right. It's kind of a haunted house. Most haunted houses get the looks right. So rarely do they capture the smell of death this accurately. His sister nudged him in the ribs with her elbow. Are any of you the people who are supposed to bring us into town? She asked. Antoine looked over at me. Yeah, I said. We'll go with you. What did you say your brother's name was? Kimberly asked. Andrew Hughes. Isaac answered with a grin. Dr. Andrew Hughes, actually. He's the smart one. I'm the good-looking one. And Cassie's the girl. Shut up. Cassandra said under her breath, kicking her heel back into his shin. She turned back to us. If you can help us find him, that would be great. He laughed at her reaction. Just a second. I said as Antoine, Kimberly, Bobby, Dina and I huddled around the side of the house. What do we do? Bobby asked. Was Andrew Hughes one of the vets? I asked. Did you talk to anyone when we were at Dyer's Lodge? Kimberly asked. I talked to you guys, I said. No, Antoine said. There was no Andrew Hughes. He might have arrived a while back. We don't know how long they were waiting to be brought here. He had a point. Dina hadn't arrived in Carousel until 10 years after she turned down the road to get here. So, we need to find a way to ask them what year it is. I said. Not that it's a priority. Their brother is definitely dead regardless. We could ask who they voted for in the last election, Dina suggested. That's not exactly the best icebreaker depending on what the answer is, Antoine said. Why are there new players here already? Bobby asked. I thought we were supposed to do this alone. Reinforcements, Antoine suggested. That could have been it. The insider must have brought them in on purpose. Their letter told them to come to the bed and breakfast specifically, first thing. I said, we need to get them up to speed. How do we do that? We all looked at each other. This would be tough. How exactly were we supposed to keep new players calm? It turned out that Valerie had used team leader tropes on us to keep us compliant. We didn't have any of those. Isaac Hughes the comedian had the following tropes equipped when he arrived at the bed and breakfast. If he's still cracking jokes. Type, healing archetype, comedian aspect, jokester stat used. He's probably not that hurt. In the wreckage of a known terror, the heroes stumble on the body of a fallen comrade. The sadness cannot last for long, because before even asking what happened, their fallen friend fires off a sarcastic or silly remark, instantly. Sorrow changes to laughter or annoyance, but either way, relief comes with it. With this trope equipped, the player will be able to heal some of the damage that they have taken if they make a joke, quip, or perform some physical humor the next time they are on screen after the scene where they are injured. It works better if the character has already established themselves as comic relief. With good execution and the right circumstances, the player will be able to heal allies who have suffered the same injury at substantially the same time, i.e., surviving an explosion or falling from a great height. If the player's injuries are extensive and known to the audience, the healing effect of this trope diminishes greatly. Who says death isn't a laughing matter? Weapons of mass absurdity type. Bufferche type, comedian. Aspect, stooge stat used in a panicked moment. A character in distress will grab just about any weapon that might help them survive. Some weapons, though, are better than others. With this trope equipped, the player will gain a buff in metal and hustle when they select an unorthodox or humorous weapon to defend themselves with. This trope can be used in two main ways. First, a weapon that is legitimately useful, but still funny will trigger the buff. Second, a funny weapon, but useless will trigger the buff if they discard it in favor of a better weapon. In prop comedy, the punchlines can be literal. Cassandra Cassie Hughes the Psychic also had two tropes. The Anguish type, healing action archetype, psychic. Aspect, stat used. Those gifted with psychic abilities rarely get their supernatural knowledge for free. In movies, they are often the vehicle by which the audience and other characters learn of the horrors that have happened to others. Sometimes their connection is so strong that they can intuit when their loved ones are in pain. Often, they can feel the pain themselves. Health monitor. This trope gives the player the ability to see allies' health-related statuses on the red wallpaper even without looking at them or being in close proximity. With this trope equipped, the player will be able to deflect pain and reduce the severity of injuries from allies by psychically sharing their pain. When an ally is injured, acting as if you feel the pain too will show the audience the severity of the injury and demonstrate stakes, making the necessity of the ally getting severely injured less important to the narrative. Beware. When you start using the trope, the pain will be pretend. You'll know it's working when the pain becomes real. Carousel doesn't like to be cheated. If performed remotely, the injured ally will go off-screen intermittently as the player becomes the focus and cries out in pain. You've probably heard of living vicariously through someone else, but what about dying? We are not abandoned. Type, buff Prokarcha type, psychic aspect, exorcist stat used. As mortals face the horrors hidden in the darkness, they wither in the absence of hope, the absence of faith in a higher power. Sometimes, a character has to remind their allies that light does not die in the shadows. With this trope equipped, the player will be able to keep their allies' spirits high by reinforcing a narrative that a higher power is in control. The higher power could be a god, fate, their dead loved ones, luck, humanity, or even the universe itself. The more they reinforce this narrative and theme, the more courage and optimism their allies will feel. When done well, this trope can heal incapacitation, certain forms of spiritual infection, and even buff grit. Indeed, the light does not die in the darkness. It is the darkness that dies in the light, or something like that. These didn't really seem like starter tropes. Convincing people they were trapped in Carousel was a pain. We spent the better part of an hour explaining it to them one bit at a time. They actually looked excited at first, like they thought this was some type of interactive LARPing game that the town was putting on. Come to Carousel, survive horror movies. Win a prize, that type of thing. I had a bright idea to show them my hoodie pockets that had been upgraded with my luggage tag. So many items went in: a tape player, my sunglasses, 3 ice cold drive peppers. Yet, there was no visible bump to show that anything was in my pocket. I even took off the hoodie so that they could feel its pockets were empty. Then, I put it back on and pulled out the items again. Unfortunately, that plan was short-sighted. Okay, Chris Angel, Isaac said, you can make some objects seem to disappear in your pocket, which obviously means that we are trapped in an interdimensional torture prison based on horror movies. Am I understanding that right? That checks out. Do you know any card tricks? I tried, I said in shame, and fortunately, much of the magic in Carousel was subtle. It was movie magic. Most of what we could show them looked like sleight of hand or deception. A devoted stage magician could do the trick with the hoodie easily. I was left feeling like a fool. Your turn, I said, looking to the others. Can I see that letter from your brother again? I asked Cassie. She handed it to me cautiously. I got the sense that she felt something was up. She just wasn't ready to really believe us yet. I tried to tune out the conversation going on around me. My friends, especially Kimberly, given that she was the most sociable, were trying to convince Cassie and Isaac that Carousel was not as it seemed. It wasn't going well. "All right," Isaac said with a laugh and a glance at his sister. "The town is haunted. Andrew told us about the celebration being like Halloween or something." "Look, I understand it's hard to believe," Antoine said. "Just give us a chance. Have an open mind," Cassie gently said. "Isaac is always like this. Don't take his sass personally. You have to understand, though, that this sounds like the setup of a prank." Kimberly and Antoine looked at each other. I read over the letter that Cassie and Isaac had received from their brother again. They were being good sports about the whole thing so far. I half expected them to laugh us off the porch the moment we told them what Carousel was. I had a different tactic. Carousel liked to hide messages wherever it could. The letter from their brother seemed a great place for one. I wasn't sure if these two had been invited by Carousel itself or by our friends in High Place the Insider, whatever we were calling the person who was guiding us from the shadows. Still, I searched the letter up and down. It was written hastily on stationery. It was kind of hard to read. No message jumped out at me at first. The transcript is below if you don't want to decipher it. Reading through it was a nightmare. Cassie had warned me that her brother's writing was tough. I wasn't ready for this. I noticed there were several misspellings. In fact, all of the errors were due to missing letters. I decided to power through the whole letter searching for missing characters. It took a while. Transcript: "Hey Isaac, Cassie. Just got your letter. Talk about timing. Reading about your recent escapades was the highlight of my week, Isaac. How did you even convince Cassie to try calking? I'm sorry I haven't written back sooner. Life here at Hallowed Heart as a resident is non-stop, but I always make time to catch up on your adventures, even if it's just in my thoughts. Now, onto some exciting news and a fantastic plan. You mentioned you're both free early next month, right? Perfect timing. Because Carousel's centennial celebration is happening then. And I'm somehow in charge of a booth. I know. It sounds like a typical Andrew situation, but here's the deal. I need your help. Think of it as a mini family reunion, but with more confetti and cotton candy. The whole thing is spooky and horror themed, like Halloween and the 4th of July had a baby. How can you resist? Okay, so logistics, because we Hughes always need a plan. The streets into Carousel are going to be closed for the festival classic Salt Town shenanigans, so you'll have to park nearby and walk to the Old Hill Bed and Breakfast. Trust me, the stroll is worth it. The views are postcard perfect. Now, don't forget about the tickets. Here's the fun part. You'll find this kooky ticket machine that looks exactly like a fortune teller's booth. I can almost hear it crediting. Cassie will return the book she borrowed from her brother 2 years ago. Grab your tickets there. It's hard to miss. Since you've let me know when you're coming, I'll do everything humanly possible to meet you at the BVB. If, for some unlikely reason, I'm still stuck at the hospital, one of the friendly faces from the BVB will guide you to where we'll be set up in the town square. I can't wait to see you both. Having the three of us together again, it's going to be something special. You guys are the best siblings a guy could ask for. And I'm super excited to create more memories, Hughes style, reading on this site. This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. Counting the days. Your brother who's always here, even when he's running around like a headless chicken. Dr. Andrew Hughes, you have to call me doctor now, remember? Then I had to figure out what it all meant. I was trying my best to do it quickly, piecing together the clues. It was the type of puzzle Carousel was so fond of, the type you would find if you looked but overlook if you didn't. Reading the handwritten letter made it especially hard to find it. If it was all typed out, I would have gotten it a lot faster. Are you seeing the red wallpaper yet? Bobby asked. I just ignored it when I got here. I wish I hadn't. Bobby was a friendly voice, but as he spent much of the conversation playing with those dogs that had belonged to his character, he wasn't exactly doing much to convince Cassie and Isaac of the truth of Carousel. Red wallpaper? Isaac laughed. What the heck are you talking about? Cassie didn't look so certain. At the mention of the red wallpaper, she got a concerned look on her face as she stared off into the distance. Look, I said, I know this is hard to believe, I didn't truly believe what was going on here until I saw Dina's head get cut off by a scarecrow. Then her body reanimated and started chasing me. That was about the time I started believing too. Dina said with a faint smirk. If you don't believe us, that's okay, I said. But look at this real quick. If it doesn't make you at least a little curious, we'll leave you alone, alright. Antoine gave me a quick look that I interpreted as you had better know what you're doing. I turned around the letter that they had let me read. Written out longhand, it's kind of hard to tell. But this message has a lot of letters missing. The P from escapades. The C from predicting. The N from friendly, I said. So what? Isaac said. He's a doctor. You're lucky to be able to read it at all. For sure. But if you actually keep track of the missing letters, there's a coded message. I said. A message? Cassie asked. She wasn't just looking at me. She was looking past me, getting glimpses of the red wallpaper, no doubt. She was adapting to it pretty quickly. Partastimoctant. I spoke very slowly as I put together the missing letters. Part as TMOC to not dot whatever. If you read it backward, it says do not come. It's a trap. Cassie and Isaac looked at each other. I might have finally caught them off guard. She snatched the letter back out of my hands and started double-checking my work. Isaac read over her shoulder. I gave Antoine a nod. I don't understand. This has to be it, Cassie said. If it's a trap, why would he try to warn us? It's weird, Kimberly said. Carousel has a strange code it abides by. It gives warnings. Omens. It's all fake though. The warnings are almost never enough. The omens can trick you. It's the illusion of fairness. The illusion of consent, I added. It's a common theme here. Isaac took the letter from Cassie after she was finished. He was grabbing handfuls of his own hair, tugging gently, then running his fingers back over his head in a sort of petting gesture. This had gotten to him. So where is Andrew? Cassie asked desperately. I was not the right one to answer. This was a delicate topic. I'm so sorry, Kimberly said, reaching her hands out to Cassie's. If he was here, he's probably trapped in a story somewhere. He's waiting to be rescued. Kimberly wisely left out the word dead. If I were to guess, the running around like a headless chicken comment from his letter might have been Carousel's tongue-in-cheek way of telling us exactly how he died. But I couldn't tell them that. Isaac, Cassie cried out, turning back toward her brother who was still reading through the letter. Trying to disprove what I had said, she reached out to embrace him. What if they're telling the truth? They're not, Isaac said. They can't be. This is bullshit. It's a prank. It's his handwriting, so he must have put them up to this. He had moved on to a different theory altogether. It's a prank theory. At least we had left it's part of the spooky holiday stage. No, Antoine said. We've never met him, Isaac. Cassie said again softly. She reached for his arm. I don't think they're lying. I have another idea, I said. I think it'll prove that what we're saying is true. What is it? Antoine asked. We need to go for a walk, I said, flicking my gaze toward the back of the property. Antoine understood immediately. What exactly is back here? Isaac asked. You'll see, I said. In the distance, the overgrown cemetery waited. I had to hope that it had not been reset in the night after we left. As we drew close, we were greeted by the faint groans of something in the distance. I could hear the sounds of rope straining as something hanging from it writhed back and forth. We didn't have to go far. In fact, we didn't even have to step over the stone boundary of the graveyard to see them. In the distance, the undead hung from trees where Bradley Spears and the other grave robbers had hung them up for target practice. They had reanimated because of Samantha Cole's damsel trope. But, being unable to return to their graves, they never went back to eternal slumber. They hung from nooses, bungee cords, and at least one electrical cord, lined up like targets. Large chunks were missing from their flesh and their clothes were peppered with holes from the gunshots. Oh my God, Cassie exclaimed, covering her face with her hands. Her many rings clicked together as she did so. We were 20 yards from the zombies. They're lawn ornaments, Isaac said. He was clearly starting to doubt himself. We shouldn't get too close, Antoine said. They aren't exactly friendlis. It was true. Our interests had been aligned temporarily with them, but they were not our allies. Just look at them, I said. Really focus. Do you see something in your mind? They were skeptical, but they did as I asked. Cassie must have. She was crying. The avenging dead. She read off the red wallpaper. No, no, Isaac said. This is fake, obviously. Easy to fake. I've seen better work in student films. I remembered being in his shoes. Something rustled in the distance. One of the bushes that grew in the graveyard started to move. We need to go, Antoine said. He had his bat at the ready. We turned to run. Even Isaac joined us in fleeing despite being adamant that we were lying to him. Wait, Bobby said. His canine friends had tagged along. They were whining, pacing back and forth at the stone divider that was inset into the ground around the perimeter of the cemetery. I stopped running just in time to see what creature had been moving in the distance. Soon, it emerged. The one Bradley had shot. Cassie screamed again as it ran toward us. Couldn't blame her there. The living dogs waited excitedly for their departed friend to join them. When it got close, it stopped. It can't pass the border, I observed from its tropes. It had nothing to avenge. It also had no grave to rest in. It could only wait, trapped in the cemetery by some arbitrary magic from another world. Slowly, we crept back toward the dogs. The living ones were working up the courage to cross over into the cemetery, and the undead one struggled and fought its boundary to no avail. The dogs moaned excitedly to see their friend. How? Isaac asked as he stared at the dogs greeting and sniffing each other. Faking some swinging bodies in the distance was possible. Faking a walking, moving, whining dog that was visibly missing half its skull and brain, not as easy. You see that in any student films? Antoine asked. Back at the bed and breakfast, Isaac had grown quiet. Cassie was still crying. The real purpose of our little field trip had been to jumpstart their ability to see the red wallpaper, even if the undead didn't change their minds. The haunted vision of some fancy red wallpaper probably did. We couldn't fake something in their minds. How much time do we have before something happens? Kimberly asked. With the arrival of new players, we knew that Carousel would soon do something to attract them to the tutorial. My friends and I had been shepherded into a storyline before that could happen. Cutting short the process out this time, however, the tutorial was inevitable. Let me think, Antoine said as he took a moment for mental calculations. When we were intercepted by Arthur and the others after we arrived, it took us maybe an hour to get into the final straw too. I assume we have more time than that though. The vets wouldn't have risked cutting things too close. So, we probably have at least some time. That's the best guess I have to, I said. The section on the tutorial in the atlas doesn't say how long it takes for someone to come pick up newbies. So I assume it isn't something we need to know. We also know that these two will be forced into a storyline at some point. So we had better start heading in that direction. With new players, we knew the next step, the tutorial. With as much as we had been through, it was kind of funny that the tutorial was something that sent chills down our spines. It was jarring to find out that for all our time in Carousel, we had only just begun. I wasn't sure what we would find. I was excited. I was afraid. Mostly, I was curious. He stood on the front porch. None of us really had much luggage. We had left that at Camp Dyer. I wished that there was some way we could further prepare for what was about to happen. But we couldn't. Antoine jumped up and down and shook his arms out as if he were trying to shake the nervousness right out of his body. Kimberly stood with her arms folded, trying to make herself small. Hope you guys are ready for this, Dina said. She looked excited and intense. We only get one shot. No one is left to help us. I wish she would at least act like she wasn't thrilled. I need to put out food for the dogs, Bobby said. I figure we could be gone for days, right? Digger doesn't need much. He's pretty small. Barkley needs the special breed stuff for his coat, but there isn't much left of that. I wish we had more time. He headed off toward the dog pens to get them all ready. Wait, Kimberly said after he had left. Won't the whole beaver be reset after we leave? Does putting food out help? I shrugged. I wasn't going to stop him. Just let him have this, I said. I'll carry the atlas, Antoine said, stuffing it into the duffel bag I had found for him. It was likely the safest place for it. Though the book weighed so much, I wasn't sure if the magic of the luggage tags would even protect it. They were designed to stack so you could upgrade a bag to hold more and more weight. Between the book and his bat, he might have already exceeded his 10-pound limit. Everybody good? Antoine asked. Isaac started to say, but then he lost his train of thought. Both he and his sister were still in shock. Now, we were shoving them out the door. I just wanted to get them out of here and on the way to town before they tried making a run for it like Jeanette had when we got here. Do you need help with your bags? I asked as Isaac and Cassie started picking up their belongings. Isaac shook his head and started walking out toward the road. I had trouble reading his mental state, but I didn't think that any of the options were good. He was either scared or paranoid or angry or all of the above. I'm good, Cassie said gently. She was still having a hard time. I packed light. I started to walk toward the road where the others were headed. I stopped short. It's okay to be scared, I said. Bad things will happen. But you can work and plan. We can keep going. I wasn't the one who should have been trying to make anyone feel better. My greatest accomplishment in life had been learning to feel nothing. I didn't know what to say. When you all said that we have to die, she started. I thought about how Arthur had treated the subject when we got there. He and Adeline both. They never tried to assure us that we would survive. They never gave us false hope to cling to. You die. It hurts and it sticks with you, I said. You never really get used to it, but you hesitate less. I'm sorry. That didn't exactly lift her spirits. She moved some of the dark hair out of her eyes and then started walking forward. I wished I had better news for her. We walked out to the road. The others were waiting. Bobby walked along with the 4 dogs in tow. As he stepped over the threshold separating the B from the road, the dogs stopped, sat, and watched him. When he noticed, he looked back to them with a look of defeat on his face. Perhaps he had hoped they would follow him further into Carousel. They were NPCs and had scripts and rules of their own. Of course, I had no idea what a dog's script looked like. Whatever it looked like, it told them not to leave the setting of their story. So we hoof it, Antoine said when we saw nothing in the distance. And we did, for the second time in my life. I walked the old hill road toward Carousel. It was later in the day than it had been the first time. Darkness was coming quickly. We joked idly that Carousel had forgotten us. Of course, there was a shadow of hope in our voices as we did, however. When night finally came, we saw the lights. 2 fiery globes floated toward us down a large stretch of road. I checked and double-checked that it wasn't an omen. It wasn't until the lights got closer that we heard the sound of hoofbeats and wheels in the distance. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. Sure enough, as we waited longer, we saw that the floating lights were actually lanterns attached to the front of a large, black carriage that was being pulled by 2 jet black horses. Sitting behind the horses was a young man who wore Victorian garb including a top hat. His clothes were all black, of course. We moved to the side of the road as he approached. I was holding my breath unintentionally. As the carriage got to us, the young man said, "Welcome, dear travelers, to the gateway." He didn't quite manage to get the horses stopped as he passed us. Shoot, he said loudly as he pulled on the reins to get the horses stopped. He looked back at us. I'm sorry. Just a second. He stood and turned toward us and nervously said, "Welcome, dear travelers, to the gateway of Carousel. I am your humble conveyor through the veils of reality and fantasy. The charioteer to escort you to the centennial celebration. Please step inside my carriage and leave your disbelief behind." He jumped down from the driver's seat of the carriage and opened the door. "Now you're supposed to get in," he said. "Wait, are you not visitors?" "I'm only supposed to get visitors. Sorry, it's my first time." He was young. He must have been a teenager. He was gangly, with acne that had been covered in a faint white face paint to make his face pop against the night sky. On the red wallpaper, he was a basic NPC named Kenny Patcher. "We are visitors," Antoine said. "Good," Kenny said, taking off his hat and bowing. "The actual centennial celebration doesn't start until tomorrow. But we heard some people were coming early. That must be you. This carriage ride is free if you're interested." This was it. We all looked at each other. Antoine got on first. The rest of us followed. It was a high step, and I had climbed up into the carriage. Kenny remembered there was a stepping block he was supposed to put out to help us get into the carriage. So he scrambled to get it set out for the others. "Okay," he said nervously. He closed the door and fiddled with something I couldn't see. He climbed back into the driver's seat. There was a rectangular hole that allowed us to see him up there. The carriage was nice. It almost felt like we really were just on a fun little ride up to a festival somewhere. There was an antique device that looked like an old radio with a tape player. Kenny brought us back almost to the parking lot so that he could find a place to turn around. I half expected Cassie and Isaac to bail, but they didn't. "All right," Kenny said, turning his head back to us to yell. Carousel used to celebrate its founding with something called Carousel's Eve. This was years ago before my time. It was a big deal to the Geists because they were all into showbiz. Carlisle, the founder's son, recorded this story to play on the radio. But we decided to play it to people visiting Carousel during the centennial. Just a second. As the carriage wheels ground against the gravel road, the young driver, with nerves like taut strings, clumsily reached out behind him and summoned life into the old tape player with a twist of a knob. The sound sliced through the static, and the voice of Carlisle Geist filled the space around us. "Ah, good evening, my esteemed guests," boomed Carlisle's voice, its resonant timbre enveloping us like a cloak. "I bid you a chilling welcome to the spectral soiree of our not-so-simple Carousel. I stand before you, albeit merely as a voice from this recording, to serve as your host on this eerie carriage ride. I shall tell a story so chilling, so steeped in truth, that it threatens to freeze the very marrow within your bones and alter your understanding of the realm of the living and the dead. This is, of course, assuming the stories passed down by my father hold a kernel of truth." His voice, as it floated through the carriage speakers, bore an uncanny resemblance to the ghost host from the haunted mansion, deep and haunting. This man was obviously an entertainer. Our story unfurls many decades ago, shrouded within the opaque embrace of a bygone era, one that has since been swallowed by the mists of time and obscurity. It begins with my progenitor, the enigmatic Bartholomew Geist, who, through fate or fortune, came to lay claim to this land. This legacy was an unusual one, bestowed not by blood relations but by the contractual pen of a banker, a figure of mystery named Silas Dyerkin. A man, if he could indeed be called a man, whose very existence seemed as ethereal as the fog that slinks across the moors when day gives way to night. At the mention of Silas Dyerkin, my friends and I glanced at each other with raised eyebrows. Silas, as in the mechanical showman, dealing with Mr. Dyerkin, was a peculiar affair. He and my father were strangers in the flesh, their interactions limited to the curious dance of ink on paper and the distant, often distorted, exchanges over the telephone wire. Letters from Mr. Dyerkin were crafted in eloquent, almost hypnotic language, while phone conversations were infused with his voice that twisted and turned like the unpredictable winds, each word dripping with the promise of untapped wonders. My father, whose heart and mind were always chasing the fantastical, was seduced by the enigma that these communications presented, and the strange land that seemed ripe for the taking. Carlisle's laughter broke through, a sharp crack that seemed to acknowledge the absurdity of the narrative he wove. If I may interject a slice of cynicism, it was likely the lure of riches that beckoned my father, not fantasy. But let it be said, every man is entitled to narrate his life's tale in the manner he sees fit, and my father's rendition was always drenched in the hues of the mysterious. A life replete with unexpected turns and thrilling escapades. As the carriage trundled along the gravel path, the air grew biting, a reminder that it was autumn in this part of Carousel. Upon his peculiar arrival, my father beheld a nameless tract of land that was little more than a scattered jigsaw of desolate homesteads and a smattering of forlorn shops, each one silent as a grave. The eerie stillness suggested that the residents had been taken by an otherworldly force, leaving behind a frozen snapshot of their daily existence. The fields lay fallow, untouched but for the phantoms of crops long since failed to be harvested. I huddled closer within my hoodie as Carlisle's words painted a vivid and unsettling picture in my imagination. The silence here was omnipresent, a silence so tangible it seemed to adhere to one's very skin. At the center of this somber tableau stood an unfinished clock tower, a monolith that watched over the scene with an air of accusation, its hands perpetually pointing to the hour of the supernatural. It was amidst this quietus that my father envisioned his grand dream, not a carousel adorned with gilded horses and the merriment of fairground music, but a carousel that would be a haven for souls of every stripe, a place to celebrate not just sublime but also the grotesque, a veritable playground for those with an appetite for the peculiar and otherworldly. Another laugh from Carlisle, perhaps even more sardonic than the last, sliced through the cold air. My father, always the consummate showman, may have been inclined towards the dark and dramatic. But he was no warlock. His correspondence with Mr. Durkin sowed the seeds of his grandiose vision, and though it seemed as if some archaic sorcery was at play, the transformation of this ghost town into a bustling hub of life was a result of something far more mundane: the prospect of employment and the dream of owning land. These were the spells that drew workers and their families to us. They, much like yourselves on this night, became part of the enduring legacy of my family's peculiar and morbid fascination. Carousel had been a ghost town before Bartholomew Geist purchased it from the bank, if the story was to be believed. Interesting. And thus, from the ghostly quiet, the carousel began to spin, its web catching all manner of. The carriage hit a bump. The tape player started to rewind back to the beginning. Kenny quickly turned it off. "Oh, sorry. This thing is finicky. Just a second." He fiddled with it behind his back and tried to make it continue playing. "It's not your fault," Kimberly said. "Sorry." "Oh my gosh. Okay. So the rest of the story is on a display in Town Square if you want to read it. Something about a curse. I'm sorry for the malfunction. You didn't miss much. The town grew. The Geists started making movies here. This tape was from before the fire. Alright. The fire. You can read about that in town too." The poor guy looked petrified at the failure of the tape. "Is that story true?" Bobby asked. "Did Bartholomew Geist really find the original town abandoned?" "Oh," the driver said. "I don't know. I wasn't around. I mean, you know that. Sorry. Never really questioned it. Geist was the founder of the town. That's what they teach in class, at least. I don't know about anything before that." He paused for a second. "You know, there is an old graveyard south of Town Square near the old Geist estate. Maybe you could look there. Who knows?" Just as he finished speaking, I saw something on the red wallpaper change. Under the Now Playing section, an entirely new section appeared called Leads. The Founder's Tale. Informational display. Cemetery on Geist Estate. The tape had stopped playing by the time we got to the end of Old Hill Road. The inside of the carriage was quiet as we all waited to find out where this ride would take us. Antoine held Kimberly, but neither dared to say a word. The windows of the carriage were warped in the way that old glass often was, but I could still see clearly enough when we passed the plot of land called the Patcher Rehabilitation Ranch. At first, I was confused. I didn't remember there being such a place before, but then I realized exactly where we were. Bobby must have realized about the same time that I did, because he scooted up to the seat directly behind the driver and leaned forward. "Wasn't there an amusement park or something there?" he asked. "Over there." The driver, Kenny Patcher, asked. "That's my family's place. We rehabilitate injured horses." As he said that, I saw 3 other carriages exactly like the one we were riding in being stored in a large barn. The only difference was that one was an off-white color and one was brown. "No," Bobby said. "Patcher's family farm. With hay rides and a corn maze." "Oh," Kenny said. "Yeah. They used to do a little roadside attraction a long time ago. Way before I came along. That didn't make sense." I surveyed the place as the carriage pulled away. The large farmhouse we had been in days ago was gone. There was no sign of the various farm-themed attractions. We had been brought there an hour or so after we arrived. We had run our first storyline there, the final straw too. Suddenly it didn't exist anymore. I saw no signs of a corn maze or a flying scarecrow named Benny. I kept my eyes peeled as the carriage moved forward the rest of the trip. I looked for other changes. I was not incredibly familiar with the town, especially not the route we were taking, so finding differences was difficult. Still, I felt like the place before me was changed. The place felt more modern. Carousel had always been a tapestry, the old and the new, but now, it looked like a mostly ordinary town, a suburb even. "What is it?" Kimberly asked. "No omens out there," I said. "Not a single one." "Isn't that a good thing?" Cassie asked meekly. I shrugged. The players before us said that predictability was the most important part of surviving here in Carousel. Dina said with a shadow of amusement. "Wonder what they would have done if they were here right now." "I think they would have been thrilled," Antoine said. "They were doing the best they could to survive. They lived for years thinking that this place was just an inescapable bottomless pit. And then when we found out it might not be, we just kept them in the dark. All they wanted was answers. And now now Chris is dead. We're going to save him." Kimberly said as if she was responsible for fixing every negative emotion Antoine ever had. Maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Antoine said. The players couldn't win the first time. We have to do our best not to repeat their mistakes, or we might just end up on missing posters ourselves. There was silence for a time. Nothing but the sound of hoofbeats. Is anyone optimistic about the near future? Isaac said. Somebody's gotta. I don't know. Keep things light. Pretty sure that's your job, comedian, I said. Isaac sighed. Then we're screwed. We're going to be okay, Cassie said weakly, like she was trying to will it into existence. None of us knew if we would be okay. We didn't even know that we would survive the night. Let's just focus on the tutorial, I said. There's important information here. We can worry about our futures after it's over. We were afraid, but also a little excited. Excited that when Project Rewind ended, we were the ones left alive. Excited that we might just be able to find out why we had been brought to this place. As the carriage moved further down the road and the neighborhoods grew denser, a loud explosion could be heard in the distance. For a moment my heart jumped into my throat. Everyone in the carriage moved into action. Ready to flee or fight. It's just fireworks, Dina said, as bright purple light filled up the sky. More bursts followed in many colors. More followed. Looks like they're letting them off early. Our driver, Kenny said nervously. He had been ignoring us and our conversation like most NPCs when you started talking about the meta. After we had all calmed down, Cassie asked, how do we find out what happened to Andrew? I knew this conversation couldn't be avoided for too long, despite my best efforts. Their older brother Andrew had been killed in Carousel. We didn't know when or how yet. So, there's something we have put off asking because there was always something more pressing. What year do you think it is? I asked. What year? Isaac asked cautiously. 2022. Please say that doesn't surprise you. I looked around at my friends. Oh good. Yeah, that's the right year. What date exactly? It should be April 1st, Cassie said. April. That meant they had arrived on the long road to Carousel a month or so before we did. Like Dina, who had been out of time for 10 years. They had been preserved until a precise moment. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. I wonder why you weren't a part of our group then. I had theories. But there was another question. I quickly checked the Atlas registry for Andrew Hughes before we left. There wasn't one. That meant that he either had been in Carousel before the Atlas was written, or he was not in the same group as the Atlas creators. Or, of course, he had arrived after the date that our version of the Atlas was plucked from time by Anna and Camden. Given their ages and what we knew about them, it looked like he was recent. Very recent. When did your brother come to Carousel? I asked. Cassie and Isaac looked at each other. A little over a year ago, she said. That meant Andrew had been part of the group that had arrived in Carousel directly before mine. I didn't know whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. With Isaac's tie-dye shirt and Cassie looking like she had thrifted clothing items from head to toe, it was easy to believe they had come to Carousel from any of the last 3 decades. But they were new, well, new enough. That means his team must have been the one that wiped out a few weeks before we got here, Antoine said. I heard Cassie take a sharp breath, but she didn't say anything. I got the impression she was holding back some emotion. What happened to him? Isaac asked. We don't know, Tina said. The players before us didn't like to talk about the dead. We had been trying not to use the word dead, from what we explained. Cassie and Isaac would know their brother was dead, but it was gentler to say he needed rescue. Cassie started to cry. Isaac looked like he wanted to say something, to double-check, clarify, but he didn't. We had explained how it worked. No matter how much you explain something like this to a person, it takes a while for reality to catch up. But we can save him, Isaac asked eventually. Yep, I said. But we have to save ourselves first. I had no concept of time as we arrived at the town square. Through the windows, we could see the streets bustling with NPC families and people working in the booths at the celebration. It all seemed so normal. There were carnival rides, fun houses, and exhibits of all kinds, all themed around horror and, sometimes, horror movies. I looked around for omens or signs of the abnormal. The only abnormal thing I saw was exactly how normal everything actually was. They were just people having a fun night out. I could smell tasty carnival treats and hear calliope music in the distance. The fireworks had mostly slowed down, but the black powder smell in the air remained. Kids ran around wearing monster masks, chasing each other with sparklers. Kenny got down from his seat and opened the door for us. The steps were nowhere to be found. He must have left them where he met us, or they had otherwise fallen off the carriage on the road. "I'm so sorry," he said, rushing. As he helped each of us down, at least he offered. We mostly jumped down except Kimberly, who took his offer for help and thanked him. I could see him blushing through his pale makeup as he was helping her down. I got a look at the vintage tape player that Kenny had used to play us the audio about the founding of Carousel. Strangely, it looked like there was no tape in the player at all. Strange. "So, what's the first step?" Isaac asked. "We investigate," I said. "We stay together and watch out for danger," Antoine said. "Can we find some funnel cakes?" Bobby asked. I took a moment just to look around. The park near downtown was filled with people and rides. The Ferris wheel was the very same one that had been set up for the grotesque scene between Roxy and I. Carousel really did like to recycle. As I scanned our surroundings, I saw something that looked out of place. "Was there a clock tower before?" I asked. My friends turned to look where I was staring. In the distance was a large, ancient-looking clock tower. "I think there was a clock tower mentioned in the audio tape," Bobby said. We stared at it. "I don't remember if that was there," Antoine said. "I can rewatch Delta Epsilon Delta later. I think there were some establishment shots from the square in that one," I said. "What's Delta Epsilon Delta?" Cassie asked. "A storyline we cleared. A murder mystery. I can watch it like it was a movie," I said. "Film buff," she said under her breath. She asked afterward. "She must have seen Kenny on the red wallpaper. Any person not trying to kill you?" Cassie shuddered. As we moved onto the sidewalk, a person in a werewolf mask chased a fake knife-wielding masked man down the street, howling the whole time. The calliope music ended, and a band somewhere started to play some off-brand version of Monster Mash. I knew it was a band and not a recording because they were terrible. Despite that, people cheered and made merry. "Madam Celia," Kimberly said, pointing to an empty booth across the street. Madam Celia was a psychic paragon, a level 50 NPC who knew information about Dina's quest. She wasn't at the booth, but a sign read, "Madam Celia Dane's Ethereal Emporium, Antiques and Spiritual Readings." The booth was covered and none of her merchandise had been stocked yet. The celebration didn't technically start until the next day, so she hadn't finished it yet. Kimberly explained to Cassie and Isaac who Madam Celia was while I continued to survey the area. Everywhere I looked there was something new to see. Across from us, there was a little path into the park. A spot had been set up for someone called the Barker on the red wallpaper. That was all the information it gave, not level or character type. The space consisted of nothing but a large step stool and a microphone. A man dressed in a red and white striped shirt and suspenders stood on the step ladder as if he were climbing up. He held onto the ladder with one hand and the microphone with the other. "If it's thrills you seek, the Banshee's drop will have you falling, perhaps falling too far," he announced into the microphone. "Look at this staring group," he said, addressing a group of four people walking in front of him. "Ready for a fright, or perhaps you hunger for a taste of deep-fried spider legs? We don't sell them here. I was just asking if you hungered for them," little kids nearby said. "You," as their mothers laughed and smiled at them. "Or perhaps, sir, you would like to march with our invisible phantom parade starting next evening? The price of admission is an arm and a leg, and one or two vital organs," the Barker said. Some people laughed at his corny joke. "The Ferris wheel of fate turns round and round. It is guaranteed to send you on a one-way trip back to where you were when you started." He cleared his throat. "The mayor's office would like me to remind you not to mess with the caskets set up around the downtown areas. Those are for emergencies only." The man continued to launch one joke after another, other times heckling passersby. My attention was brought back to the sidewalk we were standing on as a woman approached us. She wore a fashionable suit and was talking to someone on a cell phone. On the red wallpaper, her name was Rhonda Moore, Coordinator. She was a paragon, level 50. Tropes were visible but unreadable, just like Madame Celia and all the others I had seen. I don't care that it's only rainwater. We can't have the you-know-what backing up during the centennial. You need to get someone to fix it immediately." She hung up the phone as she approached us. "Hello, welcome to Carousel, the town where movies come to life. Are you all visitors?" Kenny was about to take off with the carriage, but just as he heard Rhonda's greeting, he shouted, "Welcome to Carousel, the town where movies come to life." It was as if he had forgotten. He then stirred his horses to move forward and waved back at us. "We just got here," Antoine said. "Great," Rhonda said, clapping. "My name is Rhonda Moore. I am responsible for making sure this all goes smoothly. Many of the attractions have already been set up if you want to go explore. Otherwise, you can find your lodgings and come back tomorrow when things kick off for real." For some reason, as she spoke to us, I really felt excited about doing just as she had said, exploring. "I've got to go. Just ask anyone with a centennial shirt on and they can point you to an attraction. I hope I see you tomorrow." She then waved goodbye and was back on her cell phone within 10 seconds. "Now we explore?" Cassie asked cautiously. "Now we explore," I said. The only thing we knew that needed to be done was to check out the informational display about the founding of Carousel that was supposed to be somewhere in the town square. We had been given a new space on the red wallpaper for leads, and while I still wasn't certain of what we were up against, I was glad to have direction. Even with all the excitement and joy surrounding us, knowing that something was coming created a palpable sense of dread. I could only imagine that people who showed up here without knowing anything would probably be having a good time at that moment, albeit a confused one. Having not been forced to become aware of the red wallpaper or being told that Carousel was a cosmic trap would make this experience a lot better. Dino was the first to discover the displays in the town square containing various information about Carousel. They were mostly collages of pictures and newspaper clippings on cardboard. Soon we found our way over to them and were eagerly trying to find any relevant information. They looked like they were a step up from a history report that someone might have done in junior high. They were informative but not exhaustive. We found the display that gave information about the founding of Carousel and quickly started to read over it. I smiled as I read because the articles on the display board and the pictures that were featured reminded me of how this exact same thing was done in movies. When using newspaper clippings to give information, there were always convenient titles and evocative pictures. And all we saw from most of the newspaper clippings were the first few lines. The founding of Carousel August 5. The haunted history of the Geist family. Bartholomew Geist acquires bankrupt township April 12. In a move that has stirred both curiosity and skepticism among industry onlookers, the enigmatic film and theater producer Bartholomew Geist has secured ownership of a recently bankrupted and abandoned community. The acquisition, brokered by the reclusive and astute financier Silas Dyerkin, represents a significant expansion of Geist's diverse and somewhat arcane business interests. Geist seeks partnership for local revival Gen 5. Bartholomew Geist announced today his intentions to revive the lifeless agricultural, industrial, and tourism sectors of his newly acquired property, now dubbed Carousel. With the aid of investors, it takes a village to raise a town, Geist mused. The next article was folded over so that only the title and first few lines could be read. I quickly unfolded it to read the rest of the story. Carousel, home of the stars, April 3rd, the Geist family, increasingly known for their contributions to the film business, are proceeding with their extensive project to convert sections of Carousel into permanent film sets, aiming to bolster their film production endeavors and instill a culture and history that will full drive tourism. However, this initiative has faced criticism from local residents, who are concerned about the quality and safety of the construction. Many of these structures have been deemed substandard and unsafe for public accessibility. A particularly stark example of these issues is the recently attempted public swimming pool, which was installed with such significant flaws that it remains unused. The issue has underscored the broader problem of hasty construction throughout the town. The most notable case highlighting these concerns is the Rapid Falls tenements. Located in the northern district of Carousel, these buildings, although aesthetically pleasing and designed to emulate the dense urban districts of major cities for films set in such locations, have been colloquially labeled the prettiest slums in the world by locals. Residents report that the buildings suffer from such poor craftsmanship that it seems the last coat of paint is the only thing holding these things up, indicating a potentially hazardous lack of structural integrity. This sentiment underscores a growing dissatisfaction among the populace with the Geist family's ambitious cinematic projects, raising questions about the balance between artistic creation and community safety. Sherai's Geist Asylum, a charitable sanctuary or set piece. October 10th, Sherai's Geist, eldest granddaughter to Carousel's founder Bartholomew Geist, has initiated the construction of a state-of-the-art asylum. While lauded for her charitable efforts, local historian Marty McKay quipped, "Sure, it's for charity, but don't be surprised if it doubles as a set for their next big flick, and a tax write-off for the Geist family." McKay added, "The socialite is known for her love of drinking and dancing. Perhaps this is a way to rehabilitate her image." Miss Carousel crown goes to a Geistigas 6. The crown of the first annual Miss Carousel pageant was awarded yesterday to none other than a member of the founding family. Miss Lillian Geist. The pageant, held at the Carousel 50th anniversary celebration, was meant to celebrate the vitality of the community. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Flames engulf Geist Factor on January 1. In a regrettable turn of events, a blaze engulfed a key manufacturing facility belonging to the Geist family late last evening. Official reports confirm there were no injuries or fatalities associated with the incident. Prompt action by local fire services, alerted by a vigilant young resident who has been dubbed a guardian angel by employees, who first spotted the conflagration, prevented any potential harm to the factory workers, who were unaware of the escalating danger until the arrival of emergency personnel. The affected factory, an early industrial endeavor established by Bartholomew Geist, has been a cornerstone in the Geist family's diverse business operations. Benson Geist, the current CEO of Geist Industries, was present during the incident and has publicly committed to reconstructing the facility. His statement assured the community that the rebuilding efforts would serve as a catalyst for innovation and growth, stating, "We will emerge from the ashes with a vision renewed for the future of Carousel." The cause of the fire is currently under investigation, with further details to be disclosed as they become available. The Geist family has pledged full cooperation with the authorities to ascertain the origin of the blaze and to implement measures to prevent future incidents. Tragedy strikes on the set of Geist's latest Fright Fetcher of February 18. In what can only be described as life-imitating art, a chilling accident occurred during the filming of Bartholomew Geist's latest horror venture, resulting in 4 fatalities, including Carlisle Geist, celebrated actor and presenter. Details are forthcoming. After a string of failures, Geist Productions was relying on their latest film to turn things around. That hope has been frustrated by these events. While the mystery shrouds Geist Manor Blaze April 10, the ancestral home of the Geist family fell to a baffling inferno last evening. Fire officials are left scratching their heads at the odd patterns of the blaze, with Chief Inspector Harrow noting, "The blaze hollowed out the main structure while leaving both one wing and several corridors completely untouched." The fire started during an unnamed social event. Guests and Geists alike attempted to escape the smoke and flame. Harrow noted that all the Geist family members present were engulfed. I read each of the articles twice. There was just enough information there to start piecing together a timeline of Carousel's alleged history. And fortunately, the most important parts were the parts that weren't in the articles. Those with the details we would have to discover on our own. The Geists had basically been eradicated 40 years prior. At that moment, there were too many possibilities for where the story was going. I needed to keep my mind open. The worst thing that I could do was decide that this was some sort of curse or grudge and only look for evidence of those things. After we had read the information and discussed it a little, I noticed that the lead instructing us to find the informational display had disappeared from the red wallpaper. Instead, new subheadings had been added under the lead vetting the founder's tale. These new subheadings instructed us to look for information about the Geist family and its demise. "So, this is basically like a video game," Isaac asked, "with quests and all that." "We'll see if you still want to call it a video game in a few days," Antoine said. In a way, it was like a video game. The tutorial was about to start. After all, after that, we meandered around the town square and looked at the various booths that had been set up. Cassie and Isaac were specifically interested in finding a booth that the hospital was running. They seemed to hope that their brother would be there. I didn't want to dash their hopes, so I didn't say anything. I expected that once we found it, it would likely be some sort of health awareness propaganda combined with some sort of carnival game or scary movie prop. That would be in fitting with the rest of the booths. He didn't find it. What we found was a display of cardboard cutouts of figures from Geist horror movies. There was also a wall filled with old vintage movie posters. I scanned over them repeatedly, as if subconsciously expecting to recognize one of them, but I never did. That was Carousel. Oh, everything was familiar but different. The sight of all the alternate reality horror film posters had been much more interesting to me than it was to my friends. Soon, I could feel them starting to pull away, drawn toward other parts of the celebration preparations. I took one last look at the line of vintage movie posters and rejoined them. Where to? Or at least as normal as the average Halloween fair. It didn't feel foreboding. Not in the way I was expecting. These people seemed happy. It was too normal. I felt like Carousel was teasing us. No one had an answer. Like me, they were taken in by the sights and smells of a town in the throes of a celebration. In the distance, the barker continued selling people on the virtues of the various carnival rides. See the scares from 100 feet up. He boasted of the drop ride. Let the world blend into a sea of swirling colors. He said of the ride that spun so fast that the passengers could defy gravity and crawl along the padded walls. Shouldn't there be a carousel in Carousel? Isaac asked. I don't see one anywhere. Antoine and I made eye contact and smirked. How many times had we asked that same question? Let's just take our time, Antoine said. The story will come to us. He said that like it was a good thing. I'm not looking forward to that part, I said, as a clown walked across the street selling balloons. Despite its spooky clown makeup, it was just an ordinary NPC. If anything was going to be a monster, it would have been the clown. It was at that moment I glanced down the street and saw a man in a fancy suit. He wore a red sash that said the word mayor in golden letters and a hat to match his suit. His gray mustache was intricately manicured. A chill went down my spine. I got the attention of my friends and directed them in the direction I was looking. They were just as disturbed to see him as I was, with the exception of Isaac and Cassie, who did not know what the big deal was. Oh my God, Kimberly said. He's coming this way. We had heard references to the mayor here and there, but we had never actually seen him. We knew he was involved in the throughline from the writings in the atlas, but to what extent, we couldn't be sure. Curiously, on the red wallpaper, his name was Mayor Roderick Gray. He was a level 3 NPC, just like most of the people we had seen so far. I had expected an ultimate antagonist or similar. It was still possible that he was the bad guy being disguised by the narrative and powerful tropes, but I could not be certain. He got closer. Behind him, an entourage of yes-men and security personnel walked. He waved at the families participating in the festivities and said, "Welcome to Carousel," to everyone who made eye contact. As he walked toward us, I scanned for omens. Still, there were none. Soon enough, he was upon us. He was practically right next to us on the sidewalk. He turned, looked right at each of us, smiled warmly, and said, "Welcome to Carousel, the town where movies come to life." Then he and his followers walked across the street toward a booth about civic engagement. He never looked back. "Seems like a nice guy," Bobby said nonchalantly. Somehow that was even more unnerving. Why did they not put the booths all in one place? Dina asked as we made our way up yet another row of carnival rides. We had seen booths for every company, social club, public utility, and college organization. There was nothing out of the ordinary at any of them. We wandered without progress for so long, I started to doubt that we should be there at all. This place was a good microcosm for Carousel itself, though. It was the first time players would see important names like the Delta Epsilon Delta fraternity, which was running a carnival game where players armed with a long foam hammer tried to strike the heads of various frat members as they popped out of holes in a large plywood construct. It was whack-a-mole. All of the frat guys were tipsy but seemed to be having a good time. I didn't see any faces I recognized. The company that had been behind the research facility in the subject of inquiry storyline with the psychically manifested poltergeist had a giant wheel contestants could spend for various prizes, all of which were KRSL products. And it went on and on like that. They were spread around the concessions, carnival rides, and t-shirt booths. Eventually, though, we found the booth we had been looking for. Hallowed Heart Hospital was doing a blood drive, giving out free healthy snacks, and administering flu shots all in one area. As we approached, Cassie, who had said few words, found the nearest nurse and asked her bluntly, "Is Drive. Andrew Hughes here?" "Excuse me." The woman plastered on a smile. She was a level 3 NPC. No title. I doubted she would know much. "Dr. Andrew Hughes," Cassie said. "He was supposed to be working at this booth." The nurse didn't appear to recognize the name. Still, she looked around quickly and said, "I don't know of a Drive. Hughes." She leaned back and yelled back into the booth, "Do we have a Drive. Hughes?" A buff male nurse with a long dark ponytail simply shook his head from within the booth and then went back to sorting through some things in boxes. "I'm sorry, honey," the nurse said. "You said he was supposed to be working the booth for Hallowed Heart." Cassie didn't answer at first. "I apologize, I must be mistaken." She turned back around toward us. "It doesn't matter how much proof you have. Hope blinds you." She had been holding out hope that her brother would be there. At least we let her and Isaac search. The players that we met at the lodge didn't indulge our curiosities. Adeline had trained them not to. "We need to keep moving," Dina said quietly but firmly. She looked spooked. She must have seen something. Her outsider's perspective trope alerted her when things were new, unusual, or out of place. She didn't necessarily know what was causing the trope to trigger, but it was still useful information. We picked up the pace and continued our path around the booths and rides. "There," Dina said, pointing to the observation tower ride. And like all of the other rides, it didn't require tickets. That was important because we hadn't taken the time to win or buy any. It consisted of a large octagonal cabin with windows in every direction. It would slowly rise up a few stories high, and then slowly descend. It was small compared to some of the larger versions at amusement parks, but it still went high enough to see the whole area. More than that, it was practically empty, despite how crowded the rest of the rides were. We stepped into the cabin. Dina kept a watch out behind us until the doors closed and the room began its slow ascent. And like most observation towers, where the room would spin all the way up the tower, this one simply rose. It was lifted by a large pair of jacks. "What was it?" Antoine asked Dina as soon as the doors closed. "We're being followed," Dina said sharply. We rushed to the window facing the way we had come in. "A man," Dina said. "I can't describe him." "What was he wearing?" Kimberly asked. We scanned the crowds for someone looking up at us. "I can't describe him as in I magically can't describe him. I can't focus on details," Dina said. "Like from a trope?" I asked. Dina nodded. "He's right there," she started to say. "No, I lost him somehow." I looked around the festival grounds. I saw no indescribable men, as if that was a thing I could look for. "Did you see him on the red wallpaper?" Bobby asked. "No," Dina said. "He wasn't there." I was about to ask her another question but then thought better of it. There were only two ways to not appear on the red wallpaper that I knew of. The first way was to have an outsider trope called guarded personality, which would prevent any type of insight into a player. Dina had that trope. Travis, one of the outsiders at the lodge, had that trope. That trope was beatable with a high moxie or savvy though. The other time I saw someone not show up on the red wallpaper was when I saw the axe murder. I couldn't say anything to my friends about that though, and able to see the man who was following us. We reverted to trying to figure out where we were supposed to be. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. Maybe the booth you go to has something to do with what happens next, Kimberly suggested as she looked down at the grounds. Maybe we're supposed to be doing the activities. I wonder what the face painting booth would do. Then, Isaac said, and able to even summon the energy to smirk at his own remark. I don't understand how nothing is happening, Antoine said. Shouldn't there be a guide or something? They discussed our situation. As they did, I started trying to think about this place as if it were an actual game. I looked around. My eyes rested on Isaac and Cassie. They stood there, still holding the luggage that they had brought with them. What if we're not supposed to do anything at the fair tonight? I asked. They paused and waited for me to explain. Cassie and Isaac, I said, pointing to them. They're still holding their luggage. If this was a real fresh start, Then there would be 8 or 9 people, all lugging around bags and boxes. I mean, think of all the crap we had when we got here. We had to ditch it at the front of the corn maze before we did the final straw too. Something clicked. We need to find a place to stay, Antoine said. I think it makes sense, I said. It's dark. Things are winding down. I looked out at the festival. Kind of. This isn't even the real start of the centennial. That's tomorrow. A bunch of new players would be looking for a place to put their things. Especially since whoever invited them isn't going to be here to pick them up. We had been so obsessed with completing the tutorial and moving the story forward that we had forgotten to act as if we were new players who thought they were on vacation. The first thing that new players would do when they got to the centennial event would be to find a place to stay the night. That hadn't even entered our minds. That would explain why nothing's happening, Bobby said. So we need to look for a hotel. Scanning the horizon as the observation deck lowered down. Yeah, I said. Though the process of searching for a hotel may be the thing that causes something to happen. If we're leaving, Isaac said. I could really use a bite to eat. That didn't sound half bad. I walked across the observation cabin and stared west. In the distance. A sign flickered with the word diner, though the and are sometimes weren't visible. We had prepared for the man Dina had seen to be standing at the doors of the observation deck as soon as the doors were opened. But he wasn't there. We quickly made our way out. The diner had been a staple of the diet of the players of the launch. By going there, we could get some food and visit the community board across the street where players' missing posters could be found. If we could get a hold of their brother's poster, it might help Isaac and Cassie get their heads in the game. We wound down our way through the centennial toward the diner. No one jumped out to stop us from leaving. The diner was a bit of a walk, but it was much faster than we were used to given the omens were not present. We could actually walk in a straight path. As we approached, I could see that the NPCs had graciously left us an empty booth, as they always did at the diner. We stepped onto the street and walked toward the end. UHO, Dina said. At first, I assumed the mysterious man was back, but as I followed her gaze, I saw that she had noticed something completely different. The community board that held all of the missing player posters was gone. In its place, there was an NPC operating a pair of post hole diggers. We approached. The whole wall of the building had been covered with boards and posters the last time I had been there. Now, there was nothing. Howdy, the man with the post hole diggers said as we got close. Hey, Antoine said. What happened to the community board? The NPC said. Tore it down. Mayor wants all of them refurbished. He said the whole network of them was rotting in place. He wasn't wrong. Gonna get a new board up so that the community has a place to post about lost cats and coat drives and whatnot. Should be done in a few days. Thanks, Antoine said in shock. Are the missing posters gone? Kimberly asked in a panic. That would be one heck of an oversight for Project Rewind. If the missing posters were gone, that meant that none of the other players could be rescued. Are they gone for good? Kimberly asked again. That part's not my job, the NPC said. Let's not freak out here, I said. He said that he would have the board done in a few days. That doesn't mean the missing posters are gone, it means that we haven't unlocked them yet. Think about it. You have an NPC out here working in the middle of the night on a glorified bulletin board. He gives us some line about when the board will be back up. Straight out of a video game, Isaac said. Right, I said. Truthfully, I wasn't certain. But somebody needed to say something positive. Of course, it would make sense to prevent players from seeing the missing posters before they had completed the tutorial. Especially if the goal was to prevent players from panicking and trying to run. Wait, Bobby said. He looked to the NPC. How many boards are you putting up in this spot? The NPC was struck by the question. He grinned. Now that I think about it, I'm putting up 6 boards here. Gonna have an extra connected community in this part of town. He laughed to himself and got back to work. That was a clever question. Bobby's background noise trope allowed him to gather information from NPCs as long as they weren't on screen. We knew that there was originally only one community board in this area, but that more got added as more players died in order to accommodate the extra missing posters. Since the NPC was adding 6 boards, it stood to reason that there were a lot of missing posters to go on them. Even with that good bit of news, the missing poster being gone was quite the gut punch. Still, we made our way inside the diner. We didn't speak. They'll be back up as soon as we get through the tutorial, Antoine said. Though I suspected he was trying to convince himself. There may be a storyline that's designed to teach us about rescues. Or we have to wait until we're awarded our first rescue trop. Of course, we already have some, so it might trigger automatically, I said, trying to be reassuring. I wasn't sure I hit the mark. The others piled into a booth. I asked Antoine for the atlas. I sat down at the low bar and started flipping through the pages for answers. I found the section on the missing poster board. There was nothing about the community board returning after the tutorial. There was also nothing about it disappearing. That was kind of good news. There's another missing poster board at the police station, I said, reading the entry. We can check that one too if we want. Of course, if missing posters were taken from the game when it reset, that wouldn't matter. Still having another place to look was some comfort. Dina sat down next to me at the low bar. You know, it's funny, she said. We spent an hour telling these kids how dangerous the town was, and then when we got here, it almost looked like a fun place to be. Kind of undermines our message, I said, trying to see the humor. We ordered our food. We had some money saved up. Not a lot, but some. As I ate, I looked across the store to see the owner, Gloria. She held a coffee pot and stood next to an empty booth. She looked lost in thought. Almost sad, maybe confused. I wondered why. Back at the table, Antoine had reverted to planning things out to take his mind off the missing posters. So we find an NPC that is wearing one of those Centennial t-shirts and we ask them where to find a place to stay. If Riley's right, then they should point us toward where we need to. Shit, I yelled as a face appeared outside the window of the diner right next to Antoine's head. He had appeared out of nowhere. It was a man. I couldn't say what he looked like, or what he was wearing. I couldn't say much about him at all. He said something through the glass that sounded like a whale's call to me. My friends practically jumped out of the booth from fright. The man made his way around the diner toward the entrance. Antoine started pulling his bat out of his duffel. He opened the doors and walked across the room to where we were standing. It was almost like he was more freaked out by us than we were by him. For a moment, he just looked us over. He was blocking our way to the exit. There was nothing we could do unless we wanted things to get physical. He said as he looked over us, his heart clearly racing. How did you get to this place? The confusion on his face was matched by the confusion on ours. How did you get to Carousel? He asked. I am asking you literally. Where did you enter Carousel from? The man said. I was hesitant to answer. Antoine wasn't. Old Hill Road, he said. By the run-down bed and breakfast. The man ran his hand over the top of his hair. That's interesting. Okay. I have to tell you something. You're not going to want to believe me. Heck, you probably won't believe me at all. Not until it starts happening. Until what starts happening? Kimberly asked. The man contemplated his answer. Sit down. This will sound weird. We all did as he asked. The other NPCs in the diner had long gone back to what they were doing before the man entered the building. I am bound by forces that frustrate my attempts to help you. But I am trying to help you. We all have our puppet strings, even me, even you. Listen beyond what I say. There are things out there that can't be true. At the Centennial. Things that don't line up. It's all part of the trick. You were not invited here for the reasons you think you were. Tell me, why did you come here? It seemed that Carousel was getting right into it. Horror convention, Bobby said with sadness in his eyes. My brother invited me to his lake house, Antoine answered. He invited my friends too. Cassie took a deep breath. She stared at the man the way someone might stare at a ghost. Our brother too. He's a doctor at the hospital. I see. I'm sorry to tell you this, the man said, but you were tricked. Your loved ones aren't here. They're likely dead. There is no horror convention. What the hell are you talking about? Antoine said. He looked shocked at the words coming out of his own mouth. It was all a knee-jerk reaction. It didn't make sense. Antoine knew what the man said was true. It made no sense for him to react that way. Yet, I knew why Antoine had said it. Every word that was coming out of this man's mouth was hostile to my mind. Everything he said I didn't want to believe even though I knew it to be true. There was something going on. This is not Carousel. It certainly isn't this happy place. The man said, pointing his hand back in the direction of the celebration. This is part of the trap. A trap? I asked, hoping to get some clarification. Still, my mind revolted against the information he was giving us. I didn't want to believe it for some reason. Why would anyone want to trap us? At this point, a new player would be extremely skeptical and likely would not have seen anything supernatural. I tried to speak as if I thought the whole conversation was a joke or the ravings of a lunatic. I don't know, the man said, but whoever set the trap did so because they want you here. I don't know for what purpose. Can you be a little more cryptic, please? Isaac asked. His instinct to make a quip was stronger than his unease. The man rolled his eyes. So, what are they going to do now that they have us? I asked with a forced smirk. If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. The man said, "Try us," I said. We needed to slow down and get as much information as possible. I had to fight the temptation to jump forward in the conversation to larger questions. He shook his head. I think they want you because your story hasn't been told yet. And like the rest of us, the only people in this whole town who haven't gotten to the end yet are the 7 of you. They want to know how far you can go. Who's they? Antoine asked. The man smiled. After it starts happening, I'll try to find you. Then we can talk. When you're ready to believe me. He started to get up. You're a stranger, Dina said quickly. The man looked at her and nodded his head. I know. You don't know me. I don't know you. But you have to believe me. Dina wasn't calling him an ordinary stranger. She was trying to say that he was the stranger. The stranger paragon was the manifestation of the outsider aspect called the stranger. We had met several paragons before and read about others in the atlas. It would make sense. The stranger was the aspect of the outsider that existed in the periphery, guiding their allies with cryptic warnings. They were nameless and mysterious. As I looked the man up and down, he was, indeed, mysterious. As he walked away, he looked back at us and said, "Don't forget what I told you. Oh, and if you're looking for lodgings, the visitor's booth might be of service." After he was gone, I said, "I told you we were supposed to be finding a place to stay." An NPC just interrupted his cryptic warning to send us in that direction. Can't get more clear than that. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. What did he even tell us? Antoine asked. What substance should we take away from that for the through line? We didn't even get an entry on the leads board. He was right. Nothing the stranger had said was entered on the red wallpaper. I think he was the stranger paragon, I said. I think he was using a special trope so that he could give us cryptic warnings, but we wouldn't believe him. Is that what that was? Bobby asked. I felt like my brain was doing somersaults. Then what was the point? Antoine said. If we didn't already know he was telling the truth, we would have just dismissed the warning and went on our way. I thought he would at least tell us what to look out for. I contemplated it for a moment. Whatever trope he had used to make us doubt him hadn't worked, though not for long. We already knew most of the things he said. For us, it was a really odd encounter. For actual new players, it would have been an odd moment they all laughed about. Even the grave warnings would be dismissed under the effects of his trope. His short rant was supposed to give us information without actually changing our minds or making us suspicious. I think his whole thing was meant to stop us from running away. I said, like it was a logistics thing for the game. If a new player was already suspecting something was up but wasn't certain, he would ease their suspicion with that trope. A trope that makes people not believe what they are told would stop players from sensing something was off about Carousel before they were supposed to. If we had run into him at the festival and Dina hadn't warned us, he would have just yelled that stuff at us and run off, magically eliminating players' skepticism while directly telling them that they should be skeptical must have served Carousel's purpose. But we avoided him, so he had to chase us down awkwardly. Antoine said, "We need to get our heads on straight," I said. "If we keep going like this we might miss something important. I mean, this is the tutorial. We have to act like we do not know what is going on." "Way ahead of you," Isaac said. "The visitor's booth." An NPC with large, bushy sideburns asked. "That's right over there. Turn at the rope ladder game and go straight. They should be able to set you up with a hotel for the night." "Thanks," Kimberly said. "I am so tired," I said as we trudged toward the booth, which had been near the center of town square the whole time. We had passed it while looking for the hospital booth. What do you think the odds are we actually get to sleep tonight? 1 in 10, Antoine said. I sighed. The booth was large and was occupied by some smiling NPCs, including one named Gina. It faced a circular patch of grass next to a statue of Bartholomew Geist. It was smaller than the one that had chased me during the grotesque storyline. Directly in front of the statue, some men in hard hats were digging a hole. The mayor was near them with his entourage. They were lifting a large metal object out of a wooden crate. The mayor noticed some people watching and waved to them. Kimberly struck up a conversation with the NPC Gina. "Hello," Kimberly said. "We're in town for the centennial and somehow we can't find the people we were supposed to stay with. Can you suggest us a hotel for the night?" "Oh my gosh," Gina said. She was a stout woman with a toothy grin. "Things are so hectic right now. I bet that's why you can't get a hold of them. We can certainly set you up with some rooms. This happens with every big event in Carousel. I can check if anyone has canceled their rooms and maybe we can set you up with a place for the night." "What do you think? You're a lifesaver." "Thank you so much," Kimberly said. "It'll be just a moment. I've got to look through the books. If you want a sneak peek of a big event, the mayor is setting up the time capsule right over there. It's so exciting." The large metal object near the mayor was a time capsule. I had heard of these, but never actually seen one in real life. The capsule was an airtight container that people could put letters or heirlooms into before it was buried. Decades later, the capsule could be dug up and the future mayor could unseal it to reveal all of the neat old stuff inside. As we approached, we saw the capsule more closely. There were words painted on the side. "Carousel's Centennial Capsule, 100 Years of Fun, buried August 5th. Do not open for 100 years, Carousel loves families." That Carousel loves families slogan was on signs and booths, flyers and carnival food wrappers. Now, it was on a time capsule. "I see you are admiring our new tradition," Mayor Gray said enthusiastically as we walked up. "Well, she goes into the ground soon, never to be seen again for 100 years. Isn't that exciting?" I nodded. "Why, I plan to drop in this letter," he said, brandishing a fancy envelope. "It contains my advice to the mayor of 100 years from now, as well as my hopes for the future of Carousel. I believe in this place. I believe in what it can be. Do you?" He was looking at Dina. "Well, I just got here," she said. He smiled knowingly. "I assure you by the time you leave, you will be a believer in my vision for this place. It will be a place of prosperity, of happiness, of reconciliation between what has been and what can be." "Do you know who said that?" He was looking at me this time. "Bartholomew Geist, I guessed." "Yes and no," he said, looking back at the statue behind him. "It was actually another of our founding fathers, Silas Dyerkin." Geist repeated the words loudly and often, though. The mayor looked like he was about to say more, but before he could, the men digging near the statue started calling for him. I looked over. One of the men rammed his shovel down into the large hole they had been digging. A clanging sound echoed over the square. "Pipes?" the mayor asked calmly. I was assured that this would be a safe place to dig for the capsule. The men continued finessing the dirt with their shovels as the mayor looked down into the hole quizzically. He looked absolutely at a loss for words. "This is," he said. "This makes no sense. It can't be. Who do we call about this? Who would know?" Before we could investigate further, we were approached by the woman from the visitor's booth. She handed Kimberly a handwritten note and map. "Now just follow these directions," Gina said. "We've got you set up with 3 rooms all in one wing of the hotel. It's a nice one if you ask me. Newly renovated. Room service. The whole 9 yards. Normally we wouldn't do this, but given your dire situation, we thought, why not just go the extra mile? I mean, it is a time of celebration." She stopped talking and stared over in the direction of the hole. I followed her gaze. Most everyone else was already looking in that direction. The men were working together to lift something large and metallic out of the ground. It was a cylinder covered in dirt. There were handles and a latch on the side. It looked similar to the time capsule that had been prepared for the centennial, but it was slightly larger and slightly different in its shape. "I never heard anything about this," the mayor yelled. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and started wiping dirt off the side of the object. As he did, the bewilderment on his face grew. I knew this because he would look back at the crowd that had gathered just to make sure they were seeing the same thing he was. As he wiped the dirt away, words were revealed. Words, Carousel's time capsule. 100 years of thrills, here's to 100 more. Do not open until August 5th. Buried August 5th, 1992. During Carousel's centennial celebration, the mayor, completely speechless, continued to wipe so as to uncover the final words, Carousel loves families. The time capsule that was buried 30 years too early caused quite a stir. Most who learned of its existence found it amusing. Of course they did. My friends and I knew that it was an omen of what was to come. But everyone else in that part of the square that night were laughing and scratching their heads about it. The mayor, however, was some unique combination of angry, embarrassed, confused, and paranoid. He alternated between those emotions with every sentence. I demand to know who is behind this. He screamed to his entourage as they scrambled to find someone, anyone, who might be able to explain the situation. Don't make a scene. We don't want people walking over here. How would there be a time capsule already buried here, and why does it say that 1992 was the centennial? Is this a setup to make me look foolish? His people did not know the answer. The first person who was called in to help was Rhonda Moore, who was the coordinator for the centennial. She was also a paragon, which was an NPC that the Atlas defined as the left and right hands of Carousel. These NPCs play a variety of characters in storylines. They can be protagonists, allies, or villains. The current theory is that each one specializes in either an aspect or advanced archetype: detective paragon, researcher paragon, etc. Though their exact nature is not understood, they can be more or less powerful depending on what is needed. They pretend not to know anything outside of their scripts, but they are lying. They remember you between stories, I swear. I wasn't sure if that entry was in the version of the Atlas at Campfire like it was in ours. My best guess was that paragons were on our side. I needed to know more before I could be sure. The only way I had of recognizing a paragon was their default level being 50 and the fact that they had numerous small posters on the red wallpaper that should normally have contained tropes. But they were all grayed out. I had originally thought it meant they were secretly enemies. But now I didn't know what to think. Rhonda Moore, though, was born to tell people what to do. She had a calming presence that put even the mayor at ease. If only for a few moments. I saw her whispering in his ear the moment she arrived. She immediately started to take command of the situation, directing citizens away from the mysterious time capsule. I am so sorry that you had to see this whole mess, she said as she spotted us watching the situation unfold. I know you probably just want to get to your hotel and decompress so you will be ready for tomorrow. If you could wait a minute, I'll find someone to show you to your hotel. I felt the subtle strings of a trope pulling over me. It was like the lure of watching videos on the internet when you have homework to do. An ever-present temptation. In this case, the temptation was to do exactly as Rhonda had requested of us. I looked at my friends. They felt it too. Rhonda had just used a trope on us to keep us in that exact location. It appeared that the tutorial relied on paragons like Rhonda to ensure players did as expected. That itself was odd. If Carousel wanted us to stick around for some exposition, why not just make us do it all on its own? Why involve a paragon? If I were to guess, I would say Rhonda embodied the team leader aspect of the final girl archetype. Final girl. Resilient characters often left standing at the end. Team leader aspect. Inspiring figures adept at guiding others through terrifying situations. It was pretty clear why we were being asked to stay there. Rhonda and the mayor had brought in the help of several other people from the town. Constance Barlow, the head librarian we had met, the police chief Kurt Willis, and Tar Bellows, who owned the pawn shop. In fact, everyone other than the mayor and his aides were paragons. We were about to watch a type of cutscene. We had to stay there and observe. Tar was asked to bring a pair of bolt cutters to remove an intimidating metal lock on the top of the time capsule they had just dug up. He was a bald, heavily muscled man. We had met him when we visited his pawn shop. He had hinted to us not so subtly that there was importance to the extra tickets I had been awarded, which led us to discover the rough message contained within them. I half expected for him to give us a wink or some acknowledgement, but he didn't. He was dead focused on getting the time capsule open. He stood there, awaiting the command from the mayor. The mayor was failing to conceal his unease about the situation. He wasn't sure whether to open it or not. The debate that ensued was hushed. but it did help introduce some of the new paragons. How would this end up here? He asked Constance. You're the Carousel historian. Tell me I have not gone mad. I had known Constance as the head librarian, but apparently, she was an expert on Carousel too. I made a note of that. You haven't gone mad yet, Constance answered, unless you're asking if the people of Carousel somehow lost track of the date for 30 years. Of course not, the mayor said, but I do want some other explanation for the circumstances we find ourselves in. The time capsule they had dug up was supposedly buried during the Carousel centennial 30 years prior in 1992. That was confusing, given that the town was currently celebrating its centennial in 2022. A 100-year anniversary is typically a once-in-a-lifetime experience for any town. Not for Carousel, apparently. Aren't there procedures and regulations for things like this? The mayor asked harshly. Fortunately, the procedures are printed on the side, Constance said dryly. Open in 100 years. We're 70 years shy. The mayor shot her a sharp look. Chief, the mayor said, do you have any ideas? What do you want me to do, Roderick? Police Chief Willis asked. Call in the bomb squad. Tell them we have a mysterious object, if that's the procedure. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. We don't have a bomb squad. Rhonda Moore interjected before the chief could answer. You defunded it years ago. That's true, we don't have a bomb squad anymore, the chief said. But I can hand this over to old Tug Montgomery and he'll open it for us. He's got loads of experience with explosives. Assuming that's what this is. We're always getting calls about it. The chief was clearly amused by the time capsule. It was hard to tell his emotions at first. With the reflective sunglasses he wore despite it being nighttime, he might have been in his mid-50s, but he was fit and held himself confidently. Someone I had not seen before made her way into the center of the discussion. Her name was Kitty Lincoln. She was a plain woman whose most defining feature at that moment was the neon yellow safety vest she wore that had the words Carousel Alliance for Residential Protection CARP written on it. In fact, according to the red wallpaper, she was the president of CARP. With her level being 50 and her litany of unreadable tropes, she was clearly a paragon. She had not been one of the people brought in by the mayor or Rhonda Moore. She had come on her own. Do you really think it's going to explode? She asked, quivering at the thought. It will if we give it to Tug, Chief Willis said. He and Tar looked at each other and started laughing. You are not striking the appropriate tone here, the mayor said. I want to know what is going on here and I want to know it now. Half of them looked exasperated, the other half amused. It continued on. Constance Barlow crafted a theory that the time capsule was a prank. I assure you, Roderick, this was a practical joke. I find it odd that you would get up in arms about this. It's not as if we could lose 30 years. Point in fact, the statue here was installed 30 years ago during the anniversary celebration. I suspect that our prankster took that as an opportunity to bury this fake time capsule next to it. For a moment that satisfied the mayor, and fortunately, Kitty Lincoln was there to rain on his parade. How did they know that you were going to dig right here? She asked. The area where we chose to bury the time capsule was the subject of huge debate. The Carousel Alliance for Residential Protection worked with the city council to decide the location that would be safest to dig, and this was the location that we concluded was proper. How could anyone else have known that information, especially 30 years ago? As Kitty spoke, she got a procession of eye rolls. Kitty, Rhonda Moore said, while we did receive the letters from CARP, we had already decided on this location months in advance. Don't forget that we actually have no idea when this capsule was placed underground. It could have been buried only months ago. As Constance has said, it is likely a practical joke. Kitty didn't seem to like that her organization's contribution was being dismissed, but she said nothing. So do you believe that we should open it now? The mayor asked. Looking at Rhonda, Rhonda thought for a moment. I think it would be best if we opened it in front of the townspeople tomorrow when they're gathered at the opening day of the centennial. It would be quite the photo op. Very odd and on brand for Carousel. She then reduced her volume down to a whisper. Though we might take a peek in first just to ensure that we won't be embarrassed. I can open it now, Tar said, slowly moving his bolt cutters toward the lock. He looked like he was bored with the conversation and just wanted to get the capsule open. As we watched them debate this, Isaac leaned over to me and whispered, "Why does it even have a lock? Who did they think was going to be getting into it once it was buried?" He asked the question in a jokey cadence. But it wasn't a bad question. Why lock a time capsule you're about to bury? Maybe they were trying to stop something from getting out, I suggested. Only half kidding. The paragons continued their whispered debate, which only persisted because of some unspoken concern the mayor had that only Kitty Lincoln seemed to agree with. While she didn't want to open it because it might contain anthrax, a bomb, rats, or vulgar writings, the mayor's concern was harder to pin down. The more the conversation went on, the more I started to sense some kind of dread from him that his script didn't have the words to explain. All of this set the scene for her to arrive. She walked like she was gliding. Her style of dress was even more flamboyant than it was the first time I saw her. She wore an extravagant purple dress, and more scarves than any one person needed. She wore multiple rings on most of her fingers and earrings that could have been used as wind chimes made from precious stones. Madame Celia Dane. She was a psychic paragon as best I could tell, either the seer or occultist aspect. I couldn't be sure, though I leaned toward the former. "Greetings," she said loudly. She put on more of a show than I remembered. I sensed my services were needed. "You know things are serious when the psychic shows up," Police Chief Willis joked. If Madame Celia heard the comment, she ignored it. "I am here to ease your mind, Roderick," she said, looking at the mayor. The mayor didn't see the humor that the police chief did. "And how will you do that?" he asked. Madame Celia moved close to him and said, "You will open the capsule. That's what I have to say, whether it is now, tomorrow, or the next day, or 30 more years from now. You will figure out what message the past has for us. The voices of the dead can be louder than the living here in Carousel. When they choose to speak, you will hear them. There is no use delaying what will happen. There is even less use ignoring what already did." The other paragons acted slightly unsettled by her tone. "Celia," the mayor said in a worried tone, "this was buried on August 5th. 1992. Surely I don't have to tell you what day that was." There was a silence as the paragons suddenly seemed to realize whatever it was the mayor was hesitant about. "No," the Chief Willis said, "you're not suggesting. I'm not sure where your mind is, but you're wrong. Whatever it is, it can't have anything to do with that. I'm telling you," Rhonda Moore said. "It had to have been put there recently. It doesn't make sense. The date they put is in bad taste. But there is no reason to think it is accurate either way. It could be a PR disaster now that you bring that up." Constance the librarian started to argue her prank theory again, but she was cut off. "Open it," Mayor Gray said. "Celia is right. I will open it. No use putting it off. Go ahead." It sounded like something happened 30 years ago. Something that might be related to the contents of this time capsule. Something they weren't talking about. Tar had the lock snipped in seconds. He stepped aside and eagerly awaited a glimpse at the contents. "If you could back up for a moment," the mayor said. "I'd like to see what's in it first myself." Tar and the others reluctantly moved to the side so that only the mayor was facing the latch that would open the capsule. Mayor Roderick Gray stood before the metal cylinder with raw reverence. It could have been a prank, a typo, a casket, or something beyond explanation. It was all of those things until he opened it. It took a bit of pulling. The hinges were rusted, and a seal had been formed. He did manage to get it open. As he did, he stared down into the container, grabbed a flashlight offered by Tar, and examined the contents. His expression of curiosity never changed. He just stared. I couldn't read his face. He stood still for a minute. I never got a clue of what he saw. He closed the lid. "Did you bring another lock like I asked?" "Yep," Tar answered, brandishing a padlock from his pocket and handing it to him. "Have this brought to my offices. The ones at the clock tower. We should get the hole covered with a tarp so we can bury the proper time capsule tomorrow as planned. Can someone remind me of when it is supposed to rain again?" 3 days from now, Rhonda answered quickly. "Good. We're in the clear. The contents of the previous capsule deserve careful consideration, Rhonda. We won't be showing them to the populace just yet. Clear out. It's near curfew, isn't it?" All the while he spoke, he stared into the distance, like he was still processing what he had seen. The police chief looked at his watch. "It is. We need to get these people cleared out of here." The mayor accompanied the workers as they loaded the old-time capsule into the crate that the new one had come out of. They used a forklift to haul it away. A calm had come over the mayor that he didn't have before. Something else had changed too, on the red wallpaper. In addition to the appearance of a collection of unreadable tropes, his plot armor had risen to 50. Things rapidly started shutting down. It wasn't as quick as what usually happened between scenes, but as the NPCs cleared out, it was evident that new players were not supposed to stick around. Just another day in Carousel, Rhonda Moore said to us as she saw us standing there. It's always something, but that's why I love the job. The hotel we booked for you is a bit of a walk from here. You should probably ask someone with a flashlight to show you the way. Or you can wait for me and I can do it. We're friendly around here. Don't you fret. She then walked away toward a booth in the distance. Surely Carousel isn't 30 years older than everyone thinks, Antoine said. Maybe. I said. Did anyone else notice the mayor's plot armor just went to 50 when he opened that capsule? Bobby asked out. We all did. I guess that doesn't happen a lot, Isaac asked. He was trying to stay calm. I shook my head. I wish we could at least have seen what was in the capsule, Antoine said. I agreed. Whatever it was, I said. Carousel went out of its way to make sure we were paying attention to that event. It has to be meaningful. It could go in a few different directions. We need to know more. In the meantime, we needed to choose a guide to get us to our next destination. Rhonda had used one of her team leader tropes to help ensure we stayed calm. It probably would have worked better on a group of new players who didn't know Carousel's true nature yet. For me, I couldn't fight the potent cocktail of dread and excitement that bubbling up in the pit of my stomach. Before us were 5 people with flashlights, all paragons, all doing their own thing. Tar Bellows was examining the lock he had cut off the capsule as if looking for clues. Rhonda Moore was directing some other NPCs at one of the booths. Kitty Lincoln was furiously writing notes on a notepad. Constance Barlow was talking to one of the other librarians. Police Chief Willis was shining his flashlight down into the hole under the tarp. We had to choose. We get to choose our own paragon, I said. Any favorites? What happens next? Cassie asked. She was freaking out. I couldn't blame her. She twisted the many rings on her fingers nervously. The answer was a mystery, and yet, my friends and I all agreed. We were about to do a storyline. We had no doubt. The slow, safe Carousel could only last so long. Either we're already in a storyline and can't tell, I said, vocalizing a suspicion I had since we were picked up by the carriage, or we're about to be. We knew the part of the through line, referred to as the tutorial by previous players, had storylines in it, confused and helpful storylines at that time, but storylines nonetheless. Which one do we choose? Kimberly asked. The choices were diverse. Tara and the Chief are likely to help with fighting, maybe even Rhonda. She is a final girl, after all, I said. You're assuming they're going to help us? Dina asked. He's probably right, Bobby said. Why else give us a choice? Dina shrugged. Constance is probably inside or planning. Kitty is definitely a hysteric of some kind, so she would do whatever a hysteric does. Rhonda, again, would help with team synergy, I said. Well, Antoine said, normally new players would be making this choice, so it can't matter too much when it comes to surviving. A valid point. So, he continued, we should go with the person that can tell us the most about Carousel, like the Carousel historian. No one had better ideas. Kimberly walked to Constance and asked her to guide the way. I saw her nod. As she did, the other paragons all dispersed, one by one. They hadn't been picked. She has to shut down the library's booth, and then she can help us, Kimberly said when she returned. Constance went to wherever her booth was, and within a few minutes, the rest of Town Square had cleared out. The anticipation was killing me. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. We waited alone in Town Square, until suddenly, we weren't alone at all. Strange happenings, wouldn't you say? Someone behind us said. We turned to see the stranger. It's you again, Antoine said. It is, he said. I'd give you some cryptic hints about what's to come, but I suspect you aren't as clueless as you're supposed to be. Normally I would try to keep my distance, avoid scaring players away. Players? I asked. We had never been referred to as players by paragons. Yes, Players don't have to worry about you freaking out, do I? I can break the charade and warn you. Some things are stirring that you are not ready for. Carousel is cranky. After all, it did just wake up. You need to get ready soon. Get ready, your troops. Be ready with whatever you're packing. Look, I will keep an eye out for you. It's scripted to some extent. I can intervene. I will do whatever I can to help you. And if you make it to the opening of the Centennial, I'll tell you more. You'll see me again soon. But then we'll have an audience. Good luck. He started to slip away, but Antoine grabbed his arm. Wait. The opening of the Centennial is tomorrow, right? The 5th of August. You'll find us tomorrow. I'll find you on the day of the Centennial, the stranger said, nodding. Then he left. Okay, Kimberly said. He can talk about us being players. Can the others? That was a very good question. It was a strange relief to hear one of the NPCs, paragons or otherwise, be upfront with us. The irony of the stranger paragon being the first to do it was not lost on me. I put on a brave face as best I could. Within a few minutes of the stranger leaving, Constance was back and ready to show us the way. Those little maps the city hands out can be so hard to use. Constance said, they are so tiny you can hardly read them. Rhonda was furious when they came back from the printers. Well, come along. My home is near your hotel. It really is a lovely place full of history. Of course. Then it got gutted and replaced with modernist garbage. She began leading us north away from Town Square and the Centennial. We talked about her job and asked her questions about the history of Carousel. Come by my booth tomorrow. The library has put on a much better display than the ones the high schoolers did. They only focused on the spooky propaganda for the Centennial. There is so much more to learn. That was a failure. No special information tonight. When we asked about the time capsule, that too was shot down. She merely repeated her stance from the debate she had with the other paragons. It was around that point that I looked at her again on the red wallpaper. I had glanced at her 100 times and each time it was the same. Now, it was different. I still saw her name and poster, but now, her poster had changed and the gray tropes that I had been unable to read had disappeared. 3 visible tropes replaced them. Antoine had noticed too and was nudging the others to look. We could all see them because they were player tropes and she, from what we could tell, was suddenly a player. Her poster had changed to her at the library buried in books with the ex-murderer lurking behind. It was the same as Camden's poster. Constance Barlow is the researcher scholar tropes. The 911-411 allows her to spend the majority of the storyline in a separate setting where she can do research for her allies. Her allies can call her for information she can look up. But she has a delay in how quickly she can provide the information. Her plot armor lowers for each piece of information she shares. Warning: if she is made aware of the reality of the danger and tries to help in any way other than providing research, the enemy will target her next if applicable. Eureka allows her to locate desired information within a body of text at an accelerated rate. Where did I see that? Allows her to use props, like books, newspapers, or even the internet, as a cover to receive information on a subject matter when she had no real sources. She must pretend to remember reading something about the subject and then shuffle through props to find the text, which will appear on the red wallpaper. This takes time depending on how important the information is and may fail if the player asks for information that is too useful. I remembered reading about paragons in the Atlas, but when they said they could act as players, I assumed it meant like how Jack Goforth had been in the Strings Attached. An ally, but still basically an NPC. She looked like a player on the red wallpaper now. Her level was now 24 instead of 50, the same as mine. Scholars could choose 3 aspects: researcher, sleuth, and strategist. Of those 3, she was the researcher paragon. My friends and I walked in silence as we dealt with the change. Eventually, I spoke. You can be a player, a side character, or an enemy, I said. But you're a player right now, right? Constance remained silent for a time as she prepared her answer. Yes, for a time. I suppose there is no point in keeping up pretense for now. During the coming trial, I will be a player. But I should warn you, there is some utility in staying in character. I know you film buffs like to drop that as soon as you get excited about some plot point or genre trope. Some lines of dialogue can only be reached when playing the game sincerely. You cannot beat the game unless you are willing to play it. Do you understand? We've been worried you might not realize that. She actually broke character. The stranger talking about the reality of Carousel was one thing. He was a meta character already. His script had him breaking character left, right, and center. Constance wasn't like that. I had never seen one of the paragons say anything that was not by the book before that night. I was more taken aback by that than I was by her warning about dropping character. My friends were just as amazed as I was. Can you tell us where our brother is? Cassie asked. Or how to leave? Constance looked at Cassie with an expression of genuine sympathy. I am sorry about your brother, she answered. Right now my script suggests that I delay this conversation. That I let you believe your brother merely got caught up at the hospital and didn't manage to meet you. He was a doctor, right? But I won't deceive you. There's no point. I assume your teammates already told you. Your brother is no longer with us. He can be saved still, but he is dead. Cassie didn't cry like she had before. Her face got even more somber, if that was possible. She must have been coming to terms with things as best as she could under the circumstances. As for how you leave, Constance said, our scripts don't tell us that. I'm afraid that Carousel left some surprises even for us. Now, we really should get a move on. Our night is only beginning. We continued up the dark path, guided by the shine of Constance's flashlight. I was practically tripping over all the questions I had for her. We couldn't waste the opportunity we had with her. The others had questions too. What is the through line about? Antoine asked. Constance clearly expected questions like that. My memory of the through line, like many of the other memories I have formed since arriving in Carousel, are sealed in my script, and we are not yet to that page. For as much as Carousel likes watching you play through its assortment of horrors, it enjoys watching us languish as well. Of course, Carousel wouldn't let them just give away all of their secrets. How did you get here? Dina asked, piping up for the first time. Was it like with Samantha, the damsel chick? Constance took a deep breath. Oh yes, poor Samantha. She looked genuinely sad to hear her name. She took a deep breath, and her face returned to its pleasant state. I translated a book I ought not to have. A book full of warnings that I did not heed. Curiosity will take you places. And one of the worst places it can take you is Carousel. She was the researcher paragon, a scholar who focused on study and learning. She had been that in real life once too, apparently, and paid the price. Who was the insider? Kimberly asked. As usual, when Constance answered. She took a moment. At first, I thought she was thinking, but that wasn't it. She was reading her script, deciding what she could or should say. Someone who has gone through painstaking effort to ensure their identity never gets brought to light. She answered. She checked her watch. We should arrive soon. We can speak again after for a time, assuming I survive. Just remember that paragons can only speak to you candidly when we are in a player role. Wait, I said. Can't we just take a minute to debrief? I have so many questions. And the pursuit of the answers to those questions will take you down the path you are meant to go. Carousel delights in your confusion, but it also delights watching you solve its mysteries. Remember that this entity collected thousands of souls and enslaved them as actors to tell its story for whatever purpose. Every thread in Carousel's history is laced with intrigue, both real and manufactured. Don't shortchange it, film buff. It wants you to experience its story firsthand, and it has laid all manner of traps for those unwilling to play along. As she spoke, it was with an intensity far greater than the words themselves relayed. This was a deeply personal warning. Normally at this point, she said as we turned onto a side street that ran up a hill, players would have very little knowledge of what is in store. We would have spent this walk talking about the time capsule, or the events that happened 30 years ago. Events that my script has strangely little information about. I also have scant information about the events that are about to transpire, which is not ordinary. Be prepared. Why do you all keep talking like we are marching toward our deaths? Isaac said. Is that what we're doing? No one answered him because he was right. Already, he asked, wait, you're not serious, right? About what you said back at the BVB. We don't die. We have to. He was panicking. We had been under the calming effects of some unnamed tropes while we were at the celebration, but now they were wearing off. This was a potential issue. If he refused to enter the location of the upcoming storyline, that spelled disaster. New players had to play through a storyline. None of my friends had any tropes that might calm him down. You can't really expect us to walk into a place where we are going to die, he said, pressing his temples like he was trying to force the red wallpaper out of his mind and make everything normal again. Isaac, Cassie said. Double quotes Isaac. We will be okay. Please calm down. We only have each other. We have to do this to get Andrew back. We can get through this like everything else. Family, Cassie, he answered. They're talking about dying. I just can't. Kimberly pulled my arm, and we left them and walked up the road to let Cassie try to calm Isaac down. Let her talk him down, Kimberly said. I nodded. As inconvenient as his emotions were, I understood them. He was definitely going to die. We all were. Over and over. In the distance, I could see lights on a large building at the peak of the hill we were climbing. It was obscured by trees, but the glow of the lights showed through. Then I saw something. It wasn't with my eyes. It was on the red wallpaper. It was an omen. I hadn't seen one since Carousel reset, but there it was. I don't like it here. Trope didn't let me down. I saw a poster of an old board game sitting on a table. It was viewed from a low angle. In the distance, there was a window out of focus with something on the other side, something humanoid. The title was spread out over the top. The 10-second gamut poster was modern. My trope told me that the difficulty was "This is scaring me." That was one of the harder levels. Constance, I asked. This part of the story is like the tutorial. That's what the vets called it. Does it rise to our level? She glanced in the direction I was, and then back at me. The entire through line, both canon and otherwise, is difficult. And on top of that, Carousel may have taken your little maneuver as a challenge. The high difficulty wasn't the only concerning part. The other thing I noticed was that the omen trigger was playing the 10-second game, but then it read, overwritten by player trope. I didn't know what that meant exactly, but I pieced it out as Cassie finally got Isaac to climb the hill with us and someone jumped out of the woods at us. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. I couldn't describe him, but I recognized him. It was the stranger. Earlier, he had not shown up on the red wallpaper at all, but suddenly, there was something there. No player poster or stat information. All I saw were two-player tropes. He was acting as a player now. Like Constance, he only had 2 tropes equipped. Is the stranger. An early warning allows him to activate an omen early from a distance by acting as the omen himself. This guarantees that whatever events are required to trigger the omen will transpire, but gives the player and his allies more time to look around the setting before the storyline begins. This period is treated as the party phase. A dark secret gives him insight into the enemy, but also makes his character canonically complicit in some way. Upon revealing the secret, the player's plot armor drops to 0 until he and his allies have played out the shock at the dark secret and reconciliation beats of his character arc and resolve to work against the common enemy. Don't go any further, he said. This hotel, if you could call it a hotel, it's a death trap. A death trap? Constance asked. He paused as if considering his next words. Oh yeah. I can't believe what they're charging. Most of the rooms are still torn up from the renovation. There's dust in the air. Could be asbestos or mold. You should just find somewhere else. He spoke in a rushed, nervous voice. We weren't meant to take him at his word. He was hiding something. Move out of the way, Constance said as if she were summoning bravery. This hotel has all of the permits and inspections, or the city would not be sending visitors here attending the centennial. She then sidestepped him and continued moving along the road toward the hotel. As we passed him, I saw a look of deep concern on his face. He was acting as an omen, using his an early warning trope to activate the omen inside. Logistically, he was there to ensure our team triggered the omen. This was supposed to give us some advantage. The needle on the plot cycle flicked from to omen, then choice to party. Then it turned gray. If I understood his trope right, it would start moving forward once someone activated the real omen, which was guaranteed to happen now. We were on screen too. That was weird, I said, trying to stay in character. Wonder what his problem was. Didn't you hear? Antoine asked. There's dust everywhere. I forced a laugh. I looked back to where Cassie and Isaac were. They were scared but kept quiet. I wondered if Cassie's "we are not abandoned" trope had played a role in getting him to go along with things. Calling on the message of family and sticking together might have worked for that trope. All I know is I want to shower and fall into bed, Kimberly said. She sounded just like the carefree young woman she was pretending to be. She laughed and pulled Antoine forward. It was almost like she didn't know her death was all but guaranteed in the coming hours. If she could really get over her fears, she could be a real contender. The hotel had a large main building and lots of small individual buildings spread out around the property on the hillside. There were lit pots leading off every which way and trees separating the individual buildings. It was nice. It had Scandinavian resort vibes, somehow both minimalist and cozy. Many of the buildings were being renovated to get in line with the modern aesthetic. It was cold, much colder than it had been on the walk here, colder than it should have been that time of year. This set was zoned for sweater weather, apparently. We found the main building and got inside quickly. Welcome. The woman at the front desk, called Mandy on the red wallpaper, said politely, "What can we do for you?" "Oh, hey Constance. What are you doing up here?" There was a large sign behind her that said, Northern Haven Resort the Spa. Carousel had more hotels per capita than any place in the real world. Checking in some guests from out of town, Constance said with a rosy smile, "I'm just the delivery woman. It's getting cold out there. Is there snow on the horizon?" "No," Mandy said. "Supposed to rain in a few days though." She began clicking through things on her computer. A frown grew on her face. "I'm sorry to say, we just got booked up. Just now. I guess there was a miscommunication somewhere. We walked all the way out here and you don't even have a room." Kimberly asked. "I'm sorry, but that's the case," the woman said. "Don't worry, babe," Antoine said to Kimberly with a laugh. "I can carry you. I run twice that distance on the football field, and there I carried the whole team." His mettle and hustle jumped a couple of points due to gym rat. "Well, try growing a human in your own body," Kimberly responded, with her hands cradling her stomach. "Then we can compare who's tougher." Her grit rose by 1 point. She didn't have a lot of time to set up pregnancy reveal when she used looks don't last to guarantee her early death. She was getting a head start. "Are you sure there isn't anywhere for us to stay?" Tina asked. I had half expected her to wander off already. "I can ask the other clerk," Mandy said. "But I don't think so." She got on the phone and pressed some buttons to turn on some kind of speakerphone. The phone began to ring. Office." The voice on the other end said. I recognized the voice. It was Bobby. His last-minute casting trope had assigned him a role as an employee of the hotel. "Hey Bobby," Mandy said. "I just wanted to know if all of the guests had checked in yet." "The computer's on the fritz." "Yep, all checked in," Bobby responded. "That's what I thought," Mandy said. "Looks like we overbooked. We have a group here without a place to stay." "How?" Bobby said. "That's a different question. All of our guests showed." "That's what I thought you were asking. But one group did check out early. Barely even had time to touch the room. The old guy's suite. Whatever the new owner is calling it now that it's renovated." "Oh," Mandy said. She looked at the board behind her. "The keys are right here. Thank you, Bobby. Has housekeeping turned it out yet?" "I think they're doing it soon," Bobby answered. "Lapita's out. I'll do it myself." "With Cindy." "Cindy and I will do it." "Thanks," Mandy said. "I'll just go ahead and change the room on your reservation. You can head on out there." She pulled out a laminated map and showed us where our suite was. I could see that there were lots of rooms connected to it. It would have been expensive if we had to pay in money instead of blood. It was a distance away, on the far side of the hill away from the other rooms. It was also markedly larger than the others. As we left, Constance handed Antoine a business card. "My number is on the back. Call if you need anything at all. I'm a bit of a night owl. I'm going to head home, light my fireplace, and read a chapter before bed. I hope to see you at the Centennial tomorrow." I thought about asking if she wanted someone to walk her home out of instinct, but I knew that wouldn't work out. She trudged back down the hill toward her house. Screen. Double quotes. "So what now?" Cassie asked. "Party phase. Or a modified version of it," I said, thinking of how the strangers trope had extended that part of the story. It was time to figure out why we had been brought there. Player stats. Player. Plot armor. Metal hue. Stimentarian and tropes. I would like to remind readers that this is a reference. I will describe tropes before they come up. You don't have to read this unless you want to. Riley Lawrence is the film buff. Trope Master grants him the ability to perceive enemy tropes, but at the cost of sacrificing half of his plot armor. Cinemaseer buffs the savvy and grit of his allies when they hear him predict cinematic and impactful plot elements. As an oblivious bystander, Riley remains untargeted by enemies as he convincingly acts oblivious to their presence. Escape Artist buffs his hustle to help enact plausible escape plans. The insert shot makes allies aware of an object the player chooses. The object will be shown to the audience, and its use will be buffed in the finale. Director's Monitor allows him to watch the rest of the storyline after his demise via Deathwatch. Flashback Revelation allows him to communicate with allies from Deathwatch through flashbacks to his past dialogue. Casting Director gives him a summary of his team's roles in the storyline. My Grandmother Had the Gift, a background trope that gives Riley's character some ambiguous connection to the gift through his heritage. He did not equip Coming to a Theater Near You. I Don't Like It Here. Out Like a Light. Location Scout. The Wrong Reel. Raised by Television. Or Dead Man Walking. Kimberly Madison is the eye candy. Convenient backstory allows her to believably change her backstory to assist with the current task. Buffing the relevant stat. Social awareness allows her to see the Moxie stat of all enemies and NPCs. Get a Room. Boosts the odds of important discoveries when exploring with a love interest during the party. A hopeless plea forces the captor to explicitly deny her release when she asks to be released. Pregnancy Reveal buffs her grit when she pretends that she is pregnant and buffs the father's metal if she dies. When in Rome buffs her grit until rebirth if her performance matches the tone of the movie. Does Anyone Have a Scrunchie? Allows her to shift Moxie's points into another stat by putting her hair up. She will be targeted for first blood because looks don't last. But the longer she survives, the weaker the enemies get. She did not equip Carousel Academy Awards. Breaking the Veil of Silence. The Woman in Mourning. Or That's What I Said. Antoine Stone is the athlete. His You Were Having a Nightmare trope allows him to repress or heal mental trauma. He is not strong enough to use its plot resetting powers yet. Gymrot buffs metal and hustle by revealing athletic backstory. Its part of the uniform gives him higher metal when attacking with sports equipment. Just Walk It Off heals the hobbled status by walking. Knight in Shining Armor buffs his metal and grit when defending a love interest. Timeout allows him to go off screen during a fight, reducing enemy aggression. Brandishing a weapon is like a security blanket, buffing his grit and soothing his and his allies' fear. Whereas swinging a weapon will temporarily halt an enemy's attack because of swing away. He did not equip Everyone Loves a Winner. The Playbook. Reload After Cut. A Race Against Time. Coyote in a Trap. Or Bad Luck Magnet. Dina Kano is the outsider. Guarded personality resists all inside abilities. An outsider's perspective alerts her to new, out of place, or unusual information. Better Late Than Never buffs metal and hustle if she waits until the finale to assist allies on screen against the enemy. A Haunted Past, a background trope that gives her character some past trauma that haunts her and gives her access to various tropes. Encouragement from Beyond soothes her when stressed, scared, or in pain and may provide useful information. Outside Looking In grants her the ability to discern ideal spots to linger and observe events without actively participating in the narrative. They Fell Off allows her to quickly get out of handcuffs and similar restraints. She can leave physical or mental messages in the story that her allies can detect when in the location she left them with Pen Pal. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. She did not equip You Don't Know Me. Bobby Gill is the Wallflower. Background noise allows him to get background information from NPCs when off-screen. The Good Samaritan buffs his metal and grit for helping allies in a crisis if they have not met on screen and are strangers. The Wisdom of Crowds can source plans and information from a crowd of NPC privy to the situation at hand. The crowd will give him this information, but he will have to sort out the good from the bad. Last-minute casting recasts him as an NPC that is moderately involved in the plot. The selection is seemingly random. He will get some limited background information for the character and some access to the NPC script. From Humble Beginnings debuffs the player's stats 30% in the party, then but buffs them 15% in Rebirth, the finale, and the final battle, resulting in a net 15% buff by the end of the story. Craft Services Are the Real Heroes ensures that there is edible food and water on set somewhere during the storyline. My only role is exposition gives him some useful information to be relayed on screen but takes it away if he starts to bore the audience. And that's lunch extends the amount of time between scenes and give the player a timer for when their next scene is. He did not equip the hidden infection. Cassie Hughes is the psychic. The English lets her see her allies' health stats from anywhere and lets her take some of their pain by feeling it herself. This can reduce their overall injuries. We are not abandoned. Can keep her allies' spirits high by weaving a narrative of some higher power and control. When done well, this trope can heal incapacitation, certain forms of spiritual infection, and even buff grit. Isaac Hughes is the comedian. If he's still cracking jokes, allows the player to reduce or eliminate injuries by using humor the next time he is on screen before the audience know how injured he is. Works on allies situationally. Weapons of Nass absurdity using humorous weapons buffs his mettle and hustle. The buff extends to weapons that are used if the original weapon fails. Is the stranger. An early warning allows him to activate an omen early from a distance by acting as the omen himself. This guarantees that whatever events required to trigger the omen will transpire, but gives the player and his allies more time to look around the setting before the storyline begins. This period is treated as the party phase. A dark secret gives him insight into the enemy, but also makes his character canonically complicit in some way. Upon revealing the secret, the player plot armor drops to 0 until he and his allies have played out the shock at the dark secret and reconciliation beats of his character arc and resolve to work against the common enemy. Constance Barlow is the researcher scholar. The 911-411 allows her to spend the majority of the storyline in a separate setting where she can do research for her allies. Her allies can call her for information she can look up, but she has a delay in how quickly she can provide the information. Her plot armor lowers for each piece of information she shares. Warning: if she is made aware of the reality of the danger and tries to help in any way other than providing research, the enemy will target her next if possible. Eureka allows her to locate desired information within a body of text at an accelerated rate. Where did I see that? Allows her to use props, like books, newspapers, or even the internet, as a cover to receive information on a subject matter when she had no real sources. She must pretend to remember reading something about the subject, and then shuffle through props to find the text, which will appear on the red wallpaper. This takes time depending on how important the information is, and may fail if the player asks for information that is too useful. As soon as the story started, I was quick to check everyone's roles using Casting Director. What I found shook me to my core. Riley Lawrence, Kimberly Madison, and Antoine Stone. A dwindled trio haunted by the specters of companions lost. Originally arrived to search for Antoine's brother Christian, but now they search for the searching Isaac and Cassie Hughes. A pair bound by blood. Their optimism dissolves into the night as they seek their missing brother Andrew. A quest marred by cruel machinations. Dina Kano. The forlorn mother roaming an endless maze, her soul aching for her belated son. A poignant portrait of hope against hope. Bobby Gill, the quintessential geek, now apparently a ditzy hotel employee, his role twisted by tragedy, playing the part of a man searching for his lost wife amid a sea of indifferent faces. Constance Barlow, the diligent custodian of the town's forgotten lore. She is the historian and librarian, her mind a vault of eldritch knowledge. She is only a phone call away. The stranger, an enigmatic figure draped in shadows, harboring a secret so vile it twists the very fabric of their being. Unlike the others, their search for a missing loved one is a path riddled with unspeakable truths. A journey that delves into the abyss and beyond. We weren't playing roles in this story. I told the group as much but left out the colorful language. They didn't need to be taunted. We made our way through the paths that would take us to the back of the hill. Once we got there, it was like we were in a completely different place. The suite we had been assigned was far larger than we required. Though it had been renovated, its style only matched the other buildings of the resort superficially. This building was clearly older than the rest. I imagine that Carousel had done some mixing and matching to create this story. This building had many rooms according to the map we had been shown. I could now see that each of those rooms had a large window. The lights inside the building were on and the blinds were open. The front door to the house was already open and I could see the people inside wearing uniforms and walking around. One of them was Bobby. He was carrying several trash bags that had been lightly used by the last guests. He was staring at something on a coffee table in the center of what I assumed was the living room, which was in the middle of the house along with the kitchen and dining. All of the other rooms branched out from there. As we got closer, I could tell what he was staring at: an open board game. It was a large board with a strange metal object in its center. It looked like one of those bells you might see on the desk of a hotel, but instead of the little button that you might press to get the staff's attention, it had a winding key that you might find on a wind-up toy. As we walked in, a woman's voice rang through the living room. "Bobby, can you at least pretend to help? We have to get this room done before the guests arrive and you haven't done anything." Bobby started to respond, but before he could, he saw us walking up the path. "They're here," he called out and started running around straightening things up. "It's weird," the woman, Cindy, said as she entered the room. "Someone put sheets over the mirrors in the bathrooms. Oh, sorry," she said as she saw us. "We just about have things ready," she said. "Thank you so much," Kimberly said. "We already brought your luggage up," Bobby said, pointing next to the door in the hall. "There was luggage, but it wasn't ours." "We appreciate it," Antoine said. The team filed into the room and started spreading out, taking the place in. It looked less like a resort suite and more like someone's home, a clean home, but a home nonetheless. I walked to the game board that Bobby had been staring at and took a look. It was an antique, that was for sure. The games box said it was called Reply the Departed. The game board was divided up into rooms with square tiles spread throughout, some of which were special. "Neat," I said. "Oh yeah," Bobby said. "Real neat. Have you played before?" "Can't say I have. It's a great game. It's a ghost hunting game." "Bobby," Cindy said, "let's leave these people alone." "No, it's fine," I said. "Tell me about it." The way the game worked is that you would travel around the board. If you landed on a space that required you to draw a card, you would draw it, and the cards would tell everyone what to do, based on where they were on the board, and what objects they had found, and also what archetype their character was. Bobby paused for a moment. It was as if he had been reading this off of his script, and only suddenly realized what he had just said. He turned the board and found that there was a small rectangular legend titled Archetypes that listed 7 different character types that players could use in the game: detective, reporter, adventurer, scholar, psychic, outsider, and soldier. We looked at each other in a joint realization that this game was meant to introduce concepts to new players similar to those that they would deal with every day in Carousel. But we couldn't just focus on that. Bobby needed to continue with his spiel or else his trope might stop working. "What was the goal of the game?" I asked, hoping to spur Bobby back into action. "All right. You go to the clock right here in the middle to change the date, and then you travel to one of the rooms with a specific murder weapon in order to try to channel the spirit of one of the deceased. Then you wind up the timer and it ticks down for 10 seconds, and at the end, it either rings or it doesn't. It was a special timer designed just for that. If it rings, it means that you've channeled the ghost and you get a point. If it doesn't, you have to try again on your next turn." "Sounds fun," Kimberly said. "Yeah," Bobby agreed. "But this one has its pieces missing. No cards to draw, no character pieces. It's a shame." Of course, when I was a kid, we liked to try to use the bell to communicate with real spirits. There was a whole urban legend. Ahem, Bobby's coworker cleared her throat. "I think we should leave these people alone. Don't you think, Bobby?" "Oh, right," Bobby said. "Well, take care." He got up slowly and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Off-screen. The rest of us continued to stare at the strange game board on the table. "The walls," Kimberly said. "Look at them." I stared down at the game board. They're now faded. The walls of the house interior depicted on the game board were red. They had red wallpaper. Tiny paintings were hung in elaborate golden frames, just like those on the red wallpaper. "So, we're dealing with ghosts," Antoine said. "I can see the bell on the red wallpaper, the 10-second bell. Does it have tropes?" I stared down at the board. As Antoine pointed out, while the game board itself was innocuous, if I stared at the bell timer itself in the center, it appeared on the red wallpaper. A single trope appeared along with it: indestructible MacGuffin. This plot device cannot be destroyed. I had seen that trope before on an object, the Astralis instant kill weapon. This bell didn't have any other tropes associated with it, but the fact that it had a trope tied to the antagonist made it intimidating. "Looks that way," I said. It's an indestructible plot device. It doesn't have other tropes that I can see, but we may be hitting the limits of what Trope Master can do. If it relates to ghosts, though, we probably have to deal with things like possess. Before I could finish my sentence, there was a knock at the door. My friends and I looked at each other. Cassie and Isaac were glued to their places on the couch. "I'll get it," I said. I sprang up off my knees and walked to the door. I peeked out the peephole. It was the cleaning lady, Cindy. Bobby was behind her. He looked worried. I opened the door. On screen. "What's up?" I asked. Cindy held out a piece of paper that had been crumpled up. "I found this in the trash we just emptied. It looks like whoever left that game had printed out some game instructions." I took the paper and glanced down at it. It was a printout of a post on a message board of some kind called Arterial Oasis. The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. The title of the post was, "The Real Rules of Reply the Departed." "Thanks," I said cautiously. I looked past her and saw Bobby staring at me wide-eyed. He looked worried. I slowly closed the door and began reading the paper. "What is it?" Kimberly asked. As I looked over it, I knew exactly what it was. "It isn't instructions for the board game," I said. It was a creepypasta, a type of scary story told on the internet, usually poorly, but I recoiled at the thought of saying that word out loud. Some internet lingo should stay on the internet. "It's instructions," I said, "for a seance or something, like an urban legend, maybe." What it said was this: "The real rules of Reply the Departed BK4R4S4L." Does anyone remember that old board game called Reply the Departed? It was a game about contacting spirits, or whatever. It had a strange bell on the board that would sometimes ring after you wound it, but sometimes not. Well, you can use that bell to talk to real ghosts. I didn't believe it until my cousin showed me. He told me that the game was based on a similar practice used by mediums for hundreds of years. That's where the game designers got the idea. He said it was called the 10-second game originally, and he said it is dangerous. You should not play this game. Some people said the original game was boring, and they wanted something new, so I thought you might want an update. Here's what you need. The bell from the game. A house or building with a similar layout to the one in the game. Lots of rooms with windows. There needs to be a main room in the middle that you can run back to. This is important. You need to be far away from other people. If you can see people outside your windows, the game won't work. Items belonging to the spirit you want to contact. Like in the board game, murder weapons or precious keepsakes work best. If you have antiques in the house, that will probably be enough. But special belongings work better. That's it. Simple, right? How to play, seriously. Don't do this. It is dangerous. Set out the game and get rid of the cards and character pieces to let the spirits know that you are not just playing the game. Make sure the bell is visible. Cover all mirrors in the house. Keep them covered. Open all the blinds and curtains so you can see the windows in every room. Wind the timer and say aloud, "I wish to receive a reply from the departed," or anything like that. Then wait until 3 in the morning and turn out all the lights. Anyone in the house is now a part of the game. Any ghosts connected to the objects you collected will gather to speak to you. Remember, if they have gathered and you do not talk to them, they might get angry, so don't chicken out. To check, all you have to do is go into a room and stare out the window. Only 2 people per room at most. Wind the timer and wait 10 seconds. If the timer doesn't go off, if it does, you have to follow the rules. Do not turn around. Keep staring out the window. You will see faint figures outside as the ghosts try to get to the house. The figures you see will be ghosts. Do not turn around until they are gone, or you will allow them into the house. You do not want that. My cousin did not tell me what would happen, but he said it would be bad. While the figures are at the window, you can ask them questions. The answer is yes. If not, they answer it no. Do not turn around until all the figures are gone. If you see a blue light out the window, go back into the main room and cover your eyes. Seriously, this really works. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful. There are more than just ghosts who want to talk to you. Arteriolosis post of 3F0 on 4 for 3 1 law 1 and J for Saint for UH0P3UO1K3H1M. I passed around the rules for the 10-second game so that everyone could read them. As they did, they looked around and realized how this place was perfect for the ritual. There were many windows and no signs of humanity on this side of the hill. That is so creepy, Kimberly said. I don't like this. She pleaded to Antoine. It's just a dumb internet thing, Antoine said. Yeah, I said. But I'm creeped out too. If we played up being upset by the game rules, we would have an excuse to try to prepare ourselves for what was to come. I was sure such things didn't matter for new players. But with Carousel awake, we needed to cover our bases. Well, I'm going to look around, Dina said. And then she did. Over time, most of us peeled off from the big central living room to explore for one reason or another. It was the party, after all. The more experienced of us spread out. Isaac and Cassie stayed in the living room with the collection of big overstuffed furniture to sink into. Despite the openness of that room, with its high ceilings and many pathways branching from it, it did feel the safest. Antoine and Kimberly went off together so that they could activate Get a Room. The trope was good for finding things while exploring. We still hadn't gotten many tropes like that, and we needed to take advantage of it every chance we got. There was a chance they could find something really useful. They might not, of course. I walked around and surveyed the many trinkets and pictures throughout the suite. All of them featured a man with white and tamed hair. He stood on an old airplane. He paddled a canoe. He cut a ribbon wrapped around the entrance of the library. Whoever this was, he was important, but I knew it wasn't Bartholomew Geist unless the depictions I had seen were wildly inaccurate. This man was tall and gangly, for one. I was on screen periodically as I went. After finding nothing of value, I happened upon the suitcases and luggage that had been dropped off for us that didn't actually belong to us. The bags all had stickers from Carousel's airport that said, misrouted baggage. There were clothes and toiletries, as I expected, but there was also a picture of 4 people inside one bag, all with deep red hair and identical noses. They looked like siblings. 2 girls and 2 boys. The picture was taken on top of a mountain. Looked like a fun bunch. What's that? Cassie asked from her seat in the living room. I think it's the baggage of the people that checked out early, I said. Looks like you and Isaac are the only ones who actually got to keep their luggage in this town. Oh, she said. I hope it gets back to them. Eventually. Antoine came back to the main room and reported that Kimberly was taking a shower. She's really freaked out right now, Antoine said. Maybe we should get rid of that game, in case someone accidentally wins the key, and a ghost rings it. I asked, trying to act like that was a ridiculous idea. I picked up the game board and stored it under the coffee table it had been placed on. There was a second shelf. It made sense for our characters to get it out of sight, but we needed to know where it was. After a few minutes, Kimberly marched back into the living room. She was shaken. Who keeps turning off the bathroom light? She said angrily. What? Antoine asked. While I was in the shower, someone kept flicking the light switch. It was right between the bathroom mirror and the door. Who was doing it? None of us, I said. The detail she threw in about the mirror was intentional, I thought. Did you cover the mirror? I asked, trying to affect the personality of someone who would be mocking her. Isaac would be better for that, but he was wide-eyed and filled with dread. Kimberly didn't answer at first, but then she nodded her head and quietly admitted, yes, I'm telling you, that game thing freaked me out. It's fine, Antoine said. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I assure you none of us flicked the light switch. Kimberly looked distrustful, but eventually softened. I mean, she said, it wouldn't hurt to just leave the lights on, would it? If you want, we can, Antione said. Right, guys? Nothing's going to hurt us, but there's no harm in making things a little less dark around here. Right, I nodded. And we can shut all these blinds too, he added. We should cover all the mirrors, Kimberly said. Yeah, that's part of the rules, right, Antoine said. He wrapped Kimberly in his arms and brought her over closer to himself on the couch. Everything is going to be okay. Cassie watched them as they whispered sweet nothings to each other. She looked afraid. I could only imagine what she was thinking. Antoine and Kimberly were pretending to be characters. My friends and I had been introduced more gradually to the game. We broke character all the time back then. I didn't even look at the off-screen light once on my first storyline. The vets knew that it was all too much to take in, so they gave it to us slowly. One small lesson from Edeline at a time. Cassie was seeing us jump through hoops and pretend to be loving, happy young people. She had just learned about the horror of this place, and now she watched us pretend it didn't exist. There was something unsettling about that itself, I imagined. We were puppets on strings. And she just saw it for the first time. And Cassie knew because we had covered this concept many times, that turning off the lights and covering the windows and mirrors would not save us. Carousel would have its story. It would watch us struggle. The comforting tones of Antoine's assurances meant nothing. We all knew it. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Isaac was less observant. He paced in circles, staring into the pictures on the walls and in frames on the tables and shelves around the room. He was trying and failing to act like it didn't bother him at all. For all his cockiness, I saw that he didn't stray too far from the group. Dina was in the wind. Who knew where she had gone? Her background trope, a haunted past, and the psychic trope it allowed her to equip. Encouragement from beyond were right at home in this storyline. She was probably off trying to talk to her son. After a while of Carousel getting shots here and there of us talking and lounging, we went off screen. Finally able to speak freely, Kimberly whispered. When the lights turned off, I saw the towel I put over the mirror move. It happened twice. I turned it back on and it did it again. I had suspected as much. The rules said things started at 3 a.m. They also said someone could initiate the ritual earlier and then leave. We were never going to get to sunlight safely. Let's get our minds right, Antoine said. Kimberly and I found a receipt for 3 hand mirrors and 3 flashlights from just over a week ago. I had nothing to report other than the pictures and the luggage. But an awful feeling grew in the pit of my stomach. I had equipped my background trope as well. My grandmother had the gift, and it would probably kick in this storyline. Background tropes did not have predictable effects, but they did give Carousel something to work with when weaving the story. I dreaded to find out what. Bobby was the lucky one. He wasn't in the building that was soon to be the subject of a horror show. I was glad to have him around, though, as he had a trope that ensured food could be found on set and I was getting hungry. As the others laid out in the living room for what little sleep they could get, I made my way to the refrigerator and found there was no food in there. There was a sign on the counter that contained a late-night room service menu. There wasn't really a good time to eat in Carousel, even between storylines. It felt like there was a predator at the waterhole. It was just past 2 in the morning and the plot cycle was still frozen. I was beginning to suspect that when it got to 3 a.m., we would still have some time in the party before the dying started. It was difficult to understand how things would go because of the stranger's trope. New players probably couldn't even see the plot cycle at that point. They would have been able to understand the heavy-handed warning that the stranger gave when he stopped us outside the hotel. Though, I grabbed the phone off the counter and dialed room service. "This is room service," Bobby said on the other end. I recognized his voice immediately. "Can I get a plate of the chicken wings?" I asked. "Riley, this is Bobby. They have me bouncing from job to job. That paper Cindy gave you was printed off of my site or made to look like it. Arterial Oasis, remember? I read the ritual. It sounds like someone could have already activated it before you guys even got there. At 3, everything will probably get started. The plot cycle is frozen on my end. I don't know what's going on." He had likely disappeared and been cast as an NPC before the stranger showed up. I didn't see it. He must have been off-screen on his end, which meant the audience could only hear me talking. "Yeah, buffalo flavor or any flavor really. I'd just like to eat real quick." "Oh," Bobby said. "You're on screen." "Okay. I can't access any more background information right now, but I know there was more. My character is always having to run teenagers out of the place you're in. Vandalism, theft, that kind of thing, especially before the renovation. They also try to channel the ghost of the guy who lived there, like a spooky legend kind of thing. He was one of the geists. So this place had a history of people contacting the dead within it. My character is cousins with someone who works at the university. I don't think that's relevant to the storyline, but isn't it weird how these stories have been connected like this?" "How soon can you be here?" I asked. "If I think of anything. Do you want me to call the room or come down there myself?" "See you soon." "Right. I'll come down there myself." He hung up. I wondered if he was even going to bring the food. He eventually brought it right to our door. He arrived right at 2:55 a.m. The doorbell ringing got everyone up and awake, though they were only pretending to sleep. "Who's that?" Antoine asked. "Room service." I said. I opened the door and Bobby was standing there holding a tray with a dome cover on it. I reached out to take the food, but he pushed past me and brought the food in himself. "Thought you're chicken tenders," he said, lifting the dome and placing it on the kitchen counter. He had timed his delivery so he would be here when things started. He could have stayed out there away from the fray, but he didn't. Even though there might have been some utility in having a man on the outside, I couldn't deny I was glad to have another teammate here as we awaited our fate. We didn't have to wait long before I could thank Bobby and come up with something for us to talk about as time ticked forward. The plot cycle turned back on, and within seconds of that, the lights in the building flickered off with a clink sound. The needle moved to about halfway through the party. The inky darkness was overwhelming. "The breaker just tripped," Antoine said. "I know where that is," Kimberly said. "I saw it earlier when we were looking around." "Wait," Antoine said. "Shouldn't the resort employee take care of it?" Bobby didn't respond for a moment. We were all thoroughly spooked. He was no exception. Whatever bravery had led him to charge into the room had left with the lights. "Yes," he said. "I should call maintenance, or you know what. He'd probably just make me do it anyway. I'll go do it." He thought for a moment, no doubt sifting through the collection of NPC memories he was given. "I know where it is. Down the hall here. Just a moment." He walked cautiously as his eyes adjusted to the moonlit room. Having drawn all the shade made things even darker, but I wasn't going to be the first to open them right then. "There's a candle and some matches right over there," Cassie said. She didn't get up from her overstuffed chair. A quiver in her voice told me she probably couldn't. "On the mantel, right?" I asked. "Why, yes," she said. I made my way over to the mantel slowly as my eyes adjusted. I found the decorative candle and matchbox. There was a problem. "It's empty," I said, shaking the matchbox. I grabbed the candle anyway. If I could find a way to light it, it would be useful. Moments later, I heard a crash and a scream coming from the direction Bobby had gone. "Help!" Bobby screamed. Antoine was up off the couch at a moment's notice, his baseball bat already in his hand. His like a security blanket trope buffed his grit and supposedly soothed his and his allies' fears when he brandished a weapon. I didn't feel soothed, but that might have been a higher level feature, since no one wanted to be left behind. We all walked together down the hallway that Bobby had walked as we heard him asking for help. Once we got in there, Kimberly was quick to go flip over the breaker and we were once again bathed in light. What we saw in the middle of the room next to piles of old furniture. Bobby was on the ground, having fallen or tripped out above him, attempting to shush him. Was the stranger. "Just a moment," the stranger said. "Don't be alarmed. I can explain this." "Get the hell out of here," Antoine yelled. "I can explain. Hear me out. Hear me out. Perhaps you should all go outside," he said. Thoughts rose up in my mind like, in the middle of the night, and it's cold out there. I'm not going outside. But I didn't say those things. Isaac did. Almost those exact words. That meant two things. One, the stranger had more tropes equipped than those we had been allowed to see on the red wallpaper. And two, he was using that secret trope that made targets disagree with him. He was here, in part, to ensure new players didn't just run away as things ramped up. He wasn't just a fellow player. "So, explain then," I said. The stranger nodded and said, "You aren't going to believe what I am about to tell you, but I promise I am telling the truth. I came here to look for my daughter and I fear I may have doomed us all." As he said that, the lights flickered off again. This time, though, there was no breaker trip to blame. They just went off. "I didn't want anyone else to be here," he explained. "I ran the others off and the woman at the front desk said no new guests had taken their place. No one was supposed to be here except for me. Now it's too late." "I'm sorry I didn't do more to scare you away," the stranger said, his shame evident by the light of the moon. "I feared you would end up here. I was going to ramp up the crazy to prevent you from staying here. I was honest. Then I realized that if I rattled you too much you would tell the hotel staff and everything would be ruined. I barely managed to get the previous guests to leave. I thought the suite would be empty tonight." "Why did you need the room?" Dina asked. She could summon an intense curiosity when she wanted to. It was almost an excitement. I could tell she wasn't just playing her character. This game involved speaking to the dead, a preoccupation of hers. "I assume you saw the board game on the coffee table," he said. Yes, Antoine said. And the instructions from the trash? Oh, the stranger said. You saw those. He paused, his eyes staring into the distance. So you know what I've done then? I initiated the ritual. The 10-second game, as the kids call it. I know how ridiculous it sounds. I would never have believed it myself if not for the proof. You're saying that you can talk to ghosts using a board game? Antoine asked. The stranger didn't answer at first. The tension in the room was high. We were all afraid. So often we had to hide our fears of what was to come because our characters should have been clueless. Not this time. Not this storyline. Our characters would be very afraid because our characters were all based on us. Not the board game. That's not what's important. The bell, he said. That device calls to spirits. They are drawn to it because it gives them a way to interact with the living world. That's what my daughter told me. The spirits just wanted to talk. Now I'm convinced it's something far more sinister than that. I believe they want to join us, and some are willing to do so by any means necessary. This is insane, Antoine said. I'm calling the cops. Won't help. The stranger said. The call will go out, but they won't be able to help until the game is over. The first time I played the game, my neighbor called the police in because of the screams. Cops said no one was home, but I was. I was playing the game. My daughter, Sydney, she heard about the game and played it with her friends. The first time you play it, you won't even know anything happened for sure. You'll stare out the window and wind the bell and you will think that there is something outside, but you won't be sure. But they are there. The more you do it in one place, the surer you'll be. How many times have you done it? Kimberly asked, clinging to Antoine's side. 5 times, he answered, 3 of them here. Last night I managed to get rid of the guests, sent them to another hotel. The nights before there were no guests here, so I booked the suite and had the place to myself. But this place has been the host to the 10-second game many times before I got here. Last week, my daughter and her friends came here. They wanted to try to contact Jedediah Geist. This used to be his place. It's a Carousel tradition. Low square footage for a Geist residence. Sure, but he was always the black sheep in that family. Where's your daughter now? Kimberly asked. I don't know exactly, he said, but she called me. Left me a strange voicemail. I could barely make it out, but she said the ritual was real. When she didn't come home, I tried it myself. The hotel said she and her friends skipped out on paying the bill, but I'm not sure they ever left. We need to leave, Antoine said. We'll go. Okay. I don't want any part of this. It's too late. Antoine looked at him incredulously. He slowly left the storage room and went to the living room, pulling Kimberly behind him. The rest of us followed, the stranger included. Don't open that door. You need to have a barrier between our world and the spirit world. They can pass right through open doors and mirrors, the stranger said. Andioni defied his warning and walked right toward the door, placing his hand on the doorknob. Don't do this, the stranger said. Please. He threw himself at the door and begged. Let me prove it to you first. Just let me show you. How? Dina asked with intense interest. By playing the game. We have no choice, really. I invited the spirits. If we do not speak to them, they will get angry. We don't want that to happen. The spirits are half asleep and sure of their state in existence. When we anger them, that will change. I just need to find out what happened to my daughter. The last couple of nights I think I got somewhere. I'm almost there. Please. What were the rules again? Dina asked. She seemed eager to play. Only 2 people at a time. We go into one of the rooms and stare out the window. The stranger said. Figures will appear. They will answer our questions using the bell. Do not look away until they have gone. They always forget what they are doing and wander off. I'll go first. Dina volunteered. I went to the bottom shelf of the coffee table in the living room and grabbed the game board and bell from where I had stowed it. I walked it over to Dina. She reached out for it, but I didn't let go. I stared her in the eye. You're hoping he'll be there? I asked. Dina's expression changed. She blinked away a tear. I have to try, she said. We were talking about her son. It was clear Carousel was going to bring him in. I thought I would help spur that along. Dina's encouragement from beyond trope could be very useful in this story. Giving it a little bit more narrative foundation was the right move. That trope could give us an edge. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. I let go of the board. Let's go, Dina said. The stranger nodded his head. They left and went to one of the bedrooms alone. I never went off screen. Carousel wasn't showing the audience what was happening in the room with Dina and the stranger. It was showing me and my friends' reactions to it. Our reaction to the ticking. It wasn't long before one of them gave a twist to the bell. Then it ticked down for 10 seconds. We had no idea if it would ring or not. Nothing. I stood and watched the others' faces. Cassie was terror-stricken. Isaac was lost in his head, avoiding reality. Kimberly was wrapped up in Antoine's arms. Body was petrified. He had been the closest to the room they went to. He slowly stepped toward me. Nothing. The dread was palpable. 10 seconds. That was long enough for my blood to chill. It felt like an eternity. But it also ended too soon. Nothing. I noticed I had started holding my breath as I waited for the timer to tick down. The little bell was loud and it echoed throughout the dark suite. I started to see shadows dancing in the moonlight. BRINNGGG. My skin squirmed at the sound. My heart felt like it was going to explode. There wasn't any more ticking after that. Only silence and breathing. I didn't even hear what question they asked. Dina and the stranger walked silently out of the room. Dina was aghast. Did you see anything? Antoine asked through a lump in his throat. Dina looked at him and nodded, unable to form words. We have to keep doing it until morning, the stranger said. I propose we do it in shifts if you like. Otherwise, I can take care of it myself. But I am not certain the spirits will like being ignored. They may not have come here to speak to just me. No one volunteered. My grandmother always said spirits existed, I said. Said she could sense them. Guess what I'm saying is, I'll go next. I have to see it for myself. I also knew that it was too early in the party for anything bad to happen. If I was going to be alone in a room with a ghost, I would want it to be then. I'll go with you, Bobby said. Apparently, I wouldn't be alone. My new friend, Bobby the hotel employee, would be with me. The hotel is haunted but the customer service is out of this world, Isaac said, finally snapping out of his silence. His urge to make a joke cracked through his mask of fear. I had no idea how actual new players should have been reacting. Perhaps this version of the story was never designed for new players. Or maybe the stranger would use tropes to force them to play without their knowledge. I couldn't say. What was certain was that as Bobby and I walked into the room we had chosen to play the 10-second game in, I was shaking all over. So was he. You think this is real? I asked Bobby. I hope so, he said. Great. Now he got to look like the brave nerd. That was my job. The room we chose still had its curtains drawn from when we had tried in vain to prevent the game from being played. I really didn't want to open the curtains. I was afraid something would be standing on the other side. We need to get the curtains, I said, trying to talk myself into opening them. The audience was watching, after all. I grabbed a hold of one side and opened it quickly like ripping off a band-aid. Then I opened the other side. No terrifying creepy crawly stood there to greet me. I back away from the window. The moonlight flooded into the room. I noticed that a vanity against the wall had been broken. It wasn't obvious at first glance, but with the moonlight coming in at just the right angle, I could see that the vanity was supposed to have a large mirror screwed in the back. It had been broken off. I could tell because the light revealed a spot against the wall that had less dust than the rest. The mirror had been removed recently. I could see it had been ripped off. See anything? Bobby asked. Nope, I answered. I didn't want to. I had this nagging thought in the back of my head. There was a message Carousel had sent us not so subtly, on the page with the ritual instructions. The URL for the site had the phrase "found a fresh villain for you. Hope you like him." That made me nervous. I didn't know what fresh villain it was talking about and I was afraid to find out. If ghosts were revealed in the party, that meant that things could only escalate from there. Needless to say, I really didn't want to see a ghost. Not yet. But I didn't get my wish. Is that? I asked. Oh my God, Bobby answered. I suddenly understood how someone could play this game and still be unsure if they saw anything at all. Outside, I saw trees and bushes and grass. There was also a figure in the distance. My brain picked him out, but I still couldn't really make out what I was seeing. Human brains are wired to see human shapes. This could have been a trick of the light. It could have been a strange shaped bush. It could also have been a lost hiker for all I knew. But I knew it wasn't any of those things. My mind, an ancient primordial part of it, knew exactly what I was looking at. He's missing an arm, Bobby said. Don't look back, I said, reminding him. Bobby quickly wound up the bell and said, if you are really there, ring the bell. He released the key and the bell started ticking. Bring. Oh shoot. Bobby said, oh shoot. You ask something. Can you wave at us? I asked. I wound the bell. Bring. Sure enough, the figure, which may or may not have really been there, started to wave subtly. It was even more evident that he was missing an arm once he started moving. Do you know what happened to the girl that was here last week? I asked. There was silence. The figure in the distance disappeared. Okay, Bobby said. I'd say that's enough for now. Make sure there are no figures in the distance before we turn around. I said. Right, Bobby said. We scanned the window and saw nothing, just to be safe. I backed out the doorway and into the main living area. Bobby copied me. We turned and rejoined the others. I think so, I said. I was certain. But the audience might not have been shown what we saw. Even if they were, it wasn't exactly perfect evidence of life after death. Even if we had a picture, it would be discredited immediately by skeptics on the internet. It was a man, Bobby said. A man missing one of his arms. I sweeping. The bell went off in Bobby's hands. He nearly dropped it. The stranger sprang to action. What did you ask last? What was the question? I asked if he knew what happened to your daughter, I said. The stranger grabbed the bell from Bobby and marched into the room we had come from. Off screen, he walked back into the living room frustrated. I guess it's too early to get answers, he said. He set the bell down on the coffee table. I had almost forgotten that he, too, was acting as a player and was perfectly capable of breaking character off screen. I need one of you to ask me about my voicemail from my daughter. You should have done it the moment I mentioned it, he said, angrily. As a player, I'm not even sure what's on that voicemail unless it gets played. I can't play it unless you ask me about it. That's how these things work. Plot elements can only be significant if you put them on the screen. I only have access to the script provided by my dark secret trope, but I can't see some of it unless you investigate. That's the nature of the trope. Understand? Remember, we have to tell a story here together. I understand you are afraid. As it happens, I've never run this version before. Just remember, we have to cover our bases. Even with the tropes that made him hard to read, I could see something in his eye that was disheartening, hidden underneath all the layers of intrigue and mystery. Under his gruff exterior and shadowy confidence, even I could see it. He was afraid. We didn't have that long off screen, but it still felt like an eternity. I would have loved to take the opportunity to ask the stranger questions, but surviving the story was more pressing. I saw Cassie and Isaac sitting deathly still on the couch. I needed to say something to help them. I wished that Anna was there. She might not know the perfect thing to say, but she would at least get in the ballpark. I would do my best. You ready? I asked. I tried to mask my own fear. Am I going to die? She got straight to it. I don't know, I answered honestly. I don't think I can do the 10-second game, she said. I'll look away the moment I see something scary. I know it. You don't have to, I said. I don't blame you for wanting to opt out. You did it, she replied. You acted like you wanted to. I nodded. I get the feeling nobody would put up with me if I didn't do stuff like that. She paused. She seemed to think over the situation again. But how do you just get over it? The fear, Cassie asked. Were you afraid on your first storyline? Of course I was afraid. It's just not a useful thing to think about, I said. In the final straw too. It didn't matter how afraid I was. All I could do was run through the maze either way. In the astrolist, I knew I was going to get got and did my best to delay it. Didn't do much good there. You just don't think about it, she asked. I do, but anytime I start to see it affecting me, I just lock it down. It helps that I can't stand the idea of people seeing me get emotional, I said. I briefly thought back to when I was a kid and my grandparents wouldn't let me leave my parents' funeral early. I was forced to lose control in front of everyone. I still got itchy thinking about it. That's not a good thing, she said. It is here, I said. Then, back to the task at hand, I added. You're a psychic, anyway. Just act like you're afraid because you're sensing something dark or something. Psychics and stuff are moxie-based. So, it's all in the performance. You want your tropes to be strong and useful. Play into them. I hope that if I could give her something to focus on other than her fate, it might be enough to calm her. Focus on the task at hand. Just keep making remarks. I said to Isaac, who was never far from Cassie. And look around for a weapon you might use that's funny. Always be looking for ways to trigger your tropes. I thought that was good advice even if I didn't always follow it as well as I would like. Isaac nodded. You said it's the tutorial. Doesn't that mean no one has to die? I mean, tutorials are supposed to be easy. Truthfully, I didn't know. I wasn't even confident that Carousel even called it a tutorial. The players definitely did. But that didn't mean Carousel was bound by that logic. Besides, death wasn't a failure in the game at Carousel. It was a strategic decision. The stranger caught wind of our conversation and added in his own line while eating my chicken tenders. Nothing is supposed to be easy here, kids. In Carousel, your limits are just the starting point. This story is not the one I've run before. My friends, don't slack. Where is the camera? Dina asked. We aren't between scenes. What is the audience seeing? Dina was right. Being between scenes wasn't indicated on the red wallpaper, but it felt different than simply being off screen. I couldn't describe it. Cameras showing the audience the threat. In some fashion, I imagine, the stranger said. First blood is on its way. The audience might already know what's out there. Could be on Constance, Kimberly suggested. Constance was safely away at home, waiting for us to wake her up with a phone call. Might be. Sure, he said. But I didn't think he bought it. I didn't either. Carousel didn't even know if we would call Constance. I had watched the storylines we had been through a dozen times each using my director's monitor trope. I had developed some sense of how the final movie would play out. Carousel didn't make up for our mistakes. I figured that if we didn't tell the audience something, it wouldn't remind them. Part of making a perfect performance was remembering to give Carousel lines it could use in its final edit. That didn't exactly seem like a priority right then though. While off screen, I decided to make my way around the suite to familiarize myself with the set. I had done this already, but I had to channel my nervous energy into something. I was trying to find an object to use my insert shot ability on. Being able to buff a weapon or otherwise useful object gave me a sense of purpose. But so far I had no idea what would come in handy. I circled around, sticking my head in every door. I grew increasingly conscious of how close we were to first blood. That's when I saw the mirror in the bathroom Kimberly had showered in. Like all of the other mirrors in the place, it had a cover over it. But unlike all of those, which had been covered with a thick white sheet, this one was only covered with a towel. Not one of those oversized hotel towels either. This one was barely covered with one of the towels meant to twist up in long hair. It was barely covering the mirror, and it was moving. Nothing was visibly coming out from behind it, but it was clearly being jostled by the air. The wind was blowing it. There were no open windows, so that didn't seem possible. I needed to take the opportunity of our minutes off screen to ask the stranger about it. I walked quickly back to the living room where everyone else waited. Is there something special about the mirrors? I asked. I know you said the ghosts could cross through them, but why is the one in the bathroom back there blowing in the wind? The stranger went to check what I was talking about. He had a theory. It's a trap in a manner of speaking, he said. It's billowing off screen in there. That can only mean that Carousel would go on screen the moment one of us tried to fix it. That was a nice catch. Didn't the blonde one say that she saw something flip the light switch in there earlier? Yes, Kimberly answered, while I was showering. The stranger nodded. Carousel has that thing prepped and ready to go. The audience is aware. And the characters, that's us, were made aware. It might do something with it later. I thought back to the subject of inquiry storyline where Carousel had appeared to be planning to set the poltergeist on Antoine for first blood, but I prevented it. That part had barely made it into the final movie. Instead, first blood had been the massacre of most of the NPCs in the building. I wasn't sure if that was an easier or harder version. So should we trigger it? Antoine asked. Normally, the stranger said. I'd say yes. Carousel would be pleased. This storyline used to be mostly jump scares. Some minor fate worse than death if you really messed up. This time, I don't know. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. I thought for a moment. I tried to put myself in the shoes of a new player. What would someone new to Carousel do right now? We're new players. Just now starting to see the red wallpaper, but we think we're going crazy. We're super creeped out by this strange man. No offense. Do we investigate the moving towel over the mirror? I asked. Definitely not. Antoine answered. I agreed. It probably didn't matter. Classic Carousel choice. Both choices are the wrong decision, I said. No one argued. Either we triggered the billowing towel right then, or Carousel would do something else. Best not to do it so near first blood if we could avoid it. So, we waited until eventually, on screen. We can't wait any longer, the stranger said impatiently. We need someone to go speak to the spirits that have gathered. Everyone has to do it. Everyone. He looked to Cassie. Something is happening. I can feel it. There is something wrong. We shouldn't be playing this game. Whatever, the stranger said. I'll go. Can someone please join me? He looked over at me, but I didn't budge. I'll go, Bobby volunteered. The stranger nodded, and the two of them went off to yet another of the rooms with the bell. When they left, we stayed on screen. Did Carousel know that I had something to say? He's still hiding something, I said. I don't know what, but he knows more than he is saying. The others looked back in the direction that the two of them had run off to. After a few excruciating sessions of 20 questions with a ghost, the stranger and Bobby returned. The stranger didn't look happy. Bobby looked confused. They had nothing to report. You said your daughter left you a voicemail, I said. Mind if we listen to it? The stranger froze. I don't have it with me. It was on my home machine. Don't have a cell. I gave him a distrustful look. He had asked us to bring up the voicemail. If he wasn't talking about it, that meant there was something incriminating about it that he couldn't reveal yet. The stranger as a player would have just found that out most likely. That's too bad, I said. Next, the stranger said. We needed another group to play the 10-second game. Fine, Kimberly said. I used to play Bloody Mary at sleepovers when I was a kid. I was the only one who actually did it. This can't be that different. Her grit jumped a point. I suppose she was trying to trigger her convenient backstory ability to boost a stat. This had not been her most successful attempt. If I had been thinking about it, we might have come up with a better use. But a point of grit for bravery I suppose was better than nothing. Antoine gave her a look that I recognized as "Are you crazy?" Nonetheless, he went with her. His baseball bat was at the ready. It wasn't a great weapon against ghosts, but it activated his like a security blanket and swing-away tropes. With the plot cycle moving toward first blood, we all knew what was to come. If Kimberly had stayed in the living room with the rest of us, it might have brought trouble to us. With any luck, first blood wouldn't even be lethal. It could be an injury or even just a huge scare if it fit the story. I wasn't sure though. Within moments, the twisting of the bell and ticking of the mechanism had started. In the living room, we were off screen. All eyes were on Kimberly and Antoine. Nothing. The bell was rewound. Kimberly asked another question. We hadn't agreed on what to ask. We didn't even really know what the spirits could tell us. That was another thing I had forgotten to plan around. I made a mental note for all of us to get on the same page about that as soon as possible. Brian, that was a yes to whatever they asked. They rewound the bell. Kimberly screamed. There was a crashing sound like glass breaking, and then something hit the wall. On screen, everyone in the living room jumped to life. We raced to the room with Kimberly and Antoine. But as we got there, the door slammed. I got there first and pulled against it with all my might. Bobby and the stranger helped. As hard as we pulled, nothing budged. Antoine, Kimberly, I screamed. No answer. In fact, though I could hear movement in the distance when I first arrived, I couldn't hear anything in the room. Got her. I heard Antoine scream eventually, but the sound wasn't coming from in the room. It was coming from outside. It has her. And then nothing. She's hurt. Cassie screamed. Her the anguish ability came with a useful perk of being able to see the health stats of her teammates. She's getting worse. We need to do something. She must have seen the stats on Kimberly's status bar move as first, and skate dimmed with the first injury. Then some combination of incapacitated, mutilated, hobbled, and conscious, or even dead would start to light up. They would blink at first, but then stay lit when things were finished. She's going unconscious, Cassie screamed, staring into the red wallpaper. I think it's choking H. The words caught in her throat. Cassie couldn't speak anymore. She started to gag. Then, a force threw her hard against the wall behind her. She started getting dragged across the wall by her throat. We ran to her. She was terrified, unable to speak, barely able to breathe. "Fight it," I screamed. This was the English ability. She could empathetically share the damage of allies to lighten their injuries. I had not anticipated it being this effective while she was so low-leveled. But then I realized, as a psychic, her moxie was high for her level and her grit was 0. That stat configuration would maximize this trope's capabilities. That wasn't to mention that this storyline was the exact type that trope was designed for. Psychics, ghosts, the confirmed paranormal. It was a perfect storm. "You have to fight it," I screamed. I had done little to reinforce my own inherited psychic abilities that my grandmother was implied to have passed on to me because of my background trope. I would be almost useless here, but I had to try. "Isaac," I screamed. "Encourage her. She needs you now." Isaac obeyed and promptly knelt down beside his sister and started encouraging her to fight. Tears filled his eyes. He was helpless. I didn't know if bringing in the power of family would work here. It was too early. The theme hadn't been established, but I was throwing everything at the wall. We were firmly in first blood now. Cassie started to lift up by her throat up. She was floating. Whatever it was that was attacking Kimberly was powerful, but she was surviving. They both were. I grabbed the couch and pulled it under where Cassie was floating. "What do we do?" Bobby screamed to the stranger. The stranger looked as confused and afraid as we did. This has never happened before. I know some people are more sensitive to spirits. How was I supposed to know? I jumped up on the couch and reached up toward Cassie. She was turning blue. But I could see on the red wallpaper she was still alive. The fact that rebirth hadn't come yet meant that Kimberly was too. I tried to lift her up, to secure her so that she wasn't hanging from her neck. Miraculously, it was working. She and Kimberly were connected. Cassie was extending Kimberly's survival. Every minute Kimberly lived, the weaker the big bad got. We needed to do whatever it took to help her survive longer. Eventually, she lowered to the ground quickly as if slammed, but the couch took much of the blow. I could see deep purple bruises forming around Cassie's neck. They were in the shape of a hand. We continued on for what seemed like an eternity that way. Eventually, whatever force was dragging Cassie around by her throat relented. The needle on the plot cycle jumped to rebirth. Kimberly was dead. Cassie was barely alive, just hanging on. "She's trying to say something," Tina said. Cassie was moving her lips. She couldn't talk. Her throat was crushed. Her dead status was blinking and staying on longer and longer each time it blinked. Isaac held Cassie in his arms and cried. No matter how much we warned them, he was never going to be prepared for this. Cassie died on the couch. She had held on for nearly 10 minutes of choking torture, barely able to breathe. In the end, she lost the fight. But she had helped Kimberly and the team. I hoped that would be enough. Isaac tried to wake her. "Can't we do something?" he asked. Then he repeated himself in a scream. After Cassie was gone and a beat had passed, my attention returned to the room Kimberly and Antoine had been in. I tried the doorknob and it opened easily. There was glass on the floor. I could see that. There was also a dent in the drywall opposite the window. Beneath it, a broken metal flashlight had landed. Bobby, Dina, and the stranger were there with me. "Someone threw the flashlight through the window," I said. "With a broken window," the stranger added. "It could have just walked right in. We need to get this covered up." He moved to flip the mattress up against the broken window. "Damn," he said as he realized that wouldn't work. It was too short to cover the whole thing. "There's cardboard in the storage room," he said to Bobby. Bobby ran to fetch it. "I'm guessing that we can't just close the door," I said. "You guess right." I stared out into the darkness through the window. No spirits arrived in the distance. It just looked like I was staring out the window. Nothing special. I knew that wasn't true. Even though it looked like a forested hillside, the land outside that window belonged to the dead. "She was saying Antoine alive," Dina said, "when she was dying. I think that's what she was trying to say. Antoine alive. Out there lost in the woods. The ghost's his only company." That wasn't good. Just as Bobby arrived back with the cardboard, I heard the tinkle of glass and a young man stepped through the window. I hadn't seen him in the distance. He held his hands up in front of him as if to surrender. "I'm not here to hurt you," he said. "I barely got away alive. My friends, they're still back there. I left them. I was afraid." He said this mournfully and prompted. He worked himself nearly into tears. But the tears never came. I was distracted by the way his head tilted naturally to the left, by the bony protrusion pressing out against his skin from below his ear from where his neck had snapped. J.T. Guzman Wandering Spirit Plot Armor. Trope's Death Delusion. This entity is not aware it is dead. Don't wake the beast. This entity is asleep or in a similar condition. They will not stir without outside intervention. Waking them will transform them into a more dangerous form that plays by different tropes. Walking crime scene. This entity's ghostly form reveals clues as to the nature of its demise. If I wasn't standing 4 feet away from him, I would have been really jazzed to see the ghost of J.T. Guzman. This was my favorite type of ghost to see in horror movies. He didn't look faded or transparent. In fact, he looked solid, though I wasn't going to test if he was. He had died of a broken neck, and his spirit forever reflected that. Every time a ghost like that popped up in cinema, I would smile and hope to guess the cause of death of each ghost. My favorite movie with spirits of this kind was 13 Ghosts. But there were plenty of good ones. Seeing him in person wasn't as fun. His spine stuck so far out of place I could practically see it through his skin. His fingers were broken and his nails busted. It looked like he had been dragged and had grabbed onto the ground for dear life. But that was all of what I could see by the moonlight. "We need to get this closed up," the stranger said, grabbing the cardboard from Bobby's frozen hands and walking to the window. Bobby said, unable to take his eyes off the ghost. He held out a roll of duct tape. I grabbed it and helped patch up the broken window. "Cardboard will keep ghosts out?" Dina asked. "Funny how that works, isn't it?" The stranger said, "Couldn't say why. When you're out there, everything is so far away," Katie said. When I saw the broken window, it was like suddenly the house was closer. Suddenly, I could get to it. I wasn't just walking in place. JT always seemed to think we were talking to him. I didn't know if that was a ghost thing or just his personality. I knew that soon we would have to make a plan. Having a very fragile specter in the house would complicate things. "Excuse me," I said. I squeezed my way past the ghost and into the hallway. "I'm going to go check on Isaac." I wondered if Dina, Bobby, and the stranger would know not to tell the ghost he was dead. "I'm going to go tell him there was a survivor," I said. Not that that will cheer him up. I had to weigh the risks. At that moment, I knew that if Isaac came around the corner and saw the man with the crooked neck, he was liable to freak out. The others had experience. They might keep their cool. Off screen, Isaac was still sitting on the couch next to his sister. He had covered her with a blanket. No amount of logic would break through to him until he was ready. I couldn't expect him to deal with his sister's death in a way that was convenient. "Hey, Isaac," I whispered in his ear. "You need to know that one of the spirits is in the house. He doesn't know he's dead and we need to keep it that way. No screaming or freaking out. Got it?" I felt like a jerk ordering him around as he mourned his dead sister. He didn't answer, but he nodded. Fat, round tears rolled down his cheeks, glistening in the moonlight. I thought about how I had felt when Camden had died the first time when stabbed by Ranger Danger. I had cried then. But it wasn't too long before my mind shifted to beating the storyline. I wondered how long it would take Isaac to do the same. He was the next target. Or was he? The stranger's dark secret trope was supposed to drop his plot armor to 0 when he revealed his titular dark secret. But I couldn't actually see his plot armor. It was hidden. All I could see were his 2 visible player tropes. I couldn't even see his poster. I had originally assumed that the stranger's dark secret was that he had initiated the 10-second game. But then there was the whole thing where he got dodgy about the voicemail his daughter sent him. That told me he still had a secret. Reading over the text of the trope, I began to realize that he wasn't allowed to just tell us his dark secret off-screen, even though as a player he would like for us to. We had to figure it out. Luckily, I had already set up CinemaSeer with that prediction. If I was right, everyone but Bobby would get a buff to grit and savvy. I was certain that there was something more to come. It had to be something that would make my character hesitant to work with him, even to survive. I walked back into the room where the ghost was being interrogated by the others. They had not made much headway on screen. "I was so scared," he said. You have no idea. It was like he was floating in the sea during a storm. He could talk to us and answer our questions. He even showed some personality. But then a wave would come and he would go back underwater. He would emerge suddenly very scared and mournful. Ghosts worked in cycles like that, apparently. How did you get stuck out there? I asked. Girl I'm talking to right now, she's a freak. 100% my type. Craziest girl I've ever tried to get with though. She's into ghosts and witches and all kinds of weird shit. I'm not complaining. She's hot. She wanted me to come here and help her talk to some famous ghost. I couldn't chicken out. Now when I got her on the line, his head wasn't on straight, but still, he smiled and licked his lips every time he paused his sentence. When he laughed, his head bounced slightly. All I got to do was play this weird game she found on the internet. Spooky, sure. I figure when it doesn't work she'll be disappointed, but, you know, we got all these rooms. Things could really work out well for me. But the game worked. There were things out there, something I couldn't understand. She's writing down their answers. Ring the bell. Don't ring the bell, you know. I nodded. I understood why the 10-second game used a bell to communicate yes or no answers. Ghosts were oversharers. Then things started getting freaky. Not in the way I wanted. Started thinking, whoa, is this girl worth it? My ex wasn't this much trouble and she had 2 kids from different baby daddies. I wonder how they are. I kind of miss them, not gonna lie. I couldn't make things work with my ex. She was way older than me, like 30. But those kids were great. I always wonder if I should have stuck around just for them. The little one, Justin. He asked if he could call me dad and I said no. He was my little buddy. Why did I say no? Fuck. Why did I say no? I could have been a good dad. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. He paused for a moment and then started back in. I was so scared. You wouldn't blame me if you knew. I had to run. That thing. It isn't like anything I had to run. He was having difficulty keeping on topic. You said that something freaky started to happen when playing the game, I asked. It was out there. Took Sid so long to figure out. We thought we were talking to a dozen different ghosts, but it was that. Whatever it was the entire time. I couldn't even understand what I was looking at. We saw one ghost get really close, and we talked to it. And it got closer and closer. We asked it questions. It was some lady that drowned. Her face was all messed up from something. Then she got closer and we could see something in the darkness standing right behind her. So close behind her we almost couldn't see it. Like it was hiding behind her. And then she got closer and Sid was asking her about her life and whether she knew this famous guy. And then she got closer. And I heard it. It was laughing. Black like a shadow in an old photo. So close to her. I couldn't make it out. And then I saw the stitches like the body of this dripping wet woman was sewn right to him. And he was laughing because he tricked us. He tricked us into letting him get close. JT was breathing faster and faster. He was terrified of whatever it was he was picturing in his mind. And then he got close enough to where I could see that behind him, somehow. I couldn't understand. There were more dead people sewn to him. The drowned woman disappeared, and then some prospector dude who had been crushed in a cave-in or something. He came out, sewn on like the others. He was trying to talk, to yell at us, but his jaw and teeth were ruined. The dead people sewn to that thing were all wiggling and scared, and he could make them move and talk. I ran. I turned and ran. A dead biker was standing right behind me. Face and shoulder ground down to nothing but hamburger meat. The thing was right behind him. So close I couldn't see it except at the very edge. I strained to get a look but I couldn't. It was so close behind him and hiding. We had nowhere to go but out. So Sid opened the window and we ran. He was paralyzed with fear. The dead all showed how they died. You could see it. I don't want to end up like that. Is that what happens to the people we love? They end up walking out there dead. Body parts cut up and gross. He paused. A sudden realization dawned on his crooked face. He started to slowly reach up his right hand. He was going to feel his neck. We had let him go too far. Soon, he would realize he was dead, and we would be in trouble. Was Sid the hot chick? Bobby asked. JT looked at him. There was a sudden shift. You have no idea. I don't usually go for quiet chicks. But damn, she was like half goth cause her mom died. I really dug it. The goth thing? Not, you know. She wore sweaters and jeans a lot, but you could tell she had a body. Damn. I hope it didn't get her. So you were one of Sydney's friends, the stranger said. The ghost turned to look at him. Yeah, Sydney. The stranger looked at me and then at the others. We knew that his daughter's name was Sydney. Off-screen. The ghost abruptly walked into the hallway. He wasn't going anywhere in particular as far as I could tell. He just wandered from room to room like he was looking for something. The rest of us went back into the living room with Isaac. He was standing over Cassie's body. We need to put her somewhere where she won't be on camera. Maybe the storage room. I need help moving her, Isaac said. I don't want it using her like a prop. I'll help, Bobby offered. But Isaac couldn't bring himself to touch her corpse. Here, Dina said. She waved him aside. Then she and Bobby carried Cassie's body down the hall. You can't tell us anything about your dark secret, can you? I asked. The stranger shook his head. I was going to have to keep working at it on screen. I had a theory. Assuming his secret was not yet revealed, the best time to do so would be in the middle of rebirth. That's what was supposed to happen at the midpoint according to the plot cycle. New information that reframes the narrative in some way, most of the time. We just watched the midpoint fly by. We never focused on making sure the midpoint revelation was meaningful. This trope might have been designed for just that. One big reveal. Dina and Bobby returned and we discussed battle plans. It looked like we might be headed outside into the parallel world of the dead. Can we get more information out of JT? Bobby asked. I feel he knows more. He does know more. He might know where my character's daughter is or how to beat that thing. The stranger said. You guys might be right, but I don't think we'll get the opportunity. Carousel isn't going to let us have another scene with him unless it's interesting. It might get repetitive, I said. I'm going to give Constance a call. Her research trope takes time to kick in. We need to figure out what can be used to defeat ghosts and that thing. Let's not forget that Antoine's still out there. Our characters will probably think Kimberly is too. How do we know Antoine isn't dead? Isaac asked. Carousel targets the person with the lowest plot armor unless a trope intervenes or even if. Me, he said. He had 11 plot armor, even lower than mine. I nodded. Unless he starts a fight with a ghost. He's not going to be targeted. We're off screen. For all we know, Antoine is on screen right now fighting for his life. With a baseball bat, Dina said. Against ghosts. He's fast, Bobby said. With his hustle, he can outrun anything out there. I agreed. What we didn't say was that Antoine was very messed up from spending unimaginable amounts of time trapped in the straggler forest. His trope, you were having a nightmare, could help fight the trauma from that. In fact, it had already cured his catatonia. His trauma though wasn't gone. It just looked for an opportunity to re-emerge. Right that moment, Antoine was walking through the land of the dead. A place we had just been told had mystical geography. I just hoped he could hold on. The moment we were back on screen, I was dialing Constance Barlow's number. She had handed us her business card for emergencies. There could be no better emergency. Hello, she asked groggily. Who is this? Do you have any idea what time it is, Constance? Ms. Barlow. This is Riley. You just dropped me and my friends off at the resort on the hill. I remember. Is there something wrong? She asked. I wasn't supposed to tell her the truth. Doing so would damn her. I had to make an excuse to get her to research the monster that J.T. Guzman had described. We were assigned a suite at the hotel that is supposed to be haunted. We knew that Carousel was big on spooky stuff. Yes, our founder, Bartholomew Geist, was a noted horror film producer, amateur occultist, and abysmal alchemist. We celebrate our unusual roots. Why do you ask? Well, the hotel employee here has been going on about how haunted this place is, telling us about ghosts and some strange monster that lives here. My friend Dina is really superstitious, and maybe you could give her some closure. You have to understand, she lost her son years back. The idea that he might still be with us in some way. It would really put her mind at ease if you could give us some info about it all. I see. I couldn't tell whether she liked my clumsy excuse. You see, this creature is supposed to hurt ghosts or something, sew them to its body. She believes her son is still with her like a guardian angel. The idea of this thing, it's really upsetting her. If you could just tell us about the legend and how to beat it. That would put her mind at ease. Constance breathed deeply. This is why entertaining all of this ghosts and goblins nonsense is unethical and unwise. Oh, all right. Tell me about this creature so I can research it. I am fairly well read on local legends and such. I described the creature J.T. had told us about. How it sewed ghosts onto itself, seeming to hide behind them as a trick. How there was something confusing about how it looked. How it could have so many ghosts attached to its body and still hide behind one woman almost completely. You said it laughs, she asked. Yes, I said. The hotel guy was very specific about that. It laughs because it tricked you. It just so happens that I read something similar to that years ago. I just need to find the book. I need to get dressed and get to my study. I'll look into this and call you back on this number. Is that okay? Yes, I said. Oh, before I forget, how do you defend yourself against a ghost? Assuming one attacked you. Assuming disbelief isn't effective. I haven't the faintest idea. I'll have to look into that as well. Okay, I said. Thanks. I hung up the phone. I needed to make a plan and I felt like I had a fraction of the information I needed to do that. We had to go find Antoine. That was the way forward. We had no choice. It wasn't because that was the smart play. Staying in the house was the smart play. Except for one little problem. If we stayed in the house, spirits would want to come speak with us. We couldn't do that because we had searched the room after Kimberly and Antoine had disappeared. The bell we needed to speak to the spirits was missing. I needed Constance to call back. I needed to form a plan. I needed more time. It took me an embarrassingly long time to figure out a solution to our problem. We had to leave the hotel suite and venture out into the land of ghosts. But I also had to be available for a call from Constance, who was researching the lore of the creature described by our deceased friend. The solution was the cell phone in my pocket. This storyline, unlike those I had previously run, was set in an age where cell phones were ubiquitous. Modern movies had to come up with reasons to take cell phones out of the picture because they were just too useful for resolving horror scenarios. In Carousel, they were unusable without a trope that allowed you to use the phone. A trope like the one Constance had. The very moment I was on screen next, I pulled out my phone and noticed that it had full bars for the first time since I arrived in Carousel. I dialed Antoine's phone number. I had to hope that Antoine had kept his phone on his person. There was no such luck. As soon as I dialed his number, I heard his phone ringing in his duffel. Anyone watching would think it was ridiculous for a young guy like him to keep his phone in his bag instead of his pocket. But modern horror movies use this very trick to disarm victims. Damn it, I said. Try Kimberly, Dina said hopefully. We knew it wouldn't work. We didn't have a trope for contacting our friends, even when they were in good health. That wasn't the point. All we needed was to establish to the audience that we did have cell phones and hopefully establish that they worked in this storyline. Carousel did not disappoint. Kimberly had her phone on her at the time of her disappearance because it was in the cloth bag she was using as a purse. She had practically kept it strapped to her chest. It's ringing, I said. She's not picking up. Our characters wouldn't know she was dead, so we had to act in false hope of contacting her. I hoped that by establishing on camera that her phone was ringing even though she was out in the ghost realm, it would be enough to show cell phones would work and that Constance would be able to call me on my phone. Kimberly's phone rang and rang. And then someone answered. Hello. A man's voice said desperately. Please, you have to help me. I put the phone on speaker and said, Who is this? My name is John. The man on the other end said, I'm lost. I don't know where I am. You have to help me. Okay, John, I said. I looked around at Bobby, Dina, the stranger, and Isaac like I didn't know what to do, but then I continued. I called my friend. Is she there with you? There's a girl here, John said. Oh my God. I think she's dead. We all gave our appropriate reactions, except for Isaac, who was not ready for it right then. Where did you say you were? I asked. I don't know, John said. I've been walking for so long. Do you see a large building with a bunch of windows on a hillside? The stranger asked. There was no answer. Then, there was a chilling laugh. Not an evil laugh. A laugh like someone thought something was so hilarious that they couldn't hold it in any longer. A deep-throated joyous laugh. Click. The phone call ended. Carousel had taken my idea and ran with it. We had established that cell phones worked in the land of ghosts and the monster of the week had gotten to give us an interaction. Everybody got something. I stared down at my cell phone as the screen went dark after the call ended. The guy in there said that the creature laughed, Bobby said. I nodded slowly. What came next would be the debate about whether to leave the apparent safety of the suite and venture out into the dark. I didn't want to play the hesitant one. I didn't want to do that song and dance. Maybe for this film, we would all be brave and reckless heroes. I wanted to take the offense in a narrative sense. I'm going out there, I said. Kimberly and Antoine are still out there. Didn't he say your friend was dead? Bobby asked. Doesn't matter, I said. I've got this sense that if we stay here, we die. My grandmother always taught me to trust my intuition. That's what I'm doing. Here, we're sitting targets. Not just for that thing, for all ghosts. When they arrive and we don't have the bell to be able to communicate with them, we'll be trapped. There was a pause as everyone started to consider what I had said. He's right, the stranger said. I've spent too much time asking yes or no questions to random spirits. Now that I know Sydney is out there, that's where I'm going. I'm going to. Dina said. She could have at least tried to act afraid. But J.T. said that he left your daughter behind, Bobby said. Doesn't that mean it's too late? He also said that he barely got away and we know that isn't true. The stranger said. Should someone stay here just in case? Bobby asked nervously. Good. We needed someone to act reluctant. It's like the guy said, the stranger said, nodding his head in my direction. You stick around here. You'll be ticking off the spirits. All I know is you don't want that to happen. They can't get angry if no one is in the house, Dina said. I could see that Isaac was trying to think of something to say. He started to speak several times, but then hesitated. I'll call and give the librarian my cell so she can reach us out there, I said. I moved away from the group to take the call. Apparently, that wasn't interesting to Carousel because we immediately went off screen. I dialed the number on Constance's card. This trope takes time, Constance said immediately. She must have been off screen too. As near as I could tell, that was how Carousel treated phones. If the audience can hear you, you are on screen. If they can't, you're off screen. I have been curious about that. I know, I said. Dial this number when you have the information. We might not be on the hotel phone for a while. I see, she said. Riley. She paused for a moment. This request you made for the monster's weakness is taking far longer than it should. I've barely got anything. That isn't normal. By now I should know something about it. Even if it isn't useful, I haven't learned anything. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. So, it's a tough enemy. That would be my conclusion. So the goal is to avoid it, not kill it, I said. One thing that had been impressed on me by the vets was that enemies with levels far too high for their storylines were usually not meant to be killed, or else they are meant to be killed in a very specific way, as a werewolf might be killed by a silver bullet. If she was having difficulty finding its weakness, that implied it was a strong enemy. That would be ideal, Constance said. Her tone carried something unspoken. Or are you suggesting that we can't beat it? She thought for a moment before she spoke, as she had before when reading her script. This is untrodden territory, she said. Finally, one can't really presume to know Carousel's intentions. All right, I said. Call me if you get something. I hung up the phone. Was the implication that Carousel did not intend for us to survive? What do we do if we find a ghost? Isaac asked before we left while we were still off screen. I shrugged. We don't let it know it's dead. And if we find the other thing, run, I said. Or hit them with the rake. He had settled on bringing a wooden-handled rake as a weapon. It had been in the storage room. There had also been a broom and mop. But he felt the rake might be funnier because of the springy sound it made when it hit something. I thought the mop was the funniest, but I wasn't going to argue with him on his first day out. Remember the plan, I said. I had given everyone specific instructions on how I wanted our search to go. Hundreds of hours of movies had gone into my plans. They were meant to give us the best chance possible, like most horror movies. The hard part is finding all the reasons for people to make the stupid decisions that would move the plot forward. I just hoped our choreography was on point. I tried to think through anything else to say. I explained to him how to use his healing trope, though I had little hope that if he's still cracking jokes, would come into play with this specific enemy. It's convenient that everyone has cellular phones these days, isn't it? The stranger asked me. I know, I said. I'm working on it. He was hinting that we should be working on getting the voicemail played. His trope clearly prevented him from just telling me what his dark secret was. I had to investigate it. I still had time. My own tropes were not optimized for going into a fight. I had hoped that the insert shot would have come into play better, but the only object I had found in the party phase that applied to it was the bathroom mirror that had not been covered completely. I had no clue if marking it was a good idea or not, so I hadn't yet. All I could think about were the things I wished I had done better. I wished that I was not the only high-savvy player on our team anymore. Having Camden around to talk things through with had made me so much less stressed. Even though neither of us knew what we were talking about, now I was alone. Whether the first liked it or not, they acted like I was the man with the plan, and I just felt like the man trying not to screw up. I hoped desperately that I would not mess everything up on the very first storyline of the through line. On screen, we leave the window open, I said. This is our way back from the outside. We find them and then come right back here, I said. We were fortunate that the house was at the top of a large hill. If the spirit realm was a reflection of our world, then we should be able to find our way back. But if that was true, why hadn't Antoine returned? Why didn't the stranger's daughter return? For plot reasons. That's what I told myself. They could have returned, but they didn't strictly for plot reasons. That was always the answer when characters didn't do something obvious. Everyone ready? I asked as if to answer. The stranger climbed right out the window. He was the only person with a flashlight, so I had no choice but to follow. Though I had my smartphone for the first time that I could use as a light, I didn't want to waste the battery. That would be too tempting for Carousel to pass up. I asked myself if we should have waited a minute and fashioned torches or something. No, torches in movies were only useful because of movie magic. They would be hard to make and go out too often. Without a trope that would make them last long enough to be useful, it was a bad idea. Even with my high savvy, I was overthinking things. I felt like we had been given exceedingly little information to accomplish this task. But then, I always did, luckily. Not every effort had gone to waste. As soon as we had climbed out the window, Dina said, I hear him. I hear my son. She started moving quickly toward the tree line. Even the stranger changed course to follow, and like me, Dina had no qualms about using her phone for a light. Though she only had a small flip phone with no dedicated flashlight on it. She led us through the underbrush and down the hill. With one look back toward the suite, I noticed that JT, the talkative ghost, was standing in the room watching us go. If he shut that window, he was a dead man. The stranger had thrown caution to the wind and had begun calling his daughter's name. He seemed certain that she was nearby. I don't think that Sydney would have gone this far, he said eventually. We all assumed that he knew what he was talking about. He may be right, I said. Surely Antoine and Kimberly would have tried to stay close too. Do you still hear your son? Bobby asked Dina. He said come this way, she answered. Can't you hear him? We all paused and listened. I heard a faint howl of the wind, which blew like a storm in the ghost realm. In fact, no one else heard him. I swear he's here, she said. He said I need to follow him this way. If there's even a chance of seeing him again, you have to understand. We're looking for living people, the stranger said. We have to prioritize that. Haven't you considered that the voice you hear is a trap? That thing seems to like tricking people. I knew he was wrong, and so did he. Dina's trope was pretty clear that her son's presence was a positive thing, but our characters absolutely would not see it that way. I'm going, Dina said. She marched off in the direction. No, I screamed. Dina, get back here. I'm going back toward the top of the hill, the stranger said. I'm telling you they wouldn't have gone this far. What do we do? Isaac asked nervously, his rake shaking in his hands. Make for the suite, I said, pointing uphill in the direction the stranger had gone. Isaac and Bobby did as they were told. I looked back over my shoulder toward the direction Dina had gone and paused. I walked that way and considered following her. Then I changed my mind, but as soon as I turned around, I noticed that the others had gone too far ahead of me. We were all separate, just like I planned. Not only did I do better on my own, but I had shared a theory with the others that we had to be on our own. As we walked together, we watched the plot cycle. It didn't move an inch. That meant the story was not moving forward. That was Carousel's subtle hint that something had to change. So, we split up. We tried to make it convincing. Carousel wasn't going to let the next part of the story happen when we were all together. That would be too easy. I was right. As soon as we split up, the plot cycle started moving forward again. I heard something in the distance. It wasn't one of those in the group. It wasn't Dina's son. It was Antoine. He was yelling. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I did know where the screams were coming from. I ran further downhill to the right of where Dina had gone. I ran until I hit the river bank. The river was the same one that we had such a hard time crossing after the apocalypse. I could see Antoine on the ground next to the bank. He was injured. Specifically, he was hobbled and incapacitated. He screamed for help. It was a trap. It was clearly a trap. In fact, Antoine's status had him listed as captured. Normally, going after him would be an obvious blunder. Players would need a good excuse not to immediately help their friend. New players would fall for the trap out of concern for their teammates. I didn't need an excuse to stay away. I just needed to be oblivious. I just had to hope that Antoine would have the presence of mind to know what to do next. I ran down toward him, squinting as if I could barely see my hand in front of my face. It was dark outside. Not that dark, but dark enough that my character might have trouble seeing danger. I approached him quickly, pretending not to see my surroundings. Antoine laid back and closed his eyes. Riley. He was too weak to speak, or at least he pretended to be. We had gone over this scenario before, more or less. I got you. I said, I got you. Nothing had appeared to try and attack me yet. I needed to get Antoine up and headed back uphill before it did. I could feel oblivious bystander activating. The hidden monster would be posing for the camera soon. The audience would see how much danger lurked right behind me. There was no telling how long it would last. This was not an ideal setup. You just take it easy, I said. I'll get you back to the suite. I hoisted him up, and in the rush of things, I accidentally dropped my tape player out of my pocket. I grabbed it with my one free hand and pushed play, again on accident. As I shoved it back in my pocket, damn it, I said. I shoved Antoine's arm further up onto my shoulder. Antoine did his best to look out of it. One leg was injured, but the other was good enough. The bump on his head gave us good cover. I let the music play, the 90s grunge that was on the tape. Something had just come out from hiding behind us. I didn't even try to look at its tropes yet. I had to keep my eyes ahead. Antoine had casually bumped my hood up with his arm around my shoulders until it was blocking my vision of whatever was behind me. You just focus on walking, I said. I'll guide us. We've got a big step here. This wasn't going to last forever. Oblivious bystander was not designed for situations where the danger was known. It just wasn't believable that someone would be, well, oblivious in that situation. But maybe, if someone was so focused on getting their friend to safety that they didn't notice the growing threat behind them. Maybe if they accidentally played music to cover the soft sounds of the thing following, the sounds of laughter, maybe then, they could get up the hill without noticing the figure behind them. Maybe the figure would get bored and go after some other player with lower plot armor. Just maybe, my oblivious bystander strategy was running thin. Even with the darkness that could conceal the enemy from my gaze and all of my efforts to provide cover, we were in danger. Our strongest hope was that Carousel had other plans for us. I had watched my other uses of oblivious bystander on the red wallpaper before using director's monitor. Usually, Carousel used 10 or so seconds of the footage it shot, just enough to show me at risk, and then it would cut to something else. By the time the camera came back to me, the threat was practically gone. The exception was the time I used eating cereal as cover against stranger danger. Carousel showed almost that whole scene combined with the murder I was ignoring. I looked like a lucky idiot. The question was, when would we go off screen? When would our pursuer lose interest? I pictured the scene in my mind, trying to will it into reality. I rushed to check on Antoine. The monster watches from afar, and cut. The camera goes back to Isaac or Bobby or Dina. But there was no cut. It was only then that I remembered that I was in a storyline with outsiders and a wallflower. They were not really scene stealers. Dina was probably using her trope to stay off screen. I doubted Isaac was doing anything too interesting as a comedian, and Constance was just researching. Antoine and I were probably the most interesting characters at that moment. The plot was not moving forward anywhere else. The monster was behind us by 20 yards or so. Surely that meant it wasn't about to go in for an attack. We weren't even next on the priority list. Why continue to watch us if it wasn't going to attack? As I pondered all of this, my heart nearly beating out of my chest, my muscles sore from carrying much of Antoine's weight, something changed. A message appeared on the red wallpaper. Straight downhill past this tree. Bunch of dead people. Actual bodies, not ghosts. Off screen the whole time, watching from the shadows. Son is scared. Dina. Dina had the ability to post messages for her allies on the red wallpaper with her pen pal trope. The only catch was that the messages were tied to a specific location. This was the first time she had used it to my knowledge. I recognized this location as the place we had split up. It made sense she had chosen that spot. I couldn't go check out the bodies she was talking about. It would be hard to justify that change in direction. Plus, that was a hard right turn that would inevitably lead to me seeing the monster in the darkness behind us. We had to keep going uphill. Off-screen. Finally. As we continued walking, I could still catch glimpses of something behind us in the corner of my eye. I still heard the occasional laugh over my music. Was it just going to stick around even without the camera? The chase scene status wasn't even lit because oblivious bystander prevented that. Was this thing just watching us out of curiosity? For 5 minutes it kept watching us as we climbed upward. We kept up the ruse of me helping Antoine the whole time just in case. But I got this feeling that oblivious bystander had deactivated long ago. We should have been safe. And then the creature quickened its pace. It was running behind us, with Antoine hobbled and me carrying him. We weren't going to be able to outrun it. That didn't actually matter. It ran past us, right past us, practically nudging me out of the way as it went. What I saw was difficult to describe. It was the type of thing only possible in dreams. It was a man, a ghost to be more precise. He was dressed in a blue button-up shirt and a yellow neon vest. He wore a tool belt. He was probably in his early 30s, slightly overweight, dark hair, and shaven. He was an electrician to be more exact if the lightning-shaped burns on his face, neck, and shirt meant what I thought they meant. He turned his head to me as he passed. The man himself looked confused, lost. It almost looked like he wanted to ask me a question. I felt an aura as he passed that chilled my blood. Black thread wound around and through the man's skin all over. It looked like he had been in some sort of industrial sewing machine accident. Behind him, there was something. I couldn't describe it any better than that. There was a dark, blurry figure. I felt like I could see more if I just craned my neck. But it was impossible. This guy passed me and the figure still looked like he was standing behind the electrician. The logic made no sense. A woman's hand stuck out from behind the man as he passed me and waved. Then another arm shot out, again, waving. The arms were dead. That was scary enough. Even in the moonlight they looked pale. That wasn't the thing that scared me though. I hadn't been able to see the poster for the ghost who had waved at me when I played the 10-second game. I didn't know if that was a trope effect or if I just didn't see them clearly enough. I saw these three on the red wallpaper though. The electrician was a wandering spirit like JT Guzman had been. Same tropes. I didn't catch his name because I was distracted. The first arm was from a woman named Marla. She was called a presence on the red wallpaper. Marla Keen presence, plot armor, tropes, and finished business. This entity didn't manage to accomplish something in life and now lingers. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. Ambient energy. This entity serves as a spiritual battery for other entities. Peer pressure. This entity may not be aggressive, but will join with other entities as part of a collective. Her tropes were not even close to being the worst part. One detail I often skimmed over when analyzing enemies was the poster itself. I mostly focused on the nameplate underneath, which often contained a description of what the enemy was. The poster itself was usually not that informative because most of its text was usually something like "so, and so is the bad guy" in the horror movie title. It just wasn't the information I usually needed because the nameplate had all the important stuff like plot armor. Plus, the smaller trope posters usually took most of my attention. Whatever the case, the The poster was usually not that important other than for getting a better look at the enemy. Marla's poster showed her floating in the shadows behind a door in an old house at night. Spooky. Not important, but the text itself was important. Marla keen as a presence in the fixer-upper. I stopped and reread it. The fixer-upper? The other arm didn't belong to Marla. It belonged to someone called Newscaster Dusty. I didn't see his tropes. I wasn't looking at them. I saw an image of him on fire. Newscaster Dusty is a haunting vision and they never sleep. Antoine and I stopped in our tracks and watched as the electrician and the many entities behind him continued up the path. I never saw the shadowy figure on the red wallpaper. It was shielded somehow. Perhaps that was why it hid behind things. When it was out of view, I asked Antoine, "Did you see that? That's the thing that killed Kimberly," he said. "It had 100 arms. Killed Cassie too. Remotely," I said. Antoine drew a deep breath. "It could have killed me. It didn't. Maybe because of plot armor. I don't know. It just played with me. It broke my leg. Snapped it in half on screen and one of the ghosts told me I wasn't going to walk that off. That was worrying." Antoine's walk it off trope would allow him to recover from his hobbled status. But that wasn't going to work if the audience saw it get visibly shattered. "It can see our tropes," I said. Antoine nodded. "That's what I figure." "Did you look at the ghosts on the red wallpaper?" I asked. He shrugged. "Yeah." Antoine didn't have an insight trope that would make examining enemies on the red wallpaper a priority. He hadn't noticed what I did. "Not all of the ghosts are from this movie," I said. "They're from different storylines." "Yeah, different tropes and everything. Different types of movie ghosts altogether." That was a big deal. I had never seen an enemy in the wrong storyline. Even the Avenging Dead had said they were from Permanent Vacancy even though they were clearly not a part of the original storyline. "What does that tell us?" he asked. "All I have are theories," I said. He digested what we had just discussed. "You saw Dina's note?" he asked. I nodded. "There's a lot going on here," he said. We started making our way further uphill in the direction the monster had gone. Our characters wouldn't know it had gone that way or even that it had been following us. We had no choice but to pretend. One benefit of being off-screen was that we didn't have to be so careful. Antoine was holding back before. Without having to keep oblivious bystander active, we made our way up the hill much faster. "I'm glad to have grit," he said. "I barely feel my leg right now." Grit could help you not feel pain. Antoine also had a tendency to lie about his pain. "Maybe I should get some," I said. I had plenty of experience with getting hurt. After we had been going for a while, he said, "Thanks for rescuing me." "No problem," I said. I was barely able to restrain myself from saying "I told you so." I had listed the virtues of the strategy numerous times. I was just glad Antoine knew what to do when I showed up. "This is not designed for new players," he said. "Nope." We moved forward as fast as possible until eventually I heard a scream ahead. We were still off screen. We sped up as much as possible. Antoine had lost his bat. There wasn't much we could do to help if we got there, but still, we had to hurry. "That sounded like Isaac," Antoine said. "The newbies are not off to a fun start, are they?" We ran forward until we burst forth from the tree line at the top of the hill. I could see the hotel suite again. We were too late. The ghost of Cassie stood near the open window of the house. She was crying for her brother, begging for help from the rest of us. She was a player still and had both of her player tropes. But she was dead and infected on the red wallpaper. She had additional enemy tropes, the same ones that JT Guzman had. She didn't know she was dead. I couldn't see the black threads from where I was, but I expected that she was not moving of her own accord. The shadowy figure had her. I was sure of it even if I couldn't see him. Isaac lay on his back, Bobby standing over him. Isaac appeared to have been grabbed by his shaggy hair and yanked so hard that his scalp ripped, revealing part of his skull. Blood poured down his face profusely, but he was alive. It wasn't second blood yet. He didn't have to die. It wasn't clear why the figure had not just killed him though. "Settle down," Bobby said nervously as he yanked off his hotel employee shirt and held it against the wound on Isaac's head. "You'll be okay. I gotcha." Isaac had a trope that might have been able to heal his injury depending on how much the audience saw, but he was not thinking straight enough to activate it. He was dry heaving while Bobby tried to staunch the flow. The stranger was with them. He stood over and rambled through a few choice phrases like, why would it just do that? And I thought it wanted. And why didn't it kill him? I wasn't sure what expression was on his face. Shock, guilt. I wasn't sure what he was trying to convey. You thought it wanted what? I asked. He looked up at me like a deer in the headlights. He had been so distracted he hadn't seen me arrive. I don't know, he said. You know something you aren't telling us? I screamed out in the distance. Cassie's ghost turned and suddenly someone else was standing in her place. A young red-haired woman who was just as scared and afraid as Cassie had been. I recognized her well enough to know who she was without even looking at the red wallpaper. The red hair was a dead giveaway. I said. That's one of the guests whose luggage was delivered to our room. They were for siblings. Their things had gotten lost by the airline and were delivered to their hotel long after they arrived. I had seen their picture. You said you scared them away. I yelled out double quotes. No, the stranger said. You don't understand. You can't imagine. What did you do? Antoine screamed, acting as if he would lunge at the man if he were able. I heard laughter coming from the direction of the hotel room. The ghost amalgam had climbed in the window. It closed the window and sat on the bed in the room, staring back at us. Suddenly, the hotel seemed further away than it had. I could see it in the distance. I could even see the ghost of J.T. Guzman running around upstairs as if looking for a place to hide. It said it would give me my daughter back, the stranger confessed. I just had to find new players. That's all. It wanted to talk to the living. I didn't know. You served those people up to it, I said. Shit, is that what we were? A man just got scalped. I figured curse words were okay. No, the stranger said. Honest. I really did want you to stay away. I was going to play the game by myself. Wait, Antoine said. How did you know that it wanted new players? When did you talk to it? When you played the 10-second game or? Antoine let the question hang in the air. The voicemail, I said. You talked to it. The stranger looked away in shame. Play it, I said. I want to hear it. The stranger pulled a phone out of his pocket. He stared at it for a moment and even pressed some of the buttons on the side. I got the sense that he didn't have much experience with them. Then he tossed it to me. It was a normal smartphone of a generic movie brand. What's the password? I asked. Sydney. I typed in 7433639. It unlocked. I went to the big icon that said voicemail and put it on speakerphone. You have 3 saved messages. First saved message. Dad, I need you to come pick me up. Tanya's friend J.T. is too afraid to contact the dead with us and he's being a creeper. It's really bringing the vibe down. We haven't even seen the scary blue light yet. If you come, can you bang on our room's door? He's really jumpy. I just want to see him squirm. Love you. Second saved message. You said you were coming an hour ago. Where are you? Why are you not picking up? Something strange is happening. I feel like it's working, but I'm getting a funny feeling. Please hurry. Third saved message. A different voice came on, a man's voice. Hey, Dad, Sydney can't come to the phone right now. I see you banging on the doors out there. Unfortunately, you're too late for tonight's game, but you can start another really soon. This silly ritual is really growing on me. I think I'd like some more players so I can get some practice. Gather some for me and I'll think about letting poor Sydney back in from the cold. Can't wait to see you. Better not play any tricks either. I would get mad if you did that. End of messages. You killed them. Antoine screamed. He feigned an attempt to stand but was unable. Bobby, having gotten Isaac straightened out, started working on Antoine's leg. He gathered a broken branch from nearby and started constructing a splint. I couldn't tell if he was doing it properly because I didn't know how it was done. Still, he did his best to look like he was confident as he wrapped his belt around Antoine's leg. I didn't kill them, the stranger said. They played the game. I swear. They knew the rules. I thought. The rules didn't say anything about that thing, Antoine said, gesturing up toward the figure in the window staring at us. You killed those people and now you killed Kimberly. She's gone. That thing killed her. She was the love of my life. You. The stranger nodded in defeat. I'm not going to argue. Truth be told, I didn't care what happened to them. I promise though, I did not want it to happen to you or your girlfriend. You weren't supposed to be here. If I knew some way to run you off without getting run off myself, I would have done it. You didn't do anything at all. Antoine yelled back. Hold still, Bobby said as he worked on Antoine's leg. When this is over, you can get your revenge on me, the stranger said. Kill me. Torture. I don't care. All that matters is that I find my daughter. That's it. I would do anything for her. Off-screen. That seemed short. Carousel must have gotten what it needed. Perhaps Antoine lying down on the ground and yelling at the stranger wasn't as compelling as I had assumed. You think that's going to work? Antoine asked, turning his attention to Bobby. Travis used to say that acting could do a lot of what tropes could do. It just wasn't guaranteed to work, Bobby said. He never really elaborated on that or gave an example or demonstrated it. It was just something he would say when I messed up or I was afraid to do something. I think this will work. The logic was sound. Bobby setting Antoine's broken bone on screen combined with Antoine's high grit and walk it off trope might have been enough to swing some healing. Nothing was guaranteed. You might be able to use this as a walking stick. Someone behind us said. It was Dina. She had been watching from the shadows, waiting for us to go off screen. She held out Antoine's baseball bat, found it at the bottom of the hill, along with a bunch of dead bodies. Did you get my note? We got it, Antoine said. He grabbed his bat and gripped it tight. He was ready for a fight. He was also at the end of his rope. He had been through a lot. Eventually, it would be too much and something would snap. Actually, you might give that back to her for a bit, I said. We need to explain how you got it back to the audience. But great idea. Antoine started to laugh. I am so tired of having to play these stupid games. We could all agree with that, Isaac. You hanging in there? I asked. He gave me a look that might have been have you seen my head, instead. He said, when does the pain go away? When we get to the end, I said. I wish I could have the right words to say. I didn't. All I could give him were concrete goals to fixate on. That worked for me. I turned to the stranger. So, you set some people up to die? He nodded. It's looking that way. My plot armor is at 0. I know you all can't see it. Next, we make the trek down the hill. I nodded. Dina needs to come out of the woods and tell us about the bodies. Maybe throw in something about your son's ghost if you have it in the barrel. The stranger will say he needs to go look for his daughter's body. We follow. Wait, we already know Kimberly is dead because Antoine said so. I paused to think up a good reason for us to climb back down the hill when the exit was in the other direction. The shadowy figure was in the house, true. It didn't matter. We'll just follow. We don't need a reason other than that's where the plot is going. This is a storyline based on a corny internet ritual. No one is expecting us to have logical motivations. Going to see a body is a good enough reason, right? Isaac asked. It was good to see him engaging even if it was with blood covering his face. Going to see a body is an excellent reason, I said. In horror movies, anytime someone reports a body, the next shot had all of the important characters near the dead body making commentary on it. No one questioned that sort of logic. In a horror movie, you hear about a murder, and you run, don't walk, to the scene of the crime. The way the scene played out, my money said that the camera left us to go watch the stranger's daughter somewhere. It could also have gone to Constance, but I leaned toward the first. We took our positions and waited. On dash screen. That should hold for a while, Bobby said to Antoine. I did my best with what I had. Thanks, Antoine said. I watched the figure as it sat on a bed inside the hotel. The building felt so far away. I had no idea how we would get back there. Dina came running out of the forest. You have to come look, she said, out of breath as if she had run all the way here. There's bodies. A dozen of them were at the bottom of the hill. I don't even know where they came from. My son says an evil man did it. He stacked them there like trophies. My son is terrified to go anywhere near it. Oh my God. The window is shut. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Bodies. The stranger asked. I need to go there now. If my daughter is there, I don't know what I'll do. He headed off in that direction. We were set to follow. Here, Dina said, handing Antoine his bat. I found this with Kimberly. I'm sorry. Antoine grabbed the bat and used it as a walking stick to pull himself up to a standing position. He could move. His Hubble status was no longer solidly lit. It was flickering. That was an improvement. Before we could leave, I heard a loud winding sound. Then, a voice. Do you like it here, The voice asked. It was loud and echoed over the area. Do you like this world? A chill went down my spine. I turned to see the shadowy figure, or at least the ghost of a burned man whose form he hid behind. He was holding the bell from Reply the Departed. He was going to ask us questions. No, I said. But the words didn't come out of my mouth. It was like they vibrated through the air but never made a sound. There was a winding sound. I do. I like it a lot. Strange place, wouldn't you say? Folded and twisted. Put together like puzzle pieces from 1,000 boxes. One wonders why. Will you try to escape? He was almost breaking character there. What kind of enemy would risk that? Antoine answered. I couldn't hear what he said. The words were cold from his mouth like mine had been. Brianing. The bell sounded in the distance. Antoine's answer had been reduced to a simple ringing of the bell for yes. The game should go on, I suppose, the figure said. The burned man he was hiding behind stood up and walked out of the room and into the living room. None of us could speak. We just looked at each other. My phone started to ring. It sounded so close to the bell ringing that I almost jumped into the air. I picked it up and answered it. Hello, I said. Riley's phone. This is Riley speaking. Just in case the audience hadn't heard my name yet. My name often didn't get said until late in movies. Evening or morning. I might say, Constance said. I've called with the information you requested. Thanks. Late on me. To deal with ghosts, simply avoid angering them. Lost spirits, if you believe in such things, are quite docile as long as they are left to their own devices. Certainly don't give them any information that might upset them. There is a hilarious anecdote here from a very popular charlatan who tells a story about having a high school crush follow her until she went to his grave one day. Upon seeing his own gravestone, he went into such a rage that his, and I quote, spiritual energy was converted all at once into psychic energy and it blew up her father's van. Well, I said, how about the other thing? Yes. The creature you described does not seem to exist. I am pleased to inform you that it is such a novelty that not even the internet ghost columnists have heard of it. I can't find a scrap of information on it. Your friend can rest easy. No information at all about the shadowy figure. How were we supposed to beat it? I couldn't even see its tropes for whatever reason. We were in big trouble. I hung up the call. What did she say? Antoine asked. I had forgotten to put it on speaker. She said she can't find anything about it. Off-screen. We were between scenes. Bobby told us so. The plot cycle froze. It was nearing second blood. The second half of the stories went by faster than the first. That was just the nature of the game. Much of the party would be edited out. That wasn't the same for what came after. 20 minutes, Bobby said. The next scene is at the bottom of the hill with the bodies. I don't have any lines. I think my character wasn't supposed to be around so much. Oh well. And so we went downhill. Instead of turning off to the right where I had found Antoine, we went straight to a different part of the river near where we had seen a giant snake lying dead weeks earlier. On our side of the river, a pile of bodies had been stacked up. Kimberly's was on top. There were at least a dozen bodies there. I couldn't say where from. 3 of the 4 red-haired siblings were there. One of the guys was missing. It was awful to look at. They had all died in similar ways. JT Guzman was there. Or at least his body was. Snapped neck and all. I stared at the bodies for so long that I almost didn't notice that we weren't alone. On the other side of the river, a young woman stood next to the surviving red-haired sibling. He was an ordinary NPC, so he was staying in character. But in the weird way that NPCs did between scenes where they were in a weird state of perpetual professionalism waiting for the next scene. He stood there with his head bobbing staring at his siblings' corpses. Nice to see a fresh face. The young woman screamed. She was a special NPC. Normally, I suspected, her plot armor would be 50. Right then it was 24. I surveyed all of the information I could from the red wallpaper. Sydney Martin is the Scream Queen. She was one of the final girl paragons, specifically, the Scream Queen Paragon. She was a paragon. She was acting as a player. My casting director trope told me, Sydney Martin, the unlucky object of so much obsession. People around town are always gossiping about how she ends up involved in so many unlikely tragedies. It must be her fault, right? Having found herself trapped in the parallel world of the dead, she must find a way to survive as she waits for her father to save her. Whether she likes it or not, she's going to be the center of everyone's attention. Off-screen survival allows her to make unlikely strides in her efforts to survive, mounting odds when off-screen, including finding weapons, allies, or information. However, every stroke of luck will come at the cost of some terrifying thrill or cost. Explore thoughtfully. We can't stay here. Allows her to go on screen to foreshadow an imminent skirmish. Guarantees the fight or chase scene will happen on screen, but also buffs her nearby party's hustle and grit. Sydney was pretty, but weathered by stress and fatigue. She was no nonsense to her core. The 10-second game, she screamed. What happened to Reply the Departed? The stranger answered her. This is Reply the Departed. Carousel messed with things. She took a deep breath. Figures. We're being chased. They should come out of the woods behind us soon. Come out and help me cross if I can. NPC's a goner. How long do we have, Bobby? I asked. 2 minutes, he answered. 2 minutes? The stranger screamed over the river. Sydney nodded and walked back into the tree line until I couldn't see her. The NPC followed. We did the same, backing up a distance so we could get a shot of us approaching. When the scene started, we would rush to see the scene on screen. We raced toward the river. We all did our appropriate reactions. Antoine did his best to move ahead with his busted leg, crying out for Kimberly. He grabbed her body from the pile and wept. Those were real tears. The stranger tore the pile down looking for his daughter's corpse. He didn't find it. He was panicked, but also overjoyed at not finding her body. In the distance, I heard someone yelling. Dad, Sydney screamed. She carried something in her hands. At first, I couldn't make it out, but soon I got an idea. It was the mirror from the vanity that had been broken off. I was wondering where that had gone. She and the red-haired NPC ran closer, but he wasn't fast enough. He was falling behind. Sydney hit the river with a powerful splash. Still holding onto the large mirror by its wooden legs, she splashed across. The stranger rushed out to grab her and haul her ashore. The NPC wasn't as lucky. They were being chased by an army of ghosts. Each of them had died from various causes. But there was something different about them. They were gaunter, thinner than J.T. or Cassie had been. They were ravenous. The ghosts on the far side of the river were difficult to make out. Like the harmless ghost that I had seen while playing the 10-second game, they almost looked like they were placed in the scene so that they would be hard to see at first glance. It was like the world's creepiest game of I Spy. I spy a legless Civil War-era soldier crawling behind a bush. I spy a woman staring at us from behind a dead tree. I spy a man holding his own head in the shadows. The only way I could really make them out properly was on the red wallpaper, which showed them plainly in their broken forms. I had expected them to be like J.T. Guzman, but it appeared they were a different type of ghost in the context of this story. Flood of Spirits, Blood Armor, Trope's vulnerable enemy. This enemy is composed of countless largely interchangeable units whose numbers will not diminish until the scene is concluded. There always seems to be more to come. Strength in numbers. The enemy is at its strongest in groups. Singling its members out will weaken them substantially. Be our guest. This entity's purpose is to guide characters toward the next scene or keep them from leaving the setting when they wander too far. Hive mind. This creature's mind is linked to that of similar creatures. Walking crime scene. This entity's ghostly form reveals clues as to the nature of its demise. Their Be Our Guest trope spelled out that they were border enemies meant to keep us from wandering off. They were not the primary antagonist. That was little comfort as the ghosts seemed to flood in from across the river. The NPC that had been with Sydney was dragged back into the forest in the distance. He screamed the entire time. I couldn't make out which entity was doing it. Perhaps they all were. They were acting as one unit, stopping us from venturing too far. Sydney and the stranger made it to shore and embraced each other. Their reunion was cut short as the ghosts kept coming. Bobby was already dragging Antoine away from Kimberly's broken body while he protested. I've got to bring her body back. Isaac was tearfully leading the pack. I joined the caravan as we moved further up the mountain. Dino was already out of sight. The ghosts gave chase, but never abandoned their game of hide and seek. I never saw one break into a sprint or actually move. I just saw the group flood forward as new ghosts came into view in the scenery. It was more of a hike through a haunted forest than a proper chase scene, though that status was lit. Sydney held the stranger's hand and pulled him up the mountain behind her. In her other hand, she still carried the vanity mirror by its wooden leg. "I knew you were alive," he said tearfully. "Dad, everyone else is dead. I didn't mean for any of this." "I know you didn't. Neither did I. We just have to make it back to the suite. Everything will be okay." I didn't hear the whole conversation. They did a lot of back and forth, giving Carousel all of the stuff it needed to stitch together its reunion scene. Antoine eventually interrupted. "What's the mirror for?" he asked, his voice cracking from either physical or emotional pain. "One of us had to." Sydney looked down at the object in her hand. "It confuses them," she said. "They don't like seeing it." I had other questions. Too many questions. "Why did we have to cover the mirrors?" I asked. "The rules for the 10-second game said we had to." Sydney shook her head. "I don't know. I assumed it was because they were like windows, that spirits could pass through them. We had no idea what we were getting into. Mirrors had to have something to do with the whole ordeal." Kimberly's strange encounter in the bathroom had established that. Of course, we may have simply avoided that whole storyline by not following it up. That didn't bother me any, but it did leave unanswered questions. The ghosts stopped following us as we arrived yet again back at the field downhill from the suite. The window was open again. "Careful," I said. "It could be a trap." The dark figure was nowhere to be found. That was worrying, even then. Antoine said, "I'd rather be trapped in the house than free out here." That was something to consider. We waited for a beat. I was right to suspect the WRST JT Guzman, our dead spectral friend, stepped out from beside the window. He wasn't quite himself. Thin black threads impaled his pale skin. I could barely make it out, even at this distance. I could see his fear. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. He stepped out of the window and began walking toward us. "Help!" he screamed. "It's after me." We huddled together. We weren't going to outrun him. Even if we did, the story wasn't going to move forward that way. We had just been corralled up in this direction. Antoine, despite his injury, took the lead. He supported himself on his bat, but he was ready to wield it at a moment's notice. "Whatever good that would do, just let us go," he screamed. "What do you want?" Suddenly, JT stopped screaming. It was like something took control. He went from a yelling spirit caught in a trap to a puppet. "You didn't fall for it." "Ah," JT said. They weren't his words though. It wasn't even like he was possessed. It was more like he was being held at gunpoint and forced to say the line. JT stopped talking. He moved his mouth, but the entity controlling him was speaking from behind him. "I just wanted to play," he said. "I saw some kids talking to ghosts and thought that looked like fun. I have an interest in the subject. I think you can tell. I always like ghost stories. This one is a bit cliché, though, right? I practically know the script by heart." He laughed. He was going full meta in the way that a film buff was supposed to. I hadn't done it often because I was afraid of breaking the fourth wall too hard. This person didn't care. Some kids find a game that lets them talk to the dead. Spooky stuff. A jump scare or two. Sure, but you better run from the blue light. Remember that part of the rules. Who knows what that'll do? Best not ever test it. I could have waited for you to find your way back in the house, but I decided against it. He laughed again. As he did, a withered arm slowly reached out from behind him. It was holding an ornate blue lantern. The arm was pale and atrophied. JT turned. As he did, the owner of the arm came into view and JT disappeared. The figure before us might have been a man once, but now, it was a disfigured wraith beyond recognition. He wore loose clothing and a hood. His feet were bloody stumps. The figure was twisted and ancient as if it were arthritis incarnate. Groans came from the man's mouth. It was like he was trying to talk but was unable. Lantern-bearer wraith. Plot armor. Probe's fate worse than death. This entity does not want to kill its victims, though, in the end, they will wish it had. Victims are written off instead of killed. Don't show the monster. This entity is not scripted to appear on screen. Only the effects of its existence are detectable. Interests align. This entity does not need the players to lose in order to achieve its goals. 6 additional tropes not perceptibly tried to speak. All I heard were groans. The voice from the shadowy figure returned. "Poor fellow can't even move his jaw, it's been so long. More ghost than man now." "Oh wait. You weren't supposed to see him at all, were you?" It's scarier when he's just a distant blue light. He laughed. Want to know what would happen if you saw the man with the blue lantern? In the little game you were playing? He paused. He turned the man's head toward Antoine. I didn't see what happened, but I figured it out soon enough. Antoine's infection status lit up. That was the gimmick of the wraith, possession of some kind. The man under the control of the shadowy figure started to groan. He tried to move, but his old bones were no match for the figure that bound him. Antoine lifted up his bat. I only hoped that someone would take my burden, he said tearfully. Then, as if he had no injury at all, he stood up. He brought his bat down hard on the stranger's head with a sickening crack. Over and over again. It was such a surprise no one had time to react at first. When Sydney tried to stop him, he threw her to the side. Her mirror shattered as she hit the ground. Antoine fight it. I screamed because I needed to do something. Antoine's over here, the dark figure said from behind the pale wraith. I looked at the man. I saw in his cataract-covered eyes that it was true. Antoine's soul was in the decrepit old wraith. Antoine's body stopped beating the stranger just as second blood passed and we entered the finale. This is not what I wanted, Antoine's mouth said. There was a moment of silence as the rest of us contemplated what to do. Anyway, the dark figure said. Something happened. Suddenly Antoine started crying out. His infected status switched to off. The pale man stopped making noise. The whole time, he never let go of the lantern. It was like his fingers were welded closed over its handle. I caught myself staring at the lantern. Strange. I really wanted to take it from the man. But that passed as Antoine fell to the ground in pain. In the ghost story, the teens survived the night after their harrowing experiences. The dark figure said, "It looks like all is well." But just as they're leaving the haunted house, one of the teens looks in the mirror and instead of his own reflection, it's the old man. That's how it ends, right? Possession is fun, but body swapping is a whole other thing. I like to remain in control myself. Antoine recovered from his temporary possession. He took his now bloody bat and used it to push himself to his feet. I'll ask again, Antoine screamed. What do you want? Why are you doing this? It's like I said, I just wanted to play the game. See you in the finale. Off screen. The old man with the lantern turned. He disappeared and was replaced by a woman who dressed like a drenched Lucille Ball, makeup running everywhere. Water ran down from the top of her head to the ground in a light pitter-patter. Whoever said brains over brawn never got hit in the head with a baseball. How? The woman said, looking over at the stranger's dead body. She didn't fight for control as much as JT did. From the look of her, she had been dead quite a while. I could tell it was the figure speaking through her though. She looked from Antoine to me. I have to go put this lantern guy back before I get in trouble. Between you and me, I don't think I was supposed to collect him. The figure laughed from behind her. We watched as the dark figure walked his host's dripping body into the distance, leaving a trail of water in his wake. We looked around at each other in shock. I didn't know what to think about this enemy. Damn it, Sydney said, examining her shattered mirror. She walked up to the stranger's body and nudged it with her foot. What are you doing? I asked. Sometimes he fakes it, she answered. I didn't think he was faking it. His head wasn't exactly shattered, but still. The sound of Antoine's bed hitting his skull had been pretty definitive. Antoine was taking in deep breaths to calm himself. He looked shaken. I approached him cautiously. You okay? He didn't answer for a moment. Yep. His body shook against his will. He was not okay. We made our way to the suite. What's the story here? I asked Sydney. The bad guy just lets us go to the suite for no reason. That guy went way off script, Sydney said. The enemy did, Dina asked. Having reappeared, they can do that, apparently. Most enemies don't know they're in Carousel. How could they? They would screw everything up. Some though. Some know everything. They like it here. Still, I don't know what that guy's deal is. I climbed in the window first and helped the others through. He left us a gift, Dina said, pointing to the bed where the 10-second bell set. That was good in the sense that it meant we could ward off ghosts. But it would be hard to explain why we suddenly had it back. Don't use that one, Sydney said. It makes no sense for him to leave that for us. She pulled something out of her pocket. It was a plastic version of the bell that must have been manufactured for a more modern version of the Reply the Departed board game. We can just use mine. We walked into the living room. That scene didn't go like it was supposed to. How are we supposed to know what's next? Dina asked out. Bobby spoke up. While Strander Blake rips the soul from his second blood victim, the remaining players run for the safety of the suite where they will prepare for the final bat groups. It disappeared. He was reading off his limited script. It really paid to have an honorary NPC in the party. Strander Blake? I asked. I couldn't even see him on the red wallpaper. It sounded like he was supposed to kill the stranger differently than he did. Well, maybe he's shy, Sydney said casually, like this was just another day at work. We need to get ready. Don't forget, we still have to play the game as soon as we're on screen again. Where's the rule sheet? I was just glad to be back in the suite instead of out there in the dead world. If I never spoke to another ghost, it would be too soon. The stranger said this isn't how this storyline is supposed to go. I said to Sydney as we walked into the living room. You seemed surprised with the change. I've only played it once when I was brought in through a ticket, she said as she grabbed one of the remaining chicken tenders from the plate on the counter. This is the kiddie ride. You watch the ghosts get closer and closer until eventually you can see the red wallpaper for the first time. No one has to die. No one can leave. She hungrily devoured the chicken. These aren't bad. I just followed the instructions on the bag, Bobby admitted, almost blushing. Why is this version different? Antoine asked. Why change so many things? Couldn't the storyline have just scaled to our level? That's what the atlas seemed to imply. Sydney shrugged her shoulders. Carousel had a different plan. It couldn't change the story completely. This storyline is pretty important for the through line in an indirect sort of way. It just took the training wheels off because you didn't need them. Sure, I said. Took the training wheels off, slashed the tires, and set the whole thing on fire. Sydney nodded in agreement. She was projecting strength, as if all of this didn't bother her. I didn't know if I bought it. The question remains, Antoine said. How are we supposed to beat an enemy who won't play by the rules? Maybe we don't, Sydney answered. She undid her ponytail and redid it, this time tighter. Maybe Carousel isn't just playing hardball. Maybe it actually wants to kill you all. She said it so matter-of-factly. Her statement hit the others like a punch to the gut. I couldn't afford to think about that possibility. Let's figure out what we know for sure, I said. There had to be some way to beat Strander Blake urgently before he started going off script. Antoine, what happened with you and Kimberly in the room? Antoine thought for a moment. I could see it was painful for him to dredge up the memory. He spent so long pretending not to remember anything that recounting a tragic event was difficult. We talked to a spirit who was missing an arm. That spirit left quickly. Didn't say much. Talked to another spirit, the drowned woman. They kept getting closer and closer until we started hearing laughter. Then an arm stuck out from behind her and threw a flashlight through the window. The next thing I knew, there was a struggle and it grabbed Kimberly. I chased after it, trying to keep her alive. It went on like that for a while until she stopped moving and I was all alone. Throwing something through the window couldn't have been in the original storyline, but it might have been in this version. That part had to have been scripted, I said. Clearly the story was supposed to move outside at first blood and then back inside at second blood. I have no idea how the Blue Lantern ghost was supposed to fit in. Strander said he wasn't supposed to grab that one, Bobby said. Maybe that guy wasn't supposed to be part of the story. That wasn't likely. The blue light was mentioned in the rules for the 10-second game. Not the first time you play, no, Sydney said. But eventually he shows up to discourage you from running the storyline too often. Can't really expand on that, but you'll understand soon anyway. We were supposed to run this storyline multiple times. No doubt to talk to a specific ghost or geist, rather. We don't have much experience rerunning stories, Dina said. Is there something we need to know? The more you rerun the story, the more you learn about it and its different possibilities, Sydney answered as she plopped down on the couch. Sometimes there isn't much to learn, but often there is, even if it's just a unique version that gets you more experience. Other times, you can find something that's important, but, again, you'll figure that out when you get to the next part. We asked her more questions about rescues and finding bases, and she answered as much as her script allowed her to. While she could talk freely most of the time as a player, there were clearly some topics Carousel restricted. Namely, questions about Carousel and the script itself. Carousel is complicated. She eventually managed to say, I wasn't here for the beginning. Some paragons take the mantle early in the timeline, they might know more. My dad and I only moved to town in 1997 when I become the Scream Queen Paragon. Of course, you weren't around for that. You all came in 2022, right? What a peculiar way to phrase that. You've been here for 25 years, Isaac asked. I didn't say that, she answered, looking down at the coffee table contemplatively. Look, I am not used to being around new players. Maybe you should talk to Constance about the timelines after we win. Right now, we have a big battle coming up and no plans to win. Our muscle is hobbled and all of our cute, audience-friendly characters died at the end of the first act. I don't even have a player trope that will be useful in this part of the story. We know who's next, Bobby said. That was true. Isaac was next in the targeting priority, assuming that none of us fell for any traps or did something incredibly stupid. Isaac was very aware of his impending doom and sat wide-eyed. His head was still bleeding, likely from a spike in blood pressure. His incapacitated status was flickering every so often, but it was nothing to worry about. For what it's worth, I said, I do have a plan. We're going to have to be careful though. Once he's onto us, it'll be pretty easy for him to stop us. I think I know exactly how we're supposed to beat this guy. We have to move Cassie's body. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. I told them my plan. If I followed the clues properly, then we had a chance. On screen. As soon as the camera came on, we got into character. Luckily, being in character meant acting scared, confused, and worn out. We didn't have to dig too deep to play that part. I'll play, Antoine said after we sat, staring at the plastic bell on the coffee table. It worked the same as the metal one. It just sounded more like a loud rattlesnake rattle than an actual bell. I was happy not to hear the high-pitched braying again. You're hurt, Dina said. I should do it. We'll both go, Antoine said, looking very nervous. He was barely holding it in. Dina snatched the plastic clapper off the table and walked with Antoine to the room we had decided would be next on our list. Antoine limped behind with his bat as a cane. Bobby's splint had stayed on pretty well, but it wasn't going to support any weight. Antoine's recovery was all grit, determination, and movie magic. As soon as they left, we were off screen for a moment. You sure the audience knows about your bell, right? I asked Sydney. Oh, I'm sure. I had to play those scenes out. Sometimes Carousel made players play through scenes that occurred before the film and sometimes it didn't. The stranger hadn't played through his scenes, but that was likely because the audience wouldn't see those. We waited as the silence turned into the sound of ticking. The plastic bell Sydney had brought wasn't as loud as the metal one, but it still echoed through the house. Rattle. The sound of it sent a shiver up my spine. This went on 3 more times. They got 3 yeses and 1 no by my count. We still didn't know what questions we were supposed to ask. So, we asked about Jedediah Geist, just as Sydney and her friends had originally. It annoyed me that there might not be any payoff to that plotline. Who was this guy and why was he important? Perhaps that was the reason we were supposed to rerun this storyline. We needed to figure out more about him. Finally, after 10 or so minutes, Antoine and Dina returned, on screen. We took turns going into the room and playing the game, all except Isaac. It would have been better if he could stay in the living room. But, as I suspected, the storyline wouldn't move forward that way. He was next in line to be targeted, so he had to go into the room and play the 10-second game. Otherwise, the plot cycle wouldn't move an inch. After Sydney and I got back, we all looked at each other. We knew what we had to do. So far so good, I said, acting relieved that the mysterious Strander Blake had not made an appearance. Guess I'm next. Bobby said. I'll go too, Isaac said. He was shivering with every word. His head was in bad shape, but he knew what he had to do. Our efforts to do it differently were in vain. We couldn't avoid putting him in the line of fire forever. Dina handed the bell to Bobby. Isaac was pale and Bobby basically had to drag him. He kept staring at the couch in the middle of the room where Cassie's body had been. He was doing far better than any of us would have been on our first storyline. Bobby led Isaac into the bedroom, but the camera stayed in the living room with the rest of us. That meant the focus was on our reactions to whatever we heard in that room. I kept telling myself that no one needed to die. Technically, we could get through the story without another person getting killed. That didn't seem likely though. We waited quietly for the game to begin. That meant yes. There was silence for a while. Cassie, Isaac muttered quietly. My plan had worked. A chilling sound of laughter followed. It was showtime. Isaac and Bobby backed up toward the door, still making eye contact with whatever entity had arrived to greet them. Once they got out of the room, we could see them from down the hallway. Those of us in the living room stood up, ready for what came next. Isaac and Bobby turned around, breaking one of the fundamental rules of the 10-second game. A figure appeared in the hall. It was Cassie, or at least her spirit. She had a hand-shaped bruiser on her neck and bloodshot eyes. The black thread ran through her skin, binding her to the dark figure behind her. Strander Blake, Isaac, she said, though her voice was scratchy and harsh from her death wound. I was lost in the woods. I can't believe I finally found my way back. Like most of the ghosts from this storyline, she didn't know she was dead. She had the same enemy tropes as J.T. Guzman and the rest. Bobby practically dragged Isaac out of the doorway and past Cassie's ghost and into the living room with the rest of us. "Where are you going?" Cassie asked harshly. "Haven't you wondered where I was?" Isaac looked at her in horror. "No, Cass. I've known where you were this whole time." He looked back toward the couch. So did Cassie. Right on cue. Antione and I reached down and flipped over the couch to reveal what we had put underneath it. Cassie's body. "We had moved it for just this reason." "You're dead, Cassie," Isaac said. "That thing killed you." Cassie's spirit looked at her body with a gaze of abject horror. She put her hands to her throat. Suddenly, she started making a gurgling sound like the one she had made when dying. The gurgling transitioned to a ghastly shriek. She stared down at the black threads in her arms and raged, pulling against them with all her might. "No!" Strander Blake screamed from behind her. He was losing control. The clue we had been given about how to defeat him had been the fact that there was no lore about him at all. Every single bit of lore was about the ghosts that this storyline produced. Constance had relayed a story about how they lost control and got violent upon learning of their demise. That had to be significant. It just so happened that this new enemy had a strange habit of strapping ghosts to his body. Sure, with most ghosts, that probably made him more powerful. But the ghosts from this storyline were more of a liability. Cassie transformed from the perfect image of her dead body to a spirit of pure terror. Her features darkened, her arms lengthened. She pulled at the black threads until they started snapping. "What is happening?" Strander screamed angrily. He must not have been able to see the ghosts' tropes. He could see their powers, as he had with the Blue Lantern ghost. But that was the crucial difference between abilities in lore and tropes in the meta. Cassie became more demon than ghost as she tore chunks of black sinew from Strander as he screamed. He tried desperately to fight her, to bring out one of his other ghosts. But he was tied to her. The house started to shake as Strander fought for control. I never got a good look at him, but I could tell he was struggling. The plot cycle was well into the final battle. But we weren't quite finished yet. The struggle continued as Cassie's enraged spirit damaged the walls and floor, anything in reach. Then Cassie screamed so loud I could feel the sound in my teeth as I hit around the corner. What happened next sounded like an explosion of anguish as Cassie's spirit dissipated rapidly, causing chunks of wood and wallpaper to fly around the room. I looked out to survey the damage. Cassie was gone. Laying on the ground where she had been was the drowned ghost of a woman that Strander had used before. "You tricked me," she said. But even as her spirit spoke, Strander spoke too, blending to create a terrifying conjoined voice. To the audience, it would sound like Strander was talking to us, but I got the distinct impression that he was talking to Carousel itself. "You tricked me. This wasn't the..." He found himself unable to speak. "I'm going to kill all of them," he screamed in rage. Then he looked at us in fury. The final battle wasn't yet over. "What now?" Strander Blake, as the script apparently called him, stood directly behind the spirit of a drowned woman. I couldn't see him, but I could almost feel the rage coming off of him. It wasn't just rage though. There was fear there too. Dozens of ghostly arms appeared from behind the drowned woman. They belonged to different spirits that Strander had collected. They were all sewn to him. My brain could barely comprehend what I was seeing. It was almost an optical illusion, as if the owners of those arms must have been somewhere, but they weren't. We knew what came next. He would go after Isaac, the character with the lowest plot armor in the scene. That was how the game worked. But Strander Blake didn't seem to care at all. The dripping woman walked forward quickly and one of his arms reached out and struck at Dina, who was closest to him. Dina tried to dodge, but it was pointless. The owner of that arm leaped out and struck her. She flew across the room. I still couldn't properly see him, couldn't read his tropes. Perhaps he had a trope that allowed him to attack whoever he wanted. That certainly threw a hitch in my plans. But even as that thought went through my head, I realized I was wrong. Strander Blake was reeling in pain. It was as if attacking Dina had physically hurt him, if such a thing were possible. He screamed in pain. He was fighting for control. I could see the dripping woman eyeing Isaac as Strander's next target. But he screamed again and forced her to look at me. I could see the strands of black thread pulling against her. He was trying to resist the rules. "I pick him," he screamed. "You were mine. Your little tricks. I could watch but not touch. You were marked for death and now I'll finish it." Was he mad about oblivious bystander? I let the steam out of his little trap and he hadn't gotten over it. I jumped back. But it was a pathetic attempt. He was so fast. He screamed as he launched himself across the room at me. I backed up toward the first room I had played the 10-second game in and Strander tackled me into the darkness. He slammed the door behind us. Off screen. We were off screen, just me and him. He threw me against a wall hard. He wanted to kill me, but he couldn't. His threads tightened, threatening to rip from the ghastly flesh of his host. But she wouldn't budge. Couldn't budge. "This wasn't what I was promised," he said. I was tricked. I was terrified and my brain was in fight or flight mode. But I was all out of fight. Just being thrown against the wall had incapacitated me and hobbled me. I couldn't even tell what my injuries were. I hurt all over. But curiosity was strong enough to fight through the pain. "Who tricked you?" I asked. He hesitated from answering. He must not have been sure. "Silas Dyrkin," he eventually answered. He was enraged and frustrated. Said he had a player problem and I was just the one to fix it. He described his world as one of death and horror. How could I resist? I didn't know he would do this to me. He lied. He said nothing of these chains. How could he humiliate me like this? The Strando Black, living hell itself. He was new. Carousel had brought him here under false pretenses too. "This is a circus. Everyone wears chains here," I said. My heart was beating so fast I couldn't even hear what I was saying. "Not the guests," Strander said. "Not yet." I could hear the others pounding on the door. Strander Blake still pulled against whatever chains he said were binding him. But he couldn't kill me. I wasn't next out. We were off screen. It might have been possible under some circumstances. If I were less prominent in this storyline. If he had the right tropes, if he hadn't disobeyed. But Carousel seemed to be making a point. Eventually, he relented. "I'll finish the other," he said. "Then I'll come back for you." He stood and walked back toward the door. As he did, my eyes adjusted to the dim light of the room finally and I saw the vanity in the corner. It was the same one that Sydney had broken to obtain the mirror she wielded on the outside. Sydney knew the ghosts avoided mirrors. On a hunch, I did the only thing I could. The insert shot ability allowed me to draw my allies' attention to an important object from those objects discovered in the party phase. I had found one. The mirror in the bathroom where Kimberly had taken a shower earlier. The mirror was poorly covered. For whatever reason it had been there originally in an unused subplot. It was still a mirror. I activated my ability and sent out the information to my teammates. Suddenly, right before Strander got to the door, they stopped banging on it. I heard them talking. Before he opened the door, he tried in vain to do something I couldn't quite perceive. At first, it was like he was trying to twist the drowned woman's body and change the ghost he was presenting. But he didn't seem able to. It dawned on me what he was trying to do. "You can't use a spirit that isn't a part of this storyline," I said. I could tell he was annoyed still. He turned to look at me. As he did, the drowned woman disappeared and Kimberly emerged. "The script tells me to use this one," he said. "Friend of yours." I nodded. "Riley," Kimberly cried. Her throat was crushed. But she didn't seem aware. "What's going on?" I was lost in the dark for so long. I don't know how I got back here. What do we do? How do we win? It was actually Kimberly. She didn't know she was bound to Strander Blake. She was afraid. "Antoine needs you," I said. He's hiding in the bathroom across the building. You know the one. Go to him." She nodded. She reached down and grabbed the door with her ghostly arm and walked out of the room. One of Strander's many hands waved at me as she went. On the red wallpaper, my written-off status was lit. I couldn't help my friends this way. I had to trust that they could figure it out themselves. The strangest thing happened as I stood there. I realized that the screen I usually use to rewatch old storylines was on the red wallpaper. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. It was my director's monitor trope. My death watch ability had activated. At first, I feared I had been killed and just didn't realize it. But as I checked and rechecked my trope, I noticed that Death Watch didn't activate when my dead status lit up. It activated at my demise. That meant it still worked if I was dead because I was written off, not just when I was physically killed. That was interesting. I kept one eye on the screen, watching as Strander crept across the living room. Sometimes the footage was polished and perfect. Other times it was rough, as if it had been cut from the final film. I was watching the movie in real time. That wasn't how it normally worked. I usually only saw the finished product. I worked my hardest to stand. I found out why my hobbled status had lit up. My hip had been broken. Still, I crawled to the door and looked down the hallway. I could see Kimberly and Strander Blake cautiously moving across the floor, both in my head and with my eyes. I got the sense that Strander didn't exactly get much say in the matter. "Freaky," I said under my breath. I couldn't bear to go any further with my hip's condition. The movie continued to play on the red wallpaper. "Antoine," Kimberly said softly. She started to cry. "Antoine, where are you?" She kept walking toward the bathroom until she got to the door. She walked through and I lost sight of her. But I could still see the footage in my mind. Antoine was in the bathroom with Isaac and Sydney. Bobby and Dino were in the wind, likely off-screen as backup. "Kimberly," Antoine asked. He was crying. "I've been looking for you," she said softly. Antoine walked close to her and looked down into her eyes. "We're going to be okay," he said, fighting through the tears. "We need to leave," she said. "We need to go somewhere safe." "You're always safe with me," Antoine said. "We're going to be a family." Kimberly pulled against the threads in her arms and embraced Antoine. Antoine hugged her back, though he eyed the covered mirror. Dina's slender arm reached through the doorway and grabbed the towel off of the mirror. What I saw there was terrifying. I saw a dozen faces all staring at the mirror from behind Kimberly. Each was a terrifying visage of death. They saw themselves in the mirror too. "Kimberly," Antoine said, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you or the baby." "What?" Kimberly asked. Antoine pointed over toward the mirror. Kimberly followed his gaze and stared at herself, her features reflecting in the moonlit room. "It got you, Kimberly," Antoine said. I couldn't stop it. Kimberly looked down at her nails, broken and bloody. She started to choke. Much as we had seen with Cassie, she became enraged. But more than that, the other spirits that had seen themselves started to reach out, to fight against Strander. He started to scream. A half of a dozen ghosts ripped and tore away from him, snapping black threads and destroying whatever it was that he was made of. He cried out in genuine pain and anger. This went on until Strander took the form of the drowned woman again and ran for the window of the nearest room. He opened it and practically fell outside. Kimberly's ghost stayed around long enough for a shot of her disintegrating right next to Antoine. But she didn't hurt him. There was a long moment of silence as things wound down. Sydney grabbed her little plastic clicker and went into one of the rooms. When Antoine asked where she was going, she answered, "We have to keep playing the game." After a few more moments, Carousel had gotten its closing footage. They thought we had done it. The lights came back on. Suddenly, my hip didn't hurt. I stood back up and walked into the living room. I was so tired I was willing to sleep even in the haunted house. That was even after Carousel reset us. Discovering a new use case for the Death Watch ability was fascinating, but I was emotionally spent. I just wanted the next part to go by quickly. Antoine approached me as soon as I was back in the living room. His injury was gone, but the gaunt look on his face was still there. The light behind his eyes was out. I knew what he wanted. I handed him my like a light trope. He took it and didn't say a thing. Isaac came out of the bathroom. He looked back and forth for his sister. "She'll be back soon, I promised." He sat down on one of the chairs. It's kind of freaky, isn't it? I asked as Isaac ran his fingers through his hair, amazed at the absence of blood or injury. He almost started to smile. It's amazing, he said. So often we were distracted by the abject horror of Carousel that we failed to recognize how inspiring some of its abilities actually were. If it wasn't dead set on torturing us, this place could have been wonderful. Just remember, I said, it's easy to shake off injuries. I guess the adrenaline never really dies long enough for you to stop being in shock. Death takes a toll. Cassie's going to be messed up, I nodded. His eyes shifted to the couch where Antoine had laid down. He had already used my sleep trope. He equipped his "you were having a nightmare" trope. When Kimberly got back, she would activate that trope and help alleviate whatever trauma he tried so hard to keep hidden. Sydney had struck up a conversation with Dina while Bobby went around asking if anyone wanted food from the kitchens. It didn't take long for the crunch of broken glass to announce the return of both Kimberly and Cassie. They could have used the front door, but the window was closer. Kimberly looked shaken but held Cassie's hand. Cassie was crying. I couldn't blame her. The first death of her career at Carousel was worse in some ways than any of mine. Isaac, she cried out. Isaac ran to hug her. He sat her down and they began whispering to each other. Isaac didn't seem to know what to say or how to act, so he just sat as his sister cried into his shoulder. I couldn't hear everything she said, but I could tell that she was reassuring him and not the other way around. That was just her nature. Kimberly saw Antoine sleeping and immediately sat down next to him and reached out her hand to stroke his head. She leaned in and whispered those magic words, "Wake up, my love. You were having a nightmare." There was a knock at the door. The room went silent. Antoine opened his eyes and was immediately alert. He was up and off the couch in an instant, bat in hand. He walked to answer the door. "Who's there?" he cried out. "You have a library book overdue." Recognizing her voice, Antoine answered the door. Constance Barlow entered without any fanfare. "Sydney?" she asked immediately, surprised to see our late arrival. Sydney broke away from her conversation with Dina to greet Constance. They looked happy to see each other. Constance was the cheery version of herself I had met at the library. The paragons must have known each other very well. Constance turned her attention to me. I sat, slumped in my chair, and waved. She walked across the room and took a seat next to me. "I see you decided not to use me as a distraction for the monster you described." I shook my head. I tossed the idea around. But I had a better idea. I explained how we ended up defeating Strander Blake. "Angry ghosts. At least my research didn't go to waste," she said. "Nope," I said. I had more questions to ask her, but before I could, a new appearance lit up the room. "Congratulations," Silas the showman announced. "You won a ticket." Isaac looked like he had seen a ghost. Well, perhaps that expression wasn't as useful anymore. He turned in his seat to get a better look. We had told him about Silas, but seeing a fortune-telling machine appear out of nowhere was not something you could prepare for, especially one as flamboyant as Silas. As usual, Antoine was the first to get his tickets. We all got in line, including Constance and Sydney, which I found strange. Before I could inquire, the line moved forward. Antoine was shuffling through his tickets and found something that appeared to have stumped him. He read through it before I had even gotten my tickets. His eyes went straight to me after he was finished. "Riley," he said, "take a look at this." It was a large, rectangular slip of laminated paper with lots of tiny words on them. I grabbed it and read it over. License number E24555BO465 issued to Antoine Stone. Ability granted. The holder of this license is granted the ability to invoke specific powers or wield certain objects from a horror movie realm without the need of a trope. This license authorizes the use of the 10-second bell from the movie's The 10-Second Game. Reply the Departed. Lore constraints. The holder may use the selected ability within the lore constraints without the need to activate the associated storyline. Protection. The player is shielded from inadvertently triggering the original storyline or any mobile storyline that might migrate into that location. Rule compliance. The rules of use, as described in the storyline, must be strictly adhered to in addition to any listed conditions. Consequence awareness. The user is not immune to the consequences stemming from improper or natural use of the ability. This license does not prevent unrelated storylines from being triggered. Rescue clause. Death as a result of using this ability subjects the player to rescue from the respective movie's storyline. Conditions for use. Keepsake requirement. The player must possess a keepsake of the targeted spirit or the applicable murder weapon. Location specificity. Usage must occur at the site of the spirit's death. Significant date. Contact with the spirit should be made on a date meaningful to the spirit, with the date of death being highly effective. Notes. Strander Blake will be kept at bay. Sincerest apologies for his lack of professionalism from the City Council and the Mayor. Misuse and revocation. Improper use of this license or the granted ability or object may result in immediate revocation and additional penalties as per the governing laws. I examined the license until it was time for me to get my tickets. This laminated slip of paper allowed us to contact ghosts related to the through line. That would explain some things. Why had this story, which did not appear to be related to the plot of the through line, come first in the through line? You think maybe this is the whole reason we were sent here? I asked. I don't have a guess better than that, Antoine said. He seemed distracted. I handed the ticket back to him. While I had been reading the license, he had been reading one of his tropes. It wasn't equipped, so I couldn't see it on the red wallpaper. I couldn't say what upset him about it. Carousel was known to reward mocking tickets to those who performed poorly. Perhaps he had gotten one. I decided not to press the issue. When it was my turn to press the button, I did so and received one stat ticket. One license identical to Antoine's, and to tropes. Cutaway death type, ruler chat type, film buff. Aspect, filmmaker stat used. The enemy is ready to pounce. Their weapon at the ready. Everyone knows what's about to happen. Right as the death blow is about to be struck, the screen cuts away. The enemy's true savagery will be shown later, it seems. Off-screen death. The player's death can now occur off-screen. When equipped, the scene will cut to off-screen in the moments leading up to a character's apparent death. The enemy will still try to kill the player, however, off-screen. If the player survives, their status will be written off instead of dead. Be warned. Unless you have a trope or powerful narrative support for your miraculous recovery, you might want to avoid being caught on screen during a final take. Many a bit actor survived because their character's death ended up on the cutting room floor. What doesn't kill them makes them angry. Type, debuff archetype, aspect, stat used. If you take a swing at a monster, you better kill it because some injuries just make a monster more dangerous. Maybe you can use that to your advantage. When equipped, this trope increases the likelihood for success of plans of attack that antagonize the enemy, even if they are not enough for the kill. Upon successful activation, the enemy will predictably become enraged and lash out, but their savvy will be debuffed proportionately. If used by a strategist scholar, the enemy will reliably be drawn into a pre-planned chase scene if plausible. You think you're smart. How? Well, you had better be right. Kimberly was drained from getting killed for the second time. Even though her body was healed, she still moved her hand to her throat as if subconsciously assuring herself that a ghostly hand wasn't grasping it. When we all circled around and showed off our new tickets, Kimberly had to stat tickets, to tropes, and the same license as the rest of us. She did well with the limited amount of time she had before dying. Typecast. Type, buffer chat type, eye candy aspect, celebritist used. Some actors play the same character over and over again so often that the fans will come just to see them play that same character in a new way. The creepy neighbor, the desperate lover, the guy down on his luck. All of these and more can be expected, nay, demanded when certain actors are cast in a movie. When using this trope, the player will be able to get away with certain actions or situations with less setup than they normally require because the audience has come to expect the performance. Buff setups that the player has a pattern of doing from storyline to storyline. Better hope you aren't typecast for dying. This was a potentially game-saving trope for storylines like the one we had just completed where there wasn't much time for organic setup. It would be useful to use the audience's expectations to help us. Kimberly played the slain lover. I had a feeling that the audience would see that a lot. Ellipses. Type work action archetype, aspect, stat used. In many movies and television shows, characters will have a conversation that only includes a few lines of dialogue, but it appears they are pausing in between those lines to get to a new location before continuing. When this trope is equipped, The player will be able to send the entire film off screen during the party phase and temporarily prevent continuity from moving forward by simply stopping an expositional conversation and not continuing it until in a different setting. This can create time for collaboration, planning, or rest. Be warned. Players ought not move the story forward or do non-incidental exploration while off-screen, or the story will start back up. Remember, we won't finish this conversation until we get to school. This could help stretch the party phase out a bit and give us some breathing room. I liked it. Dina got 1 stat ticket, but 3 tropes. Her performance was likely lacking, given that the subplot with her son was just dropped. She also got the license. They ruined the shot. Type, rule of archetype, outsider aspect, stranger. Stat used, hustle. It can be difficult to stay out of view of the camera. Sometimes an entire shot gets ruined because someone who wasn't supposed to be in frame accidentally was. When this trope is equipped, if the player is visible in shot when they are attempting to hide off screen, they will get a notification on the red wallpaper once they are out of frame. The original scene will be reshot. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. While characters in the scene will not realize they are repeating the scene, those outside of it will. The content of the scene cannot be changed, however. Those outside of it can act differently than they originally did. Carousel gets a better shot. You get a mulligan. Everyone wins. Just don't take advantage. When Dina showed us this trope, I could see a flash of embarrassment on her face. She had accidentally slipped up and found herself in a shot. She didn't say much about it, but later as I watched the storyline over again on the red wallpaper, I noticed that in the scene where Isaac was getting his scalp almost ripped off, Dina was casually leaning against a tree in the background watching. Her character was supposed to have been lost in the woods at that moment. Dark secretype, rule of insider chetype, outsider aspect, stranger state used. Some characters have a connection to the story that isn't clear at first. As the story unfolds, the sinister nature of that connection will come back to bite them. With this trope equipped, the player will be given a backstory that ties them into the conflict of the storyline, often having a pivotal role in the evil or having unspoken incentives. The player will get a very limited peek at their character's involvement on the script, but they must discover along with the audience exactly how dark their involvement is. Once the secret is revealed, the player's plot armor drops to 0 until the protagonists have played out the shock and reconciliation beats of their arcs and resolve to work together. The odds on reconciliation happening before the player is pushing up daisies are not high. This was the same trope the stranger had equipped. It would also involve Dina taking a more hands-on role. We would have to experiment with it. Light fingers type, buffer type, outsider aspect, criminal. Stat used, hustle. Some characters have a light touch that enables them to take things that don't belong to them without getting caught. With hands aided in speed by movie magic, the character can take just about anything into their possession if it's just laying there for the taking. When equipped, this trope buffs the player's attempts to steal objects on screen without even the audience noticing. Better reconsider doing this too often, for when you just can't wait until the storyline is over to pilfer from the set. P.S. Have fun listening to the tape. Dina passed her on this ticket and watched as we got to that last line. I spent the whole time wondering what it was that Dina had stolen. What tape had she taken? And it hit me right as she pulled it out of her purse. It was the tape from the cassette player in the black carriage that brought us to town. I had noticed the tape was missing, but this was Carousel. For all I knew, there was no tape to begin with. No, there was a tape. Dina had taken it without anyone but Carousel itself noticing. She held it out to us. I thought it was worth a shot, she said sheepishly. I reached into my hoodie pocket and retrieved my tape player. Constance started laughing when she saw what was going on. I don't recall seeing a player do that, she said. Will it work? Dina asked. Constance shrugged. It just might, she said. Dina was living up to her outsider archetype. Now she could break out of handcuffs and steal things for us. We continued showing off our new tropes. Bobby had been to the resort kitchens again and raided them. We were all equal parts tired and hungry. We devoured the entire room service menu, most of which was deep-fried or microwaved. But it didn't bother us. The cooks are already here to start breakfast, Bobby said. If you want something made by actual cooks. He showed us his winnings. 3 tropes and 2 stat tickets. He did far more than he was required to. Actually, I'm a veterinarian type, background, archetype, aspect, stat used. The player has a collection of skills gathered from their training as an animal doctor. In a medical emergency, you could do far worse. The player may equip the following tropes. Fluent in medical jargon doctor, animal whisperer adventurer. If you can't see it, it won't bleed soldier. This is for the pain a doctor. Always the right dose doctor. This was the same background trope that Valerie had on the grotesque storyline. It was pretty good stuff if you needed a healer. Bobby was interested in a different aspect though. He immediately realized that this background might allow him to one day get his dogs from back at the bed and breakfast. If he incorporated his animal background into stories, he might be able to get whatever tickets it was that allowed animal companions, assuming, as he did, that such things exist. It was nice to see him excited about something. It was nice to see him distracted. If you can't see it, it won't bleed type, healing archetype, soldier aspect, stat used. Battle triage in movies is an inexact science. Just wrap the wand like you know what you're doing and carry on. Does anyone have a sulfur pack? When equipped, the player will be able to temporarily ease the debilitation of an injury by dressing the wound and covering the audience's view of it. The injury will resurface constantly until real medical care is given. At some point, the injured get left behind, temporarily treats the hobbled, mutilated, and incapacitated statuses. Does not work if the audience has seen the extent of the injuries. Counterintuitively, wounds often bleed so badly it's hard to tell how severe they are. This trope was useful as I recalled, but it was largely supported by the other tropes Valerie had. Those pain-relieving emblems were a lifesaver. I wondered what this trope was like when your pain wasn't blocked. Remember me. Type, action archetype, wallflower aspect, recast stat used. Even bit characters can inject themselves into a narrative and make a memorable interaction if they can establish a shared history with the main character. With this trope equipped, the player can promote themselves from a nameless background character to a proper part of the main cast before Second Blood. If successful, the player can be treated as more significant by the story even if they have been recast into a less significant role. Be warned. This will inhibit many useful wallflower tropes that rely on being ignored by the narrative in exchange for greater agency within the plot. Remember me, from Carousel High. We sat next to each other in biology class. In case we needed Bobby to be more than some guy who happens to show up, he could now be a full player even when cast as a background character. I needed to read up on what the nuances were of how different character classifications were treated in the story. Isaac was hesitant to press the big red button. He probably regretted pushing it the first time, as we all did. When he pressed it, he got to stat tickets, 2 tropes, and, of course, the license. His first storyline was way over-leveled for him. He didn't do much but get injured and dragged to the world of the dead. But his contribution was enough. Blood loss delirium type, Percarcia type, comedian aspect, stooge, stat used. It can be hard to lighten the mood when people start dying. You just can't make jokes when people are dying. But maybe if the character is a little woozy, a little lightheaded from blood loss, that could give them the cover they need to cut through the tension. When this trope is equipped, the player will feel the positive effects of blood loss, the drunken-like stupor and lightheadedness instead of pain. This trope also provides cover to allow jokes in scenes that might otherwise not allow them because of the seriousness of the situation. The symptoms will get more severe the closer the player is to death. Oh God, he's lost a lot of blood. No, he's always like this. He sure earned this one. Gallows humor type, Herc, healing archetype, comedian aspect, stat used. Sometimes it is difficult to deal with dark subjects. Making light of it may be the only way through. When equipped, the player can make dark jokes to ease their own mental pain after a terrible event and clear their heads so they can think. If done well, they can ease the mental pain of present allies as well. This trope can also temporarily ease physical pain or even heal unseen injuries, but effects will vary. The cleverness of the joke will determine effectiveness. They say laughter is the best medicine. How good of medicine is an inappropriate chuckle? If we could get him comfortable doing his job as comedian, he might do us a lot of good. Cassie was in bad shape from her first death, but with encouragement from Isaac, she pushed the button and reaped her rewards. She got 3 stat tickets and 2 tropes. Not bad at all. Helping Kimberly debuff Strander Blake was no small feat. Reflective jump scare type, insider chat type. Psychic aspect, stat used. The character walks into the bathroom and glances up at the mirror. Someone is in the reflection. But when they turn to look, no one is there. Spooky. With this trope equipped, the player will be able to get a quick glimpse of the enemy when they glance into a mirror or other reflective surface. They will not have identities revealed but can still see important information. Be prepared because it will be gone in a flash. In non-supernatural stories, this ability might manifest in less useful ways. He's standing right behind you. Useful. I hope Cassie was okay with jump scares. Foreboding signs type, insider chat type, psychic aspect. Occultist stat used. Death leaves its fingerprints that can only be seen by characters who look closely. The player will be alerted to supernatural signs of who will be the next target in the storyline with hints of how the attack will happen. Drawing attention to these signs on screen will seal the target's fate in a supernatural storyline. Pointing these signs out can create great narrative footing for character arcs for highly skilled characters. You're just superstitious, reading into things. Psychics really did bring the hits. Finally, it was Antoine's turn to show us what he had earned. One stat ticket, the license, and 2 tropes. He held one trope in his hand for a moment before Kimberly took it from him and read it to herself. She handed it back to him and said, "It's a trope to help him suppress his fear and stress." He quickly pocketed it. His other trope wasn't as controversial. Off the bench type, perk, buffer chat type, athlete spect. Stat used. When a character has missed scenes that involve trauma or injury, they can enter future scenes untarnished by what came before. When equipped, the player will feel rested for every consecutive scene that they are not in. If they are off-screen long enough while the film continues elsewhere, they can even get buffed in hustle and moxie. The enemy just chewed through the other characters. Now it's your turn. It looked like Antoine was getting lots of perks. And what else? Priority number 1. Get away from the haunted hotel room. We knew that technically our odds of something bad happening were low. But this was the place where Cassie's body had laid cold for over an hour. This was not a place we could sleep comfortably if we could avoid it. There were broken windows and some shredded wallpaper. "You can come to my place," Sydney offered. "My dad will make you some scrambled eggs." "Your dad?" I asked. "You don't mean?" She understood what I was asking. "No," she said. "God, no. The stranger isn't my real dad. That was just for the story." She and Constance shared a giggle. "Your real dad is here?" Kimberly asked. Sydney nodded. "Dad, stepmother, and her son. The whole family." That was part of the deal. I figured that Constance would invite us to her house because that was so close. But it turned out that place belonged to some random NPC from a story about mind-controlling leeches. She just took it over for our storyline. As we walked through the night, Cassie and Isaac walked solemnly. Antoine had Kimberly wrapped in his arms. Dina trailed behind. Bobby wanted to talk. You notice how the now playing board calls that story a reboot of Reply the Departed. Indeed it had. The Thrallanath Centennial Celebration, Reply the Departed reboot. I also noticed that the section on that board for bonus material had gained another. Secrets of Carousel 6, The Dark Water. That told me that Reply the Departed had secret lore or something similar. If I were to guess, it had something to do with the Blue Lantern ghost. Even as we walked through the darkness, I still wanted to go find that lantern. Magic was strange. I can't wait to listen to that tape. Bobby continued. It might give us a jump start on solving the through line. One step closer to figuring this whole thing out. The tape detailing the history of Carousel that Dina had stolen from the carriage that brought us to town was still unplayed. We didn't want to listen to it while still at the hotel. Constance, who was not very far ahead of us, said, "You might take Carousel's warning on that." "What warning?" Bobby asked. "When Carousel makes a point to mention something like that, that's a warning," Sydney said. Constance nodded her head. "Yes," she said. "I would wait until you completed the Centennial storylines at least. Wouldn't want to steal Carousel's thunder, or you might also get the lightning." Sydney and Constance laughed together as fast friends. "Is everything on the tickets a threat?" Antoine asked. "I'm sure not everything is a threat. You must consider the context," Constance said. Antoine and Kimberly looked at each other. The walk was about 25 minutes until we got to a house in a nice neighborhood with big lots and multiple stories. They each had nice gardens and automatic sprinklers. There it is, Sydney said, pointing to a house at the end of a cul-de-sac. It was the type of house you might wish you had grown up in. This is actually the cul-de-sac I grew up in, Sydney said. They've got NPCs in them, of course, but the houses were from my world. She led us up the driveway to the front door. She took out a key and started fitting it into the lock. Before she could, the door was opened and a man in a t-shirt and pajama pants opened the door. He was slightly balding. He looked like any random dad. Sydney, do you have any idea what time it is? He asked. You had us worried sick. I tried to call, but my phone wasn't working, Sydney said. I was at the library helping Ms. Barlow with an exhibit for the centennial tomorrow. I promise. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. The red wallpaper called her dad Ross Martin, worried father. He was level 3. Nothing out of the ordinary. His eyes shot toward Constance. Oh, he said. I wasn't aware you needed her tonight, Constance. She did try to call, Ross, Constance said. Oh, Ross said, still. I don't like not knowing where you are. After what happened before, you know. We moved to Carousel so I didn't have to worry about you, you know. Sydney hugged her father and gave him a kiss on the cheek. That stuff is long behind us, Dad, she said. How old, exactly, was Sydney supposed to be? That was the question I was asking. Her age was so ambiguous. I thought she was our age, maybe older. But now I was wondering if she was a teenager. And these are, he asked, my friends. They helped on the project. He said. Then he looked at us. If you're going to stay, just keep it quiet. You guys like scrambled eggs? Sure do, Bobby said. Ross waved us in. The house was beautiful. The living room was filled with comfortable furniture. We all piled in and laid out, exhausted. Sydney's stepmother, Tani, was in the living room and greeted us enthusiastically. You're Sydney's friends. I'm so glad to meet you. She never lets us meet her friends. Let me get you some drinks. She was awfully chipper for 5 in the morning. You moved to Carousel so he didn't have to worry about you? Isaac asked. That was the first thing he had said in a while. Sydney faked chuckled and said, yeah. I had some run-ins with evil. First when I was 16. Then again every few years until I was in my mid-30s and it was going to kill my daughter. I got a deal to save her. They made my life into 6 storylines. That's almost a record here. Dad doesn't get killed until the 3rd one. Does he know about all of this? Dina asked. Sydney shook her head. He is blissfully unaware. Thinks the first storyline happened before we moved here. Really, it's just on the other side of town. He's happy most of the time. What do you mean when you say you took a deal? I asked. Samantha said something similar. In fact, she had taken the deal to save her dad, as I understand it. Some mysterious man arrived and offered me a deal. Just that simple. He said he was fascinated by my story. Said he had a place for me where my daughter would be safe. Where I'd get to see my father again. Mind you, the whole time. Everything is moving in slow motion. My daughter was screaming. My house was burning. I had lost. I usually won in the end. He just needed me to say yes. That's what I did. There's more information somewhere in my script, but I can't find it. They don't like to be brought into the story like this. Sydney got a look of sadness on her face. I couldn't help but notice that her daughter was nowhere to be seen. Constance appeared to sense that Sydney was done talking because she turned to us and said, You chose me because you thought I might have some information for you. Indeed. I do. Ask it quickly. I have a schedule to keep. Antoine and I looked at each other. We hadn't had time to come up with a list of questions. What are we supposed to be doing here? The throughline is the main goal, right? We have to finish the throughline to leave, right? How does secret lore play in? Constance thought for a moment. Carousel considers knowledge to be power. Knowing certain things is all it takes to move forward in the narrative. More or less, for better or for worse. I will give you some knowledge, okay, I said. I could talk for hours about Carousel, but I would be talking in circles. Its beginning, its purpose. All things you will learn in due time, I hope. When you do, I hope you will tell me about it. I regret that my role in this world is as a bit player. I regret that I cannot help you in any real way. I regret translating that damn book. She looked at me. You may want to write this down. I grabbed the Carousel atlas from Antoine's bag and a pen from Dina so I could write things down. Even then, there was a lot to write down. I turned to a blank page and started to write what Constance told us. It was lifetimes ago, she said. I was sitting in my study deciphering that book I ought not have touched. My regret for my hubris in those days is immense. I remember everything that happened after that, she continued after a pause. After I said those words, thousands of people do not deserve to be imprisoned here in Carousel, but I am not one of them. The destruction I brought upon my world is unforgivable, and I accept this life as my punishment. My world descended into darkness and nothingness until one day I woke from it, and I was here. I remember everything about that day, Constance mused, except for what it was we talked about. That part is kept from me, stricken from the script. It was Silas Styrkin who brought me here. A strikingly handsome man with dark hair and dark eyes. He asked me something, and I can see his lips moving, and I can feel my lips moving in my memories. But the words aren't there. All gone. I wasn't able to give him the answers that he wanted, she admitted, but he was soon able to find someone who could. And the answer they gave him was to build the game at Carousel. You see, first there was nothing but darkness and mystery. Then there was a town called Carousel. Then there was a game. The purpose of all of it lies so far back in the past I cannot find it. I've spent my lifetimes looking for it, but not a scrap of paper or a whisper will reveal it. He put it just beyond my grasp. That is not my purpose. I think that is why he wants you here. Constance said to the listener. He wants you to know what happened, to be a part of it, to live through it or die. And he is willing to do whatever it takes to get someone to witness his obsession. Carousel was born from obsession. Most evil things are. Whether you are obsessed over life or death, you still end up in a horror movie. Isn't that how the saying goes? The game at Carousel tells the story of what happened before, she continued. But Carousel could not tell that story in a straightforward manner. No, it stitched together the pieces from worlds apart. It used the tools available. The game outlasted what came before. As far as I can tell, Constance said thoughtfully. Sydney was brought in at Carousel 1996. Tar was brought in at Carousel 1969. All of them, the paragons, brought in at their own time and at the same time because the game at Carousel exists outside it all. I wonder if that was related to the question Silas asked me so many years ago. How to get outside of time? If so, he really did get his answer. Remember the darkness. Remember the founding. Remember the game, she urged. Finally, I want you to remember the moment that all that changed. At Carousel 1989. A simple story about a young woman and her father being held hostage by psychopaths was brought here. Not the best story. Not special in any way. And yet when it was added to 1989, everything changed. Carousel became irrevocably intertwined with your world, Constance concluded. I don't know what he's planning. I hope that the insider knows what they're doing. But I doubt they could possibly anticipate the sheer force of will that they're dealing with. She thought for a moment. Learn everything you can during the through line. You must master it in order to understand what came before. Good luck. Sydney's stepmother came into the living room with some cups of ice and a pitcher of lemonade. Drinks, anyone? I'm afraid that I should be headed home, Constance said. I have lines today. Have to work the library's booth. I have a meeting with the mayor tonight. Good night, everyone. Carousel as a town was strangely accommodating. Every set came with lodgings of some kind. Some were better than others, but it was quite funny to watch as Sydney's father grabbed for cots from the basement. Her stepmom gathered nice linens for us to sleep with. They gave us big comfortable pillows and set us up around the house with our own little accommodations. Maybe the Martins' home actually was stocked like a hotel back in their world, but I suspected that was a Carousel thing. I ended up in the den area, which was like the living room, but it showed more signs of being lived in. Antoine and Kimberly were allowed to sleep in the guest room, which was hilarious given Sydney had told her parents that we were her fellow high school students. Her parents just went along with it, not noticing any of the oddness of letting strangers sleep in your house all morning and into the afternoon. I had given my sleeping trope to Antoine, so it took me a while to actually fall unconscious. I was awoken 5 or 6 hours later by a kid around 12 playing video games on the television in the den. He noticed I was awake soon enough. You slept forever, the kid said. You were asleep when I left for school. He was still wearing his backpack as he played what appeared to be some other universe's version of a NES. Sorry about that. What time is it? I asked. 2:30, he said. We got out of school early so we could help set up for the centennial, but I didn't sign up for anything. I could see he was an NPC, level 3. His name was Taylor Martin. What are you playing? I asked. Beast of the Dark, he replied. No further explanation was offered. I remembered being a kid and being wholly captivated by video games and movies. Heck, even as an adult. I got up from the cot and did my best to fold the blanket I had been given. After I had accomplished a passable effort, I went to leave the den and took one last look at Taylor. He had no idea what kind of world he was in. Life must have been so simple. I made my way out into the living room. Dina and Sydney were there discussing their children. Dina was almost acting like a normal person for a moment, talking about her son's favorite games and taking him to SeaWorld. Sydney talked about her daughter and how much she missed her. I waited for a lull in the conversation before I said, "So, Taylor is your brother?" Sydney nodded. "Half-brother. He didn't wake you up, did he?" "No," I lied. She could tell I wanted to know more about how this all worked. Taylor didn't ever get any older than that in my world. He was killed. The storylines based on my life won't tell you that. He just doesn't return for the next movie. I think I'm lucky in that. He never dies, not even off screen, never ages. Perks of being a paragon, I guess. The mood in the room somehow got more depressing. Are the others still asleep? I asked. Yeah, Sydney answered, except Bobby. He talked my dad into taking him to go check on some dogs from another storyline or something. Those dogs from Permanent Vacancy had captured Bobby's attention pretty strongly. Is that safe? I asked. For now, Sydney said. They should be back soon. I nodded. We need to get going. The centennial waits, Dina said. She almost sounded optimistic. I went to check on the others. The Hughes siblings had been given places to sleep at the ends of hallways upstairs. That wasn't to say their accommodations were bad. Those halls were large and homey. It was a nice house, a nice neighborhood. I peeked down the hall to check if Cassie was up. She was. She sat on her cot and stared at the ground. She had not quite recovered from her death. We made eye contact. I gave a quick smile as an apology for disturbing her. Isaac's still asleep, she said. Unconscious. She was using the anguish trope to monitor the team's health statuses. Thanks, I said. We'll be leaving soon. I'll come get you. She nodded. Do we have to do another storyline? She asked. Adeline had kept a policy of never giving new players false hope. I didn't know if that was the best idea, but I didn't know a better one. Yes, I said. She didn't react to the news. She was clearly upset. I was supposed to do something to comfort her. Well, with your new trope tickets, you will have more than half my plot armor, which means I will be targeted before you. If that helps. It doesn't, she said, but thanks for trying. She waited a moment. What's wrong with Antoine? She asked. He's under a lot of pressure, I said. He's the only real fighter we have, so it weighs on him. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. Does that affect incapacitation? She asked. Because his incapacitation status flickers sometimes. He woke up a few times last night. I said. He got a fate worse than death a while ago. It messes with him sometimes. He's handling it. A fate worse than death? She asked. The magnitude of death itself was weighing on her. Thinking of what could be worse than that brought a tear to her eye. It must have been some fate. His status is flickering right now, she said. They're awake, I asked. Antoine and Kimberly, she nodded her head. I'll see you in a bit, I said. Could you make sure Isaac is up? Okay, she said softly. She started digging through her luggage as I left. It must have been nice to have spare clothes. I left her and Isaac upstairs and went to find the guest room. When I found the right door, I knocked. Just a second, Kimberly said. Is Antoine okay? I asked. I wished I had Anna with me. She would know what to do. Just give us a second, she said again. I waited. Eventually, Kimberly answered the door, dressed in clothes I hadn't seen her in. Are those Sydney's? I asked, distracted. Yes, she answered. Antoine and I are still getting ready. We'll be out in a bit. As she tried to shut the door, I put my foot in the way. Is Antoine having problems? I asked. He's getting ready, Kimberly said. At first trying to keep up some pretense, but then she said, he's having some. She gave up on the excuse. I peered into the room. Antoine was buttoning up his cardigan. I'm all right, he said as I looked at him. Everything's okay. Just a nightmare. His voice cracked. There was a pause as I thought of what to say. Cassie said your incapacitation status was going off. I said, it's just a nightmare, he said, echoing the title of his best mental health trope. The one that was supposed to make his trauma go away. It was a very powerful trope. But we were not very powerful players. Not yet. Just tell me, I said, and sure of the right words. If there is a problem, I need to know. We, your team, need to know. Antoine considered what I had said. I could tell he was worried about something. Close the door, he said softly. I did as he asked, closing it behind me. I just get confused sometimes. My heart beats really fast, he said. It's no big deal. Really. He had been trapped in an endless forest for decades, or at least was afflicted with the memories of it. Is it the forest from the ghost world? I asked. I had worried that the forest from the last storyline might have reminded him of the Straggler's forest. Is that what did it? Antoine shook his head and sat back on the bed. No, that was fine. Actually, breaking my leg really helped keep me in the moment, you know. He stared into the distance for a moment, and the nightmare. There was no pain or any other sensation except panic. It actually worked out. We're worried that Carousel is going to do something, Kimberly said. She was crying. I think it threat. I don't, Kimberly. We don't need to raise alarm on account of me. We need to tell him, Kimberly said. Maybe he'll know what to do. Just give me a second, Antoine said. Tell me what? I asked. Kimberly looked at Antoine, pleading with him with her eyes. Carousel's just taunting me, Antoine said. It's fine. It's just trying to get under my skin. I would have told you if it was a big deal. Show it to me, I said. Okay, he said. I don't think it's an actual threat. He drew a ticket out of his pocket and handed it to me. His hand was shaking as he did. I grabbed it and read. Play it cool type, perk, healing archetype, athlete spec, stat used. Even under the crushing weight of a horror movie, some characters never break. Maybe some people really are just that tough. Maybe. With this trope equipped, the player's fear and mental trauma can be suppressed simply by acting like it doesn't exist. This trope will not heal such issues permanently, but at least while in a storyline, and especially on screen, you'll be cool, calm, and collected. The audience will think you're a badass, until you can't fake it anymore. When it all becomes too much, when they realize exactly how far gone you actually are, will they still trust you? What will happen to everyone then, when they find out the truth? Oh damn, I said. What truth is this referring to? Carousel was needling him over his mental scars. The insiders should have picked a better way to show us secret lore. It's not a big deal, he said. I just get nightmares, that's all. He had been using a trope he couldn't use properly to try and undo serious problems. It wasn't working well enough. We need to talk to the Paragons, I said. There has to be a way to deal with this. A day spa or a therapist. Dr. Mentes, maybe. Dr. Truman Mentes was a Paragon who had acted as a minor antagonist in the Subject of Inquiry storyline. My guess was that he was the psychiatrist Paragon. That had to be the way to go. He won't put enough points into Moxie to make his trope work properly, Kimberly explained. I tried to tell him. The you were having a nightmare trope used Moxie. If the user didn't have enough of it, it didn't work well. I can't put all of my points into Moxie, Antoine said. I need to boost my physical stats so I can fight. Who else will? Once we get our final girl back, things will be different. They continued arguing for a bit. I hadn't really seen them argue since we had arrived. Maybe they just didn't do it in public. Whatever we do, I said, we need to keep moving forward. Something big is going to happen today. We need to make a plan and stick to it. Antoine nodded his head. Exactly. We just keep grinding it out. This problem will take care of itself. Kimberly looked at him, clearly not satisfied with that idea. What we really need to do is get in a storyline, Antoine said. I can test this puppy out. He grabbed the play it cool trope back from me and waved it. He actually did look excited to try it out. If he could forget his problems during a storyline, That would make constant storylines a quick fix for him. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Meet up in the living room, I said. We'll head out when Bobby gets back. I couldn't imagine the pressure that Antoine was under. I was familiar with the pressure I was under. It was like a grotesque perched on my shoulders. I preferred things when all I had to worry about was beating storylines. I sat in the living room eating lasagna that Sydney's stepmother made as I waited for everyone to gather back around. Finally, we heard a car pull into the driveway. Bobby was back. We all went outside to meet him. I half expected Bobby's dogs to pile out of the car, but they didn't. He was in a good mood though. As soon as he met up with us in the driveway, he said, "So, I was reading in the atlas about background tropes. It said they are most effective on wallflowers out of all archetypes because their backgrounds are least likely to constrain the story. What we have to do is keep bringing up my history with animals. I think Carousel will give me some type of trope to let me bring the dogs around with us." I nodded and said, "Sounds good." My only worry was that he might not be happy if Carousel didn't go along with his plan. Sydney led us out of her neighborhood toward the Centennial. It was a long walk where I contemplated what I had to accomplish and everything we had left to figure out. Sydney and Dina talked casually about things I wasn't interested in, and Antoine was back to his tall, confident self. Or at least he was pretending. The Hughes siblings were quiet, but that was to be expected. "I have a line on my script that I have to say," Sydney explained. "After I say it, I won't be a player anymore. I'll be an NPC. Any last questions before I say it? I don't have much time." I had already asked her vaguely about help with trauma for Antoine. I even asked about Drive.me and TS. She told me that I would get my answer about medical help soon, and not to worry. Somehow, I still managed to worry. "If there are no more questions," she said. As we arrived at the entrance to the Centennial grounds near Town Square, she paused. No one asked anything. We had asked her every manner of question already, at least the ones we could think of. She looked at the ground and nodded her head. "Then this is goodbye for now." She hesitated but then called out loudly, "I'll help you in any way I can. If you make it to the day of the Centennial, come find me. I can tell you more then." "If you make it to the day of the Centennial," I repeated as Sydney walked away. Her words hung in the air. The stranger had said the same thing the day before. Back then it had just sounded like an odd way of saying "see you tomorrow," but when Sydney said it, it made no sense at all. It was the day of the Centennial. I was sure of it. The NPCs and signage had been clear that the Centennial was the 5th of August. The day before had been the 4th of August. How were we not on the day of the Centennial? I looked at the others. "Oh no," Bobby said. "I thought today was the day of the Centennial," Kimberly said. We looked around the festivities for a sign, any sign, and fortunately, there was nothing to set us on the right path. The Leeds board on the red wallpaper simply said, "The Founder's Tale. Cemetery on Geist Estate, Jedediah Geist." Nothing that I couldn't have already memorized. "If the Centennial isn't today, does that mean we started everything over?" Antoine asked. "Then I'm loop," Isaac asked. "Like Groundhog's Day." I was glad there was someone around to pick up my slack on movie references. "Maybe we didn't do the storyline right," Bobby suggested. "We didn't need to speculate. Let's retrace our steps from yesterday just to be sure," I said. If it was a time loop, that wasn't the worst news. That would mean time was on our side. Possibly. We quickly walked into the crowds of people enjoying the rides and booths that had already been set up. Like the day before, many booths had not yet been opened because it wasn't the official start of the Centennial yet. We were headed to the history displays that the local junior high had put up. "Wait," Dina said. Her eyes were on a swivel. "The mayor is over there." I followed her gaze and saw that the mayor of Carousel was walking on the same street he had been on when we had seen him the day before. "His plot armor is back to 3, I said. We watched as he spoke with his assistants about something passionately. How he greeted passersby. "We need to check on the time capsule," Antoine said. "That's the best way to be sure. The old one was dug up yesterday. If everything is happening over again, then the hole won't be dug yet." I agreed mostly. If we go over there we risk triggering that cutscene where they dig it up again. Before we could make a decision, we were accosted by a familiar nondescript face. "How did you get to Carousel?" The stranger screamed at us from across the clearing we were standing in. Nice to see he was alive. I turned to see him as he closed in. The same intense look in his eye I remembered as he approached. I could have sworn there was a glint in his eye as he watched our reactions. Wait, he said. You were here before. I'd seen you before. You're not that new. When did you get here? He really managed to sound unhinged in a way that made me feel like I might have been the crazy one. Yesterday, I said. You spoke to us. I did? He asked. He turned around and thought for a moment. How many days has that happened? Just the one, I said. Carousel has a hard time letting go of the past, he said. You have to find a way forward. If you make it to the day of the centennial, come find you. I asked. I guess I've said that before, he answered. Carousel won't let me go. There are some of us that still have the hooks in, others walk around, enjoy the festivities, and look forward to the centennial that just won't come. But even Carousel can't keep this weight up perfectly. You need to move forward before the cracks start to show again. I'd get right on that. Why is it doing this? Antoine asked. The stranger looked at Antoine and immediately recoiled in pain, as if remembering how Antoine had beat his head in with a baseball bat while possessed. To let things go forward, you would have to leave things behind, the stranger said. He started to walk away but then turned back. Figure this out quickly. There's a long way to go. And then he left. But not before looking back over his shoulder one last time. So it is a time loop, Isaac said. We're just going to do this again. I wasn't sure what the stranger had meant completely. A time loop would mean everything started over except the memories of those trapped in it. But more than that had changed. I just couldn't put my finger on it. We had not woken in the B2B for one. We still had our prizes from the last storyline. The histories then back to the time capsules, Antoine suggested. I nodded. We didn't need to go to the diner. That had been a detour. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. We approached the line of boards filled with clippings from newspapers and online print-offs. It all appeared the same as I remembered it. That is until I read it. The board on the display said, The Founding of Carousel August 6. The Haunted History of the Geist Family. I read the title of the history display again. Then I skimmed through the articles some junior high kid had added to the board in a rush to get the project done. August 6th, I asked. There is no way this said August 6th. Carousel was founded on the 5th. Great, Isaac said. I was worried this would be too straightforward. Today is the 5th, Antoine said. Tomorrow is the centennial on the 6th. Tomorrow the centennial will still be a day away, Bobby said. If I'm following this right. Everything else on the board looked the same. The only differences were the dates related to the founding of Carousel. What does it mean? Cassie asked. She hadn't spoken up all afternoon. Why change it? I had a hunch. But I had to keep looking. What are we supposed to do? Kimberly asked. She wasn't asking anyone in particular. I pulled out the little laminated cards we had received for playing the 10-second game storyline. We got back to the hotel, I bet, I said. But this time, we don't have to do the storyline. Our licenses could allow us to break the pattern. Are you sure? Cassie asked, not managing to hide the twinge of desperation in her voice. No, I said. But it looks that way. We really weren't directed toward anything else. If any of you know better, speak up. Otherwise, let's get a move on. I'd rather find out sooner rather than later. No one had an objection. There were no other clues. It was clear where the path was pointing us. This part of the throughline was called the tutorial by the players. After all, I had to hope that meant it was hard to miss something important. Of course, most of the players probably didn't play the full tutorial if my understanding was correct. We knew where to go. None of us wanted to go that way. Not if it risked us getting close to that Strander Blake character again. The ghosts themselves were unsettling. But a powerful entity with a disregard for the rules was wholly more terrifying. Cassie was starting to struggle carrying her luggage. So, I went and offered to help her with it. Last time she had declined to offer. But this time she didn't. It must have been difficult to die and then have to get right back into things. When I died, I usually had some time to decompress. Campy Dyer was starting to look like paradise now. I could see why the vets liked it so much. It wasn't long before we were back at the tables where we had somehow snagged the last hotel room in Carousel. Gina, the NPC who had helped us before, was back. Kimberly took the lead again. We can't find the people we were supposed to meet up with. Do you know where we could find a hotel? Oh my gosh. Gina said with the same grin I remembered. Things are so hectic right now. I bet that's why you can't get a hold of them. We can certainly set you up with some rooms. This happens with every big event in Carousel. I can check if anyone has canceled their rooms and maybe we can set you up with a place for the weekend. What do you think? You're a lifesaver, Kimberly said softly. My eyes were over on the patch of dirt that some men had started digging on. The same patch of dirt they had unearthed the impossible time capsule from before. The new time capsule was set out next to it. The mayor and his entourage were all getting into place. Rhonda Moore was walking toward us while talking on her phone. I don't care that it's only rainwater. We can't have the you-know-what backing up during the centennial. You need to get someone to fix it immediately. She hung up the phone as she approached us. Hello, welcome to Carousel, the town where movies come to life. Is Gina getting you set up with accommodations? Yes, Kimberly said. She's being very helpful. Good, Rhonda said. Do you see that over there? That's the centennial time capsule. We're burying it tomorrow. Be sure to come check that out. You should go check it out now, Gina joined in. It'll be a moment before I get your room all booked up. Thanks, Kimberly said. We all made our way across the square knowing what we would find there. Carousel's centennial capsule 100 years of fun, buried August 6. Do not open for 100 years, Carousel loves families. It was set to be buried tomorrow. The mayor made his way over and gave his spiel. I see you are admiring our new tradition, Mayor Gray said enthusiastically as we walked up. Well, she goes into the ground soon, never to be seen again for 100 years. Isn't that exciting? He presented the letter he intended to drop in. By the time you leave, you will be a believer in my vision for this place. It will be a place of prosperity, of happiness, of reconciliation between what has been and what can be. Do you know who said that? Silas Dyrkin, I answered. That's right, the mayor yelled as if I had solved world hunger. Most attribute the quote to Bartholomew Geist, but in truth, Silas Dyrkin was every bit the visionary as Geist. He just wasn't as skilled at marketing himself. You know the town's mascot, Silas the Mechanical Showman, is named after him. Don't you? I didn't know that, I said. The conversation would have continued further, but then, as had happened before, the men digging the hole for the time capsule had clanged their shovels against something metal. They dug it out and the mayor wiped off the dirt. Carousel's time capsule. 100 years of thrills, here's to 100 more. Do not open until August 6. Buried August 6, 1992, during Carousel's centennial celebration this time. I wanted to see inside, except I couldn't. Rhonda Moore, once again, had used one of her team leader tropes to encourage us to stay back and watch. The script wasn't going to let us see inside that easily. We had to watch the debate about opening it again. Everything happened word for word. Constance argued it was a prank. Kitty Lincoln thought it was filled with anthrax or explosives. The back and forth. And then Madame Celia returned and gave her speech to the mayor, who was just as rattled as before. You will open the capsule. That's what I have to say. Whether it is now, tomorrow, or the next day, or 30 more years from now, you will open it. When you do, you will figure out what message the past has for us. The voices of the dead can be louder than the living here in Carousel. When they choose to speak, you will hear them. There is no use delaying what will happen. There is even less use ignoring what already did. That was all it took to convince the poor little NPC mayor to open the time capsule. His plot armor jumped back up to 50. He locked it back up. Have this brought to my offices. The ones at the clock tower. We should get the hole covered with a tarp so we can bury the proper time capsule tomorrow as planned. Can someone remind me of when it is supposed to rain again? 2 days from now, Rhonda answered quickly. They all dispersed. The cogs were turning. I was starting to see how the beginning of the through line worked. The town was a world left waiting for something to happen. As if to drive home the point further, something did happen. A woman's scream sounded in the distance. Everyone looked back toward the festivities. The woman wasn't being attacked or harmed. She was going into labor. A nurse, the same nurse we had seen at the hospital's booth the day before, was escorting the pregnant woman toward a nearby parking lot. It could have been nothing. Maybe we had been here too late to see that happen the day before, but I didn't think so. It was an obvious clue meant to drive home what had been going on in Carousel within the story of the through line. Every day, people would get up and go through their lives as if it were the day before the centennial. The schools had a half day. Families would come to ride the rides and play the games that had already been set up. Time didn't stay still though. People had babies, got injuries, lived, and died. The entire cast changed out except for the Paragons and, if Sydney's situation was common, their families. The people of Carousel's lives moved forward with the date, all except for the part Carousel cared about, the story we were meant to follow. This wasn't a time loop. It was a continuity loop. The story wouldn't move forward until someone moved it. Carousel was holding it in place. It was like in a video game when you don't trigger the first quest. The game just stays in limbo until you arrive. Even if 30 years pass, the game is ready for you to start the plot. Something was supposed to happen the day before the centennial. Something we were meant to have a part in. I didn't know what. But not everything was caught on this eternal treadmill. The weather, for instance, was not affected. Yesterday, the forecast said it was 3 days until a rainstorm arrived. Today, it was only 2 days. Rhonda Moore had been scripted to inform us that the sewers under the town were in need of repair. It was all coming together. It would soon fall apart. Back to the resort we went. We were all anxious about finding the spirits of the dead there, but it was clear that we were meant to return to Jedgeist's old home. Now the largest, fanciest hotel suite I had ever been in. Since we had triggered the time capsule scene earlier this time, there was no need to enlist a paragon to guide us to our hotel room. It was still light enough outside. The scene with the front desk clerk at the resort played out similarly, but without Bobby's involvement. It turned out that Bobby's recast trope had some staying power because she asked him why he was at work that day. Apparently, his character had weekends off. The stranger didn't approach us. The mirrors weren't covered in the suite. Everything looked normal. I could smell fresh paint from the repairs that had been done. It was strange for a reality-altering entity like Carousel to use NPCs for something like fixing windows and sheetrock. But it apparently did. To be fair, there were plenty of building materials on the premises due to the ongoing construction in the rest of the resort. None of the others found this as interesting as I did. They were just relieved to not be running a storyline that night. But we have to be doing something, I protested. The rain and clogged sewers were as close to a ticking clock as we could get. We had 2 days. Whether we were supposed to prevent some sort of flood or prepare for it, I didn't know. But taking the night off felt unwise. We need a break, Kimberly said. She was referring to Antoine, which was funny because Antoine was more than willing to find whatever challenge was next on our list. No one wanted to sleep in the actual rooms. The 10-second game was safe enough. But still, it would be hard to sleep while it was going on. We pulled the mattresses into the living room and spread out the furniture. All of the bedroom doors were closed tight. Still, tension remained, especially among the newbies. You think this is rattling? Antoine said. Back at Camp Dyer, there was this clearly haunted cabin out by the lake. It was covered in police tape and the windows were shuttered. The little kids at the camp would act all sweet and ask to play tetherball or whatever. But eventually they always tried to get you to go in the cabin. Creepy little kids. They talked about Camp Dyer like it was full of fond memories. They told stories about the vets, both funny and scary. We never would have spoken so highly of it when we were there. Dina and I were the only ones not going along. We were hunting for clues. We knew we had been sent to this particular suite for a reason. This building had been the property of a member of the Geist family. That was a little too much of a coincidence to let pass. We didn't know how this suite played into things. But we knew that some of Jedgeist's junk was still being used to decorate the place after it got purchased by the resort. Within the storyline we had just played, Sydney's character had been trying to communicate with Jedgeist's ghost. That was a blinking neon sign telling us that we should attempt that too. She had the obvious advantage. Her outsider's perspective trope was perfect for finding something out of place. But in the end, it wasn't something out of place that we needed. We were in the storage room, where we had found the stranger lurking during the storyline. The room was filled with furniture and boxes, most of which were labeled, "The Geist Museum," as if there was some intention of getting these items into the hands of some Carousel historian at some point in the future. You ever wonder how real these people were? Dina asked me as she flipped through a book that must have been Jedgeist's stamp collection. I shrugged my shoulders. The way Constance talked, they might have been once. That before Carousel was Carousel. You think we'll ever meet any of them? She asked. The Geists. Given Carousel's obsession with them, there's no telling. I closed up the box I had been rummaging through. It was a mess. The objects were all wrapped and cushioned with crumpled old newspaper. What was the point? To talk to him using our licenses. We need a keepsake, which as far as we know you get from killing an enemy in a story. Or we have to find the murder weapon that did him in. I'm assuming he was killed and didn't die naturally, because, well, it's Carousel. Dina said. Yep, but why would the weapon that killed him be in with his belongings? I asked. We need clues, Dina said, diligently opening another box and digging through the next box. She pulled handfuls of crumpled newspaper out of a box and said with a smirk, maybe this is the murder weapon, as she pulled out an ancient toaster that must have been one of the first ever produced. I laughed, but before I could respond, there was a knock at the door. Bobby was standing in the doorframe. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work, you guys. I got some food and stuff from the kitchens, he said, smiling. All I had to do was wear my uniform, and they thought I was still my character. Good call, Dina said. She set her box down and followed Bobby out to the kitchen to share in the spoils. It really was good to have a wallflower on the team. As I walked out of the room after them, it hit me. Where would you find information about the death of a man from a famous family? The clues we needed were in the boxes after all, but not in Jed's belongings. They were used to wrap and protect his belongings. I grabbed some of the newspaper inserts that Dina had left lying on the ground. There was a little sticker on an old front page section with this address and the name. Geist, Jedediah on it. That meant that whoever had packed up all his stuff after his death had used his own newspapers as packing material. He must have had a newspaper subscription that kept running after his death, causing them to pile up. If that was true, then an article reporting on his death could be somewhere in all of the mess. I took the copy of the Carousel Gazette with me into the living room to show my discovery to the others. When I got there, I realized very quickly that food wasn't the only thing Bobby had taken from the resort. Everyone was gathered around the coffee table where Reply the Departed had once been set up. The table was covered in many bottles of alcohol now. Looking round, they had clearly been into them already, back at Camp Dyer. That had been a common solve to Carousel's various afflictions as well. Everyone had a plate full of chicken wings and a red plastic cup filled with off-brand soda and spirits. And they looked happy to be doing something other than trying to survive. Isaac must have been a bit of a partier back in the real world because he had already built up a collection of half a dozen empty bottles in front of him. Antoine wasn't far behind, so that was going to be what kind of night we were having. Luckily the others hadn't partaken as wholeheartedly. What did you find? Dina asked when she saw me holding the newspaper. I think I know where the clues are, I said. I showed her the sticker and gave her my theory about how the newspapers used to fill the old boxes were likely from the days and weeks after Jed Geist's death. Antoine was still with us enough to realize the importance of what I had figured out. He said, "Guess we need more newspaper," and he was right. We spent the next few hours collecting every scrap of newspaper from the boxes in the storage room. Kimberly divided them up among all of us except Isaac, who had drunk more than Antoine but didn't have the tolerance to handle it. A local swimmer is missing after being sucked through a crack in the bottom of the city pool. Cassie read aloud. Something like that had happened before if my memory of the newspaper clippings on the history board was correct. It must have been Jed Geist, Isaac said sloppily. Case closed. We need that swimming pool. Food poisoning at a noodle bar in downtown Carousel. November 1992, Bobby read. We need those noodles, Isaac said. The search continued, you know. This would have been really good information for Constance to tell us. Being the Carousel historian and all, Antoine said. Constance had plenty of chances to talk about Jed Geist. We had asked enough, but our questions had been too broad. If she was allowed to tell us, she must have needed specific questions. Or maybe we should have chosen Chief Willis, Dina said, holding up a newspaper for Kimberly to read. Final Geist found slain, Kimberly read. Marring tomorrow's anniversary festivities. The last known heir to the Geist legacy was found dead this morning in his North Carousel home. Police are currently investigating all leads. While the cause of death has not yet been determined, the death has been ruled a homicide. She squinted her eyes at the article. Continues on page 13. Look at the picture. It's that Willis guy. There's something in his hand. Kimberly passed the article around so we could take a look at it. The future Chief Willis was only an officer in this photo. He was holding something long and thin that had an evidence tag hanging from it. Whatever it was. The photo was too grainy to make out exactly at first glance. I thought it was a riding crop, but that would be a silly murder weapon. Fireplace poker, Dina said once she got another look at it. We all turned our heads to the fireplace nearby. It still had its fireplace poker. What do you want to bet that there is a fireplace tool set in that storage room that is missing a poker? Dina continued. It didn't take long to find. There was a set of 5 tools for the fireplace in one of the boxes. The poker was missing. The poker, so cliché. If he had been killed by the tiny shovel, I'd be impressed. Isaac said from his chair. You guys catch the day he died? I asked. It was the day before Carousel's anniversary. Every day is the day before the anniversary, Antoine reminded me. Maybe this is the reason for that, I suggested. We continued searching through the newspaper for a while longer, but then it was time to get some sleep. Not that that's the first thing we did. They wanted to talk first. Their lips were loosened by the booze and the thrill of discovery. Cassie told us about their brother. Isaac sat glumly trying not to throw up. When our parents died, she said, he took care of us. He was older, barely out of med school, but still, he took into teenagers. Do you think that's why Carousel wanted us? Because we had no one left to look for us. No one answered that. We could all explain why we were ideal victims. My family was dead. Bobby just had Jeanette, and they weren't close to their relatives. Dina had driven off everyone who cared about her, and Antoine was already on a rocky foundation with his parents. My parents must be worried sick, Kimberly said. It didn't sound like she was bragging, but she clearly was certainly an outlier. As were Anna and Camden, who both had parents and siblings who would miss them. If Carousel could take Chris without anyone doing anything, it could take anyone, Antoine said. He was a superstar before he left. My parents devoted their lives to getting him into the NFL. He even had a manager already. If he can disappear, anyone can. That was something I had never pushed Antoine on. He was the only one of us who really knew what it looked like for Carousel to kidnap a loved one. Cassie and Isaac said that their brother just got a job at some hospital. They didn't know anything was up. Chris, however, had all kinds of loose ends. But Antoine didn't want to talk about how Chris had been taken by Carousel without anyone knowing something was up. He rolled over on his mattress and checked out mentally once the conversation started. I didn't have much to contribute. All I left behind was student loans. I tried talking about strategies involving our new tropes, but no one wanted to talk about that. I went and grabbed some of the now cold chicken wings and sat up watching everyone. My sleep pattern was off. How could anyone rest at a time like this? But none of them really slept. That was made clear when the clock on the wall struck 3 a.m. and nothing happened. We knew we weren't in a storyline. We knew that. But still, the fear that 3 a.m. would come and the 10-second game would start again was on all of our minds. Everyone cheered. Then, we finally got to sleep. That was the first night in a while that I was able to use my instant sleeping trope all to myself. That was fortunate, as every noise in the suite jolted me awake with thoughts of ghouls and ghosts. I woke up early and sat around in one of the chairs in the living room, planning what I thought was going to be a very important meeting. I needed to rally everyone toward figuring out what we were supposed to do next. It was clear that we needed to find the weapon used to murder Jedediah Geist. It wasn't clear at that time how we were meant to go about it. The continuity loop that we were stuck in revolved around the town square and the Centennial. Trying to solve a murder in the middle of that felt very busy. Somehow, Bobby had beaten me to consciousness and was already in the kitchen, making multiple loaves of toast to be eaten with jam that he had taken from the kitchens. They were individual serving packets, but they hit the spot. Bobby had a nervous energy as he worked. He muttered to himself as he wiped up crumbs. He was distant. Everyone got up one by one. The last up was Isaac. And when he did finally scrape himself off his mattress, he was clearly hungover. I remembered back at the lodge. Whenever people would get hungover, they would find their way to Reggie or one of the other owners of the hair of the dog trope. which could cure their hangover or at least undo most of its harmful effects by serving them a splash of peach tea. Before people got off on tangents, I decided to say, we need to find Chief Willis. The only way we're moving forward is if we find that fireplace poker, and my money says we need him. We can't focus on anything else until we find him, okay? I'll have to check my calendar, Isaac said. We're going to figure this out, Kimberly assured me. We all know what's at stake. I didn't think they were acting like it, but luckily I didn't speak my mind before there was a knock at the door. Whatever he was doing before, Antoine jumped to his feet and ran to the door. First, he looked out the peephole. There was a look of shock on his face, and then relief. He opened the door to reveal Police Chief Willis standing outside. He was a tall man in his 50s or 60s by demeanor, but with an athletic build that made him look younger than he was. He wore a ball cap that said CPD and mirrored sunglasses. Productive day, Isaac said. What else did we have to do today? What was it Constance had said? Information was power. Maybe knowing the next step was enough to manifest it. Maybe I was just stressing myself out. Chief Willis was the exact person we needed to see at that moment. He might have answers. I had hoped that when I looked at him on the red wallpaper, I would see that he was acting as a player, but he was still an NPC. We were going to have to play our roles. As soon as the door was opened, Antoine said hello and asked how we could help you. We got some reports of some screaming happening here last night. We're always getting reports of screaming coming from this place. But I thought I'd come check it out anyway, Chief Willis said. Is that normally the kind of thing that the police chief investigates? Antoine asked. Well, as a matter of fact, it isn't, Police Chief Willis said. But with the centennial coming up, I thought I'd come check on it myself. Fair enough, Antoine said. Willis stuck his head inside the door and took a look around. So, what was the deal with the screaming? He asked. We were playing a game, Antoine answered matter-of-factly. A game? Willis asked. Is there any chance it's the type of game that could be used to contact the dead? He put on a wide grin. He knew exactly why people came to this particular hotel room. We might have, Antoine answered. I could see where the conversation was going. Discovering the photograph of a young Kurt Willis working at the crime scene of Jedediah Geist's murder must have triggered the next part of the through line. I don't know why kids in this town are so obsessed with the death of Jedediah Geist. If you were to list out his family members, he would be the least interesting. In many ways, he died one of the least interesting deaths too. Least interesting? Kimberly asked, approaching the door. Does that mean they know who did it? That means that a person did it and not some sort of thing that goes bump in the night. Willis answered, for those guys, that is pretty boring. So, have you kids had any luck? Not so much, I answered. Well, shoot, he said, backing out the door. So, if the screams last night weren't anything major, I'm gonna go ahead and head out. Wait a second, I said. Did you have any involvement with the original investigation? As a matter of fact, I did. It's part of the reason that I am bewildered at people's fascination with it. Even back then, people made a big deal out of it. The mayor at that time brought in a special team to investigate. Of course, they found nothing. And when they found nothing, the mayor helped this story disappear. Disappearing isn't the right word. He helped to turn it into a legend. That's how everything goes around here. First it's an emergency, then it's taboo. Then kids talk about it at summer camp. But then Kimberly asked, he was killed with a fireplace poker, right? Chief Willis looked at her with a side eye. Now, how did you know about that? Most people think he was stabbed with a kitchen knife. That's the tall tale at least. I grabbed the newspaper leaflet that we had found and showed it to him. It depicted a younger officer Willis holding a fireplace poker with an evidence tag tied around it. Well, ain't that a handsome son of a gun? Willis said as he looked at the picture. I imagine that particular piece of evidence is currently locked away in a storage room under City Hall. At first, he waited for a response, but then seemed to decide to deliver the rest of his exposition all at once as if he felt he was wasting his time. Now, if you really wanted to take a look at it, I might suggest you go apply for a permit because the mayor turned the cold case storage into a sort of museum called the Cold Case Museum. It goes with the aesthetic of Carousel being this creepy place that everyone wants to make it out to be. If I were you, I would hurry. It is the day before the centennial, after all. and City Hall closes at noon. You might get a glimpse of some of the evidence. Maybe not the stuff you like, but the stuff that they set up for display. Not that I'm suggesting you do any of that. Only in Carousel would cold case file storage be turned into a museum. We might just do that, Antoine said. You know, I'm heading back that way if you're interested in a ride. I remember them saying that you all didn't have a car, Willis said. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. And like our previous run-ins with paragons, I felt no pull to comply with what Willis had just told me to do. Still, I didn't need it. It was all starting to form a picture for me. Find the murder weapon. Talk to Jedediah Geist. Figure out what it was we were supposed to be doing here. 100 steps later, we'd get to go home. The moment we got inside his SUV, his demeanor changed. His information on the red wallpaper changed too. Now he was a player. Sorry to rush through that, he said. I have to say it like that. It's in the script. I just didn't see the point of drawing out the conversation with experienced players. I looked at his poster. Kurt Willis is the G. The poster depicted a tense scene. Both Willis and the ex-murderer were positioned back to back, each on opposite sides of a doorway. They were hidden from each other's view, pressed against the walls in a strategic standoff. Willis, armed with a gun, was poised and ready, mirroring the ex-murderer's silent menace. He was a soldier paragon. I figured you for the sheriff paragon, I said. He nodded. Understandable. Can't put one of the advanced paragons in a through-line story unless you want the plot scrambled. That made sense. Advanced archetypes like detective, monster hunter, or sheriff changed the story around considerably. Kimberly was talking with the newbies outside, trying to convince them to go along. There are only so many times you can tell someone to just go along with things. Things will be fine, before they realize that you don't know what you were talking about. Still, Cassie seemed to be amenable to our predicament. Isaac wanted to debate. I only hoped Antoine didn't join in the argument. He'd try to put his foot down. Kimberly's approach was to be empathetic but unyielding, much like Adeline. I thought that was a good route. Kurt Willis sat in the driver's seat, waiting for everyone to get in so we could go. You're doing better than you think, he said. I know you feel like you don't have a grasp on things yet, but you are doing well. Soon you'll see a fuller picture of what your task is. Then you can panic. It does feel like every answer just adds on 3 new questions, I said. I can see that, if it helps. You already avoided the worst ending for the Centennial storyline. Fun ending, but the worst. That's good to know, I said. And what was that ending? Never find the early omen for the second storyline so you get stuck in the late omen, he said. Never figure out who killed old Jed. Never get to talk to Jed. Die, most likely. A terrible death unless I can save you, which I can, but still, not a good ending for the new players. So that's where we're going, I asked. To an omen. Oh, so you have played this game before, he asked with a chuckle. Bobby, who had been waiting patiently for the others to come with us, said, if I use my veterinarian background enough, do you think that will give me some animal taming tropes, if it's entertaining? Willis said. He lit a cigarette and looked patiently out toward Kimberly and the others. You'll regret it, but that's everything here. Every decision is the wrong decision, I said, wondering if Willis would mirror my observation. It's a horror movie. Willis laughed. I hadn't thought about it like that. Antoine approached the vehicle and asked me, I'm not going to be able to bring a baseball bat into City Hall, am I? I'm afraid not, Willis said. He tapped his bulletproof vest and his various policing weapons. But I've got us covered. If the omen was outside the building, his bat would just disappear and reappear somewhere on set, like it had in Subject of Inquiry. If the omen was inside a government building, getting weapons in would be a problem. Antoine looked at Willis and realized he was acting as a player already. All right, he said, and went to put his bat back in the hotel room with everything else we were leaving behind. Our patience was eventually rewarded. Kimberly convinced Isaac to go along with us. Isaac still protested as he entered the SUV, saying, You're all just okay with giving Carousel what it wants. Am I the only sane person here? The sooner he got his head wrapped around our predicament, the better. I knew what he was going through. The mind makes all sorts of excuses under the pretense of just being logical or skeptical. or whatever excuse it can muster to convince you not to willingly enter a horror story. I was past that in many ways. Still, the butterflies were playing laser tag in my gut, and my heart was beating so fast it could phase out of my chest. Once we were all squeezed into his vehicle, Chief Willis said, "All right, gang. It's time to give Carousel what it wants." Isaac cursed at the mockery, but at least he didn't try to climb out of the car. The drive was much faster than the walk, even with most of the streets being closed to traffic. Willis could just pull up on a wooden barrier, and one of his officers would move it so he could go through. "That's Officer McCarthy over there," Willis said, pointing to a rather old uniformed police officer. "We got him from a storyline about these sea witches with a taste for long pig." "Oh, and that's..." He seemed to have forgotten the man's name until he glanced at the red wallpaper. "Hayden. His father was a constable wherever, but he was born here." "Some NPCs are from other worlds, others were born here," Kimberly asked. "Yep, this run is a strange one. It's been 30 years since the last game started. 30 years of Carousel almost being a normal place to live. I'm not sure a gap that big was intended. Normally, the game is meant to start within a few months of the last or to ignore the previous game completely. We just had a game that lasted 30 years. When all that story got rewritten, an entire generation passed in Carousel just waiting for the centennial to start. We're in new territory here. Things aren't going to be gentle." 30 years, I said. If the last game had started 31 years ago, then the time capsule would have been buried in 1991 instead of 1992. "You got it," he said. The way he and the other Paragons talked about what was happening was frustrating. It was like they thought we understood, but it took me a moment to process. "Why does the previous game matter?" Antoine asked. "Is there a reason we can't start new? Is it just for rescues?" "Yeah. You want to bring back people who died in the last game. You need to do it like this," Willis said. "Don't worry about it though. This is the way the game is meant to be played." Oh, that's Marnie Singer. She's from a storyline where the government puts explosive collars on criminals and makes them compete in games of chance. Look, when she sees us, she's going to hide because she doesn't trust the police. I couldn't blame her if that was how things were in her storyline. Marnie was an older woman, well over 30. If 30 years have passed without Carousel being a hellscape because it was caught in a continuity loop, where do the storylines come from? If her story starts back up, is she going to be part of it? What about stories with evil kids? Are they evil adults now? Willis laughed. "You're asking good questions, but prematurely. There's a phrase we're building toward, a revelation that will help you understand things. You're almost there. Lucky you. And if we make it to the centennial, come find you?" Dina asked. She had a sense of humor hidden behind her quiet demeanor. Willis really laughed at that one. "Find one of us for sure. I'd be honored." He pulled the SUV into a parking lot near a large government building labeled City Hall. "You see that over there?" he said, pointing back toward Town Square, toward the clock tower. I could see its face easily enough. It was 9:30. Carousel is like a giant clock. All the cogs and gears are lined up in place. The brass is polished, the hands and numbers pristine. But it has no spring. No power. It needs something to get its gears turning. Carousel can't brute force it. It can't script itself to work. It needs you. People like you. Paragons weren't enough. We're still attached to the script. So the mophead was right. Your job is to give it what it wants. "What does it want?" Antoine asked. "Sometimes I think it just wants to watch," Willis said. "Whatever it's after. I just hope I'm around to see it. I'm dying to know." The process of applying for a permit to get a tour of the Museum of Carousel Cold Cases was not that difficult. The clerk practically threw it at us as she got prepared to leave for the centennial. We were meant to be doing it, after all. NPCs weren't going to stand in our way. Not until the big leagues, at least. Chief Willis had warned us. When he said it was a museum, I had first thought he was saying it tongue-in-cheek. He wasn't. The signs leading to the stairwell were filled with little ads for the museum. Come see a genuine reproduction of the very gun used to kill Councilman Teague during the '64 labor riots. The enigma of Echo Bridge, view the recovered personal belongings of the victims from the infamous Echo Bridge disappearances, and many more like it. "Why do they keep it in the basement?" Cassie asked as we descended the stairwell. "For plot reasons," Willis answered. Their volunteer staff of the Cold Case Museum are getting things ready for the centennial. The custodian will be meeting us down here. As we made our way down to the lower levels, I could hear the distinctive sound of water moving. The air smelled humid, and there was a vaguely unpleasant smell in the air. Someone was screaming down below. Not scared screaming, more like asking for a favor. "Kurt," a man's voice said, "we have some flooding down here. I could use a little bit of help." As we turned our way down one last flight, it was clear they did, indeed, have some flooding. The entire floor was covered in a foot of water. The fluorescent lights blinked from the roof. "This is an omen," I said as calmly as I could muster. Like they needed me to know that. "It sure is," Willis said. "Now get your tropes ready. Once the first toe goes in, it triggers the whole thing. And this one is one you need to be ready for. I'll cover first blood. In a manner of speaking. You lot draw straws for second. Player plot armor metal Husteisternisizene. Player tropes. I would like to remind readers that this is a reference. I will describe tropes before they come up. You don't have to read this unless you want to. Riley Lawrence is the film buff. Having risen to level 25, he can equip 9 tropes and 1 background instead of 8. Trope Master grants him the ability to perceive enemy tropes, but at the cost of sacrificing half of his plot armor. Cinema Seer buffs the savvy and grit of his allies when they hear him predict cinematic and impactful plot elements. As an oblivious bystander, Riley remains untargeted by enemies as he convincingly acts oblivious to their presence. Escape Artist buffs his hustle to help enact plausible escape plans. The insert shot makes allies aware of an object the player chooses. The object will be shown to the audience, and its use will be buffed in the finale. Director's Monitor allows him to watch the rest of the storyline after his demise via Deathwatch. Flashback Revelation allows him to communicate with allies from Deathwatch through flashbacks to his past dialogue. Casting Director gives him a summary of his team's roles in the storyline. My Grandmother Had the Gift. A background trope that gives Riley's character some ambiguous connection to the gift through his heritage. Cutaway Death sends him off-screen before the moment of his character's implied demise, and allows him to exist behind the scenes written off if he survives the encounter. He did not equip Coming to a Theater Near You. I don't like it here. Out like a light. Location Scout. The wrong reel. Raised by television. What doesn't kill them makes them angry. Or Dead Man Walking. I had about a dozen combos I wanted to try, but I didn't want to mess around with the tutorial. I would have to make some time to experiment afterward. Kimberly Madison is the eye candy. Convenient backstory allows her to believably change her backstory to assist with the current task, buffing the relevant stat. Social awareness allows her to see the moxie stat of all enemies and NPCs. Get a room. Boosts the odds of important discoveries when exploring with a love interest during the party. A hopeless plea forces the captor to explicitly deny her release when she asks to be released. Pregnancy Reveal buffs her grit when she pretends that she is pregnant, and buffs the father's metal if she dies. When in Rome buffs her grit until rebirth if her performance matches the tone of the movie. Does anyone have a scrunchie? Allows her to shift Moxie's points into another stat by putting her hair up. Carousel Academy Awards buffs her Moxie based on the quality of her performance in the previous storyline. She did not equip ellipses. Looks don't last, typecast. Breaking the Veil of Silence. The Woman in Mourning. Or that's what I said. Antoine Stone is the athlete. His You Were Having a Nightmare. Trope allows him to repress or heal mental trauma. He is not strong enough to use its plot resetting powers yet. Jimrot buffs metal and hustle by revealing athletic backstory. Its part of the uniform gives him higher metal when attacking with sports equipment. Just Walk It Off heals the hobbled status by walking. Knight in Shining Armor buffs his metal and grit when defending a love interest. Timeout allows him to go off-screen during a fight, reducing enemy aggression. Brandishing a weapon is like a security blanket, buffing his grit and soothing his and his allies' fear. Reload After Cut allows him to go off-screen by reloading his gun. He did not equip Swing Away. Off the bench. Everyone loves a winner. The Playbook, A Race Against Time. Coyote in a Trap. Or Bad Luck Magnet. He also didn't use Play It Cool because he worried that Carousel was planning something nefarious by giving it to him. Dina Kano is the outsider. Guarded personality resists all inside abilities. An outsider's perspective alerts her to new, out of place, or unusual information. Better late than never buffs Metal and Hustle if she waits until the finale to assist allies on screen against the enemy. A haunted past, a background trope that gives her character some past trauma that haunts her and gives her access to various tropes. Encouragement from beyond soothes her when stressed, scared, or in pain and may provide useful information. Outside looking in grants her the ability to discern ideal spots to linger and observe events without actively participating in the narrative. They fell off allows her to quickly get out of handcuffs and similar restraints. She can leave physical or mental messages in the story that her allies can detect when in the location she left them with Pen Pal. Light Fingers buffs the player's attempts at stealing items from the set. She did not equip You Don't Know Me, but Dark Secret, or they ruined the shot. Bobby Gill is the Wallflower. Background noise allows him to get background information from NPCs when off-screen. The Good Samaritan buffs his mettle and grit for helping allies in a crisis if they have not met on screen and are strangers. Last-minute casting recasts him as an NPC that is moderately involved in the plot. The selection is seemingly random. He will get some limited background information for the character and some access to the NPC script. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. From humble beginnings debuffs the player's stats 30% in the party, then but buffs them 15% in Rebirth, the finale, and the final battle, resulting in a net 15% buff by the end of the story. Craft services are the real heroes, ensures that there is edible food and water on set somewhere during the storyline. My only role is exposition, gives him some useful information to be relayed on screen but takes it away if he starts to bore the audience. Actually, I'm a Veterinarian changes his character's background to being an animal doctor and allows certain tropes to be equipped. If you can't see it, it won't bleed allows him to temporarily mend wounds by covering them from the audience's view. Remember Me allows him to promote his character to main cast by pretending to know them and introducing himself. He did not equip the Hidden Infection, the Wisdom of Crowds, or And That's Lunch. Cassie Hughes is the Psychic. The English lets her see her allies' health stats from anywhere and lets her take some of their pain by feeling it herself. This can reduce their overall injuries. We Are Not Abandoned can keep her allies' spirits high by weaving a narrative of some higher power and control. When done well, this trope can heal incapacitation, certain forms of spiritual infection, and even buff grit. Reflective Jump Scare allows her to get a glimpse of the enemy when she looks in a mirror, giving her some small insight into what is in store. Foreboding Signs gives her insight into who will be attacked next and how in character, allowing her to prepare for what is to come. Isaac Hughes is the Comedian. If he's still cracking jokes, allows the player to reduce or eliminate injuries by using humor the next time he is on screen before the audience know how injured he is. Works on allies situationally. Weapons of Mass Absurdity using humorous weapons buffs his mettle and hustle. The buff extends to weapons that are used if the original weapon fails. Blood Loss Delirium gives the player a pleasant drunken stupor when they have major blood loss and provides cover for antics. Gallows Humor allows him to ease mental pain with dark humor after a tragedy. Police Chief Kurt Willis is the G. I'll Buy You Some Time buffs him greatly in all stats when he sacrifices himself to allow his allies to escape. If used during first or second blood, he is guaranteed to be the blood sacrifice. Pack Mule allows him to carry the weapons a soldier might carry on his person. Buffs grit. Till the Job Is Done allows him to survive an apparent death and return in the finale. But he may only use two tropes during the finale and his injuries remain. Provisional Command upon taking control of a situation allows him to temporarily buff allies by commanding them around. With his impending demise, he can buff one ally permanently. We stood before the flooded waters. Police Chief Willis was giving us last-minute instructions. Hope you know how to shoot a gun, he said. Listen to everything I say, or I might shoot you myself. He had other generic military catchphrases that he spouted off too, but I got the sense that he was just trying to get a reaction from us. Most of you have been through plenty of storylines by now, so you'll know the way they work, he said. This one is part of the through line though. Keep your eyes and ears open because there is information in this storyline that is true, or at least true outside of the game. Most of it is only true in the original storyline, or not true at all, but some part of it is true. You mean canon? I asked. No, I left my canon in the car, he said with a wink. Might wish I hadn't later. I looked at the water. Cold-Blooded Things was the title. I don't like it here. Trope had said it was a high difficulty. Location Scout wasn't too useful outside of storylines. And I didn't want to waste a ticket slot to use it in the storyline even though I had just unlocked a new slot by getting to 25 PA. I would have to be satisfied with what it could tell me. The storyline involved sewers several different types. The basement at City Hall, Hallowed Heart Hospital, and Town Square. That's all I knew for sure. I got my tropes all set. My goal was to use my oblivious bystander strategy in combination with cutaway death to try to stay in the game as long as possible. No time like the present, Chief Willis said. I'll go first and come back to get you. He walked into the ankle-deep water and disappeared from our view down below. He was acting as a player, so when he took his first step into the water, he triggered the omen. The needle on the plot cycle clicked from omen to choice to party. It didn't take long for him to turn around and come back toward us. I could hear him walking through the water. The thing was when he returned, he wasn't Police Chief Willis. He was Officer Willis. He had even changed clothes into a standard police uniform. All right, he said. If you insist on coming, now's the time. Sorry about the flooding. We can't control the weather, unless, of course, you want to turn back. There's no reason we have to put up with this charade any longer. We're coming, Kimberly said confidently as she walked down into the water. The rest of us followed. What became immediately apparent was that the Cold Case Museum was not a museum anymore. Not in this storyline at least. Like the library or the hospital or the university, the Cold Case Museum was a collection of omens, I realized. We had asked for the omen related to Jed Geist's death, and that is what we had gotten. I theorized if we had asked about any other case, we would have come downstairs, and it wouldn't have been flooded. We would have to visit the museum some other time when it was, well, a museum instead of a flooded storeroom filled with cardboard boxes and ticked-off police officers. They managed to get the power on right as we came down. The room was huge and filled with shelves covered in white boxes. Bobby, of course, disappeared before the rest of us had even gotten off the stairs. What did you say was going on? A man named Detective Jeff Swanson on the red wallpaper asked. Task Force. Officer Willis said. Mayor handpicked them so that they could work on the old Jed Geist case. I took note of everything I was hearing. My friends and I were part of a task force, apparently. I started to review our roles on the red wallpaper using my casting director trope. But soon I realized that that was unnecessary. Another task force, Detective Swanson asked. Didn't we already have some crack task force who couldn't solve it in the first place? You see. That was a task force made up of senior detectives, experienced investigative reporters, and criminologists. This is a different kind of task force, you see. We've got a local psychic, he said, pointing toward Cassie. And we've got the guy from Isaac in Traffic, you know, shock jockey, he said, pointing at Isaac. And of course, Miss Carousel, referring to Kimberly. Oh, and this is that guy who tackled the bank robber last year. And the other guy is a Geist family historian. Wait, no, that's not right. He is a Geist family horror movie historian. You know, he's an expert in all of the horror movies that the Geist family produced, which I am sure will be very useful. And finally, we've got the woman who sued us last year when her son went missing because we didn't have enough to deal with already, he said, pointing toward Antoine, myself, and Dino, respectively. The vets had always warned me that casting director was a waste of a trope slot. Carousel would never let players go through a storyline without giving them information as basic as their identity. Convenience of the trope aside, I felt pretty silly. Our roles lined up mostly with our archetypes. We really were a special task force. Why them? Detective Swanson asked. Well, they're celebrities, don't you know, Willis answered. That makes them uniquely qualified. Publicity stunt, Swanson said, nodding his head. For the anniversary. I would never accuse the mayor of something like that, Willis answered.